Chapter 1 Prisoner of Impel Down. Impel Down, commonly known as the deep-sea prison Impel Down, is the most closely guarded Hell-class prison in the world of One Piece. It is located in the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line and is also known as the Naval Headquarters, a symbol of peace. Marineford, the island that never sleeps, and Ice Lobby are also known as the Three Fortresses of Justice. And because this prison was built in the Calm Belt, and because of the Gate of Justice, it was wrapped by a huge ocean current of swirling nests, so there was nothing around except that the warships on the Ocean of Justice could pass through the three gates of justice to reach here. Any ship can enter the sea area of this prison. What's more, there are countless giant sea kings living in the sea area around Impel Down. They are born the guardians of Impel Down. The most powerful prison was built at the beginning of the establishment of the world government. For 800 years, there has never been any fault. No matter what level of criminals are put in this prison, all that awaits him is endless torture and death. The word freedom disappeared. This hell-class prison has 6 floors. It is worth mentioning that both the naval headquarters and an ice lobby were built upwards, and only Impel Down's Impel Down was built toward the deep sea. The first 5 floors are Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell, Freezing Hell. Most people in this world only know that Impel Down has these 5 hell-level prisons, which are held inside. There are countless murderous criminals, but in addition to most of these people, there are a very small number of people who know that there is a real hell in addition to these 5 hells in Impel Down. This last and deepest 6th level of hell is called Eternal Hell. The criminals imprisoned on this level are not comparable to those of the other 5 levels. It is not that the criminals who can be imprisoned here are the legendary powerhouses, but as long as they are the legendary powerhouses. Once in prison, they will definitely be locked up in this 6th layer. As a result, over time, most of the prisoners on the 6th floor are dangerous people who are powerful enough to destroy the country single-handedly, and even pose a great threat to the entire world government. Of course, in addition to these powerful prisoners, the 6th layer also holds some criminals who are not very powerful, but have committed serious crimes that are unforgivable for the world government, and they are detained close to them. The reason for the 6th level of Impel Down is the commonality shared by all people on the 6th level, that is, the sins are so serious that their crimes will be buried by the world government, and they will be wiped out in the long river of history. And our hapless protagonist is being imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down, the world's top prison. In a dark cell on the 6th floor, a sturdy man who appeared to be more than 3 meters tall was locked in shackles at this time. Several thick steel nails penetrated his limbs and held him firmly. The ground was nailed to the wall of the cell. He has messy, broken hair, and his muscles are very developed, but he doesn't look rough at first glance, but is very organized. At this time, he is naked. On the upper body, only the lower body is wearing a broken black and white prison uniform. There are wounds all over the body. You don't need to know that this man has been interrogated more than once, and the interrogation in Impel Down, obviously will not tell you about civilized law enforcement and humanitarian spirit. The viscous blood slid from his forehead to his chin, and then gently dripped into the pool of blood that had accumulated in the dark cell under him, making a crisp sound ticking. "Gromish, are you dead?" A voice came from the corner of this cell. A man in black and white prison uniform was sitting on the damp ground with a look of shame and brutality. His treatment was better than that of Gromish, at least he was not pierced by steel nails, nor hung on the wall of the cell, only his hands were shackled. After being quiet for a while, the corner of the man's mouth that was nailed to the wall was slightly tilted, and he stretched out his tongue and licked the fishy bloodline on his lips, and then made a penetrating voice with that hoarse voice. The laughter said, "Jahahahahaha, you have lost the bet again, Abero Pizarro. I Gromish, I survived today again, I wish to give up the bet." No need to say anything. What's up? After Pizarro looked at the man who was nailed to the wall and was beaten with a mace by the jailer Minotaur a few minutes ago, He smacked his lips uncomfortably. Tenacious vitality, are you half man, half fish monsters from immune to death? Make no mistake, Pizarro, it's not half man, half fish, but a mixture of murloc and human. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to go wrong? The man nailed to the wall urged. Pizarro stood up reluctantly, walked in front of Gromish, stuffed a cigar into Gromish's mouth, then lit the cigar and said, "This is the last one, it's cheaper for you. This BD, if you want to taste this again, just wait for next month." Prisoner's cigar is the characteristic of Impel Down. Because the prisoners in Impel Down, especially in the 6th floor, are most vicious, cruel, and powerful monsters, so in order to prevent them from frequenting for some troublesome things, the managers of Impel Down will send some cigars to the prisoners every other month to soothe their emotions. Over time, this cigar is called Prisoner's Cigar, but this eternal there is no fun in hell, and there is nothing to pass the time, so under boredom, cigars are often consumed quickly, so they become treasures. Gromish moved his lips, bit the cigar in his mouth, took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of smoke, and then said comfortably, "Ah, it's resurrected. I don't know the intensity of the massage tomorrow. Wouldn't it be heavier? Pizarro, would you like to bet on next month's amount? The old rules, I bet I can't die." Pizarro twitched, and then said fiercely, "Bet. Laozi doesn't believe it, you are still immune to death. Don't be so reluctant. Think about it. If you win, all the weight of my cigar next month will be yours. If you lose, you only have to give me one. It's in this dark world, boring pastime." Gromish said, biting his cigar. "Humph, your nonsense has made me lose for more than 3 months, but it doesn't matter, as you said, this is just a boring pastime, there are things that can be expected every day, in this hell it's already a very lucky thing." Pizarro snorted coldly and said with a little emotion, then he dragged his shackles again, returned to the corner, sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. "I closed my eyes and stopped talking. Yeah, more than 3 months. Gromish narrowed his eyes and said softly. Proudmore Gromish, he likes the surname Proudmore very much. In his previous life, this surname was in a game called World of Warcraft. The hero of the Alliance, Marine Admiral Dalen's surname, and Gromish, is the tribe. The name of the first warrior, Gromish Hellscream, is a symbol of bravery, and he also likes it very much. More than 3 months ago, Gromish, his soul pierced the One Piece world for unknown reasons, but it turned out to be very unlucky. Generally, when others crossed, they would go to naval headquarters and become the adopted son or son of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, etc. From then on, the story of King Marine begins. Become admiral, take the position of marshal, win by Fume, and move towards the pinnacle of Marine's life, or cross to Whitebeard or Roger's ship, enjoy the legendary supporting role treatment, and Pluton Hilbart's Rayleigh and the future 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks can set up friendship and pretend to be forceful, but what about him? I opened my eyes and came to the 6th floor of Impel Down Impelton. When I got back to my senses, I found myself nailed to the wall with wounds all over my body. I hadn't waited to see this clearly. The rare sight of Impel Down, his eyes went black, and he was once again unconscious by the severe pain. It's just terrible. Fortunately, he also has a standard configuration, that is, the Traverser Spree. He opened the task of It's a Man Who Lives for 100 Days. This task will give him a reward every 10 days, and after 100 days it will end, and there will be no benefits ever since. Using the mysterious voice that echoed in his mind at the beginning, the novice benefits only have 100 days. After that, he has to rely on himself for what he can mix. NS. It's now the 97th day. It's been a little over 3 months since he came into this world. Although he hasn't escaped from this damn eternal hell, he is still alive anyway. It's just a miserable life. Every day, I can only gamble on life with Pizarro's roommate to pass the boring time. If Gromish is locked in the 6th layer of Impel Down Eternal Hell, is it very powerful? It is true that the prisoners who are generally locked in the 6th floor are legendary characters, such as the Red Earl Barlaric Letterfield and Golden Lion Shiki, but Gromish is not, he is locked up. The reason for being on the 6th floor is not because of his inferior strength but the crime he committed. As Pizarro said, Gromish is a monster, he is a rare hybrid of Murlocs and humans. He was born in the Fishmen Island under the Red Line and has been living on Murloc Street since he was a child. His parents have no idea where they are going. Maybe they have abandoned him, maybe they are already dead, right? After all, the hybrid between humans and Murlocs is not liked much in any ethnic society. Humans discriminate against him, and Murlocs are also hostile to him. Therefore, even in the chaotic and disorderly place of Murloc Street, he still does not live. How is it? But fortunately his talent is very powerful, the advantages brought by hybrid slowly manifested after he became an adult. Most of the Murlocs are rude, reckless, and irritable, which is why they are not very accepted by humans. One of the main reasons for this is that this is determined by the genes inherent in their lineage, but Gromish can suppress this irritability and recklessness. He is one of the few Murlocs who can compete with Jinbei and Fisher Tiger in general, a rational person. He finally became a boss in Murloc Street. Similarly, due to his Murloc blood, he is still born with excellent water, able to breathe in the water, and 10 times stronger than ordinary humans, and it is his powerful aptitude. After he boarded the Sabayati archipelago on the basis of his appearance as a human figure, he was favored by the world government, then he was sent to CP5, a world government affiliate. The spy agency went to train. And after that, he committed the felony of assaulting celestial dragons, *. Chapter 2 The Curse of the God of Suffering and Tomahawk Specialization. Although Gromish was once squeezed out and oppressed in the Fishmen Street, he later became one of the bosses of the Fishmen Street by his own means, and his life was pretty good. After all, he and the Fishmen Island did not what kind of hatred, on the contrary, the Fishmen Island is still the place where he was born and raised. Compared with the irritable fish people who used to exclude him, the kind and simple mermaid ladies did not act excessively towards him, and he also took good care of him, especially when he was very young. His Royal Highness Otohim, who is the Princess of the Fishmen Island, also helped him several times. Although Gromish is ABD, he is kind to him and treats himself very much. The mermaid ladies who took care of them were very grateful. And his crime of attacking celestial dragons is also due to the same reason. Mermaid and Murlocs are treated very badly in this world, especially the mermaid. They are the most expensive slaves on the sea, a hot commodity, and slaves. Traders' favorite target, also the favorite slave of celestial dragons living in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Even if ordinary mermaid tribes are caught by slave traders, their reserve price at auction in so-called employment agencies will start at 70 million Baileys, and because mermaid tribes are the fastest swimming in the world, the race is very difficult to catch, not to mention that most of them live in the Fishmen Island in the deep sea. Few people will go to the sea, so often the slaves of the Murloc tribe will only be auctioned for several years. And the final transaction price has never been less than 300 million. This is a huge and dirty trading chain. Behind it is the world's nobles, descendants of the Creator, and celestial dragons who claim to be gods. Even the self-righteous marine on the sea can only pretend to ignore and hear nothing about it. As one of the former members of CP5, Gromish naturally went to celestial dragons as a dog leg 6 months ago, becoming one of the bottom guards of a world nobleman cruise. It was during that escort mission that he accidentally discovered that 2 merman slaves had been tamed on the celestial dragon's ship. The anger in Gromish's heart began to blaze at that time, but fortunately, he was not the reckless and rude ordinary Murlocs. He still had a considerable sense of reason. In the following week, he found out all the movements on the ship, and after calculating the fastest time for the generals on the marine warship escorting the celestial dragons, he set off a riot on the car of the world noble celestial dragons on a dark and windy night. He not only released 2 mermaid slaves, but also released more than a dozen pirate captain-class slaves. Then he took advantage of the chaos created by the violent revenge pirate captain slaves in the dark. Before the vice admiral of the marine escort, who did not expect the chaos to erupt from the inside, arrived, they took the 2 mermaid ladies and jumped into the sea to escape. Once the mermaids and murlocs enter the ocean, even the admiral who dispatched naval headquarters, it is very troublesome, even impossible to catch them. So Gromish they successfully ran away, and Gromish, the brave guy, even went on doing nothing. He pierced the celestial dragon's car directly from the sea. Later, if it wasn't for Marine to rescue him in time, maybe he would really kill celestial dragons or something. The powerful CP agencies quickly pried out the truth of the matter from the pirate captain slaves who were caught again. Gromish was also labeled as vicious and heinous by the world government because of his crimes. It was the fearful crime of attacking celestial dragons, so the Marines had to send the most advanced specifications to capture Gromish, and once the Marines, with the cooperation of the CP agency, tried their best to capture small guys like Gromish, the efficiency is still very high. More than 3 months ago, Gromish was captured by Sengoku, the Buddha of Marine Admiral. So far, Gromish hasn't figured out whether Sengoku, Marine Admiral, was out of sympathy for what his poor guy did or was it to make him more severely punished and tortured. At that time, this guy didn't. He did not execute himself on the spot, but was sent to the 6th floor of Impel Down Imperton, and then Gromish enjoyed the VIP treatment on the 6th floor of Impel Down Imperton. Yes, he is beaten and tortured by the jailer beasts every day, and he is nailed to the wall with steel nails. And Gromish is just a hybrid with stronger vitality than ordinary people, and it's not really immune to death. So he was quickly taken away by the torture of this kind of humble life. After that, a soul from another world inherited everything from him and became the new Proudmoore Gromish. And now, it is the 97th day that Proudmoore Gromish survived this Impel Down Imperton. The reason why he didn't die in this torture was because of the great gift package he enjoyed. On the first day, he received a very lucky reward or curse. The blessing and curse of Irma, god of suffering, all torture, and suffering will not be able to kill you. After that, your will become stronger and more determined through these tempers. At the same time, you will gain immunity to all powers related to curses. In the first few days, Gromish really regarded this thing as a curse. This blessing reward is simply cheating. Think about it, one is in the 6th floor of Impelton every day. The person who has been tortured by various tortures and beaten by the jailers is already miserable enough, and what is even worse is that he can't even die. It seems that he will never get out of this situation and can only continue to suffer here. However, after a few days, he was still determined to die, or Gromish, who wished to die, was really trained by this blessing to gradually temper his will, and here on the 97th day, Gromish thought that there was nothing damned in this world that could destroy his will. Similarly, it is said that there will be a reward for every 10 days of life, lasting 11 times, plus the zeroth time. Of course, the traveler's gift package for a total of 100 days is not bad, and he will live to the 10th day. At the time, he randomly rewarded him again, and it was the existence of this random reward that made Gromish feel that he should still have a chance to escape from this eternal hell. How to say he came to one piece. In the world, if you just die like this, you can't die, and if you don't live well, you will be locked up here on the 6th floor of Impelton. That would be too shameful to his identity as a traverser. You have to find a way to escape. It's enough to turn this world upside down. If there is really no chance, well, let's see if Golden Lion Shiki, who is about to be imprisoned, is interested in bringing a little brother when he escapes from prison. If it doesn't work, Marshall D. Teach, you have to fight for it. When he lived for the 10th day, the spree reward he got was a passive skill or talent. Tomahawk specialization: you have a strong physique, you should be born with heavy weapons, and the king of heavy weapons, the battle axe, just like your arm makes you feel flexible and free, you are born to have a strong axe weapon driving power, even without training. As long as you pick up an axe, you are a qualified fighter, whether it is a giant axe, or a flying axe. Undoubtedly, with this so-called tomahawk specialization, when Gromish wants to use axe weapons, it must be very fast. Does the opponent have that kind of excellent kendo aptitude? Is it worth training? If there are any big axe in this world, there is no doubt that Gromish's aptitude in this area can be said to be the best in the world with this talent bonus. Maybe the next generation of the world's most powerful axe. It's him. But unfortunately not. Most of the axe weapons are heavy and heavy. They are basically used by some reckless and tough guys. In this world, the heavy axe weapons have become even more cumbersome. A must-have, a really well-known axe player. Well, probably only in East Blue in the future, the Axe King Axe who opened a hole in the chest of the old guy Garp is going to teach Monka. But the problem is that even if Gromish thinks he is not a master, he only needs one hand to kill the Axe King, let alone learn some maneuvers from him. All in all, it seems that this tomahawk is very accurate, but it is also a bit embarrassing. It would be great if it could be replaced with a kendo specialization, but obviously that is impossible. So about this tomahawk, he still needs to figure it out by himself. Gromish. Tomahawk specialization. Impel down Impelton's eternal hell. Gee ha 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 ha, if it really made me escape this damn place, then from now on, mine the name is called Hell Scream. Gromish couldn't help thinking while biting his cigar in his mouth. In addition to the talent skill of tomahawk specialization, on the 20th day, he acquired another talent skill. Majestic: whenever you defeat or kill an opponent who is equal to or out of your strength, your aura will increase greatly. Over time, there will be few warriors who dare to draw swords in front of you. This talent skill can only be said to be quite satisfactory. At least in the view of Gromish, who has not yet understood what momentum is this thing, it is not too powerful. After all, Gromish wants to come, as long as its reputation is spread widely. The strength is strong enough, so naturally no one dares to draw a knife in front of them, just like the top masters like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, etc. There have never been only people who are top masters like them dare to go with them. Do it, ordinary people, who would rush to die. However, it is also a talent skill for good or bad, and it is also passive, and there is no need to think about it by yourself. It is better than nothing. Chapter 3 Carp. Megalodon. Gromish has now lived for 97 days in Impel down Impelton's eternal hell. He has already received 10 gift packages. His fourth reward is not a talent for fighting, but a life skill. Master Forging. Forging is a mystery. As the top fighters, only weapons made by yourself are the most suitable weapons for you. Maintenance is also a very important thing. Who can compare to you? Does the Master Forging know how to maintain his weapons? And it seems to be in order to cooperate with this reward. In the fifth reward, the big gift package directly gave him a set of materials. Of course, this set of materials is placed on a mysterious one that he can only take out but cannot deposit. In the space, when he needs it, he can take out the things that exist in it with his own spirit and thought with a light hook, which is very practical, but according to the urinary nature that can only go out, Gromish has guessed, it is estimated that after he took out all the rewards in it, this space would basically say goodbye to him, and I am afraid that I won't be able to use it anymore. Legendary Weapon Forging Gift Package. The gift package contains enough materials for you to build legendary weapons of any specification and size. Even if you want to use this material to forge a 40-meter long knife, it is not a problem at all, but please note that once after you finish casting, the gift pack will disappear and no more materials will be provided. Gromish felt helpless after hearing this description. It seems that the standard talents that others have come through are all kendo specializations, and most of the weapons used in his hands are also famous knives, such as the most powerful artifacts, such as from 5 elders. Grab a first-generation ghost or steal a black knife or knight from Eagle-Eye Dracul Mihawk. If it is a little bit less, you have to build a famous knife in the 21st industry, Kyushui, or something. Even the use of good property level is basically not seen, let alone the most inferior property and ordinary swords. But what about yourself? I won't talk about being locked up in this impel down, and it's sad enough to have to strike the iron by myself. Here, the supreme big knives and big knives as well as the good knives and knives have all been standardized. In the last book, some readers have raised this question, saying that the name knives is only a new long produced by a domestic translation. The correct translation of the name should be called professionals. I found it really. Casting knives are indeed divided into 4 levels: the most important business, great business, good business, business, etc. And not only in the world of One Piece, this is true in the real world, as well as in the real world. The classification of Japanese swords began to be divided in this way in 1797. By the way, I matched Gina in the last book Shirayasha. The famous sword, Longzen Mihutoru, is the best sword among the real world's greatest businesses. Well, I just noticed it too. Others rely on me to make it by myself, even the materials and skills are prepared for me. It's really careful and considerate. Gromish couldn't help but complain in his heart when he thought of this. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the best way. After all, there is no 12 acts in this world. Finding a famous knife may not seem so difficult, but you are looking for a famous axe. That's really harder than going to the sky. It's good to be able to forge it by yourself now, otherwise it's really hard to say whether you can find a handy weapon. As for whether or not to really try to make a 40-meter-long battle axe, Gromish never even thought about it. After all, he can't really transform into a giant or even a demon clan. Where can I get 40-meter-long weapon? What's more, his 6th reward is very interesting. It is a passive talent. With this talent, there is no need to care about the specifications and sizes of weapons. A warrior does not die with bare hands. The so-called warrior, whose head can be broken, blood can flow, and weapons cannot be forced to leave their hands. This is the last dignity of a warrior. With this passive talent, no matter what size weapon you pick up, it will be transformed into the size and specification you think in your mind, and you will get the attribute of auto-recovery at the same time. The warrior does not die with bare hands. The power of this talent is that no matter what size weapon Gromish picks up, it will become very handy, and the attribute of automatic recovery is even more vigorous. No matter where Gromish drops his weapon, as long as he wants it, the weapon will want to have his own will, and it will return to his hands even across thousands of mountains and rivers. It's a bit similar to the meaning of the target fruit. Thinking about it, it is a very cool thing, which makes Gromish very satisfied. The 7th reward after this is 2 little pets. He randomly got a pair of baby wolves, and the type of the baby wolf is called Frost Wolf. Frost Wolf, the fastest mount in the world of Draenor, and the 2 Frost Wolves you draw have the rare talent attribute Frost. Frost Wolf with this attribute is naturally powerful. Cold air, relying on their cold air, can even run and walk on the water. The Frost Wolf has always been a mount that Gromish likes very much. They are tall, handsome, mighty, and have enough loyalty. The snow-white hair reveals a noble and unrestrained aura, which can draw this mount reward. Gromish is very pleased. Frost attribute, walking and running on the water? Isn't this the same attribute as the Frost Warhorse invincible under the buttocks of the King Alsace? Jahahahahaha, it may not be necessary to see someone running on the sea in the future. It's the guy Kyuzan, and maybe it's me, hell, scream Gromish. Gromish looked at the two Frostwolf babies in the mysterious space that seemed to be frozen into works of art, and thought very happily. Although the Frostwolf is still a baby at this time, but the physique is already big enough, according to Gromish's guess, it should not be necessary to take care of them for several years to enjoy them. I am afraid that he is taking them from this mysterious after taking it out of the space, you can ride around in a few days. As for the 8th reward, it is really a little bit more powerful, and Gromish can even use this reward to make a real transformation. Talent Bloodline Activation, you have multiple bloodlines. Madara is not pure. Although the advantage of mixed blood is strong, it is still not perfect. With this talent, you will be able to activate the bloodline in your body and become a true pure blood. Mixed blood coexists. After Gromish got this talent, he finally figured out a problem that has plagued him for a long time, that is, although he is a hybrid of Murloc and human, what is the blood of the Murloc in this hybrid? Since his appearance looks the same as ordinary human beings, and there is no weird skin color and weird characteristics, so he cannot rely on the top of his head like the cotter of the future Don Quixote da Flamingo, Delinger. Two Horns can judge that he is a hybrid of the blood of fighting fish. He only knows that he can breathe naturally underwater. The water in the water is very good. As for the bloodline, I don't know. Now he finally figured out a problem, that is, his bloodline is the most common Murloc bloodline, carp. That's right, his cheating pedigree turned out to be a carp. In his previous life, it was an ordinary dish. It was not handsome at all. On the contrary, it was very earthy. There is no Jinbei whale shark that sounds very domineering. Although the whale shark sounds very powerful and domineering, it is actually a fish that feeds on floating and small fish. Its temperament is very docile. It is the largest fish in existence in the world at present, and the largest individual it grows to about 20 meters long. Fortunately, Gromish got this talent, allowing him to activate his bloodline, and the Merman and Murloc have a very powerful ability, that is, not afraid of the next door pharaoh. As we all know, because Murlocs and mermaids share common ancestral genetic memory, the fish species they belong to when they were born depend on the ancestral fish species genes of multiple generations ago, and are not necessarily related to the fish species of their parents. It would not be surprising that other people give birth to children in various postures, but they are relatively uncomfortable with the concept of racial similarity on the ground to distinguish kinship. In other words, even if your father and mother are both shark Murlocs, even if you are born with a little goldfish bloodline, there is nothing wrong with it. No one will doubt whether your mother put something on your father. The hat with weird colors is quite awesome. It fundamentally eliminates the generation of family ethics dramas and completely eliminates the meaning of Lao Wang's existence. Anyway, everyone uses the same gene. It is impossible to verify anything if you want to verify it. As long as you don't get caught on the spot, you can say everything afterwards. At that time, Gromish had a mental breakdown when he knew that the Murloc part of his bloodline turned out to be a carp. Fortunately, the Murlocs could trace their bloodline genes. After he got this talent, the bloodline could be activated again and autonomously. From this common ancestral genetic memory, reselect a bloodline to activate, and this activated bloodline will completely replace and cover the carp bloodline on his body. Not to mention, the genes of the Merman and the Murloc are really strange, and there are so many kinds. It took more than a week for Gromish to read about the genes that he can choose. There are also many blood vessels with weird abilities. Something like pufferfish can use highly poisonous, cuttlefish and squid can spray some black sap, and electric eels can also release some electric currents. However, compared to these weird abilities, Gromish finally chose a more ferocious and simple bloodline, shark bloodline. After all, as a Murloc, what could be more domineering than a shark Murloc? And because he was able to choose the bloodline of the shark by himself, he chose the ancient bloodline, the Megalodon man, which even disappeared in the Fishman Island. In the original world, the megalodon was the top predator in the ancient ocean and the emperor among the sharks. In the world of pirates, it is even more powerful and unmatched. In this cat and dog, they can become very huge. In the world, megalodons are even huge enough to feed on sea kings. However, in ancient times, megalodons were extinct for no reason. After that, even fish with genetic memories, people and mermaids rarely have members with the blood of megalodon. A megalodon or mermaid appeared on the Fishmen Island more than 200 years ago, before the Fishmen Island joined the world government. Since then, there has been no such thing as a megalodon. Asterisk. Chapter 4: A Silver Lining. Megalodon people have always been the most mighty and powerful warriors in the Fishmen Island. They are born stronger than ordinary people of any race. As we all know, fish people are born more than 10 times stronger than humans. Just like the later racist Arlong said, Murlocs and Merfolk are the best races in this world. In fact, it's not wrong to think about it carefully. After all, Murlocs are inherently stronger than humans. Still possesses wisdom that is not weaker than that of human beings, and is able to breathe and grow freely in the water in this ocean-dominated world. Is this not strong enough? It's almost as open and dead. The only regret is that most of the Murlocs are very rude and reckless, so the rulers of the Fishmen Island for generations are all merfolks, and although the merfolks do not have the roughness of the Murlocs, they are very naive and kind. In fact, this nature is not suitable for being a true ruler at all. Perhaps because of this contradiction, the population that should have been the favorite of heaven has become such an embarrassing position today. If it can make the Murlocs, it would be much better to be able to perfect each other with the mermaid. The megalodon people are stronger than the ordinary people. They have more than 10 times stronger power than the ordinary people. They can truly wrestle with the giants in strength without losing the wind. Warrior. It is precisely because the megalodon man's talents are so powerful, so as long as they don't die halfway, and after a certain training, megalodon man will become the strongest combat power in the hands of the Fishmen Island. Therefore, every tribe with megalodon bloodline, the Fishmen Island treats them as national treasures and cultivates them to become the guardian deity of the Fishmen Island. However, the strongest combat power of the Fishmen Island has not appeared for more than 200 years. Many people think it may be because the megalodon, the top predator in the sea, has been extinct for so many years. So, the megalodon man is very likely to be affected by this unknown cause of extinction and gradually become extinct, and this statement has indeed been recognized by many scholars of the Fishmen Island. Now, Gromish has brought this bloodline to this world again, and the reason why he didn't want to choose those strange and weird bloodlines such as poison, ink, and electric current, but rather firmly chose the megalodon bloodline. The main reason is that he is a warrior, and since he is a warrior, there is no need to spend too much time on these extra small methods. What does a warrior need most? That's right. Strength. Megalodon man is the embodiment and representative of power. You have to choose this no matter what you want. In the same way, because of the purification and activation of the blood, Gromish can now be transformed. He can indeed continue to walk on land and swim with the sea in this human appearance, but when necessary, it is also possible to transform into a pure Murloc, the kind that has the appearance and characteristics of a Murloc. The body shape of the megalodon in the Murloc tribe has always been in the state of a giant fish, just like the current king of the Fishmen Island, the great knight of the sea, Neptune, except that Neptune's lower body is a tail. And the lower body of the megalodon man still has legs. Similarly, megalodon people are not without other specialties besides having a powerful and unmatched strength. They also have a powerful talent, that is, eat of flesh. Devouring flesh, a powerful talent unique to megalodon man. Eating can effectively speed up the recovery of megalodon man's injuries. This talent only has an effect after being transformed into a real megalodon man. Gromish estimates that if he is seriously injured, then relying on this talent, he will probably eat a few full meals, and he will be able to recover quickly after a few days of recuperation. It should not even leave behind any hidden injuries that will affect the future things. Sure enough, this megalodon man is worthy of the national treasure fighter of the Fishman Island. Compared to his original scum-carp bloodline, this megalodon man's bloodline is almost endless. Gromish, he thought, and then he spit out the prisoner's cigar that had been burnt in the corner of his mouth casually, dropped into the blood on the ground, made a thorn sound, and then was extinguished. If the 8th reward has changed his aptitude internally and made him stronger, then the 9th reward has given him an external boost. The 9th reward is a devil fruit. Mysterious devil fruit. This is a Zoan-Eudemon's devil fruit, but you still don't know what kind of magical ability it is. Maybe you can understand it after you eat it? As a mixed race of murlocs and humans, Gromish had no intention of eating devil fruit. After all, after eating this thing, although it can gain strange and powerful abilities, it will also be cursed by the devil and the sea at the same time. A dry duck that can't go into the water anymore, and Gromish, a murloc bloodline, suddenly becomes a dry duck, so what fun is there? His talent is even more useless. But then Gromish suddenly recalled, his first reward, the god of suffering Irmas blessing curse. This thing did not just give him to be tortured infinitely without death. The curse of is not only a blessing that can be used to temper one's will, and the last sentence, immune to all powers related to the curse, is also a very important point. It should be circled. At this time, it's time for the key points of the test. Would you like to use the blessing power of a god to crush a devil fruit? In other words, if nothing else, Gromish should be able to eat devil fruit, and you don't have to worry about whether you will be disgusted by the sea and become a land duck. If this is the case, it would be great. But so far, Gromish has not taken the mysterious devil fruit out of a more mysterious space to eat. It is not that he intends to find a devil fruit to eat by himself. After all, this Zoan-Eudemon species is still very powerful. Although it is still impossible to know what the Eudemons in this fantasy beast species is, but it is also a mythical level thing. Isn't it the top one? So Gromish didn't plan to change anything. And the reason why he has not chosen to eat this fruit is because he is indeed a little uncertain whether the blessing of the god of suffering can overcome whether demon fruit power will be disgusted by the sea. He is planning to find a chance to escape from Impel Down Impelton's eternal hell. With his strength, he wants the possibility of breaking out from the front like the golden lion Shiki in the future, not afraid of embarrassment. To be honest, it's not there at all. The only chance that I can find is probably from the blood of his murloc race. As long as he can enter the sea, he is really very confident. No one can shut him down. Enter this desperate Impel Down. The structure of Impel Down Impelton was originally a secret in the hands of the world government, but Gromish, the Traverser, really knows a little. Impel Down. Impelton, the most murderous prison in history, is not only one import and export. In the 4th floor, blazing hell, there is the office of the director of the great prison, as well as the entire Impeltons, the kitchen and the granary. Of course, this granary is used to store food. The food reserve of Impel Down is partly transported in by outsiders, but there are also some hidden secrets involved. It may be because of convenience or because of this can save a bit of operating expenses. In short, as one of the powerful jailers, the blue apes have to shoulder the task of finding food. As a powerful sea beast, the blue apes are being domesticated. Later, they could use the weapon, and they often went out to kill the sea kings wandering near Impelton as a meat reserve and brought them back to the prison. In the same way, the entrance for them to go in and out of Impel Down to look for food reserves is in blazing hell, the 4th floor of the great prison. In other words, Gromish doesn't need to find a chance to go all the way to the sea level from the 6th floor of the eternal hell where he is currently located, and penetrate Impel Down. Opportunity to fight from the 6th floor to the 4th floor, and then you can rely on the Murloc bloodline in your body to directly rush into the sea, and then escape from this hell. Kuoing fish jumped. This is the first line of life for his Gromish. For the sake of this first line of life, Gromish has to eliminate all bad possibilities, even if he thinks that the curse blessing of his god of suffering, Irma, can help him immune to the curse of devil fruit, which is hated by the sea, but he still doesn't want to bet. Compared with being able to escape the Impel Down Impelton's freedom, he is just a devil fruit. Isn't it all about eating early and late? Besides, in this prison, even if devil fruit is eaten, it will not be fully developed, and it will not be able to increase too much strength. For this strength, not worth the risk. If you are disgusted by the sea, and plunge into the waters of the calm belt from the blazing hell, the final fate will definitely be captured by the blue apes, the sea beasts, and the jailers. Prison break criminals, Gromish can think of what kind of treatment he will receive with his feet. It must be 17 or 8 times worse than he is now. There is no problem at all, and if he wants to escape again, that kind of opportunity it's impossible to exist anymore, so you can only bet on the character of Golden Lion Shiki and Marshall D. Teach, but Gromish doesn't want to wait any longer. Similarly, he doesn't want to entrust his destiny in the hands of others. People can only rely on themselves after all, right? So he is still waiting for the final 11th, 100-day reward. As the final reward, Gromish thinks that the last link should be very good. But at this time there are still 3 days to see what it is, so in that case, let's talk about his 10th reward first. Autonomous Rage. As a warrior, how can you lack this kind of talent skills? When you start the Autonomous Rage, you will enter a rage state. At that time, your strength and speed will be greatly improved, lasting for a total of 30 minutes, and as a price, after the end, there will be 2 hours of weakness. During this period, you will become indistinguishable from ordinary human beings, and you can only reach the level of 7 in terms of power value. As one of the former members of CP5, Gromish certainly knows what Deo power is, and an ordinary marine soldier has 10 Deo power. If his power is 7 in a weak state, it's not even as good as ordinary marine soldiers, and what CP9 future chief, Spondam's Waste Firewood, has 9 points of power, it is conceivable that once you turn on your own violent rage, you can't solve it. The problem of waiting for oneself after that is bound to be tragic. This talent skill can't be used casually. If you don't play well, you will lose the ending. Gromish thought in his heart. There may be some problems tomorrow. I have to go to the hospital to accompany the elderly at home for a re-examination. Originally, my plan was to finish all these things during the vacation, but it really took only 3 or 4 days. It's still not enough, but this should be the last thing. When it's done tomorrow, it can be back to normal. Here I really ask everyone to bear with me, thanks. And about Impel Down. The entrance and exit of the 4th floor of Blazing Hell, this is not my own brainstorming, but it is really in the original work, specifically in the comics chapter 526 related description. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Life Gamble. In Impel Down Impelton, as long as you are not dead, the torture about you will exist forever. When 2 days later, on the 99th day, Gromish still seemed to be procedurally when working in a public agency. Minot Ors, a BD jailer with a serious tendency to violence, used its huge giant. With a sharp barbed mace, he cleaned up severely, his skin was ripped open, and the blood flowed unstoppable. And Gromish's roommate, a Barrow Pizarro, still sat aside and watched all this with cold eyes, and did not do anything about helping or blocking. On the one hand, it was because there was nothing at all. Yes, on the other hand, after all, there is not much friendship between him and Gromish. The two have only known each other for more than 3 months, and they are just roommates they know. For Solo, the little guy such as Gromish is just a little expectation and little fun in his long sentence of invisible end in this eternal hell. Maybe someday Gromish will be beaten to death, and maybe one day he will die here silently. In that case, why spend any effort to study what kind of short-term friendship? For Gromish, his view of Pizarro is also the same. He never expected Pizarro to regard him as a so-called friend, not to mention that Gromish himself regarded Pizarro as a take advantage of him, using the blessing of his suffering god Irma's curse to trick Pizarro into deceiving prisoners with cigars, betting on life, and passing the boring time. Neither of them planned to do it with anyone. What friend? When Gromish's thick blood slipped from his chin again, and the blood accumulated on the ground made a tick, tick sound, Pizarro asked the sentence again. Gromish, are you dead? Pizarro sat in the corner, watching his eyes closed, nailed to the wall. Gromish asked softly as if he had stopped breathing. After a short silence, Gromish said, Pizarro, it looks like I've disappointed you again. After hearing Gromish's response, Pizarro coldly snorted, Huh, it really disappoints me. Your tenacious vitality seems to have become a normal phenomenon, and this lonely eternal hell connected as a whole, people can't find a hint of surprise and interest. Seriously, I really want to see what you look like when you die. That's interesting and innovative. After all, your half-dead state, Laozi has been watching for more than 3 months. Why, let me kill you. Gromish was not at all afraid of Pizarro saying that he was going to kill him. Instead, he spit out a blood stain, smiled and said, Jahahaha, Pizarro, I hope you lose. You shouldn't want to kill. Am I reckless? I didn't want anything precious from you, so let me talk about the power of Haki in more detail. Although Pizarro said that he was going to try and kill Gromish to experience the feeling, but he just said it, his body still leaned against the wall honestly, not knowing where to go. After a prisoner's cigar was lit, he took a sigh of joy and exhaled a puff of smoke. And Gromish, who was nailed to the wall, said helplessly, Pizarro, didn't you BD say that you don't have a cigar anymore? Are you smoking stinky shit now? Pizarro sneered and said, Gromish, you can figure it out for me. Laozi is a pirate. Can the pirate believe what the pirate says? Maybe Laozi will lie to you again this time. But Gromish doesn't seem to be afraid of Pizarro doing things here. Perhaps Pizarro cheated himself on the stock of prisoners' cigars in his hand, but Pizarro has never said nothing after losing the bet. Inventory is a reason to rely on the account, and in any case, Pizarro can tell him about Haki's power is already very good, and he has no choice. Where is there any right to choose? So Gromish smiled and said, Gee ha 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 ha, you say, Pizarro, I don't care how many falsehoods there are and how many truths there are. It's the same to listen to stories when you are bored, right? Huh, maybe. Pizarro said after a cold snort, then he took another deep breath, and then continued, Haki, if you lived in the Fishmen Island before, then maybe even if you haven't seen it, you'll have heard of it. The so-called Haki is roughly divided into 2 types. Strong and weak, in fact in all human bodies. Having said this, Pizarro looked at Gromish, and then continued, No, it should be said that this power exists in the bodies of all intelligent creatures. Humans can use them, giants can use them, fur tribes can use them, and Murloc tribes. Or maybe you can also use the mixed blood. But most people will not be able to master this power called Haki throughout their lives. Don't believe it very much, so-called Haki, only if you firmly believe that you own it can you truly own it. Confirm that you own, can you really own it? Gromish murmured softly. Maybe it's the same as Rayleigh said when he taught Luffy? Undoubtedly, it is a kind of powerful in itself. The so-called Haki is something you can only have after implementing your beliefs. Thinking of this, Gromish chuckled and said, That's really a power that suits me. After all, I never doubt my abilities and beliefs, especially after receiving 99 days of torture here. After that, my will has long been indestructible. Then you work hard, take a look, and see if you can use the so-called haki power when you are restricted, imprisoned, and constantly tortured. Let me talk about the most rare third kind. Haki. Unlike haki, which exists in the human body of the first two types, this third power is. Pizarro hadn't finished speaking, and Gromish had already connected it. Is Conqueror's haki right? Gromish said with a grin. Pizarro didn't care when Gromish interrupted his words, and continued, yes, Conqueror's haki, that is a force with incomparable deterrence. Most of the heroes and heroes who dominate one side have this kind of power hidden in their bodies. Unlike the previous two haki, the haki powers called Conquerors can only be controlled but cannot be exercised. Their enhancement can only be strengthened by their own growth, that is to say, the stronger the strength people, Conqueror's haki in his body. Not surprisingly, it is of course stronger, and if the battle between the strong is slightly inferior in terms of momentum and deterrence, then it is inevitable that there will be some, forget it. To you, a little guy who doesn't even have a master for ordinary armament haki and observation haki, these things are too boring. Maybe you will be able to experience that feeling after you are lucky enough to awaken Conquerors in the future, but speaking of, are you expecting to get out of here alive? Ha ha ha, this is something that no one has done for 800 years. Gromish. Gromish also laughed and said, gee ha 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 ha, Pizarro, don't you always have to dream a bit? If you don't even have your dreams, what's the difference with salted fish? What's more, you isn't the guy a pirate. When did, even the pirates began to abandon their dreams? It's just that there hasn't been any leaky cage for 800 years, and my Gromish won't feel desperate because of this. How about it? Don't take a gamble with me? Just bet tomorrow. Can I escape from prison? Pizarro seemed to be amused by Gromish's ignorance and fearlessness. He rarely spoke kindly to persuade him and said, ha 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 ha, Gromish, you just take it as the reward that I have found so much fun from you. Well, this time I kindly advise you once, I have been detained here for 3 or 5 years, right? Well, I have roughly forgotten how long, but it shouldn't be too long, but in just 3 or 5 years. Here, I have seen more than one guy who wants to escape from prison. This impel down. Impelton is not that no one wants to escape from prison for 800 years, but countless people in these 800 years. Countless times I have tried to escape without success. And those guys who have failed, ha 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 ha, without exception, the end is very miserable. Maybe you will be cooked by them and thrown into it. It's not impossible for those wild beasts' mouths to be used as snacks. After hearing these, do you still want to escape from prison? After Pizarro said these words, Gromish laughed and said, ja ha 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 ha, Pizarro, your feedback is really stingy enough. I don't need you to say this kind of thing, I understand. However, Pizarro, although your situation and I are on the same 6th floor, in the end, they are very different. The guy who committed the so-called feeling crime like me, and the guy who attacked celestial dragons. But I won't receive the preferential treatment like you. What greets me daily is not only the infinite loneliness and infinite darkness in hell, but also the physical pain and infinite darkness. Torture. If it's you, don't you think that instead of living like this, it's better to die? Pizarro was silent for a while after seeing Gromish saying this, and then he said, if you fail to succeed, will you become a benevolent? A good idea. I just like a crazy guy like you, in my opinion. Come, only those who like crazy, those who like challenges, can stand on top of the mountains and stand tall among the strong. It's not bad. In this respect, your kid does have this kind of potential. Let's take a gamble to see if you are alive, or die. So what's the bet? Gromish asked after revealing his white and neat teeth, licking the blood stain on his lips. Don't you want hacking? Today I will tell you the power of Haki, the original. How about it? I assume that I paid the bet in advance. If I am in this bet tomorrow you win, then naturally it belongs to you, and if you lose, then everything will come to nothing. How about it? Not bad, right? Pizarro grinned and said with a smile. Gromish was also very confident and said, then tell me well. The Evil King Ibero Pizarro. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Heaven is to the left, and the warrior is to the right? In Impel Down Impelton's 6th floor Eternal Hell, as usual, the place is so deserted, even if the prisoners here are not cut off their tongues and are not restricted in their speech, but on weekdays, these are not. The tamed prisoners are also very quiet as if they are asleep, they don't speak much. Even Pizarro and Gromish are the same. If there are no accidents, Pizarro would say a few words to Gromish every day, and one of them must be Gromish, are you dead? Ask. Of course, today, Pizarro still said a lot. He did teach Gromish completely and unreservedly about Haki's knowledge, and he also generously sent his own knowledge of this aspect. From my experience, Gromish doesn't know why this guy has any bonuses. Maybe it's because Pizarro doesn't think he can succeed Impel Down. Imp hasn't made any mistakes in the past 800 years. Can you escape from prison in Dunton? Maybe in his opinion, this is the last gift he gave to his roommate who has not been together for a long time, right? However, it seems that there is nothing wrong for Pizarro to think like this. After all, before Golden Lion Shiki, the pirate overlord, escaped from Impel Down Impelton, in this world, there was really no one who would have Impel Down, Impelton, this hell will have a day to be broken, it is really terrible. This kind of thinking. This is the first subconscious and impression of Impel Down to everyone in this world unbreakable. The subconscious mind and the first impression are very important. When making a choice, people often subconsciously consider this aspect, so that they persuade themselves invisibly, just like Pizarro, even if he is a legend. The strong in Impel Down, even if it is placed on the 6th floor of Impel Down, where strong men gather, it is also the top man in the row, but even he succumbed to Impel Down invisibly. Unbreakable. I convinced myself, I made myself feel, it's impossible for anyone to escape from prison. If you change to Gromish who has never seen the future, then maybe Gromish will just choose to sever itself instead of choosing something to force a breakthrough Impel Down Impelton prison, right? But Gromish knows that this Impel Down, this Impelton, is not unbreakable at all. In the future, it will be broken more than once. So in that case, why not let Gromish become the first in history by myself? Today, Gromish engraved all the detailed explanations of Haki's power that Pizarro said in his mind. Perhaps Pizarro's strength is not the strongest, but it is about Haki's strength. In the final analysis, this system has existed for a long time, and it has been very perfect. The basics and the entry are just the same. In other words, it is the same who teaches it. It is the same to what level and level can it reach in the end? It depends on the individual's aptitude and effort, as well as the growth process experienced, it has nothing to do with the instructor. As the saying goes, the master leads the door, and the practice rests with the individual. This is the truth. Well, even though Pizarro, the BD guy, is not the master of Gromish, it's just a bet between the two. There is not much sound in the silent eternal hell. Occasionally, I hear complaints coming from a cell in the distance or someone snoring while sleeping. At most, I hear the sound of the elevator running again, which proves that some prison guards or the managers of the big prison are using this thing, maybe they are going to other floors, or maybe they are on vacation, and it may not be necessary to leave their posts to relax and relax. Tick. When a drop of blood on the tip of Gromish's chin made such a sound on the pool of blood on the ground underneath him, it was as if he had died. With his eyes closed, there was no movement at the corner of Gromish's mouth. Alice whispered softly, the time is up. After saying this, Gromish opened his closed eyes. If anyone is watching Gromish carefully at this time, he will find that there seems to be some strange light in his eyes, which is so mysterious, so alluring. Soon, the strangeness in Gromish's eyes disappeared, he closed his eyes again, and this time, the smile on the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Jahahahaha, sure enough, when I lived to the 100th day, when the 100-day mission was finally completed, the rewards given were a bit out of the ordinary. But this is just right. With this reward, it also makes me the chance of escaping from this infinitely lonely hell has greatly increased. Gromish thought with a smile in his heart. Retrospect of life, a true warrior will never retreat, even if the future is dead, even if the future is desperate, but as long as the sword in our hands can still be swung, as long as our legs can continue to move forward, then the charge is us. Isn't it the only right thing to do? The so-called heaven is to the left, and the warrior is to the right? Nothing more. It is this bravery that allows the soldiers to be blessed by the gods. If you don't die twice a day, you won't really die. To put it simply, this skill is passive, and the effects and abilities it grants are extremely powerful, that is, resurrection. As long as Gromish is not killed twice a day, then he will not be truly beaten. Die, but will be fully resurrected under the passive skill of this life backtracking, which is the same as playing a game where others only have one life, but you have two lives. This is indeed a skill that fits the status of a warrior very much. Heaven to the left, and the warrior to the right? Even the gods should give such generous and fearless warriors a certain degree of respect. What an honorable thing! Gromish thought to himself. After getting 11 rewards, Gromish's newbie gift pack completely said goodbye to himself. If nothing else, he will never see him again in the future. How can he be mixed next? Is he rushing out of this? Eternal hell still sinks completely, it all depends on his fate. After the night is over, it's time for me, proud more Gromish, as a warrior, to challenge this damn fate. Now, let me have a good rest, and by the way, let me reminisce about this damn eternal hell, the last breath of despair. Gromish whispered softly with his mouth curled up slightly, and after that, he gradually calmed down, as if he really fell asleep. I don't know how long it has passed, but it should be noon. Although Gromish and the prisoners in the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down Impelton can't see the sun, they can't tell the difference between day and night. But the rewards of Gromish always come when the zero comes, and after that, you have to wait for about half a day. The jailer beast Minotaur, who has a serious tendency to violence, will carry it. Countless bloodline maces came to the 6th floor to specifically troubleshoot Gromish. So Gromish inferred that Minotaur, the BD jailer beast, would come here around noon every day to torture him. Now the elevator in the center of the eternal hell heard a sound again, which means that the BD torture king Minotaurs has come to work again, and Gromish is the card. After hearing the sound of the door being opened from the elevator, Gromish opened his eyes and looked outside the fence of the cell. Similarly, Pizarro, who was leaning on the wall and sleeping on his side, also slowly sitting up, he moved his shackled hands, then slowly stretched his waist, and then said with interest, "Next, let me see how you performed this good show." "Well, Gromish, if you are scared today, Laozi will break your neck with his own hands." And Gromish also laughed and said, "Jahahahaha, Pizarro, do you think I will be scared?" Pizarro thought about the way Gromish was interrogated and tortured on weekdays, and then he couldn't help but smiled and said, "Although your kid's strength is a bit bad, I have to say, even if it's only relying on you, that rock-solid willpower is also enough to qualify to be imprisoned in the 6th floor of the eternal hell. From this point, Laozi recognizes you, be proud." "That's really grateful, my good roommate, do you want to leave this eternal hell with me?" Gromish smiled and said to Pizarro. And Pizarro also sneered and said, Are you afraid that you want to find a back cushion? Gromish, although we have not known each other for a long time, but roughly what kind of guy you are, I still think I can see clearly. Yes, I don't think you are the kind of guy who will have some boring fetters because you have been with me for more than 3 months, but you are really cold enough, you won't change to someone who is relatively unfamiliar? How to say we are also people who have been together for more than 3 months. There is no bond, and there will always be a bit of adhesion, right? Pizarro was right. Gromish was looking for a backup. Although Gromish committed the felony of assaulting celestial dragons, in terms of threat, he really doesn't have the king of evil government. The roommates of Ibero Pizarro, who is known as the name of Abuelo Pizarro, have a high degree of threat. Perhaps in the eyes of the world government and Impel Down, if they really have a choice of one, then if they have a choice, he would definitely choose to hold Pizarro in this hell, and Gromish, after all, is a little bit weird with tenacious vitality. At least it seems that it is right now. Therefore, Gromish wants to encourage Pizarro to run with him. After all, with Pizarro, he must be able to attract most of Impel Down Impertin's eyes and firepower, and then he will be much easier. Of course, if Pizarro really has the ability to follow him to break through to the 4th floor blazing hell, then Gromish really doesn't mind letting Pizarro, the top villain, return to the sea. As for Pizarro's return, he will commit crimes. What kind of crime? Gromish can say it's my shit irresponsibly. Marine is not just himself, nor is the world government in the ruling class, so how can there be so much leisure on such little things? What's more, Gromish himself is also preparing to go to sea as a pirate, turning the world upside down. As the saying goes, both are evil parties, let alone anyone. Jahahaha, well, I guess that you would definitely refuse, but that's okay, not everyone in this prison is as calm as you, especially in this lonely eternal hell, even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter if you are as heavy as you, don't I put a few more, isn't it the same? But Pizarro, really, don't you plan to go out? Gromish asked with a laugh. And Pizarro also sneered and said, at least not yet. If you are interested, you can try to save me in the future, ha 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 ha, how about it? This thing is a bit challenging, isn't it? Gromish also smiled and said, then you can wait with expectation. Maybe I will save you in the future, maybe. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Real Lunatic. Jailer Beast Minotaur. No one knows when this guy started to be a jailer beast in Impel Down. But anyway, it has been on duty for a long time, it does not a mere sea beast or a tamed ordinary animal that will obey orders. Including Minotaurs, which looks like a black and white cow, the entire Impel Down Impertin has so far 4 jailer beasts, plus this cow monster, and 3 others are rhinoceros and Madara. Horses, koalas. And these 4 guys are all awakeners of Zoan fruit ability, but no one knows what the specific body is. Some people say that they are in the half-failure state of Zoan's awakening. The predecessor is human, but at this time it has been affected by the power of devil fruit, completely beastized and lost the characteristics of human, but they obviously have also gained a certain degree of strength improvement, such as the strong resilience of those with Zoan's awakening ability, regardless of whatever they looked like they were injured, but they were able to regain their stamina in a very short time and continue to fight. The same, as a price, their intelligence seems to have been greatly affected, and they have become completely dull and stupid. No matter how true the rumors are, at least they do not have a high IQ. This is true. Every time Gromish sees Minotaur who comes to beat him, he can clearly see that the cow monster's gaze is dull. There is still a silly nose, looks like a young boy with a powerful force in the master. Crack. Minotaur took down the keychain hanging from his waist with a large chain of prison cell doors, and then it seemed to have thought for a long time before recognizing which key opened Gromish and Pizarro. The configuration of the prison, and then it slowly twisted the key handle to open the dark cell. Jahahaha, Is it here again? Little cow. Gromish raised his head and looked at Minotaurs mockingly. Minotaurs tilted his head very suspiciously. In its lack of memory, this kind of abuse is not his own fun, it is just a task, and it has never imprisoned it. The prisoners in Impel Down Imperton are regarded as human beings, but it is quite natural that they are garbage. Please note that this garbage is not mocking, but genuine from the bottom of my heart. It is natural to divide the garbage with common sense. And in the process of abuse for more than 3 months, it has never seen what Gromish would say to it, so it was slightly confused at this time. However, if one day, when a normal person is walking on the road to throw out trash, if the trash suddenly makes some noise, the normal person may be confused, but he will never go to the bottom of the question, so Minotaur's also just a little confused, and then he continued to drag its seemingly deterrent mace towards Gromish, which was nailed to the limbs and hung on the wall. Anyway, for it, no matter what Gromish said, he didn't understand it. Anyway, it would be right to beat him. I have to say that in some respects, Minotaur and other 4 jailer beasts are really a very useful tool within Impel Down Impelton, at least they will not appear on them. What's wrong, anyway? It is impossible for those prisoners to try their best to corrupt these 4 brains. The monsters are faulty and can't understand what you are talking about. This is also the management of Impel Down. Like to use them to go to the 6th floor. One of the main reasons Eternal Hell handles some work. After all, the BD prisoners on the 6th floor are mostly insidious and cunning. In case they are really bewildered by their rhetoric, some selfish jailers will have a lot of trouble then. The big mess. Even if the selection of the Impel Down jailers is very strict, but this kind of thing is not impossible. After all, as long as it is a person, will have desires and desires will have selfishness, right? Even if Shiryu of Rain has become the chief guard in the big prison in the future, will he still draw a knife when he draws a knife, and turn a face when he says that he turns his face? If they were replaced by sluggish guys like Minotaur, at least they didn't talk about their abilities. Anyway, they were much more reliable than the cold guy Shiryu. When Minotaur came to Gromish and was about to raise his arm and squeeze a few sticks to have fun, Gromish suddenly spoke to Pizarro, who was sitting aside and was about to watch the show, and said, "Pizarro, look good, this is the real ability of my Gromish." You are right. In some respects, Laozi is indeed a monster, an unprecedented monster. Just when Pizarro wondered what the hell Gromish was going to sell, he saw that Gromish's figure, which had been nailed to the wall by steel nails, had suddenly changed drastically. The original Gromish's figure was already sufficient. He is tall and strong. According to Pizarro's impression, with Gromish's height and physique, if he walks towards Marine, then he is a standard admiral figure. At this time, the Gromish, which is more than 3 meters high, has truly become a form that can be called a little giant. His height and physique instantly rise to a state of 17 or 18 meters. Imprisoned on the wall, he broke free. At this time, Gromish's back grew out of a shark fin-like thing, and the teeth that were originally white and neat in his mouth became sharp, and they followed Jinbei. Similarly, with a pair of sharp fangs protruding upwards, the muscles of the whole body are more impactful, but although this change seems to be a bit huge, it does not appear abrupt as a whole, but the first impression it gives people is strong, brave this feeling. At this time, Gromish looked at the black and white prison uniform pants that changed with his body, then looked at the shackles he wore on his arms and wrists, slapped his lips and said, "It didn't even break." It looks like this the warrior's talent for not dying with unarmed hands can also have an effect in some weird ways. Even the specifications of my clothes have been changed. But can I take a little bit? My shackles don't need to be changed. With Gromish's words to himself, Pizarro and Minotaurs, who watched all these changes in a dazed and very puzzled manner, came back to their senses. Pizarro even laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, Gromish, you really are a funny guy, this kind of ability is really unprecedented, You are right, you are a monster. Gromish slammed his arms and directly pulled the shackles that bound him from the middle forcibly and disconnected, and then he stretched out his hand and pulled out 4 steel nails from his limbs that had changed greatly, and then watched. He opened his mouth to Minotaurs, who was not as high as his knees, and said, I have broken free of this restraint. Fortunately, your impel-down cell is tall enough to allow me to move around. Next, you will be a little cow. Experience for yourself how comfortable it is for me to receive your care during this period of time. How to say you can be regarded as a practitioner in the service industry. If you want to keep up with your work, we have to empathize with our guests, to better improve the quality of service. After that, when Minotaur was about to wave his Jedi counterattack and jumped up to give Gromish a cruel hit on the knee, Gromish's powerful palm had already grasped Minotaur's body, and then he mercilessly slammed Minotaur to the ground, smashing a huge movement, and attracted the attention of all the prisoners in the Eternal Hell prison on the 6th floor. Although Minotaur was a little dizzy by the Gromish, it was still an awakened Zoan ability, so it did not lose its mobility, but just when it wanted to act, it was a huge, just like stepping on a toy. The soles of his feet slammed directly on his body, stamping a large footprint on the floor of the entire cell. It wasn't until this time that Gromish cancelled the transformation, and once again changed from the Megalodon state into a normal human posture. Then Gromish did not leave directly, but was seriously injured by the body that was stepped on. Minotaur grabbed his neck from a deep hole on the ground and pulled it out. Then Gromish picked up the steel nail that was supposed to be nailed to him from the ground, bumped it in his hand, showing an evil and cruel smile. Minotaurs, I heard that you monsters called jailer beasts are Zoan awakening capable people of immune to death? Well, I don't have to kill you, but I want to see if you are nailed. Behind the wall, will you wailing in pain again? Gromish grinned cruelly, then grasped the thick steel nail and pierced it through Minotaur's arm fiercely. And then nailed the other 3 steel nails in without stopping. During this period, he heard Minotaur's painful wailing sound as he wished. The wailing of the jailer beast, accompanied by the insertion of steel nails, also gradually spread to all corners of the 6th floor Eternal Hell. Here, countless powerful prisoners are exposed to excitement and bloodthirsty appearance. Ahahaha, is there any big show today? FK that damn, runny idiot. Your name is Gromish, right? Let Laozi come out, Laozi is going to upset this impel down. While in Gromish's prison, Pizarro didn't know where he took out a cigar. After lighting it, he looked at the ferocious Gromish and said, Congratulations, at least you don't have to be hung on the wall poorly now. At least you can order and smoke a cigar by yourself now. After speaking, Pizarro threw a cigar to Gromish. After receiving the cigar, Gromish lit it up and took a sip and said, Ah, this long-lost feeling, I can move my body freely. It's so cool. So what are you going to do now? Release these impatient and yelling prisoners. Pizarro asked after breathing out a puff of smoke. Gromish picked up the mace that had fallen from the ground, with a crazy and bloody smile on the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry, didn't I say it? Let this little cow have a good experience, the fun that used to be. After Gromish finished speaking, he swung the mace in his hand quickly, hitting Minotaur's already crying bull nose with great precision, and directly hit the mace. Minotaur's spikes penetrated into Minotaur's skull, and it clicked for a while, and Minotaur's wailing sounded through the entire hell. Gee ha 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 ha, pain, wailing, this desperate voice really makes me feel happy. Remember, my name is Proudmoore Gromish, I come from this hell, I am the incarnation of darkness, dead on behalf of. Gromish said frantically, waving the mace in his hand, blurring Minotaur's flesh and blood, and his body was also covered with splashes of blood. The whole person was like a pervert murderer. Trembling. Pizarro sat aside quietly watching this bloody and crazy scene, and involuntarily spoke softly, Proudmoore Gromish, what a lunatic, if you run out of this hell, This world it will really become more interesting, asterisk. Chapter 8 This is not a drill. Great escape. When Gromish stopped his somewhat pervert, neurotic and crazy abuse, he wiped the bloodline that had been beaten to death by Minotaur and splashed on his face, and then dropped the bloodline in his hand. And the mace of minced meat, and then reignited the cigar that had been extinguished by the blood, took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Sorry, Pizarro, messed up your room." "Yes, but I think you should be able to understand me. After all, I was pierced with steel nails in my limbs by this BD thing and hung here to abuse me for a whole 100 days. Pizarro looked up at the half-dead jailer beast, then smiled and said, "It's okay, I guess your next move will make the room here a lot. I shouldn't have a problem changing one by then." Gromish smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will definitely be a lot of space." After speaking, Gromish threw the blood-soaked cigar on the ground, and after stomping it out with one foot, he stroked his messy and broken hair that had not been repaired for more than 100 days. The hair was steadily set in a casual style, and Gromish didn't seem to feel any discomfort at all. He then raised his hand and wiped the blood droplets on his chin, and then smiled wildly and said, "That I'm going to say goodbye to you here, Pizarro, no matter if I can break free from the shackles of this hell after stepping out of this cage. I won't be back in a short time. If I really can't escape out of the strongest and most rigorous prison in history, then I would rather die outside this humiliating cell as a soldier. If I can get out alive, Pizarro, then you will be waiting. Since you don't want to leave now, it doesn't matter, whether it's 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, one day, this impel down, this eternal hell, I will come back again, and next time, you won't be so embarrassed." Pizarro also laughed. He laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, then I'm really looking forward to it. Gromish, do you mean you want to go out and be a pirate? Good idea. Now you are not qualified or capable to invite me, but I will be waiting for you here, whether it is 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, waiting for you to become the proud son and overlord of the sea, waiting for you the day I become a big pirate. I won't refuse your invitation anymore." Gromish. Gromish also smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as I leave this damn hell, then I will turn the world upside down. Just become a big pirate, I can do it casually." Of Minotaur was nailed to the wall by Gromish, although it was very miserable, but in the final analysis, Gromish did not abuse it for too long. Gromish just wanted to breathe out a bad breath, not really sadistic. Presumably, his beating should have left a considerable amount of psychological shadow on Minotaur. In the future, even if this guy can really recover from this kind of whole-body fracture, broken muscles and veins, I'm afraid I don't dare to pick up a mace, and once it loses the guts, it's basically ruined. Impel down impertinence. 4 great jailer beasts were destroyed on a spiritual level by Gromish today. I feel that there is nothing inappropriate at the physical level. Gromish walked to the shattered body of Minotaur, and pulled a bunch of keys from its waist, then picked up the mace on the ground, walked to the door of the prison, and swept the whole cage with one stick. The gates were all blown out. And it wasn't until this moment that the belated giant mobile surveillance insects saw this scene. Similarly, as the 6th floor of Impel Down Eternal Hell, which is always being watched, a jail door suddenly appeared in the monitoring screen and was knocked out. Something must have happened, so on the 4th floor in Blazing Hell and the office on the 1st floor of the sea, all the staff tightened their nerves in an instant, wanting to see from the surveillance whether this was the jailer beast Minotaur's momentary excitement, or it was true. What's wrong with the moth? And when all the monitoring personnel were staring at the monitoring screen attentively, a man with a thick mace came out of the cell. The man's dark hair color has now become a little scarlet. If there is no accident, it should be caused by a large amount of bloodline contamination. His upper body is naked, and his tight muscles are laid out in an orderly manner. The muscles are covered with hideous scars and exuding flesh. Obviously, He has suffered an interrogation that is unimaginable by ordinary people here. At this time, his hands are bound by the broken shackles on his wrists. This decoration that should have made him a little embarrassed at this time highlights a sense of unruly, wild, and not afraid of power on him. The broken chains hanging down the shackles are also unexpectedly handsome. The black and white prison uniforms and trousers have also been completely drenched in blood, which makes the man's aura even more brutal and brutal. Even with surveillance insects and surveillance screens, the surveillance personnel sitting in this office involuntarily was intimidated a bit. After Gromish saw the surveillance bug, he grinned and revealed an evil and murderous smile. The next second, the huge mace in his hand had directly smashed the surveillance phone bug into meat. Mud. Bah, if only I could have a tomahawk for me to use. Gromish spit out blood at the surveillance phone bug that he had hammered and muttered to himself. However, he is just complaining about it. At this stage, it would be good to have a weapon to use. How can there be so many chances to pick and choose? At this time, the prisoners in Impel Down Impertin's 6th floor Eternal Hell saw the guy Gromish walked out of the cage graciously and gave a hammer. After the surveillance phone bug broke, all became even more excited. Gromish. Let me out. Lao Z is going to screw off the head of that BD Garp. Damn Marine, damn Impel Down. When I go out, the first one will kill Sengoku first and the second will kill Kong. Let me out, let me go and make a big fuss. Turn up this hell and turn the world upside down. After Gromish saw that the prisoners on the 6th floor began to riot, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As he expected, not everyone can face freedom like Pizarro. The more powerful the guys are, the more confident they are. Gromish believes, at this moment, at least half of the people in it feel that they should really be able to be with so many people killed out of this hell undercover. As for how many prisoners will fall in this one? Ha 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 ha, this question is so funny. As long as you don't fall down, as long as you can rush out of the eternal hell and return to the sea of freedom, then, even the people in Impel Down. What if you die? It doesn't matter. Of course, Gromish also has this idea, but he is different from these guys in that there are 6 floors where others are trying to rush out, and he only needs to rush to the 4th floor. Will suffice. Jahahahahahahaha, don't worry. As the inmates who have been in jail together, how can I Gromish be unhelpful to you? Everyone has a share. Gromish will mace he carried it on his shoulder, laughed, and then threw the key he had snatched from Minotaur into a prison. Soon, a group of cruel-faced guys walked out of it. At the same time, the last grace of Gromish left on the surveillance screen was also recognized by the surveillance personnel, and then the 3 fortresses of justice, Impel Down, Impelton's highest level alarm, which remained silent for a long time, resounded throughout the sea. All members are on alert. All members are on alert. This is not a drill, please note that this is not a drill. The prisoner Proudmoore Gromish imprisoned in Impelton Eternal Hell has officially confirmed that he has broken free and is now the prison escape is in progress. The entire monitoring situation of LV.6 Eternal Hell has been destroyed. It is not ruled out that the rest of the prisoners will escape together. All personnel on duty will enter the highest level of combat readiness. Be sure to bring Impel Down. Carry out the prestige of Dunton. Put out all the evil flames in this hell. At this time, the prisoners detained in Impel Down Impelton, from 1 to 6 floors, all heard the emergency announcement. Many prisoners imprisoned here were taken aback. They never thought that not only people would dare to escape from the prison, but the rumor of Impel Down 6th floor Eternal Hell, which has never been confirmed in the legend, turned out to be true. There is really a 6th floor here. Have you heard? LV.6? Eternal Hell. Nonsense, such a loud voice can't be heard by the deaf. Haven't you seen all the jailers getting nervous? Proudmoore Gromish, have you heard of this name? Why am I not impressed? Think about that rumor carefully. Only those who have committed crimes so bad that they need to be covered by the world government will be locked into the legendary 6th floor of Impel Down. In other words, this man named Gromish, he once committed a real feel, and now he is capable of creating this kind of chaos. His strength must be so strong that he must be a top powerhouse. That's right, think about it, all those who are imprisoned in that shit place on the 5th floor are big people with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, and even if they are just for the real big people on the 6th floor. It's just the gatekeeper. This guy named Gromish must be the real and powerful once buried by the world government. The 6th floor in the legend. It's not unheard of that people on the first few floors have escaped from prison, but this 6th floor is really the first time. Tell me, will Gromish hit? Where this Impel Down impertins 800 years of bronze and iron walls? Is it impossible? I don't know, but this is 800 years. Just when the prisoners of the other levels were curious that the legend of Impel Down LV.6 was confirmed and discussed who Gromish was, Gromish and the group of prisoners from the Eternal Hell had already treated those guards before they had time. The elevator that was manually closed from the inside has risen to a higher level. There are not too many people left in the entire 6th floor at this time. In fact, there are many people who don't really want to go out. For example, the future 7 warlords of the sea sand crocodile, this guy is being locked in. Before Impel Down Impelton's eternal hell, he had the opportunity to leave intact. His former subordinates rescued him, but he refused on the grounds that he had no interest in the outside world for the time being. He was locked in, saying that Crocodile didn't know what was waiting for him if he refused the rescue, it would be too fake. Pizarro did the same at this time, but the reason why he didn't want to leave is unknown, and Gromish didn't want to ask. Sitting in this prison, he looked at another figure not far away, and said softly, "Barorick Letterfield, what? Are you not going out? Not interested?" Letterfield didn't make any noise after saying a word. And Pizarro didn't care about Letterfield anymore. He smiled and said to himself, "Gromish? Really one of the most interesting people I have ever met. I really look forward to this future." Asterisk. Chapter 9 The Prisoner's Plan and the Impel Down Countermeasure. At this time, inside the crowded elevator, the number 20 prisoners who had been locked up in Impel Down Impertinent Eternal Hell were squeezing in it. Gromish didn't care too much when releasing people, as long as he dared to let go if he was willing to come out, but in the final analysis, although the prisoners held in the Eternal Hell at this time are all powerful, but there are not many famous people who are really preparing to escape with him. There were not even one of the most famous and top masters who could be recognized by Gromish at a glance. Time was pressing, and Gromish did not notice that the real masters did not intend to gamble with him. But at this time those guys have not been sent in. In short, at least for the current Gromish, these prisoners crowded in the elevator are at best a group of powerful. For these dragon sets, he has no pressure to pit him. After all, he even planned to pit Pizarro before. Just as the elevator was going up, a guy with a ferocious face and his tongue drooping down to his chest looked at Gromish and said, "Hey, Gromish, since you dare to escape from prison, anyway, it should be. It was a little planned, right? We came out in a hurry, but didn't think too much. If you have any ideas, you can talk about it?" Gromish sneered in his heart and thought, "The plan? Of course there is a plan. The plan is to let you guys go and give Laozi a bag, and then I find a chance to slip away from the 4th floor blazing hell. As for after that, you can. If I can't escape, I can only pray for you." But obviously this can't be said nonsense. After all, with the strength of Gromish, although the total sum of 00 at this time is not too rubbish, it is still at this level, and even this group of dragons is estimated to be unable to beat. If he really dared to say this group of murderous thugs might be able to tear him up on the spot. So Gromish pretended that everything was in the plan, then sneered, and said, "Of course, Otherwise, why do you think I should be imprisoned here for 100 days? Endure that damn. You've been tortured for so long? You have seen it. As long as I transform myself, I can break free of the shackles at any time, right? You don't think I'm itchy and just wait for the beating, right? The big man with the long tongue and the people around him also think about it. If Gromish really wants to break free from the shackles that are nailed to the wall by the steel nails through his limbs, it is very simple, as long as he transforms into the appearance of that fish giant. That's it, and looking at the means of transformation, it should be this guy's talent. At least it is impossible to suddenly awaken when being locked in the eternal hell, right? If you think about it this way, this guy can endure a whole 100 days of humiliation here. Presumably he should have made a general plan in his heart, no matter what the plan is, but at least it is better than the group of them. The headless flies that came out should be more reliable, right? But none of them knew that the ability of Gromish's natural bloodline activation was really obtained after being locked in. So the long tongue nodded and said, "Yes, then just listen to your thoughts." Gromish smiled and said, "Everyone is locked in this eternal hell. It is estimated that no one is locked in because of bad brains. In other words, everyone present is smart, I'll just say it straight. It's not impossible to want to rush out, but someone will always fall on the way out here, right? It's not that you don't have the idea of finding more people, so surely everyone is the same? Jahahaha, it's okay, everyone is a bad party, and there is no friendship. At this time, they are just standing in the same position. Come on, isn't it inevitable to have this kind of thought? In that case, you have to rely on your own means on the way to the charge. If anyone lie down, I won't pull it." After Gromish finished these words, the atmosphere in the dull elevator suddenly became tense, but in the end the brawny man with long tongue nodded first and said, "Yes, anyway, there are all villains. Who dares to say that there is no such thing? Thoughts, you have to ask us whether we believe it or not. But as you said, the left and right are just opportunities. If you can catch it, you can catch it. If you can't catch it, just go with those," the jailers explain. "Maybe they will believe you just want to come out and pee, ha 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 ha." After that, everyone in the elevator nodded one after another, acquiescing to the statement, and then Gromish showed a weird smile and said, "Since we are going to rush out, then we are definitely not enough. Everyone doesn't want to be the backup, then we have to expand the most basic quantity. This fifth layer, freezing hell, must have been heard by everyone, although the prisoners are all over 100 million bounty big guys, but the environment there is too bad and there is no collective prison. It's a waste of time to go in and release people. We don't have too much time to delay. After all, we just find some backup. That's all. In that case, the strength of those guys only needs to be seen in the past, isn't it? This freezing hell is not suitable, but the blazing hell on the 4th floor, it is perfect." Although Gromish deliberately guides these powerful prisoners to the direction of blazing hell on the 4th floor, at least at this stage, what he said is the truth, and there is no such thing as a cage inside freezing hell. The prisoners are widely dispersed. Prison escape is a stressful job. How can there be so much time wasted there? After thinking about it, everyone thinks that Gromish is right. Anyway, it's just to find more cushions, so freezing hell is so troublesome. Just skip it, and blazing hell is really more suitable. Once the strong man with the long tongue nodded and said, "You are right, then what are we going to do in blazing hell?" Gromish showed a cruel smile, and then said, "Blazing hell, the guys locked in are belong to the kind of people with a little strength, but not too strong. This kind of person is easier for us to control, isn't it? What's more, since we are escaped from prison, we will inevitably fight with those damn jailers, and then we can't just rely on this broken mace in my hand, right? Blazing hell has a warehouse, kitchens, granaries, and a series of facilities. As long as we conquer there, release the backrests detained there, and then we can find food and drink to replenish our physical strength, and we can also get a group of ready soldiers. Blade, when the time comes, take a break, and continue to fight with those back cushions. If you break through one layer, you will liberate one layer. In that case, our strength is at least sufficient, isn't it? Think about it this way, don't you think it's impossible even if you really hit impel down Impelton? The rest of the prisoners could not help but nod their heads after hearing Gromish's words. Anyway, they didn't know that there was an exit for Gromish to escape from the fourth floor blazing hell. They really thought there is only one place for impel down Impelton to leave, and Gromish is right. It's really difficult to get out of the 20 or so people alone. It is necessary to set off a sufficient level of riots. The power that can be mobilized in the entire large prison can only be mobilized to see hope, then the easiest and direct method is indeed to liberate layer by layer, and release enough arms and backing. Come and break a bloody way, escape from this damn hell. Anyway, when Gromish was talking about this plan, he didn't think about pitting them to death. As long as they can pit them to the fourth floor, it is enough. It can even be said that if their actions are going well in the future, they will come to Gromish. It is more beneficial to say, after all, if they continue to break through in front, then even if they really escape, even if those defenders are really capable of chasing, I guess they dare not chase too hard. Is one person important or a group of people important? This question is easy to choose, isn't it? As for these guys, what will happen if they really break out? Gromish didn't feel like it was going to happen. The three gates of justice blocked the entire sea area. Unless someone could go to the sky like him, and could cross the Uzumaki from the bottom of the sea, otherwise it would still be a dead end. Can they beg to survive? They are not their fathers, so how can there be so much carelessness? Even if one can't get out, Gromish won't care. Okay, just follow this plan. If the rest of you have anything to add, you can also say if there is a better plan than this. Time is running out, I will be on the fourth floor soon. The brawny man with the long tongue seemed to have regarded himself as a leader, which directly resulted in Gromish's right to speak, and asked. The others didn't seem to have any better plans, so they nodded and said, just follow this. At this time, at the top of Impel Down Impelton, the director of the Great Prison was not Magellan, who was able to suppress the entire Great Prison with his strength. He was just an adjutant at this time. At this time, the director of the Great Prison looked a little ugly and said, the old man is about to retire. I don't want to break the name of Impel Down Bronze Wall and Iron Wall from my hands before I retire. The old man can't afford to lose that person. No matter who ran out of the eternal hell for me, the old man would not allow a prisoner to run out anyway. The last door card of the Impel Down, the old man will take the seat himself. Having said that, the old director looked at Magellan. He was very satisfied with Magellan and believed that Magellan was the best candidate to take over his position. Although his strength is not strong yet, he is still young and talented. Very good, the ability of Paramecia poisonous fruit is very suitable for the environment of Impel Down. In the future, he will definitely become a real top master, sitting in Impel Down Imperton. Compared with Magellan, Shiryu, who also has extraordinary talents, is a headache, but it is not the time to ponder these things at this time. After a little consideration, the old director said, Magellan, now this fourth layer blazing hell should be too late to defend. You can only see what Shiryu can do. You take your people to seal the third floor, and then prepare for it, and steadily enter the fourth floor, support Shiryu, be sure to suppress this chaos within the third layer, when necessary, even if you kill them all, it doesn't matter. Magellan said with a calm face, I see, Chief, bet on my honor, and never let any villain escape from Impel Down Impelton. Go and do it, I believe you. The old director smiled comfortedly and said. Asterisk. Chapter 10 The War of Impel Down. At the same time, Yuji Shiryu, who was stationed on the fourth floor, also stood up and walked out of the office of the director of the large prison where he was not supposed to sit. However, none of the jailers around dared to say anything to Shiryu's transgressive behavior. On the one hand, it is because it is an emergency now. It is normal for Shiryu to sit in this position and be centered. On the other hand, it is Shiryu. Although he was young at this time, the pervert murderous character had begun to show up, at least in terms of feeling frightening. He had surpassed his old rival Magellan. In Impel Down Impelton's large prison, all the jailers were terrified of him, so naturally no one would dare to talk nonsense. Go, it seems that they didn't stay on the fifth floor. Freezing hell. It was a wise choice. This greatly squeezed the time we spent on arranging the line of defense, but it didn't matter. After they reach the fourth floor, regardless of whether their goal is to stay here, they have to let Magellan close the elevator forcibly. Here, kill them all. Shiryu bit his cigar and rubbed it. The saber on his waist showed a crazy smile and spoke to the men around him. Yes, the chief guard. A jailer nodded and said. Shiryu seemed to remind him specifically, it's the deputy chief of guard, pay attention next time. Yes. Deputy Chief Warden. The jailer hurriedly responded, and then turned to deliver Shiryu's order. After the person left, Shiryu picked up the information he had read just now from the desktop again. The first thing that caught his eye was the photo of Gromish wearing a neat black and white prison uniform with his hands in shackles, standing in the interrogation room of Impel Down. Then Shiryu looked at the following introduction, and said softly, Assault Celestial Dragons, Special Care, Low Strength. It seems like a bad guy. But since this has happened now, this kind of thing shows that the work of the intelligence personnel is not in place. At least if this guy named Plidmar Gromish is really a rookie, he should not be able to take it after enjoying so many days of special care. The one who escaped with others, the principal. Shiryu murmured to this, and after a short pause, he continued, I didn't realize that there is a funny guy like you in that eternal hell. It's really dereliction of duty. I hope your blood can bring me some joy. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, Gromish, who saw that the elevator was about to reach the fourth floor, said, if I were the director of the big prison, I would definitely put the key defense and blockade areas on the fourth and third floors, and our speed is not very fast. At least on the fourth floor, someone must have begun to deploy. If no accident, once the elevator is opened, we will be greeted by a wave of ammunition fire. At this time, a prisoner with long braided hair sneered and said, then my ability will be used. I am a Paramecia barrier fruit ability. As long as I release the barrier, nothing can break me. Barrier. Gromish was stunned for a moment when he heard his words, and then he seemed to have seen this guy's yintang turn black, his brows were entangled with a black air, and the whole person showed a face of death. The barrier fruit, if this thing is not unexpected, in the future, it should be the ability of the protagonist Luffy's little brother Bartolomeo. From a certain point of view, this ability is indeed very powerful, and Bartolomeo, the abilities that Ao will acquire in the future have now appeared in such a person. What does this show? It means that this guy, definitely will not end well. It is estimated that even if there is no Gromish riot and escape from prison, this guy will be beaten to death in Impel Down Imperton in the future. But it's good to have him at this time. Gromish nodded and said, then please. Not long after Gromish finished saying this, the elevator made a ding sound, and then the elevator door opened slowly, and the fourth floor blazing hell arrived. Before the two sides could see to each other clearly what was going on, Gromish and the others had already heard unfriendly voices. Shooting. These are the most ferocious guys who have escaped from eternal hell. There are orders on them. Even if you kill them all, you can't let any threat escape. Shoot them all here. And with the falling of this sound, the sound of guns broke out. In the next second, the entire elevator door was covered by black explosive smoke, and even so, the intensive fire-powered ammunition attack continued. It stopped for nearly 3 or 4 minutes. Then the voice sounded again just now, "Be careful, they are powerful prisoners who escaped from the eternal hell, only by ammunition." Before he finished speaking this time, he heard oozing laughter coming from the gunpowder of the explosion. He, only ammunition, it doesn't hurt at all. I saw that the prisoners in the elevator were completely unscathed, and the fingers of a man with a long braid showed up in his hands. The weird posture seems to be mobilizing some ability. Similarly, in front of the group of prisoners, a huge, with a slightly transparent green barrier is protecting them. Gromish scanned the first batch of jailers, and found nothing strange. Then a brutal smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Brothers, the one who gave us the weapon is here, no matter what the gun can have. How useful, it's better than empty-handed, isn't it? Kill them first, snatch their weapons, then ransack the blazing hell, release all the prisoners, and play this impel down." After Gromish finished speaking, the barrier was also removed, and then Gromish, holding a mace, rushed out first, relying on his strength enough to be able to wrestle with the giant warriors. Gromish rushed into these ordinary in the jailer's camp. It is like a lion rushing into the flock. With the mace in his hand, someone will be smashed out every time it hits. Once it is hit by the strength of Gromish, it must be dead or maimed. The scene was very bloody for a time. All kinds of blood were spilt out, all kinds of meat were pulled out by the barbs on the mace. Gromish was like a fierce beast, people blocking killing, Buddha blocking killing Buddha. With Gromish's charge, the rest of the prisoners all showed cruel smiles and rushed to these weak jailers. The battle here ended quickly. The slaughter between a group of lions and a group of sheep obviously did not take too long. When Gromish carried the other side with flesh and blood on his shoulders again, he wiped his face. The bloody water said, "This blazing hell is really hot enough. After crossing this bridge, you should be able to see the warehouse. In the warehouse, there will be weapons and food stored. As long as we lay there, we can rest." At the same time, the brawny man with a long tongue took out a bunch of keys from a headless corpse that appeared to be in the uniform of an officer and said, "I don't know if this thing is the keys of the prisoners or the warehouses you mentioned." "Key." Gromish smiled and said, "Anyway, take it with you." At the same time, in the office of the director of the great prison, Shiryu smiled and said, "Sure enough, they are all rubbish. They were all killed so quickly. But it doesn't matter, don't you want to liberate the prisoners here? And the keys to the cell and the shackles have all been transferred to me. There is no need for me to stop you at all, it is enough that I am here to stop you." After speaking, Shiryu bit his cigar and came to the door. Outside, a large number of jailers have completely sealed off this area that integrates offices, granaries, and weapons depots. The blazing hell is so big, and then designed and built. In the beginning, in order to avoid any disturbances, of course it was impossible to put these important facilities together with the prisoners' cells. When Shiryu came out, his adjutant said, "Guard Shiryu, Deputy Warden, everything has been arranged according to your plan, but we completely abandoned the cell area. Is this appropriate?" Shiryu smiled cruelly and said, "What's wrong? Even if they violently destroy the prison door, the shackles of those characteristics are not so easy to untie, even if the prisoners who are bound are released. Then again, what is there to be afraid of? No matter how large the number is, it is nothing more than cattle and sheep to be slaughtered, not to mention that the Guy Magellan has already blocked the elevator on the 3rd floor, even if we currently can't use it, that is to say, the only way to enter the 3rd floor from here is the spiral ladder behind us, isn't it? Then they can only choose to come here to break through, whether it is to grab weapons or to retrieve freedom, so everything the settings in the front of the layout are useless and will disperse our strength. We just need to garrison here, trap them out of here, and wait for Magellan to complete the third layer of insurance, and then bring people to support. No matter what they think, they can't escape. This is my feast of killing. At the same time, Gromish is also very puzzled. This huge blazing hell, except for the wave of attacks when they just got out of the elevator, has really never encountered any more attacks from the jailers, even the jailers can't see. Gromish thought for a while and said, if there is no accident, the elevator should be out of use. They completely blocked our retreat, and then concentrated all their forces and stationed in the passageway from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. It seems that the commander here is not a fool. The strong man with long tongue sneered and said. Gromish nodded and said, anyway, let out those guys who were imprisoned along the way. It's better to have it than nothing. Once we break through their defense and grab the key, we don't have to run back and forth. Not to mention, when necessary, it is good for these guys to be meat shields. The brawny man with long tongue also showed a cruel smile and said, yes, you are right. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Tomahawk. When Gromish and their 20-odd prisoners from Eternal Hell brought a bunch of shackled blazing hells backs to Shiryu's defense area, they saw a large group of jailers already layered here. The floor is stationed. Gromish looked up at the figure standing at the top of the line of defense arranged by the jailers and couldn't help but smiled and said, I finally saw a guy with a little weight. Similarly, the guy with the long tongue also touched the musket he had just grabbed not long ago, and said softly, Shiryu of Rain, even in the Eternal Hell, his pervert story is still circulating. Impel Down Impertin's Deputy Chief Warden, an extremely bloodthirsty pervert, who takes pleasure in killing criminals, and is a master of kendo. Be careful. Gromish nodded and said. Then he looked at the blazing hell complex again. After a long time, he found a recess in a hidden corner that was different from an ordinary wall. On the neat wall, it shouldn't have such a strange recess. In the same way, this recessed area is also covered by 2 buildings. If Gromish is not quite sure that there is an exit here, I am afraid he would not notice this hidden place. There is a very conspicuous spiral passage in the distance, and this passage is the exit from the blazing hell on the 4th floor to the starvation hell on the 3rd floor. According to common sense, there is only one entrance to Impel Down. When the 4th floor enters the 3rd floor, the escaped prisoners will also get excited. Then there is a little bit of strangeness on the wall that is not conspicuous, and naturally no one will be bothered to investigate what is there. On the other hand, this recessed place doesn't look like an entrance or exit at all. There are no traces that can be opened. But at this moment Gromish is really excited, whether from his idea or from his intuition, he can be quite sure, as long as he penetrates this slightly abrupt place, then opposite is vitality. Thinking of this, Gromish gave an excited smile and said, if so, what are you waiting for? Time is not on our side. As long as we penetrate this camp, our hopes will increase, won't we? Could it be that a deputy chief of guard, Shiryu of Rain, frightened you all? The brawny man with a long tongue glanced at Gromish, and seemed to be a little puzzled why Gromish was suddenly excited, but soon he thought that Gromish saw hope and freedom to do so. To be honest, he himself was not. Woolen cloth? So he also smiled and said, yes, time is not on our side. We erected barriers and pushed forward. Our firepower is obviously not their opponent. Only in melee and close combat can we have a chance. Just be careful of that Shiryu, and a few people will work together to quickly kill him. After he finished speaking, the guy with the braid smiled slightly, his hands were in a strange gesture, and then a transparent barrier appeared in front of the prisoner's team, and then Gromish turned the mace in his hand slightly, smiled coldly, and said, it's time for these damn bastards to taste the anger from hell. Smash their heads. Turn this Impel Down upside down. Kill. It is obviously impossible to expect these unruly prisoners to form a formation, and it is not a well-trained army, but it doesn't matter to Gromish anymore, as long as the scene becomes more and more chaotic, it will be enough, no matter what. As long as you can delay enough time for Gromish, whether it is the upper hand or the lower hand, it is enough. When the prisoners started to charge behind the barrier, Shiryu, who was standing taller, squinted his eyes slightly. Although he thought he was not bad, he was the only master on the scene at this time. It's impossible to single-handedly challenge more than 20 powerful prisoners from the eternal hell, so he picked up the phone worm and said, "Magellan, how are your preparations there? I'm a bit tricky here. If you don't come down soon, just wait to collect the bodies of your beloved subordinates. Shiryu, take your responsibility as the head guard, and I will come down." Magellan's calm voice spread from the phone worm. "It's the deputy head guard," Shiryu said with a sneer. "Anyway, there is no longer a guard, right?" Magellan answered and hung up the phone worm, and then he took the rest of his subordinates to open the gate of the third-floor passage, toward the fourth floor. Blazing Hell hurried away. Just as Gromish had previously expected, even if the shackles were not unlocked, these Blazing Hell prisoners were not useless at all. In addition to some inconveniences, there was still some fighting power. The same, again, can be done a little bit as a meat shield to delay more time. The entire Blazing Hell was in chaos, the prisoners and the jailers were killed together, and the faint roar was almost reaching the third floor. And Gromish also waved the mace in his hand, smashed a blue gorilla jailer beast into mash with a stick, then he smiled with satisfaction, threw the mace in his hand aside, and picked it up from the ground. With the double-edged battle axe used by the blue ape jailer beast, although the strength of the blue ape is good, it is really not tall enough, and the battle axe is naturally a bit small, but it doesn't matter. Just pick up the battle axe in Gromish. In an instant, the battle axe had become a very suitable specification for Gromish's tall body. In the same way, a refreshing feeling came from Gromish, which was completely different from the rusty feeling when using a mace. This battle axe was like an extension of an arm that grew out of his body, making him feel very flexible and comfortable. "Jahahahaha, it's a good feeling," Gromish said with a big smile, and the next three blue gorilla jailer beasts took the opportunity to swing their tomahawks and slash towards Gromish. "Jahahahahaha, let me teach you beasts how to use a battle axe," Gromish laughed and said, and then the side of the battle axe in his hand blocked a blue axe jailer first. The beast slashed, and then he violently pulled, and directly stuck the blue axe of the jailer beast under his own axe blade, and then took the tomahawk and the jailer beast, and slashed directly with an axe. I got to the other blue jailer beast and flew them both away. Then the battle axe in Gromish's hand was picked up, and the battle axe hung on the axe blade was thrown into the air. The next second, he was in his hand. His battle axe had already split the third blue gorilla jailer beast from the middle of his body into two alive. After the three blue gorilla jailer beasts were solved, Gromish shook the bloodline on the battle axe in his hand, and then stretched out an arm without looking at it. The next second, he was slapped just now. The battle axe in the air was firmly grasped by him, and the specifications of the battle axe became very suitable for him to use. At this time, Gromish looked like a berserker holding a double axe, and the series of actions just now seemed to be juggling, very cool and handsome. Gromish knocked the battle axes in both hands at each other, and said with a brutal smile, "Next, it's my performance." After speaking, Gromish leaned aside and killed in the direction of the abrupt wall, and the battle axe in his hand was constantly flying, slashing all the jailers along the way to the ground one by one. Whirlwind meteor. Gromish knocked over a guy who was blocking his left side, and then the battle axe in his right hand was thrown out very hard by him, cutting off the group of people in front of him directly, and Gromish's movements did not stop. He hooked slightly, and another tomahawk was picked up by his toes, and it was smoothly and seamlessly connected to the hand that he had just thrown away the tomahawk, and the next second, that hand this battle axe had already knocked another jailer to the ground. At this moment, even Shiryu, who was standing in the distance, couldn't help but stare at Gromish's unstoppable operation. This clumsy battle axe can still be used like this? It turned out to be spent in his hands. Sure enough, the guys who engage in intelligence are too unreliable. Although the guy Proudmoore Gromish is not strong, it's not a rookie. But it's just that, with this kind of strength, as the mastermind and cause of this escape, it is simply a heavenly feat. Although I don't care about this, it's time to take the adverb of the Deputy Chief of Guard. It fell. Shiryu smiled excitedly at Gromish, who was killing all quarters in the chaotic war zone. Then he put his hand on the hilt of his waist, and he quickly shoved his steps. Used it? As the Deputy Warden of Impelton under the world government, Shiryu certainly has enough qualifications to learn Marine 6 styles, and the other tricks are meaningless for a swordsman like Shiryu. Moonwalk made him feel very interesting, and he only learned these 2 tricks. Shiryu disappeared in place with a shaving step, a few flashes passed through the chaotic battle zone, and the cold light in his hand burst out in the next second. A sword stream, a shower. Shiryu's sword came out of its sheath, and mercilessly cut and killed the 2 jailers who stood in front of his blade, and then the blade took the bloodline and slashed towards Gromish. Although Gromish was very active in the field, he never missed his observation of Shiryu, a unique guy. After seeing Shiryu disappear from the spot, he understood what was going on. After all, he can be regarded as a guy who came out of CP5. He also knows the skill of Type 6, but he learned very badly, or the original Gromish didn't plan to learn it seriously. But even if no matter how bad it is, it can still be recognized. So when Shiryu disappeared, Gromish was already full of energy. After all, he knew that he was the cause of this escape, whether it was Shiryu or Magellan. At unnecessary moments, I will definitely regard myself as my first goal. So when Shiryu's sword came over, the battle axe in Gromish's hand also slashed out without stopping. Bang! With a loud bang, no one thought that Imperton's Deputy Warden Shiryu of Rain would be knocked out by the guy Gromish with an axe, even Shiryu himself didn't. I thought this would be the case. And Gromish dropped the tomahawk that had been shattered in his hand, showing a cruel smile and said, "How is it? Laozi's strength is not bad." Shiryu, the chief caretaker. After Shiryu stepped on the ground and slammed back a few steps to relieve the strength, the fingers holding the handle were slightly numb. He looked at Gromish with a serious look and said, "It's the Deputy Chief of Guard. Proudmoore Gromish." Chapter 12 almost cut the rain Shiryu alive. Gromish smiled after hearing Shiryu's words, and then again took a battle axe from the corpse of the blue jailer beast on the ground, and then said, "That's really sorry, it seems I overestimated you. Why? Did Magellan not come?" Shiryu's expression became cold after hearing these words, and then he snorted and did not speak. He shaved his feet and stomped on Gromish again. Unlike the previous attack, Shiryu was very serious this time. Even the shaving speed is much faster. Gromish also wrinkled his brows slightly, holding Shiryu's slash with his axe crossed in his hands, but before he could make the next move, Shiryu had already spoken softly, "One sword stream, drizzle." With Shiryu's words, Gromish felt the double axe he was blocking lightened. The next second, a sharp pain came from his chest, and then the whole person was suffering from a force. He was cut back and flew out with the blood flower. Until this time, Shiryu shook the bloodline on the blade in his hand and said coldly, "Do you really think that your strength is enough to compete with me? I have to say, your strength is indeed strong enough, even if it's probably the giants that will be yours at best, but you are only strong, and the fighting methods and experience, too bad, and then your death date, Proudmoore Gromish." On the other side, Gromish, who was holding his chest and bleeding out between his fingers, also stood up with his other hand holding the tomahawk, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Sure enough, you can't be too forceful, I haven't pretending to be a man for 3 to 5 seconds, the strength of this body is really bad, even if Shiryu is still very young now, he has not reached his peak, but as long as he gets serious, I will. It's not his opponent, but it's okay, as long as I can escape from this impel down. Next time I meet Laozi, if you don't punch your shit out of you, you will be clean. However, although Gromish knew that he was not Shiryu's opponent at this time, he did not let go. He sneered and said, "Jahahaha, maybe, but you are really a painless attack. Why, you is your knife a nail clipper?" Gromish didn't lie on this point. He really didn't hurt. Let's not say that his willpower was so strong at this time that he was beaten so many times in the past 100 days. Which time? Not more happy than this? So he really didn't feel any pain. In the same way, Shiryu also looked at the countless scars on Gromish's body and the flared flesh that hadn't healed. Then he sneered and said, "Then the next knife will pierce your heart. When the time comes, you can slowly realize this pain." After speaking, Shiryu's hand broke out again, and Gromish didn't dare to take any care. In this case, Shiryu's head was chopped off by Shiryu, it would be considered blood mold. Therefore, Gromish did not dare to play with the two-handed axe. The battle axe in his hand was firmly pinched in his palm. When Shiryu's blade was cut, Gromish took the knife after all, and then his arm muscles burst. The whole popularity has risen a bit. Shiryu has not been too serious about the first cut at him before, and how can he burst out with all his strength? Feeling the strength from the handle of the knife in his hand, Shiryu's eyes widened again inconceivably. He originally thought that the brute force that was like a giant warrior was already the upper limit of Gromish. He didn't expect it now. Gromish's power can increase soaring? Ah! Megalodon Ancient Fury. Gromish roared and roared, the meridians on both arms surged, looking very scary, and Shiryu finally couldn't hold on, and stepped on his feet. The ground he was touching was broken. Just when he was about to change his move as before, Gromish suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Shiryu's chest, and then the huge force kicked Shiryu away. Do you really think Laozi can only use an axe? Gromish was unforgiving, and while talking, he raised his battle axe, and even used a shaved step at his feet to catch up with Shiryu, who was flying backwards. For a moment, the battle axe with strong wind pressure slashed down mercilessly, intending to cut Shiryu the BD directly from the waist in pain. Shiryu's reaction was also extremely fast. Just when Gromish's battle axe was about to hit him, his feet slammed a few times in the air, moonwalk appeared naturally, and the whole person accelerated and slipped under Gromish's axe blade. Got out. Immediately afterwards, Gromish's battle axe smashed into the ground with unmatched strength. The warrior from the ancient times, the powerful force in the megalodon human body completely vented out, and he just smashed the ground out of it. If it weren't for the huge rift built by Impel Down, Impelton was much stronger than other buildings. I'm afraid Gromish could use this axe to split the gap between blazing hell and freezing hell. Even Shiryu, who didn't pay much attention to Gromish, had a cold sweat after falling to the ground. If he was not convinced, he wanted to block Gromish instead of choosing. If Moonwalk slipped away, I'm afraid he will be disabled now. If he is not dead, at least half of his combat effectiveness will be lost. Even the Long Tongue, which was slashing towards the spiral passage on the third floor, couldn't help but said, "What's the matter? I didn't expect this Gromish to be so fierce," even that Shiryu was almost killed by him. The whole battlefield seemed to be quiet, and then Gromish raised his hands. Before he could say anything to pretend, the battle axe snatched from the blue jailer beast in his hand had been completely broken apart. It turned into a pile of rubbish and fell on the ground, and Gromish, with his hands free, smiled awkwardly, and said, "When Laozi goes out, I must make a handmade one that can hold me. A powerful battle axe." After finishing talking, Gromish turned his head and drove off. There was no warrior's morals. It was completely different from his previous fierce fighting style. Shiryu was just a little stunned. Gromish rushed into the battlefield with a few shaved steps, and only breathed a sigh of relief after grabbing a tomahawk again. Just now, he had already performed supernormally. Using Shiryu's judgment error in the first match, he caught Shiryu by surprise. Almost hacked him to death, but then as long as Shiryu is not a fool, I am afraid that I will never have any chance to make this kind of results again. In that case, I'm still slapped, and I don't really come to play. Whatever the endless duel, the first priority at present is to escape from this damn hell, find a place to digest the results of this 100 days of suffering, and I must use my talent and will. Power. It won't take long to catch up with the monsters like Shiryu and Magellan, and then it's time for everyone to compete on the same stage. At the same time, some prisoners had just broken through the positions of the jailers and came to the door of the spiral passage leading to the third floor. They were about to cheer, and they saw a huge purple liquid dragon passing through the passage. The madness rushed out and swallowed the first few lucky guys in an instant, and he died without a wailing. Poison dragon, suffered. Magellan is here. The long tongue, who had escaped by chance, whispered slightly nervously, and then he saw the arrogant barrier man before. Soaked in that poisonous dragon's body, his eyes rolled white. It was obvious that he couldn't live. Shiryu, are you still alive? Magellan's tall figure walked out of the passage, seeming not to put the prisoners in front of her eyes at all, and immediately began to look for Shiryu's figure. Shiryu also shook the blood from the blade, frowned slightly and said, "Don't worry, no one here can kill me in such a short time." Magellan followed the voice and saw that he was really relieved when he saw Shiryu intact. I have to say that Magellan is indeed a good person. Even if Shiryu's personality is a bit pervert, he often has trouble with him, but he was still just now. From the bottom of my heart, I worry about Shiryu. At the same time, Gromish also took advantage of Magellan's appearance to attract everyone's attention. Shiryu seemed to think that the overall situation was set, and in the gap with Magellan, he slaughtered Loki all the way, breaking into the sunken wall, and then Gromish. The keen nose twitched, and then with a successful smile, he said, "Even if the blood here is so strong that ultimate, I can still smell a cordial smell. That belongs to my home game, the sea. It smells." Gromish first took a look to see if there is any mechanism near the wall that can be opened by pressing it down, but obviously, he did not find this kind of thing, presumably this kind of operating device that can open a way out inside impel down. It is impossible to simply be placed near here. If nothing happens, it should be placed in the office of the director of the large prison or placed in the office or monitoring room on the first floor of the sea. This is really troublesome. It seems that it can only be violently broken from here. Gromish leaned on the corner, hiding his mouth and said. At this moment, Shiryu frowned and looked into the battlefield, and said with some confusion, "Where's Gromish? Damn Magellan, always distracting me." On the other hand, when Magellan started to use his bug-level poisonous fruit ability in Impel Down to clear the field, Gromish also moved his wrist and body, took a deep breath, and held the handle of the battle axe with both hands. And then his whole person began to change. First, a shark fin was protruding from his back, and then the whole person quickly rose up, directly growing to the posture of a giant 17 or 18 meters, and the battle axe in his hand was also following the talent of warriors do not die with bare hands, began to change and became a true giant soldier. Gromish made such a big movement. Shiryu and Magellan, as long as they are not blind, can't see that there is suddenly a giant fish. Is that? Magellan asked in amazement. In his impression, Impel Down held many prisoners of various races, but there is no such a huge murloc. It's Gromish. What is he doing? The brawny man with long tongues thought suspiciously while avoiding Magellan's venom. Similarly, Shiryu, who had fought against Gromish, also felt the familiar aura of the huge murlocs, and quickly reacted. At the same time, he was reminded of the location of Gromish and the huge battle axe in his hand. Suddenly it became very ugly and said to Magellan, "Hurry up and stop him. Magellan, he is the main criminal, root cause, Proudmoore Gromish of this escape. These intelligence agents are all rubbish. No mention of it at all. Gromish still has this ability. He wants to get through the hunting entrance. He is a Murloc hybrid. If he breaks open there, no one will be able to catch him." Magellan was also shocked when he heard the words, and couldn't take care of the prisoners around him. With a moment of ability, he pulled up a huge poison soldier and rushed toward the tall figure of Gromish. "Jahahaha, unsuccessful, you will become benevolence. Autonomous fury, ancient fury." Gromish laughed wildly, and then he instantly opened up an autonomous rage, and his eyes became scarlet. The aura became even crazier, and the muscles that were already strong enough broke out again, and the body glowed with red light. Then, the giant axe in his hand was swung down against the hollow wall. "No!" Magellan also roared with red eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Me, Hell Scream. Gromish's tall figure seemed to be like a god from the ancients in the myth. Just like that, an upright axe hit the hollow wall. Then, the great axe in his hand was broken into pieces by this powerful force. The dross was removed, and then the entire wall was smashed into a huge crack, like a broken window glass, spreading quickly. However, Gromish didn't show any unexpected expressions when he saw that his hard-working axe failed to break through the wall completely. As early as when he almost killed Shiryu, he already understood Impel Down. How strong is Dunton's structure, so he just threw the huge battle axe aside, regardless of the huge poison soldier released by Magellan that had rushed behind him, roaring and raising his huge fist. Warrior's Fist Hell Scream. Gromish's roar resounded through the entire blazing hell. Everyone, no matter the prisoner or the jailer, stopped their movements involuntarily and watched Gromish's unwillingness to hesitate, doing everything, condensed. His yearning for freedom and his roaring punch against the Impel Down hell, hit the wall that had been shattered. The next second, Gromish's arm made a clear sound of click, and the bones were there. The inside shattered, and the clenched fist became bloody, and a lot of blood erupted from the point where the wall touched the fist. There is no doubt that Gromish's arm was shattered under this fist. But his warrior's fist did not disappoint him. The huge wall was a bit overwhelmed. Under this fist, it was directly beaten to pieces, and then a lot of sea water began. Erupted from the cracked wall, poured in. Jahahahahahahaha. Long live freedom! Gromish's huge figure raised his broken arm and exclaimed in excitement. At the same time, Magellan also roared and shouted, "Damn villain! I won't let you escape." Magellan has never wanted to understand why this Proudmoore Gromish knows clearly that this fourth layer blazing hell has a hunting entrance that can directly enter the sea. This is a secret in the secret of Impel Down. But at this time, he couldn't help thinking about it. Now it's the final juncture. Even if his Gromish breaks through this brass wall and iron wall, as long as he kills him before he leaves, everything can be restored, and too late, because his poison soldiers have arrived. I saw that Gromish's high voice had not spread too far. The same huge poisonous soldier had directly covered Gromish's body, and the massive toxins produced by the poisonous fruit began to infiltrate into Gromish's body, just in the blink of an eye. Over time, Gromish felt a sharp pain in his whole body. It was not the pain caused by being hit, but the feeling that the internal organs, blood, and nerves were all aching from the inside out, even if Gromish was in this eternal hell. The willpower that had accepted the 100-day sentence almost didn't even cry out in pain. Until this time, Magellan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew exactly how powerful his poison soldier was, not to mention whether Gromish could take it down, even if it was the admiral from naval headquarters. If you dare to eat a shot unsuspectingly, you will have to lie on the ground and be immobile. It doesn't matter if the wall is pierced, as long as the blue ape jailer beasts fix it after that, as long as these vicious and evil parties do not run out, impel down is still that impel down. The copper wall and iron wall are still the copper wall and iron wall. At this time, those prisoners from eternal hell are stupid and want to understand. Gromish this BD has treated them as surrogates from the beginning, and there is no so-called plan to fight from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. I just want to trick them into this blazing hell, and then I can penetrate the hunting import that Shiryu said just now. By then, with his Murloc blood, he can escape to the sky, and then they so-called prison mates of, do you still need to talk about the end? Damn Gromish, he's playing with us. The brawny man with long tongue roared. Although the hunting entrance has been opened at this time, the powerful seawater intrusion is not something humans like them can enter. I am afraid that only the Murlocs can enter. These talented guys can rush out under the water pressure, not to mention, what if they can rush out? It's nothing more than drowning in the sea or being caught back by the blue gorilla jailer beasts. But fortunately, he still has a sense of reason. They know that even if Gromish tricks them at this time, they have nothing to do. They can only follow the original plan and go through all the hells of Impel Down. Otherwise, they will be waiting for them. Will be the harshest punishment. The only thing that made him gratified was that Gromish, who played them as monkeys, also fell to the last step, and did not step on their shoulders to escape the Impel Down. It really deserves it. The seawater began to flow back. If the 4th floor is not completely sealed off quickly, this seawater will soon flood the entire Impel Down imperton. In order not to get to this point, Magellan is solving it. After Gromish, it also opened again, releasing 3 poisonous dragons, and calling those prisoners crying father and mother. Shiryu put his sword into its sheath, looking at the direction where Gromish fell, frowning slightly. He always felt that things would not be that simple. Although this Gromish fighting style is very rough, but thinking about his behavior, it seems that he is very planned and purposeful, and he is not a real brainless man. This can be seen from the fact that he did not hesitate just now and took all the prisoners who escaped with him as backup. And this is where Shiryu was puzzled. Even in the end, after Magellan's poison soldiers swallowed Gromish, Gromish didn't show any despair or annoyance. It seems that he is confident, it seems that he has already gotten the freedom thing. As usual, Shiryu would definitely have to go over and take a look, but at this time it has become a Wanyang, and the amount of sea water is gradually expanding, even he can't simply pass by. At the same time, Gromish's huge body began to shrink, gradually turning into the original human appearance, and then a large amount of sea water washed over his body, dispelling the venom that had originally adhered to him, and dispelling it. The surrounding sea water has become poisonous water, and then the poisonous water gradually spreads, dilutes, and disappears. Gromish is indeed dead. Magellan didn't leave him any affection at all when he shot. Well, although the two didn't have any friendship, Magellan shot with the mentality of killing, so Gromish couldn't handle it at all. Live, he just persisted for a few more seconds with his strong vitality. But it doesn't matter, Gromish has a blessing from the gods, back to life. If you don't die twice in a day, you won't really die. This is Gromish's real trump card. No one would have thought that a mortal man could jump out and continue his life, but Gromish actually can do it. The corpse of Gromish, which was floating with the backwater of the sea, suddenly showed a weird light, and then all the injuries on Gromish's corpse disappeared strangely, and then Gromish's closed eyes suddenly opened. The powerful Murloc bloodline didn't let him drown. Gromish breathed in the sea very smoothly, and Gromish, who seemed to have expected all of this, didn't have any unexpected expressions at all. His face was covered under the water. There was a successful smile on his face. Then he took advantage of the chaotic situation and plunged into the sea and followed the inverted current to the vibrant crevice that he had just opened with a punch. At this time, he once again burst into laughter at the chaotic battlefield. Jahahahahahahaha, Magellan, your poison is so painful, it hurts me more than any punishment in eternal hell, but after all I won. From today on, no one else can taking away Laozi's freedom, no one can nail me in a dark cell for wanton insults. This eternal hell, after all, can't hold me Gromish. It's just a mere 800-year-old copper and iron wall, and today it's my Gromish. Come to smash this legend, and I will step on your impel down impertinence reputation and become a new legend. At this point, Gromish paused slightly and continued to speak loudly, remember it? You guys, Laozi is called Proudmore Gromish. And my name is Hellscream. One day, my name will spread across the sea, one day, everyone will be subdued by this name next, I am the incarnation of darkness, the agent of death. This world, it is up to me to turn the world upside down, ha 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 ha. Gromish stood at the rip that constantly shot out the sea, arrogantly expressed his own examination of prison, and then in Magellan's dark face like the bottom of a pot, in Shirio's meaningful expression in the middle, one turned around and escaped from the three fortresses of justice, Impel Down, Impelton, which has never seen any flaws in the past 800 years. See Circle Calendar in 1496, Roger has not yet become king, and Newgate has never been near the sea. After the previous generation of pirate overlord Rox was defeated by marine hero Monkey D. Garp for so many years, New World also did not decide a new king, but just such a year, a big event that shocked the whole world happened. Hellscream Proudmore Gromish broke the legend of Impel Down Imperton for 800 years and became the first prisoner to escape from there. World News. From this day on, everyone knows the name of Gromish. Just as he said, Impel Down Impelton's reputation can spread as far as his name. It is stepping on the entire Impel Down Imperton's 800 years of glory and proclaiming to the whole world that he has returned from hell. Me, Hellscream. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Fanatic. 5 days have passed since Impel Down Impelton's riots. As Gromish expected, when he entered the deep sea, no one in Impel Down Impelton could catch him again. I went back to lock up, and similarly, none of the prisoners who had been fooled by Gromish all the way ended up running out, and how miserable their end would be. Gromish didn't even think about it. Everyone came out. The gangsters, either you pit me or I pit you, how can there be so much benevolence and righteousness? Gromish returned to freedom at this time, and his mentality was more free, let alone thinking about these idiot questions. Similarly, after 5 days of fermentation, the entire Impel Down incident has not been concealed from the world news, which is full of hands and eyes. At this time, the world government is also a headache for this neutral organization in the dark world, and it has to be said. The world news is indispensable in this world, but the world government has been pitted by this organization many times. However, their control of the world news is not very high at this time, and the big news Morgans, the Birdman, cannot be too much. Paying much attention to it, this guy even dared to poke out the news that Golden Lion Shiki had escaped from Impel Down Impelton more than 2 years later, let alone poke out Gromish now. Therefore, within these 5 days, the whole world knew that a man named Proudmore Gromish had escaped from Impel Down Imperton, but fortunately, the big news Morgan still had a bottom line and did not expose Impel Down Imper. There are actually 6 floors in Dunton, and Gromish is the macho who escaped from the 6th floor, eternal hell. But even so, he still touts in the article, he forcibly blows Gromish, a guy who is just barely able to pass, and has become the only man in the sky and underground. You can see the big news. Morgan's does. It fits his title of big news. This Birdman has nothing to do and always wants to do something. If he makes a big news, he and Luffy will successfully escape from the Cake Island of the Big Mom Pirates in the future. The same thing, he just put the Straw Hat Pirates and Luffy into the 5th Pirate Emperor position, and why did he do this? Isn't it just to provoke more incidents and see if we can get more big news? But this time he forcibly flattered. Gromish may not have been secretly instructed by the world government. This method of flattering and killing is very useful no matter what era. The more famous Gromish is, then he will step on Impel Down with him. Like Impelton's leadership, countless people will want to step on his leadership. At that time, the world government may not need to do it himself, and Gromish will fall on the road. Although Morgans is touting Gromish, the somewhat exaggerated news reported by the World News Agency is still recognized by ordinary people who do not see the truth. After all, what Gromish is doing is for now. It's really unique in the sky and the earth. The copper and iron walls that have stood firm for 800 years. Impel Down. Impelton was overthrown by him. Isn't that enough for him? Is this not enough to prove how capable Gromish is? If Gromish is really a little rookie, then those big men who are also locked in Impel Down Impelton can't even escape from prison, aren't they little trash? So for now, Gromish's Hellscream name still has a certain deterrent on the sea, at least until he is pierced by the ball. At this moment, Marine Headquarters Marlinford, in the office of Marshal Kong Kong, Impel Down Impertin's Deputy Director Magellan, Deputy Head Guard Rain Shiryu, and Naval Headquarters one of the highest combat forces Admiral the Sengoku III of the Buddhas are reporting something here. Judging from the fact that all three of them have had direct contact with Gromish, it is not surprising that they should be discussing this Gromish escape. Although Impel Down has a unique position, in the final analysis, they are also subordinate agencies of Naval Headquarters, and they are not completely directly affiliated to the world government. From this point on, during the War on the Top, Magellan first reported to the then Marshal after the Impel Down troubles. It can be seen from the Sengoku report instead of directly reporting to the Five Elders. Similarly, after Five Elders asked the Marshal Sengoku to cover up the Impel Down incident, Sengoku strongly rejected it, and it can also be seen that Impel Down was returned. Marine Tube. At this time Marine Marshal Kong bit a cigar in his mouth, and after a while of silence, he said, "Magellan, have you dealt with Impel Down now?" Magellan, the tall guy, nodded and said, "Well, Marshal Kong, Impel Down has completely restored order, and even the loopholes in blazing hell have been patched. Apart from Proudmoore Gromish, there is no prisoner anymore. Ran out." Marshal Kong sighed, "One ran out, and 10 others ran out, although the harm caused is different. The reputation of Impel Down Impertin and the world government is also our marine reputation. The damage caused by the above is the same. The legend that has not been broken for 800 years, the name of the copper wall and iron wall, is over, and it will take longer to build it up again. Forget it, since Impel Down has returned to normal, let's not talk about this. The matter is at this point. You can only take a step to look at it. Let's talk about this Proudmoore Gromish first. Who is he? Was it really just a small person before this?" After Marshal Kong asked this sentence, Shiryu hadn't spoken before, but Shiryu, who had a cold face, spoke first. "Huh, little guy. Those related personnel who submitted Gromish information should send us Impel Down to let me personally tune up. The information they gave is completely different from what we actually saw. According to the intelligence, Proudmoore Gromish is a hybrid of Murlocs and humans. The most basic point is not wrong, but what happened after that? All were fake. They told us that Gromish was just an attack. Celestial Dragons is a felony ordinary person. The only qualification that can be shown is that he is a small boss in the illegal area of the Fishmen Island, and he has not been a long time in Cypherpole CP5. The low-level personnel in a short period of time, then the Marshal. Do you think this kind of guy can really escape from our 6th floor eternal hell? This kind of guy is really you can be abused in the eternal hell." Shiryu just said this, Magellan hurriedly pulled his clothes, and Shiryu reacted. After a somewhat uncomfortable pause, he continued, "I was interrogated. For a whole 100 days, and then can you still kill the jailer beast like Minotaur and bring a bunch of prisoners to cause such a big incident? Indeed, if Gromish is really just an ordinary guy, it is completely impossible to do this kind of thing, so Marshal Kong also looked at the Marine Admiral Sengoku, and then said, Sengoku, Gromish is your own shot and catch. Yes, this information also has a lot to do with you. Do you have anything to say? Sengoku Admiral was silent for a moment, and then said, It's not what I want to defend, Marshal Kong. I can say responsibly, at least in the process of the guy Proudmoore Gromish fighting with me, he did not explode. Sengoku Admiral said here, looked at Shiryu and Magellan, and then continued, there is no such thing as a power that can be compared with giant warriors or even surpass ordinary giant warriors, not to mention the so-called the ability to transform into a huge murloc. In the process of fighting him, I didn't spend too much effort to catch him. Marshal Kong touched his chin and said, but Sengoku, you have to admit that from the surveillance video of Blazing Hell at the time, Gromish's power and the ability to transform into a huge murloc and his ability to resist Magellan Toxin's physical fitness and tenacious vitality do exist. After hearing Marshal Kong's words, Sengoku Admiral nodded and said, yes, this is what I can't understand. If he broke out of this level of combat power when he met me, then no matter what, I won't catch him so easily, even like Magellan and Shiryu. Under my care, he might even run away from me. There is no need to go to Impel Down. Impelton. Among them, there is no need to spend so much effort to escape. Could it be that this guy was caught deliberately and confident that he could really escape Impel Down impertinent and wanted to challenge? Let's take a look at the reputation of Impel Down for 800 years, and stepping on Impel Down to the top. Isn't this ridiculous? However, after Sengoku Admiral said the sentence, Magellan was silent for a while and said, actually, this possibility is not ruled out. First of all, Gromish is not a capable person, so even in Impel Down, we have the shackles used are only special shackles instead of seastone shackles. Secondly, he has the ability to transform and hides his incomparable physical strength. That is to say, even if he is really imprisoned in Impel Down, he is also able to break free from the physical restraint at any time. Then the first element of his escape is achieved, and secondly, Gromish he knows Impel Down, at least he knows the structure of the fourth layer Blazing Hell, he knows where there is a hunting import that we use to supplement food, and with his Murloc hybrid physical quality and bloodline talent, as long as he finds an opportunity, he can indeed escape from where, at least this is more difficult than it is to break through the entire Impel Down and then escape. The difficulty is much lower, and as long as these 2 points are achieved, as long as his physical fitness can withstand the interrogation of Impel Down, then he does have a great possibility of fleeing there. After all, he has a lot of hidden cards, but we know very little about him. It is easy to despise him. Obviously, he can hold it. Then if the character of Proudmoore Gromish is really an extremely arrogant guy, the incident of this prison escape and his arrest might not have been something he had planned a long time ago. After Magellan had said this, Shiryu felt quite reasonable. He could see that Gromish was a very smart guy, and likewise, he was indeed an extremely confident guy. As for I can't be sure if it is extremely arrogant, but it must be quite arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have to give that arrogant prison escape testimonial before leaving. Is that what a normal person would do? After being silent for a while, Commander Kong rubbed his forehead and said with some fatigue, a fanatic? That's really a headache, asterisk. Chapter 15, a one-on-one blind date with Sengoku Admiral? Although what Magellan said is a bit weird, it is not completely impossible, and judging from the various descriptions they have obtained from Marine and Impel Down, it seems that this possibility is quite high. In this way, after some mysterious reasoning, and neither Naval Headquarters nor Impel Down have a deep and thorough understanding of Gromish, so at this time, the image of Gromish is in the Marine Marshal Kong. Admiral Sengoku, Magellan, and Shiryu became an extremely arrogant fanatic in the eyes of the headquarters. Then Marshal Kong asked again, "So, is there any information or speculation about Gromish's follow-up movements?" Magellan nodded and said, "Based on our interrogation of the prisoners who were captured with the intention to escape with Gromish, as well as the question of the former roommate of Gromish, the evil king, Abaro Pizarro. Gromish is indeed a very threatening guy. He has a serious tendency to evil and a certain tendency to violence. Judging from the last words before his escape, the so-called incarnation of darkness, the substitute of death, no matter how you think about it, it won't be a good sign, and according to Pizarro's frankly, Gromish once said before he escaped from prison that he was going to be a big pirate. Although Pizarro admired Gromish very much, neither of them was a good thing, so when he should sell Gromish, he didn't hesitate at all. They all recruited, but Gromish had already thought of this, and I wouldn't care about it at all, if Pizarronin unyieldingly helped him hide something, that would be a ghost. A pirate? What's going on these years? How do you always feel that more and more guys want to be pirates?" Marshal Kong said helplessly. "But in fact, the situation at this time is pretty good. Although there are a lot of pirates, they are definitely not huge. If you wait for Roger to be king in New World, if you wait for Roger to be caught, well, at that time will the pirates truly become scourges, and the era of the great pirates will truly come." Marshal Kong murmured himself, knocked the cigar in his hand on the ashtray, knocked off the ash, and continued, "In other words, in any case, Gromish won't settle down, right?" Magellan nodded and said, "Indeed, it is impossible to imagine a man like him, will hide silently and live a lifetime after breaking out of prison." At the same time, Sengoku Admiral also said, "Yes, since he made such a big noise, he can't think about it as ordinary, but I guess this guy named Gromish will definitely be lurking in the sea for a while, after all." Judging from the previous intelligence of Magellan and Shiryu, although his strength was a bit beyond our expectations, in the final analysis it was just barely passing the test. Didn't the evil king, Abaro Pizarro, also explain it? Already. Gromish did get a complete hacky training method from him, so next he should choose to hone his strength, and then once again be a blockbuster. Marshal Kong nodded and agreed with Magellan and Sengoku's statement. Then he thought for a while and said, "In this case, we can't just let him hide and accumulate strength so casually. Even if we can't catch him, to trouble him, Sengoku, since this matter has a great relationship with you, then I will leave it to you to deal with the problem about Gromish. Now let's talk about it. Since we want to catch Gromish, it must be the same. To set a reward for him, how much is this reward more appropriate? Magellan and Shiryu are the senior jailers of Impel Down after all. Although they are deeply involved in the escape of Gromish, Marshal Kong cannot let them form a team and run to the sea even if their brains are convulsed. The guy caught Gromish, so this matter was left to Marine Admiral Sengoku. On the one hand, Gromish's threat is really not low. This guy attacked celestial dragons and stepped on Impel Down, even if he was powerful. Not very good, but the threat level has surpassed many powerful big pirates, so sending Admiral level Sengoku to handle Gromish-related matters is not considered out of specification. At this stage, Marine generals actually have their own points. The main goal of stalking is just like the main goal of Garp, the pervert guy, is to chase Roger around, just as the main goal of the Tsuru general staff is to chase Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo. This guy is the same everywhere. Reason. Sengoku Admiral also nodded and accepted the job. Indeed, if Gromish was really premeditated this time and was caught and escaped from prison, then his Marine Admiral was really played by Gromish as a monkey, and it was also implicated in Impel Down along with the bad luck. Although his responsibility is not too great, it is always there, and Sengoku himself really wants to go to Gromish for a while. Anyway, it is really from Impel after all. the guy who escaped from prison in Down. After that, Shiryu said, I won't say much about the attack on celestial dragons. He was caught very quickly before, and he didn't offer any bounty. Then, let's add that he got down from our impel. Because of Pelton's escape from prison, how do I have to give 200 million Pele a start? However, if the conclusion is based on strength, Gromish's strength does not reach the level of 200 million Baileys, at most 100 million Baileys. Magellan said after thinking for a while. But this time, Admiral Sengoku said a very important thing. He said, maybe you impel down people are not clear. We Marine has concluded the pirate. Since Gromish said that he is going to be a pirate, then let's position him as a pirate for the time being. We Marine concludes that although the level of the pirate's bounty has an impact on the strength of its strength, in the final analysis, it is his threat and behavior that really affects the level of the bounty. Some are not very powerful. Such guys can still offer a reward of 3 to 5 billion Baileys. After all, their behavior is too bad, and those powerful pirates with a bounty of only 1 or 2 billion are not rare, are they? Marshal Kong nodded and said, yes, what Sengoku said is indeed the truth. We can't divide the bounty height of a person by his strength, but by the degree of threat and behavior. There is no doubt. This Gromish first attacked celestial dragons, and then organized the impel down escape. The way of referring to its behavior is quite bottomless and bad, and then consider his threat. Give him a reward of 300 million Baileys. It's not an exaggeration, so let's do it. In this way, Gromish successfully entered the attention of Marine seniors, and gave himself a strong sense of presence. His future-related matters will be directly given by Admiral, and in the future will be Marshal Sengoku. He took over, and also refreshed a wave of achievements. He is not only the first prisoner in history to escape from Impel Down Impelton, a large prison known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. Similarly, he is still in the past 100 years. The first time a reward was offered, the amount was directly positioned as a big man with as much as 300 million Baileys. After this battle, Gromish is completely famous. After all, he has a reward of 300 million yuan. He can already be called a big pirate. How to say, in other places, it can be regarded as a terrific guy. At the same time, Gromish, who didn't know that he had been spotted by Marine Admiral Sengoku, after a few days of wandering, lurking, and observing, finally set foot on the illegal zone of Sabayati Archipelago. His thoughts were not bad. It's very simple. He was first taken to CP5 as a errand 6 months ago, and then he was detained for so long. This time he successfully escaped, so he had to go back to the Fishmen Island to see the situation, but since he wanted to going back to the Fishmen Island, then I can't just go shirtless and swim all the way back in torn black and white prison pants, right? Therefore, he must first go to the nearest island to the Fishmen Island, Sabayati Archipelago, to change his equipment, and then buy some souvenirs and the like to come back home. As for Gromish, will he consider whether he just ran out of Impel Down Imperton and has no money to buy new clothes and souvenirs? Well, of course he thought about it, but he originally planned to be a pirate. What is the main business of being a pirate? Isn't it just looting? In the final analysis, the existence of pirates, a professional that does not produce production, is itself a kind of destruction to order. The only difference is that pirates with a little bottom line can barely be called righteous thief, but this there are very few species, and most of the giants are villains. But Gromish doesn't care about so many. It doesn't matter whether it is a villain or a righteous thief. In this respect, he is more inclined to make decisions based on his mood. At this time, he is in a good mood. After all, he has just been released from prison. I breathe the taste of freedom again, so in that case, let's do something with the bottom line, such as placing the target of looting in the illegal zone. Most of the guys wandering in this unscrupulous zone are not good things. Even if Gromish looted them, they would be treated as a nuisance for the people. Just do what you say, and Gromish walked into the illegal zone of Sabayati archipelago dressed as Bohemian and walked towards the island, trying to see if there was any fat sheep or something. At the same time, Magellan and Shiryu, who went to Naval Headquarters Malinford to report on the big event, also finished their work and returned in the direction of Impel Down Imperton on the warship. The relationship between Shiryu and Magellan was not very good, so the two did not get together. Shiryu was leaning on the fence on the deck alone at this time, looking at the marine fish that jumped up from time to time on the sea. He couldn't help but think of it. Gromish, this arrogant guy. At this time Shiryu can barely be regarded as a competent deputy guard. After all, although he still likes to kill and abuse prisoners, he has not had any thoughts of betraying Impel Down, but after thinking of Gromish, Shiryu, the heart that had never stopped restlessness, also accelerated slightly. Ha ha ha, really interesting person, just let me be in that Impel Down and take a look. See how far you can go as a rebellious fellow, hell roar. Proud more Gromish. Shiryu smiled and muttered to himself softly. On the other side, in Naval Headquarters Malinford, Sengoku Admiral pulled out a wanted order from a printing press. It was printed with a photo of Gromish, and that photo was when he stepped out of his cage and looked at the surveillance phone. In the screenshot of the image of insect, his hair in the photo was soaked and reddened by blood, and there was a madness in his eyes, and the ferocious smile was very shocking and overbearing. In short, it doesn't look like a nasty guy. At this time, Sengoku Admiral took the wanted warrant, thought about it, and said, "Prepare the ship and prepare to go to the Fishmen Island." Asterisk. Chapter 16 Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago, a human trafficker stronghold on the illegal zone. From time to time the wailing of pain and the sound of destruction of objects came from inside, making people wonder what happened inside, but the answer was quickly revealed. Boom! The door of the room was smashed open by an unidentified object, and the unidentified object rolled out. Then, before I could see if the unknown object was a person, one flew out of the room again, and the thing was directly hit on the unknown object. This time it can be seen clearly, both they are all human beings, but they have been beaten up very miserably, their face is swollen like a pig's head, their arms are unnaturally bent, and they are obviously broken. Until this time, Gromish's figure walked out of the door, and while he was walking, he was carrying his pants and adjusting his comfort level. It would inevitably make people misunderstand whether he just wanted to deal with these two. The beaten half-dead human traffickers do something shameful. Although the size is a bit unsuitable, there is nothing to choose from now. It's better than the black and white prison pants. If you always wear those things, it's too conspicuous, as if you are in. I specifically told others that I am the villain who escaped from prison. I should keep a low profile at this stage. Gromish twisted his waistband and said to himself, then he looked at his sturdy man. With his upper body and bare feet, he touched his chin and continued, first go and buy a suitable set of clothes. After speaking, Gromish walked to the two horribly beaten traffickers, took some Baileys from them and fell into his hands, and then he gave a very cruel smile, raising his legs to his feet. Smashed the spine of these two guys completely. If they were sent to the hospital to be rescued in time, they might still survive, but no matter what, it would be impossible for the two of them to stand up in this life. Even the pirates are 100 times better than your real garbage. It's disgusting. Gromish sneered, and then left the place without looking back and walked towards the shopping street. Although the Pele that Gromish snatched from these human traffickers is not much, it is enough for him to change clothes and buy some souvenirs. For the Fishmen Island in the deep sea, in fact, as long as it is produced by the islands on the sea. The things in the Fishmen Island are very rare and precious. After all, the residents of the Fishmen Island rarely dared to leave there. The original survival in the Fishmen Island is a bit dangerous. If you break away from the collective, it is true. It's quite unsafe. Similarly, the extremely rare and precious undersea treasures on the sea, such as pearls and corals, are actually ordinary decorative materials in the Fishman Island. Even if they are the poorest, Murlocs can also put these luxuries on the sea in their homes. At this time, Gromish has changed into a slightly wild equipment. He is wearing a pair of black sunglasses and has made his hair that he has not taken care of for more than 100 days into a look. Very arrogant, messy short hair, both feet stepped on a pair of high-bond Martin boots, the pants have also become a kind of rough overalls, the upper body is wearing a brown jacket, the whole person looks very mad, and the temperament is also very wild, but I have to say that Gromish's foundation is still very good. At a glance, there is a kind of handsomeness that can't be said. And the souvenir in his hand is not a real souvenir, but a bag of canned coffee beans, but Gromish has no research on this kind of thing. In short, the store is blowing this kind of coffee beans. Its skills, what to say, smell it refreshing, drink a sip that will boost your immunity, and replenish all kinds of trace elements needed by the human body. Gromish, a rough guy like Innocent, was really fooled by him. With a wave of his hand in the store's magical sales routine, he bought 17 or 8 cans. Shirley should like it. Doesn't she always say that her dream is to open a coffee shop one day? Let her practice her craft with these things first. Gromish carried the canned coffee beans thought to touch his chin. And soon, he found that newsbirds flying in the sky began to drop wanted orders. Unlike newspapers that charge a fee, wanted orders are usually distributed in newspapers as a gift, which is estimated to be world. The government or Marine has reported money to the world news. If there is an urgent new wanted, it will occasionally issue a wanted warrant at certain times as it is now. Gromish grabbed a falling wanted notice from the air, and then showed a smile like that. Hell, scream proud more Gromish, bounty, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, gee ha 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 ha, it's really big, Marine. The first time I offered a reward, I gave me 300 million Baileys the bounty. This is remarkable. Perhaps in the next 20 years or so, the bounty of 300 million Baileys will be ordinary, but in this era, 300 million Baileys are totally fine. It's a real big thief. I don't think my head is so valuable. Gromish looked at the photo on the wanted order, laughed, and then he looked at the label on the corner. Whispered softly, the danger is extremely high, life and death. Jahahaha, it seems that I have bothered the Marine and the world government, well, but it is reasonable, after all, I am punch celestial dragons and step on impel down dangerous elements. Gromish didn't have any habit of collecting his wanted order, so after watching the world government or Marine's conclusion of what he had caused this time, he threw the wanted order aside and continued to walk away. First of all, I have been detained for more than 100 days. Now that I have taken care of myself and bought some souvenirs, it is natural to do something that fighters should do, that is alcoholism. After that, Gromish also needs to take a boat to the Fishman Island, and then go back to his hometown to see. But Gromish's wanted warrants have begun to be issued all over the street. He has also been in newspapers before. In short, his recognition is still very high in this short period of time. If he casually finds a tavern and goes in for a drink, it is inevitable that there will be some commotion, and there will definitely be bounty hunters who want to try his Jinliang. After all, how can the bounty of 300 million Baileys hang there? There are still many people who are willing to challenge with their lives. Not to mention, this Sabayati archipelago also has a marine base. Once the movement is too big, even if Gromish is exposed, he doesn't want to run away so early. Drinking, it's not to trouble you, of course it's better to be a little more stable. Similarly, since I still need to find a boat to go to the Fishman Island, the boat that takes the formal formalities as me is it must be impossible. I can only look for it in the dark world. If the two things of drinking and finding a boat can be done together, it would be great. Gromish returned to the illegal zone. He touched his chin and thought about it, Then he seemed to think of something, smiled and said, "Yes, if it's no accident, at this time, Mrs. Shachi should have opened a tavern on Sabayati Archipelago. With her patience, she can definitely help me find a ship that goes along the way and doesn't care about my identity." Gromish was right. Xiachi was in the original story. She had already quit the pirate industry 40 years before she appeared. After that, she was indeed directly at Sabayati Archipelago. A tavern opened in the zone, and lived a life of extortion and information trafficking. And when Roger Pirates dominates the Grand Line and disbands, her old lover, the right arm of the One Piece, Pluton, Sherbars, Rayleigh, will also come to this island to live in seclusion, and the two jointly run this shaky, the ripped-off tavern, led a happy life without shame and shame. This story is called The Happy Life of Coator Laule and Widow Boss. Shaky's rip-off tavern is in the 13th island in the illegal zone, and Gromish didn't spend much energy when he found it. Street ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be called a ripping-off tavern so early. It really has enough personality and arrogance. It deserves to be 40 years ago. Well, it should be said that I was Garp 20 years ago. This guy is chasing big people who can successfully retreat from running around. Gromish covered his eyebrows with the coffee beans in one hand, looked at the sign of the tavern, and said with a smile, "The mystery of this woman is very high." As a character who can have a deep relationship with Pluton Hilbaz Rayleigh, and can also entangle and escape with Garp, the old pervert, her own strength cannot be too weak. If not surprising, she should also be a top master, and look at her qualifications. When she was a pirate, the pirate overlord in the sea should still be rocks, and the rocks as the pirate overlord were all taken by Garp. She was destroyed, but she was able to retreat safely, which is amazing. However, Gromish didn't plan to explore the past of Xiachi. He just came to drink, set up friendship by the way, and then he wanted to find a boat from Xiachi's informant who could take him on the way to the Fishman Island. When Gromish pushed open the door of Xiachi's tavern, there was no guest in it except Xiachi, who was smoking. When Xiachi saw Gromish, even if Gromish was wearing a bohemian and big sunglasses, as an intelligence expert, Xiachi recognized this guy who had been very hot in the past few days at a glance. "This beautiful lady boss, can you give me a glass of spirits? I haven't had a drink for a long time, and I desperately need a glass of spirits to save my throat." Gromish put the coffee beans in his hand on the bar and sat down. He sat on the seat and said with a smile, "Of course there is no problem. I also think that places like Impel Down should not provide you guys with drinks, especially prisoners of eternal hell." Xiachi said with a smile, and then picked it up from the table. An empty glass, turned around and went to poor Gromish. "As expected, the boss, did you recognize me at a glance? You didn't expect you to know that I came out of eternal hell?" Gromish said, slightly surprised. "After all, I don't just live by opening a pub. By the way, Mr. Gromish, my wine is very expensive." Xiachi said with a smile. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Neptune and Sengoku. The deep sea is a very beautiful place. Whether in the past life or in this life, the depths of the sea are mysterious. Few people can get a glimpse of the magnificent scenery of the seabed. Compared with the previous lives, the world can go to the seabed to see. There are even fewer people. After all, if you want to see the bottom of the sea here, you are often gambled with your life. No one knows if the coated boat you are riding will encounter any accidents in the deep sea. Even if riding an advanced submarine, it is also easy to be fiddled with by the behemoths in the deep sea as toys, and the consequences of their fiddle are often ship destruction and death. But the wealth is touching. Even if everyone knows that diving is not so fun, there are still a constant stream of brave men lining up to challenge this project. It is not just the pirates who want to enter the new world from the deep sea. Dive into the past. The same is true for those smuggling caravans, Not to mention that there is a treasure land like the Fishmen Island in the deep sea. As long as the caravan can enter the Fishmen Island alive, they can earn a satisfying harvest. If they can come out of the Fishmen Island alive, then the benefits are enough to make people feel crazy. Under the temptation of wealth, some people want to fight with their lives. Xiaoqi, the mysterious proprietress in Sabayati Archipelago, can be regarded as a local snake in the dark world. She has been cultivating Sabayati Archipelago for many years, and the contacts in her hands are still very good. Otherwise, she would not be able to drive her leisurely in such a chaotic place illegally. The tavern for so many years, hasn't it? Perhaps it is Xiaoqi that sees Gromish very pleasingly, or Xiaoqi is also investing in Gromish, a rookie who can escape from Impel Down. In short, Xiaoqi is quite good to Gromish. Not only did she not blackmail Gromish, he was waived for the wine money, and after that, she also generously helped Gromish for free and introduced a downwind boat to Gromish. At this time, Gromish is leaning on the deck guardrail of a smuggling merchant ship. The ship has entered the deep sea. The captain is an old fried dough stick. He has successfully passed through the Fishmen Island nearly 10 times. The wealth he has accumulated, it is also enough for him to live the second half of his life and even ZP offspring for a long time, but he still likes to dive into the deep sea with his smuggled merchant ships. In his own words, he likes this kind of challenge and prefers the fishmen. The dreamy scenery of the island, the most important thing is that he likes the feeling of returning home. There has never been a lack of people who like challenges in this world. Gromish also thinks that this old captain may be similar to those who like to die with their lives and play some extreme sports in the past, but although Gromish doesn't approve of such behavior, such challenging people have always been very respected. As Gromish looked at the scenery in the deep ocean in the distance, the old captain with a delicate hip flask in his hand walked to Gromish's side and said with a smile, "Ms. Xiaoqi said that I would help her bring one. When people went to the Fishmen Island, I really didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect to wait for you to get on the boat until I found out that my boat was carrying you, such a big man. Now the whole world is estimated to I'm looking for you. Jahahahaha, maybe." Gromish also took a hip flask from his waist, unscrewed the bottle, took a few mouthfuls and said with a smile. After a short pause, Gromish continued, "Then why don't you drive me off the boat? Are you afraid that I will rob you? After all, I am a wicked party. Ahahahaha, I can still trust the person introduced by Ms. Xiaoqi, not to mention that I wanted to see if I could get lucky to find the Murloc folks and enter the deep sea with me. There is insurance. When I was young, it was not that I had not encountered a crisis in this deep sea. Once my ship was demolished by sea beasts, and I almost died in that accident. Fortunately at the time I also took a Murloc buddy back to the Fishmen Island. It was because of this action that I was rescued by him in distress. Maybe you might even know him. His name is Fisher Tiger, a brawny man with red skin, who claims to be an adventurer." The old captain also smiled and said, "Tiger? Indeed. I know him, and I have some friendship with him, but I haven't seen him for more than half a year, and I don't know what he is doing now. And, if it does show up whatever accident, I will save your life, jahahahaha." Gromish said with a smile. Fisher Tiger, a guy who can also be called a legend, he is a snapper Murloc. His influence on the Fishmen Island is extraordinary. Compared to the small boss of the Murloc Street like Gromish, Fisher Tiger can be called the real big brother. The power of Murloc Street is very Madara refuted. There are many small bosses like Gromish, but everyone respects one leader, that is, Fisher Tiger. The same is true for Gromish. Fisher Tiger used to take care of Gromish several times when he was insulted. Later, Gromish got all the way to the position of the small boss and respected Fisher Tiger as the leader. Even now the memories of the two lives have merged. Gromish didn't plan to kill Tiger himself as a leader, and he didn't plan to be a leader, but Gromish didn't plan to be a little brother anymore. Of course, Tiger this guy. Although respected by everyone as the leader of Murloc Street, this guy is like his self-introduction to the old captain. He is indeed an adventurer. He often can't see people, and he does not truly integrate Murloc Street. The underworld brother, so under Tiger's rules, Murloc Street is just not fighting. What should it be like on weekdays? And Gromish knows that the situation will continue for a while, until Tiger is captured the Holy Land Marejoys and worked as a slave for 3 years, and Tiger, who was really eroded by the darkness, would hold high the banner of resistance, climb the red line with his bare hands, break into the Holy Land Marejoys, and carry out a thorough liberation exercise, and then he would burn Marejoys with a torch. After that, Tiger will truly unite the forces of Murloc Street, establish the Pirate Sun Regiment, make waves on the sea and fight against Marine and the world government until his death. Gromish is also interested in participating in such things as Tiger burning Marejoys, so he is also waiting for it. Just as Gromish was heading towards the Fishmen Island on the old captain's smuggling merchant ship, the Admiral-class marine warship that Sengoku Admiral was riding on also swayed into the Fishmen Island. Sengoku Admiral is also a guest in Dragon Palace City, meeting with His Majesty the King of the Fishmen Island, the Great Knight of the Sea Nipton, and his wife Princess Otohim. At this time, Sengoku Admiral took a sip of tea and then talked about other topics before speaking out the purpose of this time. His Majesty Neptune, maybe you should also know the big incident that happened recently. Sengoku Admiral asked softly with a teacup in his hand. The movement in Neptune's hand paused for a while, and then he said, Sengoku Admiral, are you talking about Impel Down? Sengoku nodded and said, yes, according to our intelligence, Proudmoore Gromish, he is a citizen of the Fishmen Island, right? Neptune frowned slightly, and then said, yes, that kid Gromish is indeed our national. Sengoku Admiral was silent for a while and continued, Your Majesty Neptune, no matter what happened before, but Proudmoore Gromish has now become a felon. His bounty is as high as 300 million Baileys. This time I come to the Fishman Island also wants to see if he will come back here. If he is here, I will arrest him, but unfortunately, at least according to our intelligence personnel here, Gromish is not in the fish among men island. Maybe he also guessed that we will come here to catch him, but it doesn't matter, justice sanctions will fall on him sooner or later. I also want to communicate with His Majesty Neptune this time. The Fishmen Island is a franchise country under the world government. You are the king of a country. At this time, please make the right decision. After that, if Proudmoore Gromish will really return to the Fishmen Island, if so, please be able to arrest him, or notify us Marine. After being silent for a while, Neptune nodded and said, I see, Sengoku Admiral, if Gromish really dares to come back, I will do what you say. After that, Neptune and Sengoku talked a little bit more, and Neptune saw off the guests due to his fatigue. After Sengoku Admiral left the Dragon Palace, Neptune sat on the throne with a gloomy expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Before Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, experienced the time when Princess Otohim was assassinated. He had two personalities and ways of doing things. Before Princess Otohim was assassinated, Neptune was not optimistic about Otohim's pursuit of the so-called the Fishmen Island peacefully coexisting with mankind ideals. He also never intended to live peacefully with humans on the sea. He believes that the so-called dream of the Fishmen Island and humans on the sea peacefully coexist is actually the dream of ancestors being destroyed, and human beings are not worthy of trust at all. However, although he did not agree with Otohim's various actions, he did not stop anything. It was not until Princess Otohim was assassinated and died that Neptune changed his mind and inherited Otohim's will and dreams. Began to become a master and faction. In other words, at this time, Neptune didn't have much favor with human beings and the world government, and he didn't give them any hope. When Princess Otohim saw Neptune's gloomy face, she said with some concern, "Nipton, are you really trying to catch Gromish kid?" After hearing Otohim's question, Neptune said firmly and without hesitation, "Impossible. Why on earth the child Gromish was imprisoned in Impel Down? Everyone in the Fishmen Island knows. He rescued his compatriots, rescued our citizens. If this is also a mistake, is there any truth in this world? But only with our own the Fishmen Island, there is no way to save him after that coming out, as a king, it's even more impossible. Anyway, after that, I can only reluctantly turn a blind eye to what happened to Gromish, but now, since this kid can run out of the copper wall with his own ability, it shows that he should not die. Marine and the world government want to force us to arrest our own children, citizens, and even heroes? Humph. Impossible. Not only did Neptune not intend to catch Gromish, he also thought that if Gromish returns to the Fishmen Island, he must try to conceal the news. As much as possible asylum can be provided to Gromish. Similarly, as he said, the reason why Gromish was caught in Impel Down is known to the people of the Fishmen Island. After all, the mermaid ladies who were rescued by him were never caught back as slaves. I won't say much about the Merman tribe. Even the rough and reckless Murloc people admire Gromish very much, and the Murloc tribe has a unique nature, that is, no matter how to fight, most of the Murloc people are still very if Gromish has done something they are proud of, the possibility that they will betray Gromish is quite low. This is also one of the reasons why Gromish wants to return to the Fishmen Island. He understands that it seems dangerous, but it is actually the safest place. After all, even if someone really wants to betray him, then Marine wants to catch him on the seafloor. Such a person is really too much trouble. The Fishmen Island is where he accumulates strength. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Future Fish Scum Brother. The old captain's smuggling merchant ship finally got the blessing of the sea god, and did not suffer any hardships during this trip to the Fishmen Island. When the Fishmen Island appeared in Gromish's sight, I don't know why Gromish was a little bit inexplicably moved. He whispered softly, "I'm you, you're me. We've already merged into one, haven't we? Gromish." Similarly, while seeing the Fishmen Island, Gromish saw a huge marine warship staying in Coral Hill. As Gromish, who had fought against Marine Admiral Sengoku, although he was beaten once, at a glance, he recognized this warship as the highest combat power of naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku's vehicle. Jahahaha, I really took care of me. Although I had already expected that Marine would come to the Fishmen Island to find me, I didn't expect it to be an admiral. Gromish unscrewed his hands. The flask said after taking 2 sips of wine. At this moment, the old captain also came out, looked at the warship, and scratched his head and said, "Since there are warships, we can't enter the Coral Hill anymore. After all, it is a smuggling merchant ship. Open one eye and close one eye to us, but after all, we have already arrived at the Fishmen Island. All the risks that can be eliminated are eliminated. Don't capsize at this last moment, it's not good." After the old captain finished speaking, he ordered the sailors behind him, turn the rudder, dive into the sea forest, and stop there. The sea forest is a famous area on the Fishmen Island. The ocean currents of the deep sea will turn around here. Therefore, if there is any accident in the middle of the ship that intends to come to the Fishmen Island, their wreckage will be extremely rare. The 1989 will follow the ocean currents to this place of the sea forest. Over time, countless shipwrecks gathered here, and this place is also known as the ship's cemetery, but this place has another use, that even unpopular pirates and smuggling caravans will sometimes drive the ship here to refuge. The old captain said that he would sail to the sea forest. Gromish did not object to it. After all, the sea forest distance. Murloc Street is not far away, it is to the northeast of Murloc Street, and Gromish did deliberately avoid Marine's sight, although he is confident that even Sengoku Admiral can't catch him on the bottom of the sea, but once the two of them it is still very troublesome to start, especially Sengoku's Devil Fruit ability. A wave is a shock wave, which will definitely bring a lot of unnecessary losses to the Fishman Island. The most important thing is that once the Marines know that Gromish is in the Fishman Island, unless Gromish is moved, the Fishman Island will be in peace because of Gromish. This is not what Gromish wants to see. Yes, because anyway, this is his hometown. At the same time, on Marine's warship, Sengoku, who was sent off by Neptune, also glanced at the smuggling merchant ship that changed its direction in the distance, but he didn't care about these things after thinking about it. He was an admiral from naval headquarters. No matter how boring they are, they will not have trouble with these vendors. Although they are smuggling goods, in the final analysis, they are not big evil people, and Sengoku does not bother to cut people's money. Therefore, he missed the opportunity to meet Gromish this time. Sengoku Admiral never thought that Gromish would really dare to return to the Fishman Island, and return so quickly. From Sengoku Admiral's point of view, Gromish is undoubtedly a very smart person, so he could not have imagined that if he escaped from prison, the Marines would consider whether he would return to the Fishman Island. There was no him in Marines. Anyway, I will come to the Fishman Island to check the situation and inquire about the news. Then the Fishman Island is a very dangerous place. Then I think Gromish should not be so fast. Even if you want to return to the Fishman Island, it is more appropriate to wait for the wind to pass for some time. But Gromish came back so quickly, so Sengoku Admiral missed this opportunity under inertial thinking. Any new discovery? Sengoku returned to the warship's room and asked Marine who was next to him. Report Sengoku Admiral. According to our search in the Fishman Island for the past 2 days, there is indeed no trace of Proudmoore Gromish on the island. Similarly, we speculate that Gromish did not return to the Fishman Island. The Marine said. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said softly, really? It's exactly as I expected. In that case, I don't have to stay here anymore. It seems that the owners here don't welcome us very much. Yes, after all things like this have happened, it's weird that they can welcome us. Let's leave. I don't think Gromish will enter the New World. Then focus on the first half of the Grand Line, especially where Murlocs live. It seems that the city of Seven Waters is there? Search there, at least for this period of time, we must focus our work on Gromish. Yes, Admiral. After the Marine saluted, he turned and left Sengoku's room to convey his order. At the same time, Gromish looked at the warship that was slowly starting, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he smiled and said, "Are you ready to leave?" "I'm too impatient, Sengoku Admiral." As a man called the Resourceful General, Sengoku is of course very confident in his intelligence, and the more confident the person, the more decisive. Sengoku thinks that Gromish will not return in a short time. The Fishman Island, so he really didn't mean to stay at all, and went straight to focus the search on the first half of the Grand Line. In this way, Gromish slipped from under Marine's nose to the Fishman Island, and after saying goodbye to the old captain, he took the coffee beans he bought, and was in a good mood along the sea forest to the Fishman Street. Humming on the trail and walked away. Murloc Street, the most chaotic place in the Fishman Island, this is a paradise for villains, just like the name here. Most of the people living here are Murlocs, and the Murloc's temperamental character makes this place. It became more chaotic. When Gromish stepped into the sight of Murloc Street, he opened his arms intoxicated and took a deep breath, and said with emotion, "Ah, this is the smell of chaos and disorder, which is really nostalgic." Soon, Gromish saw a Murloc with a jagged nose. He looked very young, as if he hadn't reached 20 years old, but his figure was strong enough, and the sharp teeth also showed him. A blood, he is a shark Murloc. It just so happens that Gromish is also very familiar with him. Similarly, The person's face changed after seeing Gromish carrying a bag of things in his hand, a little bit happy and a little bit distressed. It seemed that his senses about Gromish were very complicated. Gromish laughed first and said, "Arlong, don't you know if you see me say hello? You want to be beaten again, right?" That's right, the Murloc that Gromish met was Arlong, the serrated shark man who would harm East Blue in the future. Now thinking about Arlong's lineage, it's really funny. One is serrated shark and the other is Megalodon, which is really strange. Arlong is Xiarli's half-brother. He was abandoned by his parents when he was young and left in this chaotic Murloc street. When he was 15 years old, a man who claimed to be his father, the man who took Xiarli to live in Murloc street, and then the man disappeared somehow. Maybe he died. After all, Murloc street is so messy. After that, Gromish, who had been humiliated by the same father and mother, seemed to see what he was like from the two of them, and then did not know which nerve was wrong, and started to take care of these two guys. Xiarli, the little loli, is very obedient and well behaved. On the other hand, Arlong is just a thorn, so Gromish doesn't beat him less often. He often beats his father and his mother. After hearing what Gromish said, Arlong seemed to recall the scene where he had been sitting under the hammer by Gromish. After a chill, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, why are you back?" Cough cough, "No. I mean, come back." Gromish stepped forward and handed the things in his hands to Arlong very naturally, let him carry them, and then the tall and strong arms were directly wrapped on Arlong's shoulders, and he smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Well, you are not a kid anymore, I am also a civilized person, I will not beat you at every turn." Arlong looked at Gromish's face and thought to himself, "Are you a civilized person? This is really a ghost." But he didn't dare to say anything. I don't know if it was an illusion. Arlong always felt that he hadn't seen him for more than half a year. His nominal big brother seemed to be stronger and his aura became different, and it's even more elusive. Perhaps because he has gone through a lot of things. Impel Down, even in this Murloc street, you can hear its reputation. I didn't expect that he could break the confinement there. It's really amazing. Arlong couldn't help thinking with some admiration in his heart. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and quickly said, "Brother, there is marine on our island." "I know, I saw it too, but now they are gone, let's not talk about it, I haven't seen it in half a year. How is Xiarli? Is it taller?" Gromish asked with a smile. Arlong said with a cold face, "I didn't pay attention. She is taller than me anyway, and I can't see anything." Although Arlong and Xiarli are half-siblings, the relationship between the two is not very good. Compared to Arlong, who is blood-related, Xiarli is more intimate with Gromish. As for Arlong, he doesn't seem to care about it either. But what Arlong said is the truth. Xiarli is a shark mermaid with the blood of a mako shark, and she has been very big since she was a child. Not surprisingly, if she becomes an adult, she will probably become a huge mermaid, anyway. Now she was a lap bigger than Arlong, and she was about to catch up with Gromish. The house where Arlong, Xiarli, and Gromish lived is not far away. Soon Gromish and Arlong came to the door of the room, and then Gromish said, "Don't talk about the situation and attitude of the Fishmen Island. I haven't figured it out yet. Let's keep a low profile. Didn't you leave my seat for you before I left?" Arlong nodded first and agreed to Gromish's words. Then he raised his head proudly and said, "Now, in Murloc Street, I am also one of the bosses. I have the final say." Gromish smiled and said, "Really? I'll leave it to you. You can vacate a house for me and transform it into a blacksmith's shop. I don't want to meet Xiarli either." The thing that Gromish gave to Arlong is not difficult, so Arlong nodded and said, "I know, this little thing will be fixed for you soon. I will also inquire about what the people on this island have done to you." Manner. After speaking, Arlong left here very quickly. It seemed that he was quite active, and Gromish whispered softly when looking at his back, "The evil party in the future, racist. Ha ha ha, interesting." Asterisk. Chapter 19 Everything that stems from weakness is evil. After Arlong left, Gromish smiled and pushed the door open, and at the same time he heard a voice that was clearly impatient. "Arlong, didn't I tell you? Knock on the door before entering." Shirley was a little uncomfortable lying on the table as if he was writing something and said. Gromish looked at Shirley, a 7 or 8-year-old big loli who was nearly 2 meters tall. His smile became brighter. He didn't say anything first, but turned around and closed the door with his hands, and then walked to Shirley. "Behind the scenes, I want to see what she is writing." But Gromish doesn't understand it, but judging from the scattered aromas, weights, and other calligraphy and paintings above, Shirley should be thinking about the coffee recipe, right? As if feeling the breath behind him, Shirley spoke even more uncomfortably, "Don't get so close to me." Then she turned her head and seemed to want to complain about Arlong, but when she saw the figure behind her clearly, the original impatience and disgust on her face disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, the talent of a woman to change her face was born since she was a child. "Ani-san." Shirley looked at Gromish in surprise and shouted. "It's been a long time, Shirley. It looks like you have grown a little bit taller, and you are almost catching up with me." "Gee ha 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 ha, I am back, are you surprised?" "Unexpected." Gromish laughed and said. And Shirley was very excited and hugged Gromish, and then said with a cry of grievance, "I knew it, I knew that Ani-san would definitely come back. They all said that impel down. Because Pelton can only go in but not out. No one can break the legend for 800 years, but I just don't believe it. After that, I tried several times with my divination ability. I can see everything else, only in Ani-san's body has lost its function. Although I don't know why this happened, I know that this must be a good thing. Sure enough, Ani-san came a few days ago and you escaped from that big prison. The big news that came out, I knew from then, Ani-san, you will definitely come back." Gromish patted Shirley on the back, and confidently said, "Of course, I am proud more Gromish, there is no place in this world that can hold me down. All right, don't cry. See what I brought you back." As Gromish spoke, he took out the souvenirs he had bought. And Shirley's expression became even more joyful. She cheered happily and said, "It's the coffee beans from Sabayati Archipelago. I wanted it a long time ago, but it's too dangerous there." "Jahahahaha, is it? It's okay Shirley, brother, I can find you what you want in the future," Gromish said with a laugh. "Ani-san, Shirley likes you the most," Shirley also said very happily. After that, Gromish played with his older sister Loli for a long time, and it was not until dinner at night that Arlong returned to the house with some food bought from outside. And this time Shirley didn't have any conflict with Arlong. The three of them sat together for a dinner after a long time. After eating, Shirley was very well behaved and tidied up the tableware, while Arlong opened his mouth and said, "The blacksmith you want? I have already arranged the shop for you, and I will take you there tomorrow, but the blacksmith has not been found. After all, there are not many blacksmiths in the Fishmen Island, and most of them are still in the hands of Dragon Palace." Gromish smiled and said, "I don't need a blacksmith or something, I can do it myself." Arlong looked at Gromish suspiciously, but he still didn't say anything, and then he said again, "I secretly inquired, at least the people in Murloc Street are right. Well, you still admire your eldest brother very much. As for the attitude of Dragon Palace, I haven't figured it out yet, but I have planned to join Dragon Palace's king's army not long ago. Jinbei has already joined in. By the time I get in, I will be able to find out about Nip what is the attitude of King Dun and the others towards you." "The king's army?" Arlong, joining the army is a good thing. Go in and hone yourselves. This is the case for both will and character. By the way, did you say Jinbei join the king's army? Then Tai Ware's brother Ge. Gromish preached a few words to Arlong, and then asked. Big brother Tiger went out for an adventure not long ago, and he hasn't come back yet. Arlong said nonchalantly. Really? Gromish murmured. After thinking about it, he felt that Tiger would not have been caught in this adventure, so he didn't think too much, and then he said, inquire about it. The news is called please. Arlong was also stunned after hearing what Gromish said. In his impression, his nominal big brother would never say such things. At most, he would use I hand it over to you. The word please makes Arlong feel a little awkward. But Gromish himself didn't notice this, and then he continued, after so many things, I also want to understand a lot of truth. Arlong, what do you think is evil? Arlong was silent for a while, and then hesitated and said, robbery? Be a pirate? Jahahahaha, as expected, you are still a kid, let me tell you, Arlong, remember, what is evil? Everything that comes from weakness is evil. There is a saying that is correct, weak is an original sin in itself. I was caught and sent to Impel Down because I was too weak. The Fishmen Island was too weak so that so many compatriots would be damned and dirty. The slave traders caught the root cause of all this is because we ourselves have evil and have the original sin called weakness. In this world, there is an immutable truth. I will now this truth tells you, Arlong, you remember, the reason why the Fishmen Island has fallen to this point has nothing to do with the extreme racism in your head, even if you can really let others. I feel that the people on the Fishmen Island are not worse than other races, and even better than them are of little use. After all, the world still speaks with strength. The so-called power is the truth. This is the truth that the winner is justice. As long as we are strong enough, we can shelter the Fishmen Island. As long as the Fishmen Island is strong enough, no one dares to treat our compatriots as slaves, which is better than you try to spread the extreme racist thinking to achieve the idea of saving the compatriots and realizing the sublimation of the Fishmen Island is more feasible. Think about it, Arlong, don't spend too much time in useless places. From tomorrow on, I'm going to retreat and hone my strength. Whether it's Murloc karate or the 6 forms of superhuman skills I got from the world government, or even Haki, I have to hold it firmly. His master is in his own hands. At this point, Gromish looked at the dumbfounded Arlong and also stopped the work in his hands, looked at his Shirley, smiled very confidently, and said, wait when I leave. After that, the world will be turned upside down. Then Gromish patted Arlong on the shoulder and said, so if your kid can fight for some breath, I don't mind taking you around the sea. I always stay in the Fishmen Island, a place where I can't get up. It will never be possible. Atmospheric. In the same way, Shirley raised his arm and said excitedly, Ani-san, I also want to go to the sea. I want to go to the bubble park of Sabayati Archipelago. I heard there is fun. After hearing Shirley's words, Gromish also laughed loudly. Gee ha 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 ha, no problem, didn't I say it? Shirley, what you want, my brother will give it to you, isn't it the bubble park? Do you? You can go as many times as you want, and we can even build a Shirley park. Ani-san, Shirley likes you the most, Shirley said happily. At this time, Arlong, who was watching Shirley and Gromish at the table, whispered with emotion, Sabayati Archipelago's bubble park. When Arlong was young, did he have a longing for the world and mankind? However, the human damage to the Fishmen Island is too severe. Arlong, who grew up in that hatred, will naturally become extreme, but in the final analysis, he has a bubble park of Sabayati Archipelago, or all the residents of the Fishmen Island have a unique feeling for the park, both yearning and fearing. Later, Arlong really built a low-profile bubble park in East Blue. It was called Arlong Park. It was really horrible and interesting, but it was not the last point of innocence in Arlong's heart. After that, Arlong didn't say anything to Gromish that he would definitely change, and Gromish didn't intend to urge anything. As for whether Arlong could compete, he couldn't say for sure, but this kind of thing is a trivial matter. It's good for Arlong to be able to compete, but it's okay if you don't, as long as you don't hold back him. After all, Arlong can be regarded as his brother, since his predecessor picked them back to take care of them, so how can I say it? It's a bit of a responsibility. If Arlong really does something, doesn't he have to come out and clean up the mess? After dinner, Arlong left the house. He doesn't live here on weekdays. He lives in a hut opposite. In this room, only two bigger guys, Gromish and Shiarly, will live. Gromish when she was away, Shiarly lived alone. Lying in the long-lost bathtub, letting the hot water soak his skin, Gromish sighed comfortably, and then said softly, "Then, now is the time to examine the key points." In the end, the god of suffering can Mat's blessing curse exempt devil fruit's curse. Without this curse of blessing, Gromish would never think of becoming a demon fruit power, but now that there is such a bug-level thing, Gromish is still willing to give it a try, and he thinks this possibility is still very high. Taking a step back, even if the examination point fails this time, Gromish will become a Zoanu demon's capable person, and it is difficult to tell whether it is a loss or a gain. Therefore Gromish is still willing to take a gamble. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Kiran. Although this guy Arlong is a bit scumbag and his thoughts are a bit extreme, he still has two shining characters. One is that he really loves his compatriots very much, and will never forgive those who have hurt his compatriots. Gromish thinks this is very good. Another shining point is that Arlong is absolutely loyal to the people he respects. Later, after the death of Fisher Tiger, he even dared to go with his scum strength. Take revenge on Polusalino. Although his behavior is very irrational, Gromish believes that if Fisher Tiger springs nose, he will definitely be more pleased. And so far, Arlong respects only two people. One is Fisher Tiger, the leader of Murloc Street. His character and conduct are indeed worthy of respect, and the other is his name. Big Brother. Proudmoore Gromish. Although Gromish was about to beat him at every turn, he was skeptical of life at one time, but Arlong also understood that Gromish was taking care of himself. Similarly, he chose this period in the darkest and lowest valley of his life. Adopting his brother is a real respect from the heart. Although Arlong is a bit reckless, it's the nature of the Murlocs. Maybe he can do something big for him, but it's easy to find a suitable blacksmith shop. At this time, Gromish is in Arlong. Among the blacksmith shops he was looking for, this blacksmith shop was very large and quite remote. After all, the temperature required for ironing was very high, and the residents of the Fishmen Island did not like high temperature and flames by nature. Once the smithy works, the surrounding temperature will rise. Over time, it becomes a place where no one wants to come, but this is better. Gromish also hopes that there will be a secluded place for him to stay quietly for a while. Gromish was packing tools in the smithy while making preparations, while Arlong standing behind him had a strange expression that hesitated and stopped. After Gromish had almost done all the preparations, he didn't feel a little bit. He laughed and said, "What's the matter? I hesitate, do you still look like a man? Just say anything." After being scolded by Gromish, Arlong swallowed and said, Brother, your head seems to have horns." That's right, at this time Gromish had two horns for the first time, and it was a bit like the horns of an elk. With his tall body, not only did it not look abrupt and weird, but it gave him a domineering and arrogant feeling, and the changes in Gromish were also not only that, his eyes and pupils have also become fiery red, and even the color of his hair has begun to gradually become red. It is estimated that in a long time he will become another red hair, but Shanks' hair color is burgundy, and his hair color is fiery red. It seems to be long. I'm not a fool, of course I can feel it. Gromish said indifferently. Brother, why do you have horns on your head for no reason? Arlong asked very curiously, and he also felt that the new look of Gromish was so cool. If he had the opportunity, he would also like to do this look. Gromish thought about it, and took out the legendary weapon forging gift package from the mysterious space. The gift package did not look big, only the size of the palm of Gromish, and very light, but Gromish knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, there was nothing in it. The materials contained in it should be beyond imagination, and may even be endless. Gromish thought, and said, "It's nothing, it's just a side effect of devil fruit. It affected my appearance to a certain extent, but it didn't make me weird. I'm very satisfied with the look. Isn't it a lot of hacking? If I also have a bit wilder long hair, it's even more domineering." Gromish felt that if he really had a slightly longer hair, it would be very similar to Mo Junkonglu. The difference was that their horns were different, while Gromish felt that his horns were a little more handsome. Arlong's eyes widened after hearing Gromish's words, showing an expression of disbelief, and then said angrily, "Brother, have you also given up the talent and advantage brought by your blood? Even if, as a mixed race, you can't trample on the honor and talent of the Murlocs like this? What good is devil fruit?" Arlong is also inevitable to be angry. His own thinking is a bit of Murloc supremacy, and not only in the Murloc concept, demon fruit power is an evil way. In fact, in the eyes of the entire residents of the Fishmen Island, including the mermaid and other similar PAR, everyone, including Pegu, a strange race, thinks that demon fruit power is an evil way. As a child of the sea and a believer of the sea god, how can a noble race like me tolerate things that cannot swim? Can a Murloc that can't swim still be called a Murloc? In fact, this is one of the reasons why the Murlocs reject mixed blood, because many hybrids in history are demon fruit power, and in the eyes of the Murlocs, they just abandoned their blood and glory and stepped into the evil way feeling. At this point, Gromish has also come to this point. How can this make Arlong not angry? After hearing Arlong's questioning, Gromish smiled. If he remembers correctly, this should be the first time his ineffective brother dared to talk to him like this, and it made Gromish have a strange feeling that his brother has grown up. He turned around and threw the legendary weapon forging spree in his hand on the table, then looked at Arlong and said, "Arlong, I am indeed a mixed blood, but now you remember it for Laozi. My bloodline is the Fishmen. The island ranks second in lineage, and it is very pure. I can switch to human form and Murloc form freely, which is different from those half-blooded hybrids. Similarly, I have not given up the glory of Murlocs. I will eat devil fruit because I used an unrepeatable method to lift the curse that it was hated by the sea. Do you understand? That is to say, even if I am now a devil fruit capable person, Laozi, I can still swim." That's right, Gromish was the right bet after all. The blessing curse of the god of suffering Irma really exempted the curse of demon fruit power that was hated by the sea, and made Gromish a demon fruit power that can swim freely. And as a mixed blood, he can breathe freely underwater, which is not too cool. Arlong was stunned when he heard what Gromish said. He didn't care about the swimming and other things that Gromish said later, but was very concerned about Gromish's bloodline in his body. The Fishmen Island ranks the second bloodline. The bloodline that ranks the first will not be said. It is the bloodline of the royal family of the Fishmen Island, the bloodline of the Poseidon family. It will not take many years, the royal family of Dragon Palace will be a true blood of the gods was born again. In Gromish's view, this bloodline is far more noble than the celestial dragons who claim to be gods. With the birth of Princess Shirahoshi, the Fishmen Island will once again have the power to destroy the world after many years. That is one of the most important cards in the hands of the Fishmen Island. Compared with the royal bloodline of Dragon Palace City, which can inherit the lineage of Poseidon, the Megalodon bloodline of Gromish is indeed slightly inferior, so this bloodline ranks second. And the various legends between the royal family of the Dragon Palace and Poseidon are not too big a secret on the Fishmen Island. Of course, people like Arlong who value bloodlines and bloodlines are quite clear about this. So he said incredulously, "Big brother, you mean, is the blood in your body a Megalodon man who hasn't appeared in more than 200 years?" Gromish looked up at the height of the blacksmith's shop. "It's not bad. The Fishmen Island's buildings are very tall, because merlocks and mermaids who look like giants are not uncommon, so in order to take care of them, the Fishmen Island the building specifications are generally very huge." So Gromish moved his wrist and said to Arlong, "Then open your eyes and take a good look. The so-called Murloc's bloodline is the shark, and the shark bloodline is the Megalodon, and I'm the Megalodon." Shark. After Gromish finished talking, the whole person quickly swelled up, and in a blink of an eye he became a giant fish of 17 or 18 meters tall, and Arlong was even more stunned to see his big brother really turned into a Megalodon shark. "Man," and then he was very excited and said, "It's too powerful, Megalodon man. The Fishmen Island is the most powerful. Big brother, you are destined to become the hero of the Fishmen Island in the future." "Jahahahaha, I am not interested in being a hero. Although the Fishmen Island is my hometown, it is not the reason why it can restrict me. Only this vast world is my stage, Arlong," Gromish said with a big smile, and then he put away his transformation again, and became a strong man more than 3 meters tall, and then said, "Well, even though it will increase your combat power a lot when you become that kind of physique. But life is too inconvenient on weekdays. It's better to do this now. You should know now, right? I didn't fall into the evil way. Arlong saw that his eldest brother had the blood of the Megalodon man, and he didn't lie to him, so he didn't doubt Gromish's words that he was immune to the curse with a special method that cannot be copied. As for the method, Arlong has no interest in anything. Anyway, he doesn't plan to become a capable person, so what does he care about? However, Arlong was still very curious about what kind of ability his eldest brother possessed. He leaned close to Gromish and asked, "Big brother, what kind of abilities do you have? Presumably from your perspective, it shouldn't be too ordinary ability, right?" "Jahahahaha, that's right, this ability is very satisfying to me. The ability I got is Zoan Mahor's fruit monster breed Kirin, which is the ability to stand on top of many devil fruit." Gromish laughed. He said, and then he even exhaled a burst of black smoke burning with sparks from his breath. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Master Forging. The unicorn is one of the sacred beasts of the 5 directions in ancient myths. According to the description described in the 4th volume of Book of Rights Right Fortune 9th in the previous life, the unicorn is also similar to dragons, phoenixes, and phoenixes. The tortoise is also known as the existence of the 4 spirits, but is the king of the beasts and controls the power of the earth. And Gromish did get this power after eating the devil fruit of this monster species Keelan, but the unicorn he got seemed more mysterious, and I don't know if the world is different. It's in this myth. The creature is different after it is embodied. He also gets the power of flame at the same time, that is to say, he is a fire unicorn. But after all, he only got this power for one night. You really have to tell him to tell the truth clearly, so I really don't know it. In short, at this stage, all he can do is to gain the most basic foundation after swallowing devil fruit. As for the follow-up, it depends on how he develops it. First of all, he can breathe out flames, and even cover the flames all over his body. If nothing happens, he can develop it again in the future and make something even more powerful. Secondly, he found that as long as he stood on the ground, his power seemed to be endless and never stopped, and while eating the devil fruit, he found that his most basic power seemed to be doubled. It has grown a bit, and Gromish is now even confident that he can suppress ordinary giant warriors in strength with just one hand. Although there are so many people who can do this in the ocean, you should know that Gromish hasn't trained himself much yet. This is just his natural strength. Once he continues to work hard on strength training, then it's very scary. Then he noticed that his body's defenses were greatly enhanced, and there seemed to be a layer of sturdy scales hidden under the skin of his body, and similarly, if he wanted to, the scales could also manifest. By then, the defensive power will increase a lot, and then Gromish feels that his vitality seems to become extremely strong. But soon, Gromish figured out the general reason. First of all, Zoan's ability person itself will have extraordinary vitality, especially after awakening. It is enough to call it pervert. Secondly, as a capable person of the Eudaemon species, Gromish was born to stand on top of the capable person of Zoan, and his ability, Unicorn, is a lucky beast. According to legend, it represents peace and longevity. I won't say much about this conceptual thing. Gromish feels that as a fire unicorn, he should not represent this thing very much. Longevity is a common feature of unicorns. So the meaning of longevity must include strong vitality. Gromish thinks this is how my own extremely strong vitality came from. In the end, Gromish felt that his speed had become much faster. These aspects were what he got right from the beginning after eating the Eudaemon's unicorn fruit, and these alone were already strong enough, so Gromish would be he is satisfied, and he also believes that he will definitely be able to develop this ability to a deeper and stronger level in the future. The door of the future powerhouse has been opened for me. The so-called strongest creature is not just dragons. Kaido. Gromish closed the door and whispered after driving away long. However, Gromish quickly converged his mixed thoughts. For now, the gap between him and Kaido is a bit big. Even if Kaido has not reached the peak yet, he has not achieved the name of 4 emperors, but what is he? The crew of the former pirate overlord Rocks, how can they not be too bad? It is estimated that with Gromish's current strength, it is not enough for Kaido to fight with one hand. But it doesn't matter. Soon, I will catch up with you monsters. Gromish cheered himself very confidently. Then Gromish came to the table, spread out a drawing, picked up a pen and started to outline it. His god-level skill forging master brought him more than just forging skills, just as the description of this skill says, forging is a mystery, and this skill also brings countless kinds of forging skills. The knowledge has been poured into Gromish's memory, making him seem to have truly experienced the kind of growth that has been tempered from scratch, and the master has mastered these master skills. To forge, you must first get a design drawing, and for people with master skills like Gromish, it is not too difficult to design a battle axe for yourself. So it only took more than half a day for Gromish to complete his own design on the drawings. Gromish is very concerned about the weapons he will use in the future. Originally, he wanted to build a similar battle axe for himself according to the legendary battle axe in World of Warcraft, Gorhal, but finally thought about it, Gromish still abandoning this plan. Although Gorhal is also very domineering and handsome, Gromish really prefers to use a double-edged axe, and finally thought that this battle axe is used by himself, so let's do it according to my own preferences. So Gromish designed it. The battle axe is not the single-edged axe of Gorhal, but is more similar to the dark golden battle axe in the game of Diablo 2 Hell Destroyer. The double-edged axe face adopts a large and one small design. The blade should be larger, and the secondary blade should be smaller. Similarly, the design of this battle axe is not completely copied from Hell Destroyer. Gromish has also made a lot of effort in styling. After all, it is its own weapon, not strong or not. Let me say something else. First of all, the first element is to be handsome. The handsome of the tomahawk is not the same as the handsome of the sword. The so-called sword, the handsome in the details and the subtleties reflect the delicate feeling of forging with heart, which often makes people feel handsome. After that, if they can be matched with some suitable ones. The embellishment is even more perfect. But the tomahawk is different. If Gromish had to make a landscape map or something on it, it would be too much to paint a tiger. The so-called tomahawk's handsomeness, in Gromish's view, is to be domineering, cruel, and wild. As long as it meets these three temperaments, with a little outline, it will form that kind of handsome aura, and this is enough. After designing the drawings, Gromish opened the magical forging gift package, and then first reached in and took out a charming forging hammer, and then Gromish took out various materials from it, such as what fine gold, mithril, polyiron and so on, and then Gromish picked up one of the minerals in his hand and said, "If this is the case, let's try to refining it with my own flame. These difficult minerals, by the way, I can develop my flame." After finishing talking, Gromish was a mouthful of unicorn fire to the fine gold mine in his hand. The powerful and scorching flame instantly covered the ore, but it was used as the material for forging legendary weapons, and the fine gold ore was not so. It so smelled. Gromish didn't have much reaction when the unicorn went down, but Gromish didn't feel any upset. He had time to make a deal with these things. In this way, a blacksmith's shop in the depths of Murloc Street that no one has used for a long time began to exude a scorching heat again after many years, and this scorching smell seems to be non-stop day and night, causing many people to come and go. The fish people are very curious about what the blacksmith inside is doing, but due to the strong heat wave, no one is curious to push the door to take a look. Time passed silently for 3 months. Among the Dragon Palace guards, Arlong was idly watching several of his guards practicing their skills. At this time, Arlong had joined the Dragon Palace and became Arlong belonged directly to the king's army under the command of Neptune, and Arlong, as a serrated shark man, his body was also very strong, and his fighting strength was barely good. So soon, he was mixed in the king's army. The position of the squad leader, and his immediate boss, well, it is the whale shark man Jinbei. Jinbei frowned when he saw Arlong's idle appearance, walked over and said, "Arlong, what are you thinking?" "Jinbei, what happened to what I asked you to ask?" Arlong asked after seeing Jinbei. After hearing Arlong's words, Jinbei also replied, "I have already inquired about the attitudes of His Majesty Neptune and Princess Otohim towards the Gromish boss from the side. Don't worry, if the Gromish boss really wants to come back, the Dragon Palace will be he won't be an enemy, and His Majesty Neptune once drank too much and said in person that the boss of Gromish is the hero of the Fishmen Island. I don't think His Majesty Neptune will not only deal with Marine's requirements. Boss Gromish, maybe he will help Boss Gromish cover up his whereabouts. Neptune's personality is relatively childish, and he really likes to talk nonsense and do outrageous things when he drinks too much. Fortunately, Dragon Palace City is a relatively closed place. At least without permission, humans cannot enter, but can enter. The mermaid or merman tribe in Dragon Palace City can be regarded as trustworthy, so they have not caused any problems with Neptune in these years. Arlong was also very pleased after hearing Jinbei's answer. At least the Fishmen Island he loved did not betray his big brother, did he? Similarly, looking at Jinbei, Arlong was also a little emotional. His relationship with Jinbei was originally not very good, but Arlong's love for his compatriots is from the heart, so even if he has a bad relationship with Jinbei, Arlong has never secretly used any insidious means to deal with Jinbei. Originally his eldest brothers Gromish and Jinbei are both bosses on Murloc Street. They are roughly equal in status, but when Gromish left, he gave his position to Arlong. Since then, he has disappeared. After being locked in Impel Down, he escaped. Before that, Jinbei called Gromish only by his name, but now he adds the word boss at the end. Arlong knows that this is because his eldest brother is indeed the Fishmen Island in the eyes of most people. This is especially true in the eyes of people like Jinbei who are extremely benevolent and righteous. It must be because of this that Jinbei can involuntarily call Gromish the boss. He has regarded Gromish more than himself. A person worthy of respect. Thinking of this, Arlong remembered that a few days ago, when he sent food to his elder brother who had been in the smithy for 3 months, Gromish said that he did not need to hide the news of his return from Jinbei, so he said, "Since your Majesty Neptune's attitude is like this, then I can rest assured, Jinbei, tell you a secret. In fact, Brother Gromish has already returned." Asterisk. Chapter 22 Legendary Tomahawk Hell Destroyer. When night fell, the king's army also changed shifts and began to rest. Arlong took Jinbei towards the blacksmith shop in the depths of Murloc Street. Jinbei knew that Gromish had been back for 3 months, and that was at the blacksmith. The blacksmith who worked in the shop for 3 months was also very surprised after Gromish. He couldn't wait to see the recent changes in Gromish. If the mermaid girls know that Gromish boss has returned, they will definitely go crazy. Jinbei said with a smile as he walked. After all, Big Brother is the love of dreams in the eyes of the girls in Mermaid Bay. Arlong also smiled and said. When the two of them came to the vicinity of the scorching blacksmith's shop while chatting, both of them invariably stopped. "What sound is this?" Jinbei asked curiously, listening to the howling from the forge from time to time. And Arlong also shook his head and said, "It was there a few days ago, and I didn't figure out what happened, but it should be the movement made by the elder brother." At the same time, Gromish in the smithy was naked at this time, his strong muscles were shiny, hot sweat dripped down his skin and then was steamed dry by the hot breath. It seems to be stronger again. At this point Gromish had almost forged his tomahawk, only a few details were left, and he was adjusting these small details now. The battle axe made by Gromish is not a long-handled two-handed axe, but a one-handed axe with the same specifications as the Gorhowl. Of course, it can be used with both hands when necessary, and it has no effect. At this time, Gromish waved the battle axe casually while feeling the howling sound it made. After thinking for a while, Gromish spit out a hot flame again from his mouth and wrapped the battle axe in his hand. Compared with 3 months ago, the power of the flame he expelled this time is no longer the same. The most intuitive point is that the temperature is no longer an order of magnitude. If the flame used by Gromish before is an ordinary flame, the flame he spit out now can be called the real unicorn fire. After heating the battle axe, Gromish picked up a smaller chisel and banged it on the somewhat small side edge of the battle axe. Then his movements became faster and faster, and along with his movements, he chiseled out the perforations of different sizes and slightly different angles. After everything was completed, Gromish waved the battle axe in his hand again, and this time, the sound of the battle axe breaking through the air was no longer a mere whistling sound, but a majestic war song, slashed out with an axe, as if blowing a horn from hell. It was amazing. Jahahahahaha, finally it's Laozi's tomahawk. Gromish raised the tomahawk that hadn't completely cooled down in his hand and said with a laugh. Then he took out a huge water tank from the forging gift bag, and Gromish couldn't understand why this gift bag the size of his slap could come out with a water tank about the same size as others. But Gromish didn't bother to think about it. At this time, the water tank was filled with excellent condensate. After placing the water tank, Gromish did not hesitate to put his burning red battle axe in it, and then a stream of hot steam radiated from there. This is the last process. As long as this battle axe is condensed, Gromish will give it another etch. A brand new legendary weapon forged by Gromish himself will be born in this world. Just as Gromish was waiting for the condensation of his baby tomahawk to complete, the door of the room not far behind him was knocked. Gromish walked over and unscrewed the doorknob and looked at it with a smile and said, "Jinbei, long time no see." "What? Boss Gromish, you really have come back?" Jinbei also said with some surprise. Gromish was also stunned when he heard what Jinbei called him, but he soon understood what was going on. He didn't say much, but smiled and asked, "Gee ha 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 ha, after all, my current status is a bit special." I am a felon wanted by the world government and marine offering a reward of 300 million baileys. It is better not to show up to avoid causing any trouble on the island, so I just live in seclusion here for myself. Forging a handy weapon, so I didn't inform everyone that I have come back. Jinbei said very seriously, if it is a crime to save your own compatriots, it is really unreasonable. Gromish boss, you are not a sinner in the Fishmen Island now, but a hero. Gromish stepped aside and let Jinbei and Arlong walk in. Then he smiled and said, I don't need to talk about heroes. I didn't intend to be a hero. The liberation of the two mermaid girls was also because out of the care of beauty, if you were to be locked there, I would not even look at it. Ha 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 ha. After Gromish finished talking, Jinbei and Arlong were also amused by Gromish's joke. After laughing, Jinbei looked at the horns on Gromish's head with some curiosity, and then said, before Arlong said you have become I still don't believe in devil fruit's ability, it seems to be true now, but did you really break the curse that is hated by the sea? Of course, if this kind of thing is used to deceive people, it will be broken with a single jab, is there any need to lie? Gromish said indifferently. And Jinbei also smacked his lips and said, that's really amazing. But he didn't plan to ask the bottom line. Everyone has his own secret, right? If he had to ask why, it would be too uninteresting, so he quickly changed the subject, looked at the big water tank not far away, and asked, Boss Gromish, what are you forging? Woolen cloth. Jahahahaha, I'm forging a battle axe that can be passed down to the world and become a legend. It will be a weapon that will accompany me in the world in the future. After 3 months of forging, after a while, you can see this battle axe born. By the way, I named it the Hell Destroyer. Gromish said with a proud smile. Oh? Is it going to be finished soon? Then I really want to see what this legendary battle axe, the boss of Gromish, is like. Jinbei also said with great interest. After the three of them chatted for a while, Gromish checked the time, reached out to touch it in the condensate, and then said with a smile, it's done, you guys wait for me here for a while, I'll go inside and open it. A blade. After speaking, Gromish couldn't wait to take his Hell Destroyer out of the big water tank, and walk to the inner room. Then Jinbei and Arlong heard the sound of polishing for a while. After a long time, Gromish removed himself. The Hell Destroyer carried one hand on his shoulder, and Haki walked out, laughing and saying, ha ha ha, how about it, is this tomahawk handsome for me? Even the honest person Jinbei couldn't help but praised, there is indeed a wild and domineering feeling, at least it's cool. After more than 3 months, Gromish's hair became completely fiery red, and he did grow his hair a little longer, just as he thought. This change also made his whole person more full. With the aura of Jiu, the tomahawk Hell Destroyer in his hand at this time is even more domineering, with dark golden axe handle, wild shape, cool axe blade, and embellishment with patterns of inexplicable power. Among them, people can feel the strength of this battle axe at a glance. Gromish raised his hand and stroked the sharp axe blade, and said with a smile, I used a lot of good materials when forging it. I am confident that even if this tomahawk is not blessed by armament Haki, no one can do it. Destroy it, and its sharpness is also unstoppable. Having said that, Gromish smiled mysteriously, and then said to Jinbei, Jinbei, remember what happened when we were fighting with each other? Ha 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 ha, of course I remember. Jinbei said with a big laugh. Then would you like to try to see if you can touch the Hell Destroyer in my hand? Gromish laughed and said to Jinbei. When Gromish was still one of the leaders of Murloc Street, due to the existence of Fisher Tiger, the internal fight was prevented. Naturally, he and Jinbei could not be solved by a fight with a real sword and a gun, so the two of them often use this method of greater strength than anyone else to resolve disputes and contradictions with each other. Of course, at that time, Gromish was basically abused by Jinbei, the blue fat whale shark man. This is different now, Jinbei, I awakened the blood in my body half a year ago, and finally figured out what kind of blood my blood is. Maybe Arlong didn't tell you? Blood. And since then, my strength has increased exponentially. I am still very confident of brute force. Gromish said with a smile. Jinbei laughed and said, "Can Arlong hold back something worth showing off?" After he told me about this island today, he immediately said it, Megalodon man, that it's really not to be underestimated. After all, it is the blood of the Fishmen Island's strongest warrior. At this point, Jinbei paused, and then continued, "But even so, I want to try it." Gromish smiled when he saw it, and said, "Okay, you guys come with me." After speaking, Gromish carried the Hell Destroyer and walked out of the door, into the backyard, and then he put the legendary dark golden tomahawk Hell Destroyer axe blade in his hand facing down and nailed it. On the ground, he clapped his hands and said, "Try it. If you can pick it up, I will invite you to drink for 3 months." After speaking, Gromish also looked at Arlong, who was also eager to try, then smiled, and said, "Arlong, you should try it too." "Okay, brother," Arlong said sharply. Then Jinbei walked to the Hell Destroyer, first held the axe handle with one hand, and wanted to see if he could pick it up with one hand like Gromish. Seeing this scene, Gromish couldn't help but smile. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Hell Destroyer was forged by himself, the talent of using the warrior to not die with unarmed hands was combined with his master-level forging technology. Amazingly, it came out with a feature that was exclusive to Gromish, and even Gromish couldn't pick up this heavy Hell Destroyer. Because Gromish made a rough estimate, he should have melted 2 or 3 mountains as heavy into this battle axe. I'm afraid I really have to use brute force to get this battle axe, only to wait for a few hundred. Is it possible that the devil, Yonguaz, who was frozen to death a year ago, is resurrected from the dead? Hell Destroyer, a legendary battle axe forged by Proudmoore Gromish himself. Features: absolutely tough, no one can destroy this battle axe. It seems to have the special effects of immortality when it is forged. Characteristics: absolutely heavy, the Hell Destroyer is heavier than a mountain, and few people can pick it up with brute force. Features: exclusive Gromish. Gromish can use Hell Destroyer easily and can adjust the weight of Hell Destroyer according to your own will. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Retreat. The 3 characteristics of the legendary Tomahawk Hell Destroyer may seem so-so, but they are enough to be called spiritual soldiers. Needless to say, the first 2 characteristics are in Impel Down Impertin. He broke several tomahawks in the game. When he forged this Hell Destroyer, he took special care in this regard, and finally forged a tomahawk that wouldn't break and shatter theoretically even if he took it to the ground. The second feature is heavy. The battle axe is a heavy weapon, and there is no need to take any elegant and smart way. It is perfect for Gromish to make a powerful attack, and the weight of the Hell Destroyer. Gromish: this it's true that there are not many people who can carry the axe down, but it is a heavy weapon after all. In terms of dodge, it is better than the Kendo Master to dodge. Although there are not many people who can carry it down, there are definitely a lot of people. In the world, monsters are everywhere. Everyone who pops out has the power to sink islands and split the sea at every turn. Even if Gromish counts his hands and feet, he can't count the number of people who can take his tomahawk. Therefore, although this second feature looks a little too powerful, Gromish didn't feel that he could ramp up the sea by relying on the power of weapons. If you think about it, it doesn't exceed the specifications, so it's better not to waver. As for the third feature, Gromish is the proudest feature. After all, this is an exclusive created by him. In theory, the only person who can use this legendary Tomahawk Hell Destroyer is Gromish. Even if the others can pick it up, they may not be able to use it very smoothly, and even if Oz is resurrected or the giant battleship San Juan Wolf picks up the Hell Destroyer, but for them, this battle axe is too much. It's too small to use at all. So Gromish feels that even if he finds a place to throw away this tomahawk, no one will be able to use it after 300 to 500 years. In short, Gromish is very satisfied with the legendary battle axe he built by Hell Destroyer. Just when Gromish was thinking about these things, Jinbei had already held the Hell Destroyer's axe with one hand, and then he snorted, his whole body began to exert force, the muscles on his arms burst. Although Jinbei it looks aggressive, but it's useless, even if he is almost suffocating his blue face to red, the Hell Destroyer still falls firmly on the ground without even shaking it. After Jinbei confirmed that it was absolutely impossible for him to pick up the legendary battle axe created by the Gromish boss with one hand, he did not hesitate to use both hands together. Thinking of posing a more chic posture, it looked like he was pulling hard, but he almost backed his breath and didn't pull the Hell Destroyer. After a long time, Jinbei sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He said, "Boss Gromish, are you too exaggerated? Just the weight of the axe, who can use it except you? If you hit the target in battle, wouldn't it be hurt by scratching or knocking? Died. Jahahahahaha, isn't this more able to reflect the power of this Hell Destroyer?" Gromish said with a laugh. Then Arlong seemed to be unbelieving in evil and wanted to experience this desperate feeling for himself. He also stepped forward and tried to pick up the Hell Destroyer. However, his strength was not as strong as Jinbei, even Jinbei. Of course he couldn't hold a battle axe that he couldn't afford to fight for his life. Therefore, after he gave up, the two saw Gromish stepping forward with one hand and gently pulling. They picked up the Hell Destroyer from the ground and carried them on their shoulders, and they were shocked with a skeptical expression of life. Is this Megalodon Murloc's brute force able to reach this point? The shark Murlocs like us are not a magnitude at all, right? Jinbei looked at Gromish and said with emotion. Jahahahaha, it's not just because of the blood of the Megalodon man. My devil fruit is a legendary unicorn. After eating it, my strength has increased a lot, not to mention, in this battle axe. There is also another strangeness. Just like what you said, this is a battle axe dedicated to me, proud more Gromish. No one except me can use it freely. Gromish said with a proud laugh. If you think about it, the Hell Destroyer used by Gromish is a bit like the sin of arrogance among the 7 deadly sins. Ace Kano used the axe Rita. Except for Ace Kano, no one else can use his magical axe. When Gromish finished showing off his masterpiece, he took out a few bottles of wine from the room and sat in the backyard with Jinbei and Arlong and drank. That is to say, His Majesty Neptune has agreed to Marine's request on the surface, but he is actually more inclined to provide shelter for me. Gromish couldn't help but sigh after receiving the news from Jinbei. This Majesty Neptune really is nice guy, but this didn't go beyond Gromish's expectations. But even though Neptune thought so, Gromish didn't plan to jump out and really let him take shelter. Gromish has already completed his tomahawk forging work at this stage. Strength, but the training of this strength is definitely not possible because you have achieved great success in the Fishman Island, invincible in the world, and then come out. It is too mentally retarded, not to mention that I am working behind closed doors here, and I haven't gone out for actual combat. Isn't it true that it's a roaming around in the sea? Strength is not something you can do by your own thinking, it must be accompanied by a bloody storm to make your way to the strongest. But Gromish doesn't just want to just think about it here and jump out to stir up the wind and rain. According to his plan, he must at least train both the 2-color Haki and the 6-style well, and then see if he can take care of Devil Fruit. If you have enough time to develop your abilities, you have to pick up your old skills, Murloc Karate, and continue practicing. The time required for Gromish is tentatively set to be at least 2 years, and now it's the Sea Circle calendar. The beginning of 1496. It's too early. The rookies on the sea have not yet come out to make their mark. If Gromish remembers correctly, the next year, Sea Circle calendar, 1497, is currently called Golden. Gold Roger will overcome the dangers of New World, break the legend of the ultimate island that no one can reach, and become the first pirate in history to reach Ralph Drew, and since then, he will con facing the sea, complete the achievements that even the last pirate overlord Rox could not do, and become the first pirate king. Roger's ascent was the prelude to the opening of this era. Since then, the pirates have had a new goal, that is, to become the One Piece. With Roger spying on Ralph Drew's secrets, the world government and Marine will also conduct a rigorous hunt for their Roger pirates. Then, in order to avoid the world government and Marine's search, the Roger pirates will be broken into pieces. Since then, they will be disbanded. Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right arm, will also begin to live in seclusion. Sabaody Archipelago has not asked the world ever since, and 1 year later, in Sea Circle Calendar 1498, One Piece Roger will surrender and use his own life to start this new big pirate age. Calculating it, it's just over 2 years from now, and Gromish is planning to go to East Blue's Log Town to see the execution of first-generation One Piece Roger. Similarly, he will be at that time. Start your own journey and march towards the sea. After the three of them drank for a while, Gromish asked, Jinbei, how is the situation on the sea now? It has been more than 3 months, and the heat I caused has dissipated, right? Jinbei, as one of the cotters of the king's army of the Dragon Palace, has relatively good news, not to mention that he himself is very concerned about the various news on the sea, so Gromish will ask him. Jinbei thought for a while and said, it is true that the heat about you has been reduced a lot, but the Marines are still looking for you everywhere, and the situation on the sea is still the same, but in the past half a year, more and more pirates have begun to enter the New World, and New World's hegemony is in full swing. At present, there are still a few outstanding pirates. At this stage, the pirates are the Pirate Admiral. Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, he is the most powerful in New World, but the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates are not weaker than him. It can be said that the current New World is the battle of the three of them. In New World, the rest are a bit inferior to them. In addition to them, there are 2 more people in New World who need to have considerable potential. If the rumors are true, both of them seem to be the pirate overlords of the previous generation. The members of Rox are Charlotte Linlin and Beija Kaido. Their power is also growing very fast. In addition, there are those masters such as the Big Pirate and Green Pepper from the Country of Flowers. Similarly, there are also many talents among Marine. The 3 newly promoted Vice Admiral are all masters with top Logia Devil Fruit abilities. They are called Marine 3 Monsters. There are rumors that all 3 of them have actually become Marine Admiral candidates. Then I think it's no surprise that these 3 will become the next Marine 3 Admiral in the future. By the way, there is an anecdote that it is Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral once again rejected the promotion to Admiral. Ha 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 ha, what an interesting person, I really want to meet this Garp Vice Admiral. Because Garp, an inconspicuous guy, has repeatedly refused to be promoted to Marine Admiral, so there are only 2 Admiral in this Marine. One is Sengoku Admiral who is currently responsible for tracking Gromish, and the other is a powerful armament Haki who is running across the sea. The Black Arm does not kill Admiral Zephyr. Fortunately, for so many years, although Garp has always been an admiral, his strength is still there. No one would think that Marine really only has 2 so-called the highest combat power. Gromish couldn't help but smile when he heard Jinbei say he wanted to see Garp. I advise you to give up this idea. Jinbei, Garp is toxic. It's best not to get too involved with him. After that, Gromish sent away the drunk Jinbei and Arlong, and then officially announced that they had entered a state of retreat, which was expected to take 2 years. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Neptune, I have a special way of wooing. After 3 days, Gromish took a short rest and began to retreat to polish his own strength. The retreat place that Gromish chose was not too far away from Murloc Street. It was in the Sea Forest. This is the cemetery of the ship, except for those who illegally migrated. Apart from the pirates or smugglers, few people will come here. In addition, his current appearance has changed a lot from the wanted order and newspaper appearance, so Gromish doesn't need to worry too much about himself. It exposed the identity or something. Oni-san, Shiarly will often bring you delicious food to visit you. By the way, I will make delicious coffee for you. Lowly Shiarly stood on the edge of the sea forest, facing the upcoming Gromish, who entered the sea forest retreat, said softly. Gromish also raised his hand and rubbed Shiarly's head, who was about to reach his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Then I'm looking forward to it, Shiarly." At this time, Gromish seemed to have awakened some exhibitionism. He was naked like a berserker. On the shoulder of his right arm he wore a haki shoulder armor shaped like a roar of a unicorn. There was no shoulder armor on the shoulder of his left arm. A purple-red ring strap to fix the shoulder armor is pulled from the front chest to the back, and 2 hanging rings are added to the ring belt on the back, and the legendary battle axe of Gromish hangs on the hanging ring. Hell Destroyer. Gromish's hands are also wearing black fingerless gloves. It is worth mentioning that it seems that in order to commemorate his days in the Eternal Hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down Eternal Hell, Gromish also specially restrained the original. Holding his hands, the shackles that he later tore off were forged again. At this time, they were still hung on the wrists of both arms, while the shackles on the left wrist were engraved with a shaggy unicorn by Gromish, and the shackles on the right wrist the imprint is a megalodon with a big mouth and a blood basin. At this time, he wore the shackles on his wrists. He no longer felt the embarrassment that he had when he escaped from prison. Instead, he was full of hacky and wild feelings. Gromish's lower body was not exposed. A black trousers. There is a lace made of grey wolf hair on his waist, and a pair of high-state military boots decorated with nailed iron are stepped on under his feet. The whole person looks full of arrogant aura, coupled with the one he is carrying on his back. The same mighty Haki's legendary tomahawk Hell Destroyer, whoever sees Gromish can't help but admire. What a wild and domineering warrior. Gromish didn't stop after saying goodbye to Shiarly. He turned around and walked into the sea forest without hesitation. From then on, he will begin to practice in this huge ship cemetery for 2 years. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace city, Jinbei was also reporting something to His Majesty Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island. Since Gromish knew Neptune's attitude towards him, he did not specifically let Jinbei hide it from him. He's gone, so Jinbei is talking about Gromish. Really? It's good that Gromish comes back safely. Since he feels that he is not strong enough and needs more exercise, then we should not disturb him. Although he can hide his traces well, we still need our help to cover up some of them. Minor flaws, Jinbei, this matter is left to you. Make sure not to cause any trouble to the Gromish kid. Also, although I don't think anyone on the island will betray Gromish, the matter will end here. Don't let more people know about it. After all, there's a lot of people talking. It's not good if you miss out in the face of those outsiders. At this point, Neptune was silent for a while, and then said, I heard that there is a younger brother of Gromish in the king's army in Dragon Palace City, is it true? Jinbei also nodded and said, it's true. It's a serrated shark man named Arlong, but he is not the blood brother of the Gromish boss, but was adopted by the Gromish boss at a very young age, but the two although not blood relatives, I can see that the Gromish boss still loves his brother very much, and Arlong also respects his brother. By the way, Arlong also has a half-sister called Shiarly, is a Mako shark mermaid. As a little girl, Shiarly is very much loved by the Gromish boss. Neptune smiled after hearing Jinbei's introduction and said, really? By the way, Jinbei, what do you think of Arlong? After thinking for a while, Jinbei said, although Arlong's strength is not great, it is not too bad. His character and thinking seem to be a bit extreme, but there is no doubt that he has a heartfelt love for his compatriots, and 3 months ago, he seemed to have started to change in a good direction. I didn't know why, but now that I think about it, it should be related to the Gromish boss. In general, Arlong is still a good guy. After thinking about it for a while, Neptune said to Jinbei, if this is the case, let's train this Arlong in the king's army. Also, since the child of Gromish has a younger sister, go and ask her if she wants to. She is willing to live in Mermaid Bay. If she wants, take Gromish's younger sister to Mermaid Bay to live. After all, there is still some chaos in Mermaid Street. Arlong will be working in the king's army again, Gromish. Shouldn't it be more reassuring to let this little girl named Xiarli live in a mermaid harbor with relatively better security, right? And being there, she can also receive a better education, of course. The funds needed for this are all provided by Dragon Palace. I know that the child of Gromish will definitely not lack this Bailey, but it is my heart. After all, he did what my king did not do. The thing, he protected his countrymen. Jinbei nodded and said, I see, Your Majesty, I will go and implement these things. After that, Neptune didn't leave Jinbei to say anything more. There is no doubt that Neptune was trying to win Gromish. Maybe it was because he also saw the future in Gromish, right? Neptune feels that Gromish's future achievements will definitely not be limited to this. Think about it, a man who can escape from Impel Down Impelton, how can he think it will not be ordinary? And more importantly, Jinbei also did not conceal the fact that Gromish awakened the Megalodon bloodline, which gave Neptune greater confidence that as long as Gromish did not die halfway, then the Forest of the Strong in the future there will always be his place. After Jinbei left, Neptune leaned on his huge throne, and seemed to be thinking about this. After a long time, he whispered softly, the Megalodon man, lost for more than 200 years and nearly 300 years of the Fishmen Island's strongest warrior bloodline, has it finally reappeared? The warriors with this bloodline throughout the ages are all the national treasures that the Fishmen Island focuses on training. Megalodon warriors who can grow up all of us are the strongest combat power of the Fishmen Island. Since this bloodline has finally reappeared after so long, as the king of the Fishmen Island, I, Neptune, of course have an obligation to let it not be cut off. Obligation to keep it going. Although the Murloc and Mermaid will often have the phenomenon of return to ancestors when they give birth to the next generation, there is more chance that they will inherit the blood of recent generations, just like Arlong is a shark blood, and Xiarli is also a shark blood. It's just that the branches are different. In Neptune's view, if Gromishus has a child, then this child is very likely to inherit his Megalodon bloodline, even if not, his grandson, great-grandson, in short, Gromish's lineage. The bloodline is currently the most likely to continue to give birth to this Megalodon bloodline, so of course Neptune wants to let Dragon Palace also introduce this bloodline, but currently his 3 children are all male mermaids, which is a headache. If Neptune had a daughter, he would definitely recruit Gromish as his son-in-law, the son-in-law of the Fishmen Island. Do you think that the bloodline of the Megalodon man is one of the national treasures of the Fishmen Island? Is you kidding me? No, it's really a national treasure. Especially since this national treasure has been severed for more than 200 years and nearly 300 years, it is even more precious. Who knows if the next Megalodon man will appear a few hundred years later? No, this kind of thing can't be delayed. Anyway, the child of Gromish is not very old. It hasn't been long since he became an adult. He hasn't even reached the age of 20. It seems that it is too late for me to have a daughter with him. Putan thought, rubbing his chin, and then he actually ran to find him. This is the king of the Fishmen Island. Neptune. He is a very generous and kind king. Yes, but he is also quite childish. He always does what he thinks of. He often does not bring a guard by himself. People are running around on the Fishmen Island. When Luffy and the others came to the Fishmen Island, when Shirahoshi disappeared, he even begged the Straw Hat crew to return Shirahoshi to him in the form of crying. Neptune, well, although he is not a person who is not tuned, he does go out of tune often. Gromish, who is far away in the sea forest, really didn't expect that he would be photographed by the king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune, who was sick because of his blood. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford, Garp Vice Admiral, who had just returned from New World, set foot on the port of Marineford and gloated to Kuzan Vice Admiral who came to pick him up and said, "Ah ha 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 ha, King Z, I heard that the guy Sengoku has been deflating recently." After searching for more than 3 months, he couldn't find the target. Kuzan also smiled helplessly, and said, "Mr. Garp, you are really a bit wicked. Sengoku Admiral has called the people from the intelligence department to reprimand him for this incident." "Ah ha 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 ha, I told the BD to always say that I can't catch Roger. Okay, I can still chase Roger everywhere. He can't even find anyone. Ah ha 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 ha, it's a relief. No, I'm going to taunt him in person." Garp didn't care if Sengoku Admiral was so angry that he punched him, gave him a few shockwaves, and said with a big smile. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Big Upcoming Event. Kuzan walked like a chap after Garp, and asked, "Mr. Garp, the situation in New World is very precarious now. The Roger pirate seems to be getting stronger. This is not good." Garp's expression of schadenfreude stiffened a little, and then he said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, it's quite bad. I came back this time to mobilize the army. Although I didn't catch Roger this time, there was a very important information was accidentally learned by me." After hearing Garp's words, Kuzan was also very curious and asked, "Gathering the army? It seems to be a great event, even you don't act alone anymore? What kind of information?" Garp didn't answer, but he said, "Go and see Marshal Kong first, and wait until then. You go and call Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane. If not surprising, we should act together this time. Go ahead." After speaking, Garp took his meteor and walked towards Marshal Kong's office, while Kuzan stood still thinking about something. Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, he is the Vice Admiral Officer of Naval Headquarters, but don't think he is just a Vice Admiral, but in fact he is completely one of Marine's bosses, even if he is a Vice Admiral on the same level as Admiral. The problem is that even the Marines Marshal has nothing to do with him, and the reason why he has repeatedly refused to be promoted to one of the Marines' highest combat powers 3 Admiral is because he feels that if he becomes Marines Admiral, he will be in many ways fettered, and just because he is not a person who likes to be fettered, Vice Admiral's position is quite suitable, especially Vice Admiral, who is out of specification like him, is even more unruly. Similarly, because he doesn't like too many rules and restraints, the general task or attendance performed by this guy Garp is only with his direct subordinates of Marine, a warship with dog heads and horns. You can carry him, a stubborn fellow, across the sea, no one dares to provoke him. At this moment, people like him will return to the headquarters to mobilize the army. Kuzan is very surprised. With Garp's character, such a big movement is made. There is no doubt that something big will happen in New World. After thinking about it, Kuzan went to find Sengoku Admiral and Zephyr Admiral and Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Chief of Staff Tsuru. When the group of them walked towards Marshal Kong's office, Sengoku Admiral also followed Zephyr Admiral. "I don't know what I'm talking about. In fact, Zephyr Admiral is now in a semi-retired state. After his wife, children, and family were killed by a group of pirates a few years ago, Zephyr has applied for retirement, but as Admiral of Headquarters, he has a high position. The wait is not so simple that you can retire casually. Moreover, there are only 2 Marine Admiral in this session. It depends on him and Sengoku to support the facade. Anyway, the guy Garp can't count on it. Zephyr is gone again. There is only one Marine's highest combat power. For those who understand the deeper reality, It doesn't matter. Marine is still that powerful Marine, but for the ordinary people at the bottom. So, that's a big event. What? Marine 3 Admiral are missing, there is only one? Isn't Marine going to end? Isn't this world about to be occupied by evil? In short, people will not study the deep-seated truth, and they have no way to study it. This will definitely cause a certain amount of confusion. Marine's third highest combat power, Admiral, is the facade of Marine. It is a benchmark set in front of ordinary people all over the world. It symbolizes the strength of Marine. Therefore, Zephyr's application for retirement was not approved, but Marshal Kong and Sengoku Admiral both knew that Zephyr's the heart is no longer the original heart, so there is no way to impose various responsibilities on him. After that, although Zephyr has the name of Admiral, he has already shifted the focus of his work to cultivating the new generation of Marine. Now, like the current 3 Admiral candidates Akainu Sakazuki, Kizarupolu Salino, and King Z Kyuzan, all 3 of them were personally cultivated by him from the Marine system. The tragic incident encountered by Zephyr has been happening many years ago. Although he did not marry another wife and have children after that, he is no longer gloomy as before. Let's not talk about Garp, Sengoku. I'm afraid that Brother Kong will have to ask you later, what's going on with Gromish? It's been more than 3 months, and there hasn't even been any progress. World government has some unsatisfactory. After all, if you can catch him back and put him in Impel Down Impelton, it will be a little bit of face. Zephyr Admiral said to Sengoku Admiral beside him as he walked. After Sengoku Admiral heard Zephyr Admiral mention Gromish, he said with a gloomy expression, Zephyr, you should also know that it is very troublesome to find a Murloc in the ocean, let alone catch him. Sengoku Admiral is right. Murlocs are already very difficult to catch. After all, they jumped into the sea and ran as fast as a thief. Not to mention catching them. Even if they are found, they are hard to find. After all, the Murloc's main activity range not limited to the sea, they can go anywhere. Just like Fisher Tiger later, he tossed Marie-Joyce, the holy place of the world government, into disarray. In terms of crime and threat, he is not much different from Gromish, and there is nothing wrong with saying that he has surpassed Gromish. Yes, and he is directly the man who offered a reward of 230 million Baileys for the first time. In this way, Marine went into action. It took more than a few months. I don't know how much manpower and material resources were spent to set the trap and seriously injured him. Had it not been for Fisher Tiger himself to refuse the delivery of human blood, he would not even die, and he would continue to struggle with the Marines. And just like that, this is the reason why the Pirates of the Sun set up in Fisher Tiger and sent the rescued slaves to their hometowns. If he is alone, well, I guess he wants to catch him more than climbing to the sky is still difficult. In the same way, this kind of thing is the same with Gromish. Of course I can understand your difficulty, alas. In short, I have a bad feeling. Although I haven't seen Proudmoore Gromish yet, I always feel. If you don't catch him as soon as possible, wait for him again. When it appears, it will cause more trouble than he escaped from Impel Down Impelton. Zephyr said here, his eyelids jumped involuntarily, seeming to prove his prophecy. Sengoku Admiral was also a little silent, he also felt this way, otherwise he wouldn't be able to look for Gromish again for 3 consecutive months. He is dignified Marine Admiral, how can he be so idle? Isn't it all time to work overtime? So at this time Sengoku Admiral also looked a little tired. Just when he was ready to say something, Tsuru Chief Staff Officer said, well, let's put aside the Gromish thing. It's useless to be anxious. Sengoku, you should take a break and adjust your state. No matter what happened to Gromish, let's listen to what Garp Guy found out. After the Chief Staff Officer Tsuru finished speaking, he pushed open the door of Marshal Kong's office, walked in and saw that Guy Garp was making tea and eating senbei. Oh, Tsuru, it's been a few months, you're still so cute. Garp waved his hand to Tsuru Chief Staff Officer very unscrupulously. On the other hand, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru seemed to have been used to Garp's inconspicuous behavior. She said flatly, "Stop talking about boring things, Garp." Sengoku Admiral also walked in and looked at Garp and said, "So what exactly did you find? You need to let us all be there." When Garp saw Sengoku's slightly exhausted look, he smiled and said, "Ah ha 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 ha, Sengoku, have you not slept? Why is your face so tired? Is it because something has happened recently? If you ask the old man might not be able to see if he can help you, ha 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 ha." Seeing Garp come up and skin with Sengoku a few times, Zephyr couldn't help but smiled. "Okay, Garp, don't be angry with Sengoku anymore, he is tired enough." Several big guys injured each other, so Kyuzan, the little Mensin, could only silently close the door and follow behind to listen. After all of them chatted for a few words, Marine Marshal Kong Kong knocked on the table and said, "Well, let's talk about the topic of small talk when there is time." Garp came back this time and found a major piece of information. If this is true, then the layout of New World is likely to be rewritten. Seeing that Marshal Kong didn't even mention Gromish's question, Sengoku Admiral was relieved at first, and then became serious. There is no doubt that you can see from Marshal Kong's attitude. Compared with this incident, Gromish's "it's not worth mentioning," that means the problem is serious. Seeing that everyone in the room became serious, Kong said, "Garp, come on." Garp nodded, and then said with a heavy expression, "This incident is a coincidence. At the time, I was planning to find information about Roger, but I discovered the problem accidentally. You all I know, the New World Pirates competition for hegemony has become more severe in recent times. At present, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger are fighting for supremacy. Among them, Golden Lion has the most ambition and the largest pirate fleet. The power is the strongest, in my opinion. The possibility of him becoming the next Rox is also very high, and the problem I found is related to him and Roger. Golden Lion Shiki seems to be no longer satisfied with the current three-legged state now, he wants to become the new pirate overlord, and he is the only one, so he puts the target on the Roger pirates. He wants to use Roger pirates for his own use. If the Flying Pirates and Roger pirates team up, then there is no doubt that Golden Lion will have enough strength to defeat Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and after that, he will justifiably become the new overlord of the pirates." After Garp said these words, Zephyr Admiral quickly followed, "But Garp, Roger is not like someone who will surrender to Shiki." Before Garp could speak again, Sengoku Admiral said, "And this happens to be the problem. Although Roger is strong, the Roger pirates is strong, but they are never known for their powerful forces. Isn't it? If Golden Lion Shiki really can't win over Roger, then based on Shiki's character, he must first wipe out Roger, a person who is often single, right? That is to say, if Garp is like this, the information obtained this time is true. Then there will only be two situations in the future. One is that Roger and Golden Lion will join forces to dominate the New World, and the other is Golden Lion wants to eradicate Roger and then fight Whitebeard again. But in any case, these two futures will set off a brand new war of pirate hegemony. The three-legged situation between the three pirates will be broken, right? Asterisk. Chapter 26. The arrangement for you is plain and clear. After Sengoku said this insight, the others nodded. Sengoku was right. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger, the three of them are currently building a solid iron triangle among the pirate forces in New World. Because of the existence of this iron triangle, although the three of them have struggled and killed each other, in the final analysis, in order to prevent the snipe and the clam from fighting, the fisherman's prophet appeared. The three of them secretly planned these struggles within a certain range. Inside. Let's not talk about Whitebeard and Roger. their personalities don't have much thoughts about fighting for power. Whitebeard didn't want to be a pirate overlord. Roger just wanted to conquer the entire Grand Line, but both of them were both. He came to this position naturally. Only Golden Lion Shiki was the real pirate among the three. He was passionate about power and hegemony, and wanted to capture the entire world on his own. In the hands, perhaps Whitebeard and Roger can endure the current three-legged situation, but his rebellious and angry Golden Lion Shiki is not willing to follow these two old opponents forever. He wants to become a pirate overlord. He wants to dominate the whole world. Golden Lion Shiki has endured it for a long time, and now he is finally about to show his fangs. As long as he seizes the opportunity to kill the Roger pirate group or join hands with Roger, then this time his pirate hegemony is really just around the corner. So just like what Sengoku Admiral said, no matter how Roger chooses after that, Golden Lion will surely start a big battle, and this big battle will definitely shuffle the pirate situation of the entire new world. No one will know what the future situation will become. After all, the participants in this war are not general, and no one dares to say that they can win, but no matter what the outcome is, this day is going to change. If Gromish can sit here and listen to this private meeting of Marine executives, he will definitely be able to think of what this incident is. Yes, this upcoming naval battle will be the famous Edwall naval battle in the future. In this battle, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was supposed to annihilate the Roger pirates, dominate the sea, and head to the pinnacle of life, was taken away by a sudden storm, and his victory was taken away by the Sea of New World. The pirate fleet was also destroyed 7 or 88, and even he himself was severely injured, and a ridiculous rudder was added to his head. In the same way, his dream of a pirate overlord was also given to him by this storm. Destroyed. After that, Golden Lion Shiki began to go downhill. First, because of Roger's arrest, he couldn't control his emotions and made trouble with Naval Headquarters Malinford, and then he was caught impelled down Imper. In Leighton, after breaking out of prison, it began to dormant for as long as 20 years. But in the end, there was still no wave, and it was inexplicably planted in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. Similarly, the reason why Edwall's naval battle can be recorded in the annals of history also shows that its influence is quite strong. After this naval battle, Roger, who survived the naval battle, was very lucky to block Golden in front of him. Lion Shiki was broken, so his path to One Piece became smoother. It didn't take long for him to overcome all difficulties and found the ultimate island, Raf Drew, and became the first One Piece. In the same way, another beneficiary of this naval battle is Whitebeard. Roger himself is terminally ill. Whether he is strong or weak with the Whitebeard pirates, in the face of time, Whitebeard will be the winner. If there is no Golden Lion Shiki made this Edwall naval battle, so he would not play himself down. Then even if Roger died in the end, Whitebeard still had a well-matched opponent Golden Lion. Before the Golden Lion was killed, Whitebeard could not become the uncrowned king of the pirate forces Kunlun New World, and it was impossible for the following era to be called the Whitebeard era. The three of them tried their best to avoid the Snipe Clam. In the end, Whitebeard became a fisherman inexplicably. It can only be said that the impact of this storm is too deep, and God's will is like a knife. And it is precisely because of the Battle of Edwall that the pirate overlord Golden Lion on the sea collapsed, so that the current silver player Beasts Kaido and Charlotte Linlin found a chance to reach the top. Coupled with the disbandment of the Roger pirates and Shanks's going it alone, this gradually formed the pattern of the 4 emperors that will rule the New World in the future. The original news of the Edwall naval battle Marines was a bit late, even if Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral both went to New World quickly to deal with the naval battle, but they still did not catch up. And this time I don't know if it was because of the emergence of Gromish that Garp Vice Admiral had received the news in advance for some reason, so there was the Marine meeting at this time. Presumably this time, they should be able to catch up with this AI Deval is at sea. It is impossible for the Marines to know that in the near future, there will be a storm that will mess up this naval battle. According to their speculation, if the Golden Lion really plans properly, it is very likely that the Roger pirates will be cleaned up. Once Golden Lion achieves this goal, his path to the pirate overlord will be smoother. This is the only thing that Marines absolutely don't want to see. The rocks of the last era have stirred them up enough. If another Golden Lion pops out, it will be a headache to think about it. Therefore, Marshal Kong took a sip from his teacup and said, "No matter what Golden Lion's plan is, in short, we Marine will never allow another true and only overlord who can unite the forces of the pirates in this sea. Yes, one rocks is enough. Now that we have got the news, we can't treat this incident as invisible, although we know that Golden Lion is likely to take action against the Roger pirates, but we still can't find out the exact time, and we can't deal with it with fanfare. After all, if we have too much action here, Golden Lion is likely to abandon this plan, and this plan is for him. Golden Lion Shiki is an opportunity. Why is it for us Marine? Suppose Roger will refuse. No assumptions, I know Roger, he will reject Shiki's proposal 100%, and he will not agree under any circumstances. Garp Vice Admiral spoke very firmly without hesitation. When Marshal Kong heard Garp's words, he paused, and then he didn't refute anything. He knew that the relationship between Garp and Roger is too entangled, and both of them know each other quite well, so he willing to trust Garp's judgment. Okay, then I think Roger will definitely reject Golden Lion's invitation and proposal, then Roger pirates and flying pirates will have a battle. No matter how well Golden Lion prepares, Roger pirates will definitely not. It's that simple, and it can be taken by him. This gives us a chance to take advantage of it at the right time. If we Marines set up properly, it might not be impossible to take Roger pirates and flying pirates in one fell swoop. Opportunity, think about it, if we can kill the two pirate groups, then the pirate power of New World will inevitably be hit hard. Next, we Marine can gradually strengthen our control over New World and compress the pirates. Our living space. In the future, it is not impossible to remove the Whitebeard pirate group, and completely defeat the current powerful pirate force to the point of decline. Marshal Kong said powerfully. Marshal Kong didn't mention anything about the complete eradication of the pirate power. It is simply impossible. However, as long as the pirate power can be turned from the current power to decline, then it will be Marines' great victory, that is, the great justice. Victory. After that, as long as the world government and Marine are properly controlled, the world can be much more peaceful and peaceful for a long time. Similarly, his words are not infeasible. Indeed, as long as Marine can quickly eliminate the flying pirates and Roger pirates, then this kind of future is also just around the corner. It's true, but as the Marshal said, our actions can't be too big. Zephyr Admiral also nodded and said with approval. At this time, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru said, "I have a good idea. Now everyone in the world knows that Sengoku is hunting Proudmoore Gromish, so we might as well send out a fake news and create a fake." "You mean, let Proudmoore Gromish appear in New World, and then I enter New World under this name?" Sengoku Admiral also opened his mouth brightly. "Yes, but even so, you can't bring too much military strength, otherwise Shiki's character will definitely be suspected, so this action will be done by you, me, and Garp. With 3 warships, it is just right to capture Gromish and it won't make Shiki feel too threatened." Tsuru's chief staff member turned his mouth slightly and said with a smile. 3 warships, with Garp Vice Admiral, they can kill Roger pirates and Golden Lion as long as they find a chance. As long as their leaders are resolved, the rest are trash fish, which can be cleaned up slowly in the future, so Zephyr Admiral there is no active request to participate in this mission. Although he is interested in this matter, that is the end. He has half retired and does not want to participate anymore, and he has Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. The presence of the three people should be enough to deal with any situation. What's more, they will definitely bring some elite Marines to go. For example, Kyuzen, who is standing in the back row and has not said a word, or for example Sakazuki and Polusalino, so Zephyr Admiral is very relieved, and Tsuru's chief staff also didn't mention him because he knew what Zephyr Admiral would think. After Tsuru chief staff officer said these words, Marshal Kong thought for a while and nodded and said, "Yes, then do as Zaya he said. Soon, I will arrange for Gromish to appear in New World. You can set off when the time comes." And at this moment, Gromish, who is practicing in retreat in the sea forest of the Fishmen Island, did not think that he had been arranged by the Marines clearly. If he knew that he was about to appear in the New World, it would be the same. I don't know what to think, the expression must be pretty, right? Asterisk. Chapter 27 The Eve of the Great Battle. Marine, or Marshal Kong's work efficiency is still very fast. Within 2 or 3 days, the Dark World began to spread and disappeared for more than 3 months. Previously, it was known as Impel Down. News that Gromish, who had made a big fuss in Dunton, appeared in New World. And soon, as everyone expected, the Marines immediately had related actions: Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku of Buddha, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Hiro Garp, Chief Staff Officer of Naval Headquarters Tsuru Vice Admiral. The three of them started to enter the New World in their own cars, and then disappeared quickly. It's just that Marines' battle is a bit big this time. Although the number of warships is a bit small, it is thought that it is only to capture Gromish alone. The 3 warships are not too few, and in the eyes of those who know how to do it, it can be seen directly that Marine has launched a lineup comparable to the 3 Admiral. In fact, it doesn't stop there. These 3 Admiral candidates are hidden in this team. Although Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Kyuzen have not yet grown to the point of Admiral's combat power, they can still be regarded as Admiral's combat power. The threshold is up, and the strength is not to be underestimated. In a certain sea area of New World, on the Moby DK, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh when he heard Marco report to him about marine information. Kula la 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 la, it seems that the Sengoku guy was really pressed this time, and even Garp and the chief staff were brought out together. This guy named Proudmoore Gromish is really interesting. At this time, with blonde hair and a fairly strong figure, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was at the pinnacle of his life, said with a big sip while holding a wine bowl and laughing. At this time, Whitebeard didn't know Golden Lion Shiki's plan, so he didn't think too much. He really just thought that Sengoku and the Marines came to catch the one in New World. Although they haven't appeared recently, they are still agitating. The Proudmoore Gromish of the world. And Whitebeard was not too vigilant. It was not that he Newgate looked down on Marine. If Marine really thought that only the 3 officers of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru would be able to stir up trouble in New World with 3 warships, that would be too much to put them in the eyes of these big pirates. On the contrary, the young and handsome Marco touched his chin and held the wine bowl and said, "Father, although the Gromish can escape from Impel Down, Impelton is really great, but I think he should not be Sengoku. This kind of Marine Admiral opponent, right? And I haven't heard of this guy before. He should not be an extraordinary person. So is the Marine Admiral's battle going too far this time?" Kula la 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 la, Marco, don't underestimate others, there are so many people locked up in Impel Down, even Red Earl is also locked in, why only this little known Proudmoore Gromish can get from run out of it? And you know, he still ran out from the 6th floor, eternal hell, which few people know about. It is very difficult to be able to do this, and you said he has no reputation. It's normal. After all, judging from the wanted photos, this guy is very young, at most, 20 years old at most, isn't it? I can say that as long as he is not caught by Sengoku this time, he will be in the future. He will definitely become an amazing guy. He is still young and he has the potential for development. Hearing what Whitebeard said, he admired Gromish very much. After a short pause, Whitebeard continued, presumably Marine, those bastards also saw the threat from Gromish's kid, and wanted to cut off his seedling before he grew up. Otherwise, Marco, maybe he wants to catch Gromish in the future. Even if the three admiral lineups are really deployed, they may be able to beat him, but they may not be able to catch him. In the end, Whitebeard was concealed by Marine's plan, but it didn't matter. Marine didn't go at him anyway, and even Roger, who was cunning like a ghost in Garp's eyes, was also kept away. Really, Jabba, have you inquired about Gromish? Roger took his bottle and pushed open the door, drunk, and asked Sherbars Rayleigh and Copper Jabba. Rayleigh first glanced at Jabba, and then reluctantly said, "Where can you find someone that Marine can't find?" "Huh? Didn't he appear in New World? That guy Garp abandoned me and ran to catch him with Sengoku." Roger scratched his head and asked in a daze. Wearing sunglasses and wearing a ponytail, Jabba smiled and said, "Roger, in the Dark World, there is only news that Gromish has appeared in the New World. There is no rumors about where this guy is. I can't even find where the news came from. If it's not surprising, Marine is sealing it, but I always think something is wrong, but I can't tell what went wrong." "Yes, so you want to find Gromish and let him become a new partner. Basically, it will fail. If you are not reconciled, you can pray well, and pray that he will appear in front of us. Ed Wall Sea area, anyway, we will never turn around to find him." Rayleigh also followed. Just when Roger wanted to complain a few words, Crocus, the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates group, also said, "Yes, Roger, you have to understand, our time is running out, and even me, I can't do anything about it. Solve the problems in your body. If you still want to fulfill your dreams and conquer the grand line that no one can conquer, then don't get too entangled in these problems. Besides, even if we really go everywhere looking, I was lucky to find this guy Gromish. He might not be willing to board our ship." Roger was silent for a while after hearing what Crocus said. It seemed that his alcohol strength had diminished a lot, and then he whispered softly, "That's really a pity. I still want to know from him about Impel Down. Impelton. What is it like inside? I also want to hear how he got out. It must be a very interesting story, and he must be an interesting guy." Not enough. Roger didn't feel too depressed. He knew his body and he was already mentally prepared. Just as Crocus said, their time, or Roger himself, is running out. That's why Rayleigh said that they would never turn their heads. In this last time, they can only move forward courageously, can only advance, cannot retreat, and can only conquer the grand line in one go. Roger raised his hip flask and said with a heroic laugh, "Ah ha 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 ha, yes, we can't turn around. I am Roger of Gold. This grand line will definitely be conquered by us. Just look for it again. See this last piece of road sign history text and get the above information, we can conquer the sea. At that time, our Roger pirate group will surely become the most legendary pirate group." Then Roger paused and cheered loudly, "In order to wish us success in finding the last piece of the historical text of the road sign, let's have a banquet." In this way, the joyous Roger Pirates group opened their own banquet again. I have to say that Roger is a very attractive person. Following him will always make people laugh involuntarily. Maybe if Roger really does finding Gromish, and inviting Gromish to be his partner, and going on a boat with him to take risks, Gromish shouldn't refuse. Just half a month later, the Roger Pirates were heading towards Edwall's waters. The three warships of Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral also avoided a lot of sight, and were quietly moving towards Edward. Wall advances in the waters, although they don't know where Golden Lion will take action against Roger Pirates. After all, Golden Lion's goal is Roger, as long as they follow Roger Pirates secretly, and Roger Pirates' whereabouts it's hard to find, but Garp, a freak, can always use his magical sense of smell to find Roger, a good friend, so the Marines haven't lost anything. At this time on the Sengoku Admiral warship, Sengoku was standing on the deck looking at the sea ahead, not knowing what he was thinking, but after a while, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru walked out of the cabin behind him and stood there. Behind him. "Little Crane, what's the news from the headquarters?" Sengoku Admiral asked softly. "Everything is going well so far. Neither the Roger pirates, the Whitebeard pirates nor the Golden Lion flying pirates have discovered our true purpose, and because we have focused on investigating and watching the flying pirates during this period of time, I really found some clues. The guy Golden Lion Shiki is indeed mobilizing his own large fleet, and from our intelligence analysis, the captains under his command scattered around the New World finally meet. Is in the sea area of Edwall, and from the current direction of action of the Roger pirates, they will also enter the sea area very soon, so if this is the case, if no accident, Golden Lion is 1089 is ready to do something here." Chief Staff Officer Tsuru said with a very flat expression. "Edwall? It's not far, it seems that the war is about to come. I hope everything goes well this time." Sengoku Admiral groaned and said. "In this way, a sea battle that is about to rewrite the entire world and has a far-reaching impact is coming soon. And Gromish, which is far away in the Fishmen Island, is also stunned at this time." "Jinbei, what did you say? Now it is madly rumored that I am Gromish in New World?" "Marines Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Chief Staff Tsuru have all gone to New World to catch me." In Sea Forest, Gromish looking at the same expression, Jinbei asked in surprise. "It's true that it was spread like this outside?" Jinbei said. "It's impossible for Marines to make such a big mistake, and this lineup really looks too high at me. I didn't provoke their nerves, there must be fraud in this, watch it, the crafty Marines may have a big show soon." Gromish said after thinking about it. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Golden Lion and Roger. Although Gromish understood that this must be something Marine was doing secretly, he didn't think of a reason. His inertial thinking also affected him a little, so he didn't think about the big event of Edwall's naval battle. But he didn't care about anything, no matter where Marine said he was, and no matter whether Marine did something unnatural under his guise, anyway, as long as they didn't run to the Fishmen Island to disturb the wind and rain, Gromish didn't intend to show up, not to mention that if he suddenly jumped out and shouted, "My Gromish is not in New World, I have been hiding in the Fishmen Island. There must be Marine's conspiracy in this." Maybe he could destroy Marine's plan, but he couldn't please. Marine didn't try his best to tear him apart, and even blow up the Fishmen Island. Gromish is not a good person, so what kind of bag do you want to jump out of? Anyway, no matter how much Marine is tossing this time, it is not him who is unlucky, and he doesn't bother to care about it. Forget it, no matter that, no matter what Marine is going to do, it doesn't matter whether it is under the guise of me or not. Anyway, as long as they don't find the Fishmen Island and come up, I will continue to retreat. Gromish thought for a while. Then he spoke to Jinbei, and then he asked again, "By the way, Jinbei, I heard Shiarli say 2 days ago that you plan to let her move to Mermaid Bay to live." "Yeah, Boss Gromish, but it's not compulsive. It means to look at Shiarli, and boss. If you disagree, of course this is not my idea, but the idea of His Majesty Neptune. I want to make Shiarli's living environment better, after all, although no one would bully Shiarli in Murloc Street, but..." Jinbei explained, and was interrupted by Gromish. "But Fishman Street will be a little messy after all, right? Those rude bastards usually look at my face, and they don't bully Shiarli, but can't stand it in case anyone drinks too much and is crazy. Nip, Your Majesty Dayton is right. I did not consider this. When Shiarli comes in 2 days, I will let her listen to you and move to Mermaid Bay. Besides, she should have been a drifter. Beautiful and bright, free and easy mermaid, it's the right thing to live in Mermaid Bay. It's also a problem to live in Mermaid Street. Anyway, Jinbei, when I retreat, Shirley will ask you to take care of it. Gromish spoke very seriously. Don't worry, Gromish boss. Jinbei, a benevolent man, also nodded in response. After Jinbei left, Gromish turned again and walked into the sea forest to start practicing. During this period of time, he has been working hard to exercise his physique, and perseveringly practice the benefits he has gained from the world government. Marine 6 styles. In any case, Gromish can be regarded as a person who once worked for the world government, joined their mysterious spy agency CP department, and became one of the bottom personnel of CP5. Although it is a low-level person, Gromish was invited to join CP5 after being favored by people, so the treatment is still slightly good. At least those people value his potential, so there is something about the superhuman skill Marine 6 styles. There is no deduction, and I have taught Gromish completely the methods of practice. It's just that the original owner of this body doesn't like this kind of thing. He was born in Murloc Street and is more inclined to practice Murloc Karate. Murloc Karate has been one of the housekeeping skills of the Murlocs for hundreds of years. Most Murlocs have some skills, and this thing is not a secret thing. It can be treated like humans, like the future second sister. Crawl. After all, there are still very few people who learn these tricks. This is roughly a racial talent, so as long as you are a Murloc, you can go to the gym to learn. And the seaman Jinbei, who later became 7 warlords of the sea, is the master of this Murloc Karate. Gromish is also good at Murloc Karate, but he is not too specialized in this. As for which Murloc Karate or Marine 6 styles is stronger, it can only be said that each has its own merits. However, Gromish finally chose to practice 6 poses first. After all, 6 poses have an extremely powerful advantage compared with Murloc Karate. That is, 6 poses are a physical skill that can develop the human body's potential and have a very comprehensive exercise effect. After practicing to the depths, he can even practice the pervert technique of returning life. At this point, Murloc Karate is not as good as the 6 styles. What's more, Gromish has a talent for battle axe specialization, so he thinks that when he fights with people in the future, most of them should be able to use Hell Destroyer, and the essence of Murloc Karate is empty-handed and can really play. The venue for this move is in the sea, so for Gromish, it's not that urgent. If you have the opportunity to continue deep plowing in the future, let's practice the 6 moves first and then study the power of Haki. Originally, Gromish intended to study Haki's power directly, but after 2 days of pondering, he felt that he still had to have a good foundation before he could have a better and faster master Haki's power. Just when Gromish thought about these and not, after walking into the forest of the sea forest, 2 huge bodies stood on all fours and stood up almost a lot higher than Gromish, which was more than 3 meters tall. The beast came out of the forest. Leaped at Gromish. Gromish didn't show any flustered expressions. Instead, he smiled. One sideways first avoided the pounce of the first one, and then, with his hands hard, he grabbed the second beast directly. Jahahahaha, you 2 little guys want to attack me, it's 10,000 years earlier. Gromish said, loosening his arms, and then a warm, big tongue with some barbs almost licked his face. That's right, these 2 beasts are the reward drawn by Gromish. The Frost Wolf, the fastest mount from the world of Draenor, just as Gromish expected, the 2 Frost Wolf males and females are not. It takes a lot of time for Gromish to feed from small to large. To be precise, they should grow extremely fast. When they were just taken out of that mysterious space by Gromish, they were tall enough. But compared to what they are now, they can only be regarded as puppies. It's just a short period of a few months. The 2 puppies eating big fish and meat have quickly grown into the big guys they are now, but by this time, their growth rate has also decreased a lot, and Gromish thinks that they will be fully mature when they are 1 lap at the most. Of course, because Gromish took out the 2 frost wolves that were last stored in the mysterious space, the space was really as he had imagined, and he couldn't communicate anymore and disappeared completely. If it wasn't for Gromish to have a lot of talents and really get a lot of benefits, he might have a little doubt whether he was dreaming or not. As the rewards drawn by Gromish, the 2 frost wolves were loyal to Gromish as soon as they came out. But it is completely possible to realize Gromish's dream of riding a frost wolf bicycle, like Kuzin to ride the sea. The slightly larger male frost wolf, Gromish named it White Fang, while the slightly slender female frost wolf, Gromish called it Shimatsuki. Gromish felt a little excited when thinking about the scene when he was holding a battle axe, and the frost wolf under his crotch, galloping across the sea. However, he quickly lost his mind, and one turned over and lay on White Fang's back, walked toward the depths of the sea forest, and continued his practice. After that, the Battle of Edwall still broke out as scheduled. One of the current pirate overlords of New World, the flying pirate, Golden Lion, Shiki, who has the name of the pirate admiral, did not hide his ambition and led with a large number of powerful fleets under his command. Roger, who has the name of Gold, and his Roger pirates were blocked in the waters of Edwall in a thunderstorm, and the 2 sides confronted each other. Golden Lion Shiki is a wild haki. He has a lion-like arrogance, but also has the courage and ambition of the world. Let's not talk about his character, whether he is ABD, but he is indeed fully qualified to be a hero. 2 words. At this moment, it is the peak period of his Golden Lion Shiki's life, so the Golden Lion Shiki at this time is even more powerful and oppressive. When many pirate ships surrounded the Oro Jack Mori of the Roger pirates on the sea, Golden Lion Shiki finally appeared. He has long golden hair like the mane owned by the noblest lion, and he exudes a strong confidence. His stern eyes seem to look down at the world, and he doesn't put anyone in his eyes, but he does have this capital. There are 2 famous knives hung around Shiki's waist, namely Withered Wood and Sakura Ten. These 2 knives also accompanied him on a journey across the world, breaking the prestige of Ruota. After Shiki played, Roger also looked at the old opponent in the sky. Jahahaha, Roger, it's been a long time since I saw you, how have you been recently? Shiki bit a burning cigar in his mouth and spoke to Roger very eagerly. Similarly, Roger also looked at Shiki, and asked without losing any momentum, Shiki, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight? Shiki dropped a little bit, seeming to lower his posture so that he no longer appeared so high, and then he happily said, what kind of fight, Roger? I have a good proposal. Come today. I want to hear your answer. I heard that you can find ancient weapon. That's really good news, how about it? Do you want to join hands with me? With your ability and the ancient that can destroy the world weapon, coupled with the strength of Laozi, this world is simply at your fingertips for the 2 of us. And I also admire you very much. If you agree, I will share this world with you. How about today I will bring all these people here will bear witness to this. Golden Lion Shiki's remarks are sincere. He really admires Roger very, very much. Otherwise, he would not just break into navel emotionally out of control after hearing the news that Roger was arrested. Headquarters Malenford went to make a big fuss. In other words, if Roger is really willing to agree to his proposal, if it can be done, Golden Lion Shiki will really share the world with Roger. But Roger is still the same Roger. He is completely not interested in the so-called dominance of the world. He is not even interested in dominating the pirate industry, let alone this. Roger directly said without hesitation, impossible Shiki, I have no interest in those boring ideas of yours at all, dominate the world? Thinking about it is not fun, and you are aiming for this. Too boring, right? After Shiki heard Roger's refusal, his face became gloomy, and then he said, Roger, if you refuse my proposal, then today Edwall is your burial place. Have you figured it out clearly? Asterisk. Chapter 29, Ed Wall Naval Battle. After hearing the threat from Golden Lion, Roger hadn't spoken yet, and the clown Buggy begged, crying, and very funny, "Captain Roger, hurry up and promise the Golden Lion guy." Shanks, who was standing next to Buggy, laughed heartlessly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Buggy, are you scared?" "Shanks, UBD, we are now surrounded by a whole fleet. Shouldn't this situation be softened and then look for a chance to escape? If there is a fight, it will die." Buggy, hearing Shanks' words, he immediately defended with excitement. "Ha ha ha ha, what are you afraid of, Buggy? Anyway, you have now become a person who won't die anyway, and you will definitely survive." Shanks grabbed Buggy's shoulders and said indifferently, "I will become like this and it wasn't your BD." Buggy was also angrily grabbing Shanks by the neckline and roaring, "It seems that because of this incident, even Golden Lion Shiki's threat has been forgotten." The deputy captain Rayleigh held his arms across his chest, glanced back at Buggy and Shanks who were arguing, and then said to Roger with a smile, "Roger, everyone is waiting, your captain ordered." The corner of Roger's mouth rose slightly, looking in the direction of Golden Lion Shiki, and then still did not change his attitude, proudly said, "If you want to kill me, then try it, Shiki. Your suggestion, I will promise." After Roger said this to Shiki, he also raised his arm and shouted, "We are ready to go to war, brothers, defeat Shiki here." After Roger issued the order to start the war, the rest of the Roger pirates all raised their arms, even Buggy, and they shouted together, "Smash Shiki." It seems that it is not the Roger pirates that is surrounded at this time, but the Roger pirates encircles the Golden Lion Shiki's large fleet. At the same time, the breeze on the sea seems to be slowly accelerating, but due to the approaching atmosphere of the war, no one noticed this. Shiki sighed slightly after seeing and hearing the replies from Roger and his pirate group. He seemed to be reluctant to say, "If this is the case, let me destroy you here, Roger." Shiki knows that it is enough to persuade him once. If a guy like Roger is really determined and doesn't want to join hands with him, it will be useless even if he breaks the sky, so one time is enough, and then there is war. And Shiki deliberately set up this trap surrounded by surprise attacks, isn't it just to deal with this situation? Don't look at the Roger Pirates group now seems aggressive, but Shiki also has the confidence to win. Shiki drew out the famous knife withered wood on his waist, and then roared fiercely, "Little ones, sink Roger and his Oro Jack Mori into the sea for me." Along with the pirate Admiral Golden Lion's declaration of war, for a time continuous artillery fire resounded throughout the sea area of Ed Wall, and a great sea battle with a very obvious gap between the number and the military power began. At the same time, on the marine warship not far from Ed Wall, Sengoku Admiral listened to the sound of gunfire from there, and involuntarily slapped his lips. "Tisk, Shiki, this guy is really decisive. The war has started. If the information we received this time were not in time, but it would be a big trouble." After all, even Sengoku Admiral, whose name is the resourceful general, would not have thought that there would be a storm to help them reverse the situation that would have gone bad. In his opinion, Golden Lion Shiki should have taken the lead this time. With the upper hand, there is a great chance that Roger and the Roger pirates will fall here. After thinking about it, Sengoku Admiral turned to the Garp Vice Admiral behind him, Tsuru Chief Staff Officer, and the three Admiral candidates who came with him, Sakazuki, Polisalino, Kyuzan, and others. What kind of ending the next naval battle will evolve into, we can't do nothing here. When the right opportunity arises, that's the moment we join this naval battle. Attention, we must cut off the evil heads and remove Roger, the Golden Lion catches it. Having said that, Sengoku Admiral pondered a little, and seemed to be making some decisions and judgments, but soon, he continued to speak. However, the war is unpredictable. If there is any unpredictable situation, then the first priority goal is Golden Lion Shiki, followed by Roger, and so on, understand? Garp Vice Admiral and Tsuru's chief staff nodded without surprise, while Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Kyuzan spoke very seriously. Yes, everything is for justice. Sengoku Admiral finally ranked Golden Lion Shiki's threat level above Roger, and believed that when necessary, when faced with an alternative situation, it is more important to prioritize the capture of Golden Lion Shiki than to capture Gold Roger. More important. Perhaps from the perspective of a future person, the decision Sengoku Admiral made this time will definitely make him regret it for life, but from the perspective of this era, Golden Lion Shiki is indeed more threatening than Roger. For the slightest, don't look at Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard as the three legendary pirates. They suppress the entire New World with the tri-legged power of the Iron Triangle. But in the final analysis, Roger is just a relatively simple pirate group. Although Whitebeard's power is also great, he doesn't personally have much ambition or conspiracy, but Golden Lion Shiki not only has a strong power, but also has a heart that is unwilling to be lonely. Come out, so from the current point of view, Golden Lion Shiki is the most unstable risk factor among the three, so this time Sengoku Admiral directly assigned the first overall goal to Golden Lion Shiki. Regardless of the outcome of the final naval battle, what kind of waves can be turned up, in short, as long as you catch the Golden Lion Shiki, it will be a great victory for Marine. After all, among the three legendary pirates who want to become the true sole overlord of the pirates like rocks, only Golden Lion reported this idea. However, the most unbearable thing about Marine is that this situation happens, so as long as get rid of the root of everything, the beginning of chaos, Golden Lion, and it's over. Garp moved his wrist and made a creak sound, then took the cloak of justice he was wearing and threw it into the hands of Sengoku standing next to him. It seems that he is Admiral and Sengoku is just a little brother. Generally, then Garp said, anyway, it's a little far away from the battlefield. The old man first go inside to see the situation, so as not to miss any opportunities, you just wait for the so-called opportunity. After speaking, Garp didn't give Sengoku and the others a chance to stay. He took off without hesitation and plunged into the sea with a fierce man from the warship. Then he took a deep breath and quickly disappeared into the sea without a trace. However, although Garp's actions are somewhat reckless, Sengoku Admiral did not say anything, let alone worry about Garp's danger. Whether it is Sengoku or Tsuru's chief staff, they are quite familiar with Garp's character and his arbitrary behavior. I have dissatisfaction, but I have to say that Garp is the pervert guy with the strongest combat effectiveness in the entire Marine. Instead of worrying about Garp's safety, it is better to worry about your own safety. I always feel that Garp is not only the current peak of Marine, he seems to have always been the peak of Marine. Marine sealing this person. Sengoku handed over the cloak that Garp had tossed him into Kyuzan's hands, and Kyuzan looked at the sea where Garp had disappeared, and he couldn't help but muttered in an enviable tone, "It's so handsome, Mr. Garp." Sengoku Admiral looked at Kyuzan, and thought with some uncertainty in his mind, I really don't know if it was a wrong choice to give this good seat of Kyuzan to Garp, a guy who didn't care about it. Don't give it to Kyuzan. The belt is off track, at. This time, Sengoku Admiral probably never expected that Kyuzan was indeed affected by the character of Garp, and eventually became a lazy guy, and then he would leave Marine. Although Garp is a human, his physical fitness and other indicators have actually reached the peak of human beings. Therefore, although his swimming speed in the water cannot catch up with the Merman and Murloc, it is not slow. Soon, he will get out of the sea. Infiltrating into the battle zone full of artillery fire alone, he hid himself under the shadow of a ship of Shiki's large fleet, exposed his head from the sea, watching the chaotic naval battle and Roger's Oro Jackson. In the direction of the ship, the Roger pirates can only be considered barely defensive at this time, and there is no way to make a strong counterattack. Fortunately, the Roger's pirates' ships are passed through the world's first master shipbuilder, Tom, the Murloc. It was made by Adam's wood, and there were many masters on the ship, so even though they were attacked by fierce artillery fire, they could only shoot 2 shots outwards from time to time, which meant that they were excited, but in fact, they were not affected either. Too big a hit. However, Garp Vice Admiral, a Marine general who has participated in countless wars, large and small, has a very vicious vision. It is not difficult to see that the Roger pirates are indeed in desperation. If nothing else, they would I will end my journey here. Roger. Garp whispered while looking at Roger's direction, not knowing what was thinking in his mind. At this moment, the Oro Jackson's shells fought back from time to time, and this time it happened to hit the pirate ship next to Garp's location, and then it exploded. Garp saw a pirate-like guy jumped off the boat decisively and fell into the sea beside him. The pirate struggled a few times, took a few breaths out of the sea, and watched the blazing fire igniting where he was originally. He patted his chest very gratefully and said, "Fortunately, my grandfather jumped. Timely, otherwise." And when he was talking about this, he suddenly looked at Garp, who was also showing his head not far in front of him, and the two of them stared at each other in an instant, and they were confused. Even if he is a pirate, he is also under the command of Golden Lion Shiki. Even if his strength is not good, he still has some insights. What's more, this guy Garp is simply the pirate's scary star, and his fame is great. Who can't recognize him? Ka. Garp. Then, looking at Garp in disbelief, he said intermittently. His words also made Garp regain his senses, and then Garp's face changed. Before this guy could react, he raised his arm and hit him on the head with a punch, directly hitting this. He went into a coma, and if Garp didn't give his full strength, I'm afraid his head would explode. It's so dangerous, it's almost exposed. Garp said with a sigh of relief. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Don't be afraid, Roger, I'm Garp to rescue you. The reason why New World is called New World by the world is not only because there are so many places that have not been explored and developed. The most important thing is that the sea and weather here are extremely terrifying. The sky here, if you say it changes, you will change, the sea here, you will turn it over. Golden Lion Shiki's battle occupies the right place and the people, but after all, he did not grasp the time. Just after Garp knocked out the little boy who had discovered him with a punch, the weather over the entire sea area of Edwall began to change rapidly. In an instant, the war in the entire sea area seemed to have cooled down a little. Garp throws away the little boy in his hand. No matter if he will sink to the bottom of the sea, he will end his unlucky life, or be able to survive for all his life, and survive by chance. He raised his head and looked at the sky that had been clear at the last moment. At this moment, it has become overcast, and the clouds are still gradually depressing, and although there were some waves, the sea surface that is not too turbulent has also begun to be violent. Lightning and thunder are not drawing their own in the sky. Figure this. Even Garp was surprised to watch this scene. What he was surprised was not that the storm came so quickly. After all, he was not a cute new person who had never been to New World. Of course he knew the climate of New World. How weird, he was surprised that at this moment there was such a coincidence that a storm appeared. Golden Lion Shiki, as one of the 3 legendary pirates, his strength is undoubtedly very, very powerful, as is his fruit ability, Paramecia Lion Fruit. This is a paramecia that is not inferior to Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The fruit of shock fruit's ability is also recognized by the world, standing on one of the apex of paramecia Devil Fruit. Shiki even relied on this ability to break the reputation of flying pirate Golden Lion, but Devil Fruit has some limitations and side effects, such as Sand Crocodile Sand Fruit, which is placed on land. It is a domineering top logia, but if it is placed in a naval battle, it will be very embarrassing, because he is afraid of water. Just like Thor Enel's Thunder Fruit behind, it can be called an invincible ability with no dead ends in all directions, but even if he had the highest temperature and strength, he was still restrained by things like rubber. In general, it seems that only Zoan has the ability to strengthen itself, and the situation of being restrained is relatively small. But most devil fruits have their own weaknesses, and the weakness of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki lies in storm. Under the storm, his lion fruit ability will be affected ultimate, and even he can't control himself. After all, lion fruit's ability lies in the word gone, and in the storm. Floating fart offloading. As long as Shiki can control himself in the storm, with his strength, he will not be covered by a rudder on his head and become an ornament. As a big man in marine, even Garp, who has fought Shiki more than once, of course knows Shiki's weakness, so he was so moved and surprised. Roger, are you really the one who is favored by the heavens? At this moment, you can survive from desperation, and even the time of the day will help you to tear a way out. Garp's sturdy man, the body fluctuates with the waves of the sea, and he is also whispering softly. Garp has found that the sky has changed. Can Roger and Shiki not find out? At this time, Shiki's face was quite ugly. It can be said that if the climatologists who have spent a lot of effort and money to find dare to appear in front of him at this time, Shiki will definitely tear them up without hesitation. And tore them with extremely cruel means. Laozi spent such a lot of energy to support you with delicious food. In the end, he dropped this kind of chain for me at a critical moment. It is really hard to understand the hatred of not killing you. Admiral, let's withdraw first. A man behind Shiki also spoke with a somewhat ugly expression. And Golden Lion looked at the Roger Pirates group that was about to be in front of him, and looked at the increasingly fierce weather. After all, the unwillingness and reluctance made him make a wrong decision. No, I'm not reconciled. Why is this fellow Roger so lucky? If they escaped this time, there would never be such a good opportunity again. Even this damn storm, damn weather can't stop me. Send my order, all members will attack. Quickly kill the Roger pirates, and then evacuate. Shiki roared. Unlike Shiki's side, on the Roger pirates' side, Buggy saw the rapid changes in the weather, and when the storm was about to break out, his whole face was radiant. He laughed and said, "Ah ha 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 ha, the sky is endless. Me. Captain, the storm is coming, and the nemesis of Golden Lion Shiki is coming." Roger also laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, yes, brothers, take this opportunity to break the siege and get out of here. Actually, I have always suspected that Roger pirates can survive so many deaths and become the One Piece. Maybe the biggest heroes are not Rayleigh and Shanks, but the buggy comrade with Conqueror's luck. Sheltering them." The Roger pirates began to break through, and Marine began to take action. Sengoku looked at the intensifying storm, and felt a little joy and sadness in his heart. If you want to say joy, it is that the storm is coming, and he takes Marine with him. It can be said that the difficulty of catching Golden Lion Shiki has been drastically reduced. After all, Shiki can't fly for too long now, and Shiki's greatest strength lies in his mobility. He flies fast, runs fast, and is basically natural. He is invincible, but now, his strongest advantage has been deprived of most of it, and as the storm gets stronger, it will even disappear completely. That's much easier. And sorrow is also sorrow. He originally wanted to wait for Roger pirates and Golden Lion's flying pirates to have both lost and then arrest them all, but now in this situation, I am afraid that he wants to catch Roger. It seems impossible for someone who is cunning like a ghost. Roger is not a fool. If he doesn't stray away before seeing such a big opportunity, that would be too unreasonable. Sengoku looked at Kuzan behind him. If Kuzan's strength can be stronger at this time, and the entire sea area of Edward can be sealed by ice, then it would be fine. But Kuzan is not weak at this time, but once let him do what he did in the future, and the entire sea is frozen with a wave of hands. It is still difficult for some strong people, and even if the sea is frozen, it is not impossible to break it, right? However, although Kyuzen cannot be that strong, it can still freeze a large area of the sea. At this time, in the storm, Sengoku didn't dare to drive warships everywhere, so it was handed over to Kyuzen to create a suitable place. Better. So Sengoku Admiral said, Kyuzen, freeze the sea area, the bigger the better. The rest are ready to land, now is the best time, can you catch Shiki? Let's try it. Kyuzen also nodded solemnly, and then, just like Garp, he jumped directly from the warship towards the sea. Then, the moment he fell to the sea, Kyuzen's voice came. Ice Age. As Kyuzen's voice fell, the temperature of the entire sea surface dropped sharply with him as the center. The next second, the solid ice layer began to freeze the sea, and spread out quickly. After watching Kyuzen get a foothold, Sengoku Admiral also followed up and said, everyone, strike out, the first target Golden Lion Shiki. It's all for justice. The Marines swear proudly and start landing one by one. On the other hand, since Kyuzen's Ice Age has not spread to the war zone, Shiki has not yet noticed that there is a problem. In order to clear the Roger pirates in the shortest time, he also took the initiative at this time. As the storm was not too big, he quickly controlled the Oro Jackson approaching Roger with all his ships and fleets, and then the battle began. Shiki wielded two double knives, and his powerful strength was vividly displayed. With his military advantage and his powerful cutters, he completely suppressed the Roger pirates for a time. But it's not very useful. The Roger pirate group is really not the scum pirate group that Shiki wants to burst out and can easily take away, and as time continues to drain, the Roger pirate group's breakout operations are getting more and more serious. It went smoothly, and Shiki's advantage was gradually dissipating. Even if Shiki was no longer reconciled, he had to admit that he had miscalculated this time, and it was not Roger that he lost, but the will of God. What? And just when Shiki wanted to struggle again, Kyuzen's Ice Age finally arrived in the war zone. With the powerful freezing air, the top Logia frozen fruit demonstrated its extremely powerful field control ability at this moment. As the storm came and became stronger, Shiki's abilities gradually became ineffective, so he had to put his fleet on the sea again to fight Roger, and it was this move that made Kyuzen's Ice Age completely freeze them. On the sea. Just when Roger's Oro Jackson was about to be frozen, Rayleigh pulled out his saber on his waist, raised his hand and cut out a powerful slash, directly cutting the entire sea area from the ship's edge. Forcibly separated the sea. The power of Pluton Hilbart's Rayleigh is fully demonstrated at this moment. One sword can divide the sea. You can't do it casually. And it was Rayleigh's move that stopped the spread of Kyuzen's Ice Age, and similarly, Kyuzen didn't have much spare energy to continue the spread. But Rayleigh also knew that although he was able to cut open the sea for a short time, his manpower was not as strong as the heavenly power after all, so he couldn't hold it for too long, so he quickly said, Jabba, come on, full of sails, and run now. I'm afraid it's not just Golden Lion's trap at this time. This ability to freeze the sea, if not surprisingly, was made by Kingsley among the three little monsters of Marine. This is also a trap of Marine. What catching Gromish is all under the guise, the real goal of the Marines is probably our flying pirate group with Shiki. Let Shiki get behind, let's let him entangle with the Marines, run quickly. Roger came back after his taste, and quickly said, run, or the BD Garp will come out again. He wants to run, but Shiki doesn't want him to run. Although Shiki has enough ambitions and tactics, this person has a big shortcoming, that is, he is extremely easy to fall into a state of crazy regardless of him, and lose control. For example, this guy single-handedly rushed into Naval Headquarters Malenford. Is that a choice that a person under normal circumstances would make? And Shiki is indeed in madness at this time, but it's weird that he is not mad. After all, anyone in this situation will have to be mad. he doesn't know that he is regarded as a praying mantis. Go to catch the cicadas. It's not that he didn't know that Marine was behind him, but he still didn't want to run quickly, but decided to kill Roger. Just when he was holding on to his abilities and wanted to leave the Roger pirates in the face of the storm, a similarly familiar figure glanced out from the corner of his eye, and then he finally recovered a trace of sanity, and the alarm bells in his heart. But it's too late. I saw Garp's figure quickly rising from the ice, and in the next second, a huge iron fist had already hit Shiki's head. Justice from heaven! Garp roared, and then hit Shiki from the air onto the glacier with a punch, shattering the entire glacier. Chapter 31 The End of the Road Golden Lion. It is impossible to say that Garp does not want to catch Roger. Although Garp has really been entangled with Roger over the years, the two have a feeling of sympathy between the two. Although Roger is a pirate, Garp still has something to do with him. So some inexplicable admiration. In the same way, Roger's feelings and attitude towards Garp are the same. Even Roger trusts Garp very much. If this is not the case, Roger will not hand over his wife and children to Garp at the last moment. Take care of. But with these feelings, admiration, Garp, as a professional Marine, wears a heroic halo. At this critical moment, the justice he upholds still exists, and he will not show mercy to Roger's men. The name of a hero brings not only a halo of admiration, but also a heavy burden. The so-called hero is the beautiful words that you want to say, and you have to practice it at all costs, right? Even if the price is life, something more painful than life. Although Garp is admired by thousands of Marines, although Garp is a real Marine hero, this halo will also bring him great pain in future battles on the top. Because of the name of this hero, he can only watch with his precious grandson being killed. But these are all things to do. At this time, Ace hadn't been born yet, and he couldn't think of so much. In the same way, if you want to be a hero, you must have enough capital. Garp is completely qualified at this point. In this world, there is no one that Garp dares not to hammer. At this time, Shiki is pouring blood. It's moldy. Not only did he fail Roger in this battle of Ed Wall, he was also thrown into the glacier with a punch from the sky by Garp. If Kuzen's glacier wasn't thick enough, Shiki might have been affected by this. One punch went into the sea in seconds. As soon as Roger had finished talking about Garp, the BD guy was about to appear. Garp jumped out on the back and gave Shiki a jerk. Not only did he stun Shiki, even Roger was shocked. Run, Garp, the BD guy is really here, then Sengoku people must not be far away. It's not the first time Roger was chased by Garp and ran around, so he didn't have much trouble facing Garp. Caring about your skin's concerns, on the contrary, as a pirate, isn't it normal to be chased by Marine? What's to be ashamed of? Besides, with Roger's current vitality, if he really fights Garp a few times, he might not be able to hold on to the day he can find Ralph Drew and become the One Piece. The rest of the people also understood this truth. There was no need for Roger to say anything. They were already ready to escape, and then the Oro Jackson was full of sails, and the wind screamed. Although Garp doesn't show mercy to Roger and wants to catch Roger, he doesn't have clone technique after all. He also knows that although he punches Golden Lion Shiki to heaven, but Shiki is not so easy to pass. Man, even if he is currently affected by the storm and can't show much strength, he can't be solved by one punch casually. So in order to catch Shiki, who was in the first priority sequence, Garp also had to watch Roger run, but I don't know what happened. After seeing Roger running, Garp breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Maybe yes. For Garp, he doesn't want to catch Roger in this way, right? Maybe he wants to defeat the Roger pirates upright. Roger drove away. Shiki was a little awake after being punched by Garp. He forcibly suppressed the unwillingness and anger in his heart and let his reason take the upper hand again. He knew that he had collapsed this time, but it's okay, as long as he is still alive, everything is still possible, the big deal is over again. So he also wants to drive away. After all, the current environment is really not suitable for him to have a hard fight with Marine, so Shiki also forcibly used his abilities in the ice and forced his car to follow. He was lifted out of the ice, and then slammed onto the unfrozen sea. Then Shiki jumped out of the ice, wiped the bloodline and bruises on his forehead, and looked at Garp. Said, "Garp, Laozi took down this punch today, and I will settle accounts with you Marine in the future." After speaking, Shiki turned around and wanted to run. As for his large fleet frozen on the sea? Don't be kidding, Shiki won't risk his own life to save them with extra effort, just as Shiki thought, as long as he is alive, he can start all over again. With this kind of fleet, he can do it again at any time. Pulling up one is nothing more than spending a little more time. If Shiki is not in a storm now, and he would not dare to fly a few blindly, he can only rely on the technology of sailing to quickly drive away, and he even owns his own car. It can also be said that abandoning is abandoning. Golden Lion Shiki has always been an unscrupulous hero, without so much kindness. But he wanted to run. Garp didn't want to watch him run like he watched Roger run, and saw Garp say, "Don't worry about going, Shiki, today's revenge, today's revenge." Garp said as he used his feet to smash the glacier directly, and then he stopped Shiki at an extremely fast speed, wrapped armament Haki's powerful iron fist, and slammed into Shiki again. Shiki was also very angry after being stopped by Garp, but he didn't want to get a punch from Garp anymore. It was really not that comfortable, so he also pulled out his double knives and held Garp's fist with one knife. The knife also slashed directly at Garp's chest, with the intention of bleeding Garp. However, Garp's actual combat was also quite strong, and he calmly blocked Shiki's attack. After a short pause, the two of them fought again, but Shiki was also fighting while rushing towards his ship. Although Garp is strong, compared with Golden Lion Shiki, there is no obvious difference in strength between the two. Even if he breaks out again, he will not be able to kill Shiki casually, even if Shiki's current strength is much limited. So seeing Shiki about to return to his boat, he was also a little anxious. "Sengoku, if EPUB doesn't come again, the old man can't stop him." Garp cursed in his heart. When the strong fight, victory and defeat can be decided, life and death can also be decided. Only 2 points are not easy to deal with. One is to catch alive, the other is that one of them is desperate to run, and the other may not be able to stop it. At this moment Shiki was in a state of desperation, so even Garp had no choice but to try to procrastinate. But just when Shiki felt that he could almost escape from birth, he heard a voice that made him feel vague and desperate. "Don't even want to run. Meteor volcano. I don't know when." Sakazuki, wearing a kabuto hat and exuding a sullen and spicy aura, has arrived, and then he even opened up in place. Sakazuki's big tricks are even more terrifying. "It's just a map. Gun." I saw Sakazuki raised his arms to the sky. Accompanied by his roar, huge fists of magma erupted from his arms like a volcano, and after reaching a certain height, it carried a powerful force. Began to fall from the sky, not only using Golden Lion Shiki's large fleet fixed on the glacier as a live target, but also smashing the car that was finally lifted by Shiki by Sakazuki's several giants. The fist of magma exploded, and the entire pirate ship ignited a raging fire. Shiki was also distraught when he saw this scene. In this storm, his last life was also cut off. "No. Damn Marine!" Shiki roared, and the power of the two knives in his hand seemed to increase greatly, and he directly knocked Garp away. But before he could make a new move, he heard another strange voice. "Yada mirror light speed kick." After Shiki heard this sound, he naturally turned his head back to see the situation, but the moment he turned his head, he saw in his aftermath that the gloomy sky was pierced by a golden beam of light refracting back and forth, and the golden one, the beam of light, was extremely fast, and it came to him in the next second, and then he saw Polusalino's young but wretched appearance, and then Polusalino's solace shining with golden light. Zi has appeared in his sight. Fortunately, Shiki's strength is also quite strong. At this critical moment, he raised his arm in time and wrapped armament haki with his double knives in a parrying posture, but this was just a rush. That's it? In the next second, he was kicked by Polusalino at the speed of light with unmatched power. Buddha's wrath, great light, and punish evil. To say that Shiki is also miserable. First, he met the storm and couldn't show his strength. Then he was punched from the sky by Garp, and then he was destroyed by Sakazuki, and then he just repelled. After a wave of Garp, Polusalino jumped out, and before he landed, he heard the roar of his old opponent Sengoku. No need to think about it, Shiki knew what was going on, but what could he do? Manage. He is also very desperate. In a scene without the influence of the storm, Shiki will not be like that either. He just hits. Can he still be afraid of it? Even if he can't single-handedly kill Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru Chief Staff, Sakazuki, Polusalino, Kyuzen, etc., he can still run if he wants to run. It's fine now, he can't even run. Shiki gritted his teeth and wrapped his whole body with armament haki, then used his ability forcibly, changed his posture a little, and was then covered by a trick great light and punishment played by Sengoku, Admiral incarnation of a giant Buddha. I saw Shiki's tiny figure and was directly knocked down into the glacier by Sengoku Admiral with this powerful move. When Shiki appeared again, his state was indeed a little embarrassed. He saw blood flowing on his forehead, panting heavily, and seemed to be seriously injured, but even so, his eyes were still very awkward, and he seemed to never give up. He looked at the Marine senior fighters who surrounded him, smiled madly, and then said, Sengoku, Garp, you want to kill me Shiki here? Jahahahahaha, come on, come and have a good fight. After Shiki finished speaking this bold rhetoric, he seemed to have truly put life and death out of the picture. His aura became stronger. Similarly, Sengoku, Garp and others also secretly increased their vigilance. When was the wild beast the most ferocious? The answer has been verified countless times, that is, at the end of the road, the wounded beast is the most ferocious beast, and at this time, Shiki is the bloodthirsty beast at the end of the road. Asterisk. Chapter 32 What justice brings is not necessarily peace. One of the three surviving legendary pirates in New World, the Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion, Shiki, who is known as the Flying Pirate, was awarded the highest combat power by Marine in the Sea Circle calendar of New World in 1496. Admiral Sengoku led the Marine hero, Vice Admiral, Garp, Chief Staff Officer, Tsuru, and 3 Admiral candidates, including Sakazuki, Polusalino, and Kyuzen, who were called Marine New Monsters. They were seriously injured and captured on the spot. And then the Marines did not make much fanfare. Instead, they quickly evacuated from New World and returned to Naval Headquarters Mollingford. Until then, the naval battle between the Roger Pirates and the Flying Pirates in the waters of Edwall, the details of the secret assault by Marine, the Great Storm, the Marine secret raid, the arrest of the Golden Lion Shiki, and the destruction of the Flying Pirates and the large fleet were officially published in the news of the world, and this day is undoubtedly justice. The victory. Although the initial intelligence was obtained by Garp Vice Admiral and the plan was given by the Tsuru Chief Staff, it is undoubtedly Sengoku Admiral who led the team and won the victory, and it is precisely because Sengoku Admiral led the team to stand in the New World. The Golden Lion, who was at the apex of the pirate power, was captured alive, thus thoroughly erasing his recent not-so-positive rumors. Didn't catch Gromish? Ha ha ha, it's okay, we caught a Golden Lion. Isn't that bad enough? Regardless of the threat or the evil, Golden Lion Shiki has crushed Gromish in all aspects. Sengoku Admiral also turned over in an instant, and cleared all the adverse effects on him during this period. At that time, not only was he not at fault, but he was still doing great credit and great honor. Even the world government, who was dissatisfied with his work before, had to turn over the past Gromish incident. Whoever wants to follow him now, Sengoku Admiral can't make it through. At least you have to grab a Roger, Whitebeard, or something before you can stand up and talk in front of Sengoku, right? The arrest of Golden Lion this time also caused an uproar all over the world. In the eyes of the world, the most unlikely to be arrested, the most unlikely to be blocked, the Golden Lion Shiki, with the name of the flying pirate, was actually all caught. Caught, doesn't it mean that Marine is really powerful? The fall of Golden Lion means that the evil force of the pirate was hit hard by the righteous force of Marine. For a while, those villains who wanted to go out to sea to be pirates were much less. The situation on the sea is also very good. As Marshal Kong had predicted before, Marine not only severely damaged the pirate forces, but also greatly strengthened Marine's deterrence and voice in New World. Who would dare to say that the pirates are in New World in the future? It was soy sauce. The Golden Lion Shiki caught was the best evidence of face slapping. If we used soy sauce, would Shiki be soy sauce? If Shiki is soy sauce, what do you scum? If you compare it like this, even if you say that Marine is making soy sauce in New World, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, you can't even count as soy sauce. If nothing else, under the leadership of Marshal Kong, Marine, which is currently unprecedentedly powerful, will further strengthen its control of New World, thereby gradually eroding the evil power of the pirates, and finally achieving the weakening of the current powerful pirates. To the point. But also received the news. Gromish, who was hiding in the Fishman Island practicing behind closed doors, couldn't help showing an unclear smile after seeing the news of the world news that Gold Roger had fled in embarrassment from the battle. He knows that Marine's justice must win this time will bring great results and dividends. After 3 to 5 years of digestion, the pattern of this world will definitely be changed by Marine, but time does not wait for him. This time Marine is the biggest. His oversight is to make a mistake about the ranking first level. If Gromish is the leader of Marine, he will not compete with Shiki at all, and he will definitely focus on Roger without hesitation. After all, Roger is truly capable. Those who are qualified to be king, Shiki is at best the next rocks. Compared with Roger's claim to king and the feat that opened the Great Pirate Era, Shiki's reputation as the second rocks is certainly more harmful, but it is definitely not as high as Roger. Therefore, Marine's war dividends won't last long at all. The fall of Golden Lion Shiki is certainly the victory of Marine's justice, but hasn't it also cleared an obstacle for Roger? After this, his path will inevitably be smoother, and then he is about to claim the king. Once Roger becomes the king, the entire pirate force and those evil who have been temporarily suppressed by this righteousness. The sprouts will all spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, completely breaking Marine's plan to encroach on New World and suppress the pirate forces, and it will bring them this justice must win. The war dividends are exhausted. Sitting in the camp of the sea forest at this time, Gromish leaned on the soft belly of White Fang lying on the ground, while reading the newspaper, drinking a small wine. Similarly, Arlong, who came to visit Gromish with Shiarli and Jinbei, is also drinking small wine. Boss Gromish, it's as you expected. The Marines are really under the guise of catching you. They did a big deal in the dark. I didn't expect them to hit the Golden Lion Shiki. The characters are all caught. This time, the whole New World. No, the whole world is going to change. Marine's power is now unprecedentedly strong, and I even wanted to go through the Fishmen in the last few days. Island, the number of pirates entering the New World is much less. In my opinion, as long as there is nothing wrong with Marine and Marshal Kong, the world will enter a new big Marine era. Jinbei drank. After a sip of wine, he said with emotion. The power between marine and pirates alternates between the strong and the weak. The strong marine and the strong pirate must be weak, and the strong pirate must be weak. Strong and weak, so there will be a big sea pirate age and there must be a big marine era, but the big sea pirate era brings chaos and conquest, while the big marine era brings justice and superficial peace. For ordinary people, of course, the great marine era is better, but for heroes such as Gromish who deliberately fight for the hegemony of the sea and seize power, status, and wealth, regardless of their position is justice or evil, they prefer chaos. In the era of the great pirates of the conquest, it is precisely because of this chaos that opportunities can be brought, and opportunities can also be legendary for a long time, right? Gromish also lifted the wine bowl and took a sip, then laughed and said, "Gee ha 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 ha, Marine's justice will win?" Yes, they did win, but when everyone's eyes were on Golden Lion and when Marine was on, did they forget a supporting actor who also played in the waters of Ed Wall? Justice will prevail, but it does not necessarily bring peace. Roger of Gold, Gold Roger, everyone underestimated his threat. Jinbei, wait and see. It won't be long before the world will be upset by Roger. After all, Marine is helping him remove all obstacles to the road ahead. It's got through. Marine will use the power of winning the Golden Lion this time to create a new round of big Marine era. Battle opened the prelude of the Great Pirate Age. After the Golden Lion was pulled down, Whitebeard didn't care about anything. No one could stop Roger. He would definitely become the only legend among all the pirates now. It won't be long before he will rise to the top and become king. At that time, all the guys who represent evil, rookies and I will be unable to restrain their restless mind and break free from Marine. The power brought now, rushing to the sea of freedom, to turn the whole world upside down. After Gromish said these words and insights, Jinbei and Arlong were completely stunned. Now no matter who they are, they feel that Marine is extremely powerful. The next era should belong to the era of Marine. Of course, Jinbei and the others they think so too, but they didn't expect Gromish to think that this would be the prologue of the Great Pirate Era, which is simply a paradox. But Shiarli, who was only teasing Shimatsuki, nodded and said, "Oni-san, you are right." Shiarli also saw more and more pirates coming in the near future during the divination. To the Fishmen Island, it is twice as much as it is now, no, 10 times maybe more. As for Shiarli's 100% accuracy divination, Jinbei knows how powerful it is. He was a little shaken by Gromish's words. Now, with Shiarli's confirmation next to him, Jinbei directly chose to believe in Gromish. Then he seemed to be shocked by the so-called era of pirates, and muttered to himself, "Roger of Gold climbed to the top of pirates and became king? The king of pirates? The era of pirates? But it's bad enough." Jinbei was not a pirate at this time. Although he was dissatisfied with the world government, he was not to the point where he would have brother-killing vengeance in the future. Now he is still a cotter of the king's army of the Fishmen Island. Theoretically speaking, the Fishmen Island is affiliated to the world government, so Jinbei can actually be said to be from the world government. That's why he has such feelings. Gromish laughed and said, "Jinbei, isn't this era of turbulent changes much better than the lifeless era of the Great Marine? How about? Are you interested in being a pirate with me? Turn this world upside down." Jinbei looked at Gromish. He knew that his boss seemed to have some evil thoughts, but he didn't say much. Everyone has their own ambitions, and his views on pirates are not too negative. Jinbei, he is also a fishman, what he cares about is the Fishmen Island, and he can clearly see that Gromish also cares about the Fishmen Island. Even if Gromish goes to evil, it will not harm the Fishmen Island. So in that case, what does he care about so much? Those guys on the sea who treat their compatriots as slaves and their race as fish, Jinbei doesn't bother to care about their life and death. He is not a virgin, even the reason why he felt that the Great Pirate Era was a bit bad. But also because he heard Shirley say that there are many pirates coming back on the island, not because of the worries about this era. After thinking about it for a while, Jinbei shook his head and said, "No, Gromish boss, Shirley said that many pirates will come back on the island soon, so I am really a little worried. Please forgive me for rejecting your invitation." The pirates' plan. Gromish didn't care about Jinbei's refusal either. He gave Jinbei a meaningful look and then said, "Really? That's really a shame. But I think you will change your mind later, pirate." Very good. Isn't it? Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Legend of the Red-Haired Devil in the Sea Forest. See Circle Calendar 1498, this year is seemingly ordinary, but in fact it is not. From the perspective of historians, this year is counted as the first year of the Great Sea Pirate Era, because this year, the King Roger to the world the government surrendered, and the world government declared that One Piece Gold Roger. After Roger reached the top of the pirates and became One Piece, the world government began to conceal Roger's real name and changed the D in his name. He was arrested for the homophonic Germany, and executed in the Logue town of East Blue, the hometown of Roger. And Logue town is also called the place where the end and the beginning. But all this hasn't had time to happen. Gromish, who is practicing in the Fishman Island Sea Forest, only knows from the new news brought by Jinbei from time to time that Roger is really a man who shoulders the age and destiny. Sure enough, 1 year after the Battle of Edwall, see Circle Calendar in the middle of 1497, Roger took their Roger pirates and successfully arrived at the legendary Ralph Drew, knowing the past of this world. The truth of everything, and his feat, it really made Roger the pirate group the most legendary one, and he himself was promoted to the culmination of the pirates, completely overwhelmed. With the aura of the pirate overlord in the past, in front of Roger, even if Rox is resurrected, he has to be overshadowed, because Rox is only the pirate overlord, and Roger, he is the only one. After that, the Roger pirate group was broken into pieces, and all the members disappeared into the sea, leaving the Marines nowhere to catch. Just as Gromish thought, the Marines who originally thought they could control the New World situation and gradually compress the living space of the pirate forces, felt that it would take a few years to beat the pirate forces from strong to decline. Climbing to the top of the pirates and sitting firmly on the throne was caught off guard. During the period after Edwall's naval battle, justice must win, the signs of evil have been suppressed by Marine with the power of victory. The grievances that we have been suppressed for more than a year have all erupted at this moment. After Roger reached the summit, the arrogance of the pirate forces also became arrogant. The villains from all over the world raised the skull banner representing evil and destruction one after another, doing that nasty thing in the name of freedom. One after another, he joined the very promising industry of pirates. For a while, Marine's strategy was completely chaotic. At this time, the Marines, let alone compress the living space of the top pirates in New World, they simply don't care about too many New World things, and they have to look back first. Just set up your basic disc high and the first half of the Grand Line. In this way, the Marines' ideal Big Marine era not only did not arrive as planned, but was delayed indefinitely. On the contrary, the increasingly fierce era of big pirates seemed to be getting closer and closer. This is involuntary. Kong Kong, who was Marshal Marine at the time, was very worried. But Gromish knew that soon, the old Marine's Marshal would usher in a wave of joy again, and after this joy, he would have to be even bigger. And this empty joy is Roger surrendered. Similarly, what Gromish has been waiting for is the big stage at the beginning of this era. He, Gromish, will also make a sea debut in East Blue's Logue Town. The only thing that makes Gromish feel a little puzzled is that Golden Lion Shiki was silent after he was sent into Impel Down, and there was no sound at all. It has been 2 years, and he hasn't seen him break his feet and escape from prison. I have to say that this guy can really calm down. Sometimes Gromish wondered whether it was because he had robbed Shiki's first in history ranking, which made Shiki discouraged and didn't bother to challenge Impel Down Impelton's Bronze Wall and Iron Wall name. Or is it because I have already escaped from prison once and broke the legend of Impel Down Impelton, so that Impel Down's current defense is no longer as arrogant and self-confident as before? The inside has now become 3 steps, 1 guard, 5 steps, and 1 post. It's not necessarily true. If this is the case, Gromish really feels a little sorry for Golden Lion. Providence was defeated, but at least he was not caught on the spot by Marine. If he didn't make a fuss about naval headquarters after his own death, maybe he could be better than Whitebeard without Roger? Even if he really dominates the pirate power, it is not impossible. And now he was not only caught in advance, but even the feat of escape from Impel Down and Impelton was gone. It can be said that the small wings of Gromish, the little butterfly that came through, fiddled a few lightly. Next, the influence on Shiki is still quite big. The only thing that makes Gromish feel worthy of Shiki is that maybe because of him, this silly Golden Lion was not covered by the stupid and funny rudder, and he couldn't take it off. This is also a blessing in disguise. Right? After all, the rudder had a profound impact on Shiki. Because the rudder was stuck in his head, Shiki's powerful haki not only became heavier and heavier with the increase of time, but quickly passed away. After more than 20 years, he could not use haki at all except Lion Fruit's abilities. He was forced to recklessly by the protagonist of Luffy's era. From Gromish's point of view, the final battle of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki was simply too shameful to Shiki's identity and reputation. It was a complete shame. Instead of breaking out of prison and dormant for more than 20 years, it ended up like this when he finally appeared. In the end, then maybe it's a good thing for Shiki not to escape from prison? Can't say that this guy will be able to take advantage of the Impel Down chaos of the top battle in the future to run out, and form an old man of heaven with the old guy Letterfield to re-enter the world. Wouldn't it be better than killing Luffy? However, Gromish was not sure whether Shiki gave up on jailbreaking. After all, Roger hadn't been caught yet, and Shiki hadn't received this huge stimulation yet. To say whether you can get news from the outside world in Impel Down, it is actually possible. Some special prisoners can even get newspapers in it to relieve boredom, and Impel Down seems to be located in the calm belt, with this isolation seems to hang overseas, not eating human fireworks, but in fact it is not. Impel Down is very busy every day. There are tens of thousands of prisoners in Impel Down, and many prisoners die in it every day. And a lot of new people are sent in, and these new people will bring in new information from the outside world at the same time, so Impel Down seems to be isolated from the world. In fact, the prisoners inside are not completely unacceptable to the news. Just as the guy Crocodile was locked in the 6th floor eternal hell, he still knew that there was an unknown person named Blackbeard who took his place and became the new 7 warlords of the sea. In the past year, the sea forest of the Fishmen Island has become more and more weird. Even the pirates and smuggling caravans who are smuggling into the Fishmen Island are not willing to enter the Fishmen Island from the sea forest. Because it is rumored to be haunted here, the sea forest, which originally had the name Ship's Graveyard, has gained the name of the Pirates' Graveyard in this year's time, because in this year's time there are countless waves of pirates, large and small, missing here. Legend has it that there is a red-haired demon in the sea forest. He is transformed by the resentment of those abandoned and destroyed ships, and hates everything that arrives safely. The ships of Fishmen Island, as long as they are found intact by him, they will be regarded as enemies by him and will be ruthlessly destroyed. This legend is not unfounded, because many residents living in the Fishmen Island have discovered that the shipwrecks in the sea forest seem to have been destroyed again by someone. Most of the shipwrecks are something was smashed and chopped into scum, and there are many pirate ships that don't look like old are beaten into scum and piled up here. And from time to time in the sea forest, you can hear weird and creepy roars. It is even more frightening that even the residents of the Fishmen Island dare not come to Sea Forest to wander around. Of course, the initiator of all this, the master of all legends and ghost stories, well, it is Gromish. Similarly, Jinbei and others are insiders, knowing that the various urban legends of the Fishmen Island are all made by Gromish. The movement was rumored to be an oolong. But fortunately, Sea Forest is not a very important place for the Fishmen Island. It is also isolated from the Fishmen Island, making it even more remote. If Gromish makes such a movement in the Mermaid Bay, Nip, even the king of the Fishmen Island, may not be able to sit still. At this time, a group of kings belonging to the Dragon Palace city were moving towards the Sea Forest. When they approached within the coverage of the Sea Forest, they heard the vague roar of the evil spirit. The timid guy was immediately scared enough. One of the Merman guards tremblingly spoke to their leader and asked, "Boss Jinbei, I heard that there is a red-haired devil in the Sea Forest. Eat human flesh, drink human blood, destroy all ships, and make a roar like hell. What are we here for? What are we doing here?" "What?" Jinbei reluctantly said, "What red-haired devil is just a rumor. As the guards of the Dragon Palace, you were so scared by a rumor. It seems that my request of you is still too loose." But soon, another guard, who was also somewhat scared, pointed to the damaged shipwreck on the side of the road, and said with some fear, "Then, Jinbei boss, how could these shipwrecks become this? Looks like there is always someone who destroys these things, right? Isn't that sick?" Jinbei looked at the wreckage of the damaged ship, scratched his head, and finally said, "You should treat it as someone deliberately destroying it. Anyway, don't talk nonsense. Follow me in. I got the news, not long ago. The pirate group that took 3 mermaid girls from the Mermaid Bay is hidden inside, and they have been killed. Now we are going to rescue the poor little girls. Think about it, if it were you, be brave, maybe you will be admired by those beautiful girls." As soon as I heard that there were beautiful mermaid girls waiting for their heroic warriors to rescue them, the guards grew courageous for a while, and it seemed that their waists were no longer sore, and their legs no longer hurt, even Whitebeard. "It looks like you can do 2 tricks when you come. Then what are you waiting for? Boss Jinbei, let's run, time counts as life." Jinbei looked at these people under his men, and was very speechless for a while. For the first time, he felt that he should leave the king's army. I always felt that after staying here for a long time, he would turn from a whale shark into a salted fish. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Open Mermaid Ladies. As the kingdom guards led by Jinbei went deeper and deeper into the Sea Forest, the faint roar from that ear seemed to become clearer and clearer. This discovery also instantly made the men of the guards who were still arrogant and brave just now weak again. Now, the mermaid ladies are good, but they have to live to enjoy them. However, Jinbei didn't care about their complaints, and still took them into the depths of the Sea Forest. At this time, Gromish is holding the heavy Hell Destroyer with one hand, practicing the most basic move, simple, rude and monotonous, and every time he cleaves an axe, the Hell Destroyer will a wind pressure is rolled up, and when the wind pressure passes through the perforations on the battle axe, it will make a roar like a roar from hell. This is one of the sources of the ridiculous rumors of the Sea Forest. At this time, after 2 years of growth for Gromish, the whole person has changed a lot. First of all, his figure is more burly and sturdy. The appearance of his naked upper body with only shoulder armor just did not cover his explosive explosion. Without showing any obtrusive muscles, his flaming red hair, which was not too long, also covered his back, abruptly giving him a more wild and unrestrained feeling, and the overbearing pair on top of his head, the horns, are also accompanied by Gromish's movements, and occasionally shine some red light, and somehow, Gromish's strong back was also tattooed with a fire unicorn of Haki, accompanied by Gromish's movements. That fire Kylan appeared alive on his back as if he had come alive. It seemed possible to break his skin and run out at any time. Every time Gromish goes down, he will cut a wound on the pirate ship of the pirate group that he killed not long ago. The entire huge pirate ship has been chopped bit by him. It was more than half broken. And in the camp not far away, 3 young and beautiful mermaid sisters are watching Hacky's back of Gromish, with peach-hearted eyes, chirping discussing something, and they can hear their shy laughter from time to time. To be honest, I really can't tell that they were kidnapped by the scum pirates who wanted to do some slave business by the way. On the contrary, they came here to travel like a group. Aisha, I noticed. You got up in the middle of the night and ran out and didn't come back until dawn. Honestly, did you seduce Master Gromish? A mermaid lady with long golden wavy hair said to the little mermaid sister with the same temperament of Oni-san and the same long red hair as Gromish. And this mermaid lady named Aisha didn't mean to be shy at all. She straightened her chest proudly, shook her proud figure, and then naturally said, Millie, everyone is an adult. People, what to seduce or not to seduce, in the face of Gromish-sama, don't you guys feel uncomfortable? Anyway, I have already started to be strong, show off to those little sisters when I go back. Let's take a look. Will they dare to brag about men in front of me in the future? It seems that last night, the mermaid lady with a proud figure has successfully taken down Gromish, who has not kept her chasteness, and enjoyed a real fish and water joy with him. And after hearing what Aisha said, Millie also showed an expression of envy, and then said, I really envy you, you are so uninteresting, you didn't even ask me to be with Ailey. It was the third little girl who didn't speak. Ellie waved her hand in embarrassment and said, I'll forget it, it's okay for one person, but 3 people really can't accept it. Ellie, I don't think you are so shy, aren't you usually bold? Millie also laughed and said, then she turned to look in the direction of Gromish and whispered softly, but if the 3 of us go together, I don't know if Gromish-sama can stand it anymore. Hell, what if he runs away? Aisha, how did you experience last night? Aisha showed a very satisfied expression, nodded proudly and said, what do you think? Look at Master Gromish's sturdy figure. To tell you the truth, I almost thought I was going to die last night. Now, let's not say whether the 3 of us can take down Master Gromish. I think it's okay to have 3 more. I just don't know if there will be a chance to have a chance with Master Gromish in the future. I think it's a bit regretful. Stop talking, you got it right anyway, we can only be in a dream. Really, compared with Gromish Lord, the men outside seem to be a bit worse, especially those who originally looked good. The little white faces, at the critical moment, there was not a single thing to use, and they watched us get taken away like this. If Gromish-sama happened to be practicing here, I really don't know what kind of tragic end we will end up. Millie also said very emotionally. I was really blind before, and I thought those guys were very cute, but now that I think about it, there are so many idiots. Even the shy Ellie nodded involuntarily. I've decided. When looking for a man in the future, I must find someone like Gromish-sama. Even if he is not as strong as him, he must have a body like him that gives people a sense of security. Aisha raised his arm. Righteously speaking, she said, then she paused and then whispered, and this kind of man seems to be more powerful in that respect. At the same time, Gromish, who was cutting wood and firewood not far away, was also a little embarrassed after hearing the topic of the 3 mermaid ladies. After letting go, the girl seemed to be even more embarrassed than the man. Sturdy. But if there is a chance in the future, he doesn't mind having another spring breeze with the lady Aisha, who is very good looking. As Aisha said, everyone is an adult, fish. Isn't this a normal thing? Besides, Gromish didn't force anything. In theory, it should be regarded as being reversed. Of course, it is better to have the 3 together. Just after Gromish split the mast of the ship with an axe, he seemed to notice something, and then whispered, it seems that Jinbei is here. There is no doubt that Gromish is not only practicing monotonous hacking, he is also practicing his observation hacking, and it seems to be good. Not long after Gromish whispered, he saw a blue fat man appeared at the corner of the end of the road. Jinbei smiled after seeing Gromish and walked quickly towards here, while the guards behind him they all looked like they had seen ghosts, and one of them yelled in horror, "It's a red-haired devil. Boss Jinbei, run away." He was about to take the brothers to run away, but before he could implement it, Jinbei's generous palm was already covering the back of his head, and then he heard Jinbei say, "What the hell are you talking about? Come with me, are you confused now whether you are a human or a ghost?" Jinbei's slap seemed to calm down the guard, and then he looked at Gromish's direction again, and seemed to think that the red-haired devil should be alive, and he saw three very beautiful ones. The little mermaid girls are looking at their direction and seem to be laughing. This scene made him feel some realism and embarrassment. When Jinbei walked near Gromish, he watched Gromish was still chopping wood and cutting wood, and he said with some admiration, "Boss Gromish, you have been practicing this trick for almost a year, and you haven't let you satisfied." Gromish stopped his movements and easily carried the Hell Destroyer in his hands on his shoulders, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and laughed and said, "Jahahahaha, Jinbei, like me. People who play heavy weapons like axes don't need as many moves and tricks as swordsmen do. After all, it's good to have 3 or 4 tricks. Although this hack is simple and rude, it is the most practical and powerful trick. It's as simple as ultimate, it's the power of ultimate. So this trick is never ending. Why? Do you think you can catch me now? Is it an ordinary hack?" Gromish is right. In terms of the tomahawk, it is impossible to play so many tricks of kendo. Simple and crude is the correct answer. How many heroes have died on this simple hack? As long as it is fast, accurate, and ruthless, it is enough to be powerful and heavy. Wouldn't it be the same simple one to break the Pangu god tier back then? I haven't seen this big man play any tricks with Pangu axe. From Gromish's point of view, it is of course necessary to play tricks. After all, it is an indispensable means of acting, but the real number one pick must be practical. Gromish thinks that he is a simple one. Can knock down a bunch of guys who think they are amazing. Jinbei hurriedly waved his hand after hearing Gromish's words and said, "Forget it, I think I can't pick it up. Let's not talk about your hacking. There are not many people that can pick up your axe. If you run into someone who hasn't played against each other, you will definitely suffer a big loss if you don't notice one. Gee ha 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 ha, alright, you also know the reason for calling you, wait for those good pirates to be improper, have to take a cameo to clean up the corpses of the scum from the slave hunting team, and then clean up send these 3 beautiful and lovely mermaid girls back." Gromish laughed and patted Jinbei on the shoulder. Jinbei also looked at the 3 mermaid girls with shyness and style in their eyebrows. He couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Then he said, "If something like this has happened, I'm afraid you will want to live in seclusion again. It's that simple. After all, girls are born to Twitter 8 trigrams. Jahahahaha, it's okay. It's been more than 2 years. I think I'm strong enough to protect myself in Marine's hands, and I can't just blindly build a car behind closed doors. I have to have a lot of practical experience to be able to make it. I continue to move on to the road of the strong, or why do you think I would hunt the pirates here? But there are still too few opponents here, and I will go to the vast sea for a while. The heroes who are about to be born. Jinbei, is there no news on the sea yet? Haven't the Marines caught Roger?" Gromish laughed and said, completely disregarding whether he would expose the matter. "NS." Jinbei also shook his head and said, "Since you are ready, brother, then I won't say much, but about Roger, although the Marines have not given up looking for his whereabouts, there has been no gain so far. It was Roger, and the crew members under his banner were the same, none of them were caught." "Really? But I don't think I should wait too long. Roger. Gromish whispered softly. In a blink of an eye, there are more than 100,000 words. According to the rules of the website, between 100,000 and 150,000 words will definitely be on the shelves. As a result, I turned around and looked at it. There are only more than 30 chapters, estimated to be more than 40 chapters. I'm going to be on the shelves when I'm going to sell myself. I'm really honest, my little brother. The number of words in this chapter full of sincerity is not bad, right? Each chapter has 3,500 words as a base. Isn't it the KKK's rampant? There have been some new ideas in the period. In short, I will not post the testimonials on the shelves afterwards. Let me briefly talk about it. The results of this book are also good. It seems that the new story can also make you big brothers. We are satisfied. This is also my motivation. I hope that you will support a wave of younger brothers in the future. Thank you, and I hope that the following stories can make everyone equally satisfied. Finally, I wish you all good health and peace and safety. Asterisk. Chapter 35. After 2 years, finally go to sea. Although Gromish has not received the news of the arrest of One Piece Roger, he does not intend to continue to retreat. He is going out to make a public appearance. There has not been any wind in 2 years, nor has he been found by the Marines. It is estimated that the enthusiasm for him and Impel Down has long since disappeared, right? But it's normal. At this stage, no one can compare with Roger, the heaven-defying guy, not only Gromish, the first guy in history to escape from Impel Down, but not even Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This world now belongs to Roger's era. But this will be over soon. The next era of great pirates will be the time when the heroes will rise together and the world will fight for the top. Jinbei sent the guards he had brought to deal with the scum pirate group that was destroyed by Gromish. When the guards of the Dragon Palace City found it there, they almost didn't vomit it. The scene was indeed a bit bloody. Gromish's fighting style was originally warrior-like violent, and he was holding the legendary battle axe and hell destroyer as heavy as a mountain. The pirates who came to the slave team were not very strong, and there was no way to take it. People who used Gromish with an axe, so most of their bodies were split alive, and the more miserable ones were the ones that were directly smashed into flesh. However, Jinbei didn't care whether Gromish's methods were too cruel. For this evil party that endangers the Fishmen Island, no residents of the Fishmen Island would have the slightest sympathy for them. Originally, the Fishmen Island was right. Humans' attitudes are bad enough, do they still care about how the villains in humans die? Boss Gromish, Big Brother Tiger left again a few days ago. He said that if you are in retreat, he won't come to say goodbye to you. Let me have a chance to tell you. He said he might go out a little longer this time. He also wants to see if he can find the ultimate island Raftel. Jinbei smiled and said to Gromish. Fisher Tiger, who has come back several times in the past 2 years, Gromish now has a tendency to surpass his status and reputation in Fishman Street and even the Fishmen Island. Of course Tiger will come to see it too. Gromish, not to mention, the relationship between Gromish and Tiger is pretty good, especially Tiger has taken care of Gromish several times. There was no scene of fighting for power when the two met. One was that Gromish looked down on the Murloc Street forces. He did not intend to form a Murloc pirate group or something, so whether he is now or in the future, there is no conflict of interest between him and Fisher Tiger. Although Tiger is respected as the leader of Murloc Street at this time, he is also the biggest leader of the Fishmen Island. The evil forces have no interest. He is still an explorer and adventurer who loves freedom and adventure. That's why he left the Fishmen Island in such a hurry and went on his own adventure to find Raftel. After all, Raftel, the fabled ultimate island, is not only the pirates interested in it, just like the Emerald Capital and the Land of Gold in the legendary story, The ultimate island raftel is also the dream of adventurers from all walks of life. One of the targets found. Really? Boss Tiger is really an idle person, jahahahahaha. Gromish didn't have any surprises after hearing the news, he said with a big laugh. Given that Fisher Tiger had some kindness towards Gromish's predecessor, during the few meetings between the two, Gromish also made Tiger's promise, as long as Tiger has if necessary, Gromish will inevitably agree to his 3 requests, even if he does not hesitate to fight for his life. Although Gromish calls himself a villain, he must also be a villainous party with style. When he comes out, he must first know the gratitude report. Gromish attaches great importance to this point. Tiger has kindness to him. In his life pulling him several times at the lowest point, even if Gromish is not the Gromish it used to be, he will still remember it, so he promised like Tiger. Secondly, even if it is a wicked party, it must be believed. For example, if you kill your whole family, you must kill your whole family. Even your dog can't let it go. Therefore, Gromish really didn't intend to discredit him. It is indeed holding to complete the 3 things Tiger asked him even if he fights for his life. But Tiger didn't care much about Gromish's promise. First of all, he did not intend to use his kindness to Gromish to threaten Gromish to do something. Secondly, he was unwilling to use this method to make Gromish repay any kindness. I didn't think it was his kindness to Gromish, it was just his love and care for his compatriots. But anyway, there is something about it, and maybe Tiger feels that he might never use it. After Gromish chatted with Jinbei for a few words, he looked at the distance again, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "Arlong, this kid, for more than 2 years, I don't know if there is any growth. Anyway, the efficiency of this work is really slow. 5 days ago, he asked him to help me find a boat to take me on the way to the sea on the first half of the Grand Line. As a result, it has been 5 days, and he didn't even have a chance to speak. It's true. You must know that when I found Zyakito to do this kind of thing, Xiaoqi arranged everything in one afternoon, but Gromish also understood that Arlong was completely impossible to compare with Xiaoqi." Jinbei smiled and said, "Boss Gromish, I think Arlong's growth is pretty good. If he was originally just a domineering gangster who relied on his talent, he is now a qualified soldier. I have also started practicing Murloc karate again. Arlong's physical fitness is still very good. He is still young, and there are opportunities and time to grow, so don't worry." Jahahahaha. Anyway, Jinbei, thank you for helping me take care of Arlong and Xiarli for the past 2 years. I'm really embarrassed. In the future, my brothers and sisters will have to let you take care of me. Some more. Gromish said with a smile. Jinbei also waved his hand and said, "Boss Gromish, whether you want to be or not, at least everyone treats you as the hero of the Fishmen Island. You once invited me to join you to become a pirate and go to the sea. Fan, but I refused your invitation, which made me feel a little sorry. Now that you are leaving the Fishmen Island to go for a break, and I have no plans to leave the Fishmen Island anyway, then let me come to help you relieve your worries, so don't say thank you." Just when Jinbei was talking about these topics with Gromish, the guy Arlong really showed up. He hurried to Gromish's side, looked at Jinbei, and they didn't say much. They said directly, "Big brother, you were a few days ago. I asked me to help you find the way to the first half of the Grand Line. I found the boat, and they will leave tomorrow." Gromish's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he laughed and said, "Gee ha 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 ha, finally let me wait until this day, and finally let me go back to the sea to stir the wind and rain. Although the Fishmen Island is good, but after all, it's still in the deep sea, and the world on the sea is a bit more exciting." After hearing the news that Gromish was leaving, the 3 beautiful mermaid sisters also swayed their beautiful tails and swam to the side of Gromish and others, and Aizia hugged Gromish's arm and squeezed. He rubbed his chest against his chest, and said very reluctantly, Master Gromish, are you leaving the Fishmen Island? It's really a shame. We thought we would come here to visit you secretly if we had the opportunity, or invite you to the Mermaid Bay to visit our house. Millie also hugged Gromish's other arm and said very regretfully. Jahahahahaha, this is also one of the reasons why I left the Fishmen Island. If you are always taken care of by you beautiful girls, sooner or later, I will indulge in your tenderness. But Wenruxiang has always been a tomb of men, so sorry girls, I don't want to stop here, Gromish. Gromish said with a laugh, looking very enjoyable. At the same time, Arlong, who was standing on the side, watched his elder brother so popular and involuntarily smacked his lips and murmured, "Fortunately, I didn't bring Shirley. I'm so angry." Coincidentally, the downwind ship that Arlong found was the old captain's smuggling merchant ship that brought Gromish back from the sea more than 2 years ago, but at first, Arlong didn't tell him it was Gromish. Just to say that there is a murloc going up. The old captain was of course very happy to take the murloc out of his own experience. As a result, he was surprised when he saw Gromish. He didn't recognize Gromish at a glance. After all, the changes in Gromish are tremendous. He is recognizing Gromish is the identity of the red-haired demon of the sea forest. But Gromish recognized him. Gromish was still very enthusiastic about this brave old captain who had helped him. After a little chat, the old captain realized that the red-haired devil in front of him was actually more than 2 years old. Impel Down was also sent to Gromish on the Fishmen Island by himself. In this way, since both parties have a certain understanding and experience of working together, some bad worries have been dispelled even more. After saying goodbye to Shirley, who was crying and crying, Gromish took the old captain's boat and returned to the sea. This time, he didn't know how long it would take to return to the Fishmen Island. However, he has already decided that when he comes back next time, he must build his own boat, otherwise the price will be too low if he always rubs the boat like this. On the deck, the old captain is indeed a courageous guy. Ordinary people do not dare to approach the frost wolf Whitefang that Gromish is carrying, but the old captain dared to feel the soft fur of Whitefang with the courage. Gromish only brought Whitefang out this time. As for the female Shimatsuki, Gromish left it to Shirley to take care of it. The old captain touched Whitefang's hair, then smiled and unscrewed his exquisite wine bottle. After taking a sip, he looked at Gromish and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a strange beast on the Fishmen Island. I have gained a lot of knowledge, and I didn't expect that in just over 2 years, your changes would have been so great, but it seems that Gromish, are you going to sea again?" Jahahahaha, old captain, 2 years is not a short time, but it is not a short time to go to sea again, because I have never been to sea in the true sense. It should be said that this time is my Gromish really started to board this big. The stage of the times is right. This is my first time out to sea. Gromish also unscrewed his wine bottle and said with a big smile. More than 2 years ago, I knew that you are definitely not a guy who is content with the status quo. Even I can see that the sea is getting more and more unstable. First Roger became the One Piece, and now you guys have to go to sea. Now, this future is really interesting. The old captain also smiled and said, "Yes, this future is really interesting." Gromish said softly with emotion. Asterisk. Chapter 36 The Power of the Curse. East Blue, in the world of One Piece, this sea area is a place that symbolizes peace and stability. It is also the sea area where the world government master has the deepest strength. Marines have cultivated here for many years and built the sea area into a sign that symbolizes there is still such a peaceful place in this chaotic and dangerous world. Of course, it's not that there are no pirates in East Blue. Pirates are also available in East Blue, but compared to other seas, the strength of East Blue's pirates is quite rubbish. There was Roger before and after Luffy, who was supporting the facade, and there was really nothing worth boasting about in the entire East Blue pirate force. Therefore, East Blue is also called the weakest sea by the rest of the sea. But let's look at BB, let's not talk about the two sections before and after the Grand Line. East Blue is completely crushed between the four sea areas. North Blue has evil. The Kingdom of Germany can be the overbearing Germa 66 in the New World, but it is such a country that was still overthrown after dominating the North Blue countries for 66 days, and now it is even more complete. Not at all. I can only rely on something like the Warhouse to wander around in the sea. This shows that North Blue's power is quite strong, and after that, North Blue will have a Don Quixote family. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, the pirate forces in North Blue are also unprecedentedly strong. As for South Blue's mystery, if nothing else, One Piece Roger is currently living in South Blue, living with his wife Portgas de Rouge, and in the future, Eustace Kid and Eustace Kid will appear in South Blue. Supernova guys like Jewelry Pawnee, and if Pawnee is there, it is estimated that Bartholomew Kuma, an equally powerful guy, should also be born in South Blue. And West Blue also has a powerful country like the Flower Country. This country is so powerful that in addition to the King's army, it can also form 8 treasure naval forces. The most powerful of these is the 8 treasure marines, the current leader and pillar. The green pepper of Cone is still domineering in New World. It is worth mentioning that the 8 treasure navy is the Umbu-type army of the Flower Country. After all, they are all made up of pirates. But even with the 8 treasure marine army led by a strongman like Green Pepper and the rest of the treasure navy, the country of flowers still lost many wars after Doflamingo sold arms in the Dark World, resulting in Green Pepper's order to go to Dressrosa. Perform secret missions. It can be seen that there is a powerful country in West Blue that is at least not weaker than the country of flowers. On the other hand, East Blue does not have those powerful countries that can dominate and occupy a place in this world, but perhaps because of this, the world government can keep the East Blue masters so strict, or it may be that East Blue is not incapable of this. A powerful country, but has been controlled by the world government to create such a powerful country. After all, it is easy to manage. If the country is strong, it must compete for its own interests and right to speak. In this way, it is easy to compete with the world government. There are all kinds of disharmony, which is definitely not what the world government wants to see, is it? Gromish is riding on the Frost Wolf Whitefang with a very comfortable and handsome saddle. The huge Frost Wolf Whitefang is now on all fours, and his shoulder height has reached a height of more than 4 meters or 5 meters. Gromish's tall figure it was just right to ride up, looking very harmonious, and behind Gromish was carrying the legendary battle axe in dark gold, Hell Destroyer. At this time, Gromish has been riding the Frost Wolf Whitefang across the calm belt from the first half of the Grand Line to the weakest sea of East Blue. The strong and powerful limbs of Whitefang step out on the undulating sea. One step can leave a mark of frost. Unlike the long track left by Kuzan when riding a bicycle across the sea, what Whitefang leaves is only intermittent ice. But Gromish actually thinks this is more handsome. Before coming to East Blue, Gromish also specially took the special products he bought from the Fishmen Island to visit the proprietress Yachi on Sabayati Archipelago who drove the ripped-off tavern. By the way, he wanted to see Rayleigh, the one-piece right wrist. Did the guy called Pluton come here at this time? In the end, Xiaoqi met and the two chatted a lot, but the guy Rayleigh hasn't appeared yet, and I don't know where he is wandering now. Will he be sold by Xiaoba's dream of opening a store? The Takoyaki guy is rescued. Gromish did not meet Rayleigh and did not stay on Sabayati Archipelago for too long. The reason why he came to East Blue is also very simple. First of all, East Blue will usher in a wave of events in the near future. One Piece Roger will be in East Blue entered the last stop of the first half of the Grand Line. He was executed on Logue Town. At that time, a large number of rookies who were about to make troubles in the coming era would gather on Logue Town, such as the future first generation. Most of the 7 warlords of the sea appeared here, like Sand Crocodile, Hawkeye Dracul My Hawk, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo, Gecko Moria, except for the 4 of them, the ones on Roger's ship crew trainees, 4 emperors, Red Hair, Shanks, who will become one of the pirate emperors in the future, God Tyr, Clown, and Buggy, who will be blessed by the god of luck, will also appear there, and Marine's later Vice Admiral White Hunter. The same is true for Smoker. Except for them. The Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp's rebellious son, will raise the banner of the Revolutionary Army in the future and become a major enemy of the world government. Monkey D. Dora is known as the world's most murderous criminal. That guy will also appear in Logue Town to witness the legend of that generation, the scene where the first generation One Piece Gold Roger died. There is no reason for Gromish not to participate in this kind of event, but it is still early, and Roger has not been arrested yet. Of course, no one knows that he will be tortured by Marine in the East Blue, so this is currently the weakest sea. It was still very calm, and the strong from all over the world did not show up. And the reason why Gromish came to East Blue so early was that he was looking for the cursed Holy Sword and 7-star sword in the legend. Demon Sword, this kind of ominous blade has many in the world of One Piece. For example, the Muramasu Maru in the hands of Shiryu of Rain, the guardian of Impel Down in the future, is actually the famous Demon Sword. In addition, the Ghost Cry in the hand of Trafalgar Law is also a not weak demon knife. After removing these, the first generation ghosts, one of the top 12 jobs, the second generation ghosts, the 21st job, and the future Rorano. The third generation ghost in Zoro's hands is a well-known representative work among the monster swords. Of course, it is not to say that apart from these, there are no other powerful demon knives. There are still many demon knives that have fallen into the hands of swordsmen from all over the world. The 7-star sword that Gromish is looking for this time is a very special one among the demon swords. If there is a 7-star sword in this world, then he is undoubtedly the demon sword among demon swords, because other demon swords eat the most. People who are able to master and have insufficient willpower will be affected by their minds when they pick up this knife, and they will eventually merge with the 7-star sword and become a swordman, ABCH. Similarly, although the 7-star sword is evil, fierce, and bloody, the power condensed within it is still very powerful. According to legend, there is an ancient country on Aska Island in East Blue, and there is a beautiful country in this country. The beauty of the maiden and the maiden attracted the 3 princes of the country. For this reason, the 3 princes took out the 7-star sword, the treasure of the town, and set off a war with the theme of fighting for the maiden. Such a war is undoubtedly nonsense, so a lot of the soldiers and civilians who died in the war exuded extremely strong resentment, and this resentment was absorbed by the 7-star sword. Since then, the 7-star sword, which was supposed to be the treasure of the town, has become an evil one. The demon sword destroyed the entire country. After that, the 7-star sword also controlled its own master. There were countless wars, large and small, as a blood sacrifice throughout East Blue. Everyone was rescued from the war and used their lives as a medium to seal and erase most of the power of the 7-star sword. Since then, whenever the red full moon comes, the 7-star sword's resentment that has been suppressed for hundreds of years will some are emitted, with the intention of re-attracting people with bad thoughts to pick it up, and bringing wars and disasters to the world. Gromish is the guy with bad thoughts. After coming to East Blue, he inquired about it and he did find the legend of the sea that has been handed down, and there is indeed an Aska Island in East Blue. After the incident, Gromish has determined that the news that the legendary cursed Holy Sword and 7-star sword in East Blue is not false, but very possible. For the same reason, the original theatrical version exists. The story also exists in this world. The second purpose of his trip was to find the 7-star sword, and then absorb its powerful curse power to strengthen himself. As for Gromish, has he ever worried that he will be eroded by the cursed power? Not to mention Gromish's strong willpower, which is as strong as iron. The blessing and curse of the god of suffering, Irma, gave Gromish great confidence and made him feel that he should be able to accept this power without loss. Once this strength is obtained, Gromish will once again play a small hole card. Of course, Gromish doesn't think that as long as he obtains something like the 7-star sword, he can dominate the sea. That is too nonsense. Although the 7-star sword is strong, it is not too strong. It's enough to protect yourself on the sea, but there are still some shortcomings. It's always good to have more means. On the other hand, Gromish really values the power of the 7-star sword because it can absorb blood and resentment to become stronger. Characteristics. If this feature can be preserved after Gromish absorbs the power of the 7-star sword, then for Gromish, it can be a big profit, the power that can continue to grow, but it is a rare good thing. Not to mention, Gromish is also I think that the road behind him will be accompanied by blood and blood, then this kind of power, even more must not be missed. If in the Grand Line, you need to use record pointers to find the islands, then it is much more convenient in the 4 seas. A chart is enough. At this time, Gromish takes the chart he bought from the merchant and presses it. The right direction is heading towards Asker Island. According to the information on the nautical chart, he is not far from Aska Island at this time, and he will be able to reach it soon. Then, what is the power of the cursed 7-star sword in the legend will reveal the answer. NS. The Frost Wolf, known as the fastest mount in the world of Draenor, certainly did not disappoint Gromish. When the sun was about to sink to sea level, Gromish had already seen the destination of his trip, Aska Island. Jahahaha, I finally found this island, 7-star sword. If you really exist, then your power will belong to me. Gromish collected the chart and looked at the islands in the distance. Said excitedly. Asterisk. Chapter 37 How to be a pirate without robbing? Aska Island does not have any marine dojo, because the original ancient kingdom has also been tossed and disappeared. Later, in order not to attract the attention of the outside world, Aska Island has always been in a calm and laid-back state, and it feels a little detached. Because of this, there is only one small village on this island, and the people in the village are guarding the Miko clan from generation to generation, and the Miko clan is responsible for the mission of sealing the 7-star sword. I, Gromish, as a righteous, kind, young, and promising young man who is righteous, how can I let others bear such an unfortunate fate? The sky will come down to the people and the people must work hard first, work hard and hungry. What's behind the damn it? Anyway, someone needs to suffer and take responsibility, and then they can gain what they can do. The sin of the 7-star sword, let me be an honest and kind fellow to bear it. Gromish was riding on Whitefang's back, and when he stepped onto Aska Island, he said very shamelessly, completely forgetting that not long ago, he was determined to be a wicked party, he really did it. It's as if it was carrying great justice to deliberately solve the problems on this island. Oh, thinking about it, I think I'm a bit great. Gromish was immersed in his own world, while jumping off the Whitefang one by one, and then moved his muscles and bones. Gromish opened his mouth and said to the Whitefang, "Whitefang, go and play by yourself." As a fierce frost wolf, Whitefang has a bizarre frost ability and runs fast. Gromish doesn't worry about its safety, and doesn't even care about food. These days, it's relying on Whitefang himself. Go hunting, and poor Whitefang not only has to find food for himself, but also brings back some prey for Gromish to eat from time to time. I don't know who is raising whom. After Whitefang heard Gromish's words, he snorted happily, and then straight away, got into the forest of Aska Island and disappeared. After Whitefang left, Gromish walked along the path towards the village on the island. If Gromish remembers correctly, the 7-star sword was placed in a sacrificial castle or altar on the island, and every 100 years, when the red moon descends, the island guarded and sealed the 7-star sword from generation to generation. We are going to lay out the enchantment, and then prevent the evil power of the 7-star sword from eroding people's hearts. But this is not to say that the 7-star sword cannot be used without encountering the red full moon once in 100 years. You must know that the swordsman Sokka, the marine swordsman who later became the villain on the island, was protecting this one time. Kojima accidentally picked up the 7-star sword when clearing the pirates, and then it may be due to lack of strength or willpower. In short, he could not bear the curse of the 7-star sword. Become an evil sword man. This also confirmed that even if it did not reach the once-in-a-100-year red full moon, the 7-star sword could still be used, but at the time of the red moon, the 7-star sword could become the strongest state. Gromish didn't plan to use the sword, no matter when the 7-star sword was strongest, he wanted only one, and that was the evil power entrusted in the 7-star sword and the characteristic of absorbing resentment and blood. Even the evil power is not important, only that characteristic is the most important. Gromish is carrying a dark gold legendary battle axe Hell Destroyer, his upper body is naked, and Haki's unicorn shoulder armor is worn on his right shoulder. The whole person looks very wild and domineering, but there is also a little bit. That is, no matter how you look at it, although you can't tell whether Gromish is a good person or a bad person, at least he looks dangerous at first glance. So when Gromish was about to enter this quiet and peaceful small village, the village guards were very alert to stop him. Who are you? Why come to this island? The guards stared at Gromish and asked. Gromish looked at this secluded village and smiled. After more than 20 years, it will be at least busier than it is now, and there is not so much guard against outsiders. Gromish didn't bother to lie to these little guys. He directly said, "My name is Gromish. Of course, I came to your island for a purpose. The legendary cursed holy sword 7-star sword is on this island. Isn't it wrong?" When Gromish reported his name, the guards did not show any surprised expressions. It seemed that they either didn't know Gromish's name, or they didn't match this man with fiery red hair to the one who escaped from Impel Down more than 2 years ago. Gromish linked together. But after hearing the name of the 7-star sword, the expressions of the guards changed, and then the leading guard said viciously, "I don't care who you are, and where did I hear this ridiculous nonsense? I tell you now, we don't have any 7-star swords on our island, and we don't welcome uninvited guests like you. If you leave now, we won't embarrass you." Gromish laughed loudly after hearing what he said. "Jahahahaha, originally I was not sure whether this cursed holy sword exists or not, but now after seeing your performance, I just believe it. Sure enough, I didn't have to run all the way from the Fishman Island to here." Gromish raised his right arm as he spoke, and took the Hell Destroyer from the back of his back, which looked like Haki's incomparable battle axe, and then he put a cruel smile on his mouth and said, "Ah. By the way, I forgot to say it again. Actually, I'm still a reserve pirate. It just so happens that the first time I grab something, I'll grab a cursed holy sword." The guards' expressions changed a lot when they heard Gromish's words, but before they could take any action, Gromish had already smashed the Hell Destroyer. The powerful wind pressure penetrated the specially created perforations on the Hell Destroyer, making a roar as if from hell, and then with a boom, it seemed that the entire island almost shook, a huge aura. The waves mixed with smoke and dust spread, and the originally calm village was directly broken by Gromish's axe. The houses in the small village were destroyed by the earthquake. I don't know if anyone was injured by accident. After the smoke dispersed a little, Gromish's strong figure appeared again. At this time, the Hell Destroyer was once again carried on his shoulders, and the guards who had stopped him were given the axe. Frightened and collapsed to the ground, the captain was even scared to pee his pants. "Why do you want to say?" Because Gromish's axe cut a huge crack in the ground, it even divided the entire village into two from the ground, and this crack spread to the lake's water, and poured the water in the lake. Do you understand now? I'm not here to bargain with you miscellaneous fishes. I said, I want to get the 7-star sword. You only have two choices, either take me to find the sword, or let you all die here, jahahaha. Gromish said with a wicked and ferocious smile. I don't know if the guards were frightened or resolutely didn't want to say it. After all, the mission passed down from generation to generation lies on them. They didn't want to say that it was impossible, so Gromish took the Hell Destroyer and pressed the sharp axe blade against it. On the neck of the leader of the guard, he smiled and said, It seems that I don't kill a chicken first. You really think Laozi is joking? After speaking, Gromish lifted the Hell Destroyer lightly, then slashed at the captain of the guard. Just when Gromish's Hell Destroyer was about to behead the guy in front of him, a middle-aged ant stood in the village crowd and said, Stop it, young strong man, the 7-star sword is indeed in Araskar. On the island. And Gromish smiled after hearing the exact answer. The battle axe in his hand stopped steadily, without trembling or other movements. It can be seen that Gromish's control over the Hell Destroyer is how perfect it was, and the captain suddenly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the terrifying tomahawk blade staying in front of his neck without beheading him, and went straight into a coma. Gromish carried the Hell Destroyer on his shoulders, looked at the middle-aged ant, smiled and said, That's right, say that earlier, you don't have to make trouble so ugly. This elder, what do you call it? My name is Proudmoore Gromish, you might have heard of me. The middle-aged ant also stunned after hearing the name of Gromish, and then showed such a powerful expression, and then she said, Of course I have heard of Gromish Sama's name. After all, it can be down from Impel. Impertinence escape, ahem, you are the only one who broke out. My name is Elisa, I am a maiden of the generation on the island. I think Master Gromish, you have heard the story of the 7-star sword, then you should know what our witches do. Elena? Well, okay, don't be so scared. Although I am a wicked party, I am not so narrow-minded. I am not the kind of guy who kills people if they don't agree. I really came from Impel down from the hell. That's right, it's nothing to decorate. Gromish didn't mind Elisa's spoken error saying that he had escaped from Impel down. According to my own memory, it is no accident that this Elisa is the stooped grandmother more than 20 years later. Gromish didn't intend to talk nonsense to her, and continued, As for the witch you said, of course I know what it means. The witch on your island should be guarding and sealing the 7-star sword from generation to generation, right? Let me break your tragic fate, as long as I take away the 7-star sword, won't you be freed? Without the shackles of the 7-star sword, go and enjoy your freedom, gee ha 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 ha, I am so kind. Elderly Elisa looked at Gromish and was also very speechless. If you don't call it kill if you don't agree, who can call it that way? If you are kind, am I not a saint, old lady? However, under the power of Gromish, she did not dare to talk nonsense, but intended to persuade Gromish again. Master Gromish, your power is already so strong, the mere 7-star sword can't be compared with you, so. Before Elisa had finished her words, Gromish had interrupted her, but Gromish was a little impatient. Elentia, what kind of power the 7-star sword is like, I will judge for myself, is it because I am not clear enough? You only have two choices, which one do you choose? Asterisk. Chapter 38 A Man with Special Effects. After hearing Gromish's tone and words, the witch Elisa bit her head and continued, Master Gromish, you may not know that the 7-star sword is a powerful demon sword. It is blessed by a powerful curse. The demon sword, it can control the human heart. Anyone who picks up the 7-star sword will become an out-and-out monster. Since then, he has lost his self-awareness and only knows to kill. I guess you don't want to see yourself become like that. Gromish smiled and said, Elena, I know what the 7-star sword is. Of course, I understand the so-called demon sword, but I am not afraid of the power of the curse. In my eyes, I think I can control the curse power of the 7-star sword. Jahahaha, even to tell the truth, I did not come for that sword this time. From the very beginning, I just liked it. It's not a sword, but the power of the curse. You said that the power of the curse is very strong? That's really great. The stronger it is, the more interested I will be. Speaking of this, Gromish paused, then threatened, so you don't have to spend any more words, or you will take me to find the 7-star sword, and I will leave when I get it, or I will kill you, and then I will kill you. Look for it slowly, Elisa. If I am eroded by the curse power of the 7-star sword, it is nothing more than killing you and killing others. But if I can suppress the power of the 7-star sword, you will be able to do it all at once. Has it solved the troubles left over from thousands of years? Right? The left and right are just dead words. Why don't you just pray and gamble? Bet that I can suppress the curse of the 7-star sword. But the 7-star sword will bring disaster. Elisa wanted to say something else. Enough, since you still want to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being cruel. After that, Gromish raised the Hell Destroyer in his hand again, and at the time of life and death, Elisa thought about the village, the lives of everyone. Thinking of the relief Gromish just said, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I will take you to the 7-star sword." Yes, if Gromish can really suppress the 7-star sword, then this problem left over for thousands of years will really be completely solved. As the witch of this generation, she doesn't want to be miserable. Freed from fate? And if you refuse, it is a dead word, and you have to drag the whole village to die together. After that, the 7-star sword is there. Gromish just spends more time looking for it. In the end, the 7-star sword is not going to fall into his hands. Instead of that, it's better to take a gamble. Gromish saw that the middle-aged old lady finally agreed, and smiled, and hung the Hell Destroyer behind her back, and said, "Presumably you don't want to see me stay here any longer. Then it shouldn't be too late. Take me now. Look at the cursed holy sword." Led by the middle-aged witch Elisa, Gromish followed her into the forest and walked around for a long time. Just after Gromish felt that the Elisa was deliberately procrastinating, playing in a tricky time, he finally saw the altar. "Master Gromish, the 7-star sword was placed there. I hope you can suppress the power of the curse and not be corroded by the evil power. Similarly, I hope you can believe in your words and let the people on our island a way to survive," Elisa said with some anxiety as she took Gromish to the altar. And Gromish sniffed his nose and said softly, "It's really evil. I can smell it from a long distance away." "Don't worry, Elisa Miko. Although Gromish is an evil party, I like to speak. Believe, if I say to slaughter your village, I will not let go of a dog, but if I say I will save your lives, I will not kill you one more chicken." Although Gromish's words are a bit scary, but for some reason, it sounds a lot more at ease to the Elanshaw Miko. If Gromish really said something beautiful, she might not even dare to believe it. In this way, Elisa took Gromish to a coffin in the altar, and then she said with some fear, "The cursed holy sword 7-star sword is within this coffin. It is not a red full moon. Its evil power is not too strong, but even so, I can still feel that I am involuntarily attracted to it." Gromish didn't pay attention to what the Elisa witch was saying, but he did feel the evil power of the curse, but he only felt it. There was no feeling of being attracted by what Eliza witch said. This also gave Gromish greater confidence. It seems that whether it is because of his strong perseverance or whatever, the 7-star sword does not seem so terrible, and the blessing curse of his own god of suffering, Irma, seems it's really the nemesis of all cursing power. Thinking of this, Gromish opened the coffin, and then a green light exuding an evil aura spewed out from the coffin. At this moment, the evil will of the 7-star sword seemed to be awakening, and Gromish saw Elaine next to him. The witch Shah seemed to be confused by something. She stretched out her hand involuntarily to grab the hilt of the seven-star sword. Watching this scene, Gromish was also very speechless. UFG witch, can you feel a little witch? Confused by being so simple? But in order not to make things troublesome, and to prevent the power of the seven-star sword from inexplicably running onto others, Gromish raised his hand and slapped it directly on Elisa's face, and slapped her mouth kakuzu. Broken, spilled a trace of blood. After being slapped with a slap in the face of Gromish, Elisa immediately woke up. She was terrified when she saw her stretch out her arm, and she took a few steps back. At this time, Gromish smiled disdainfully and said, "Let me say that this seven-star sword may be able to manipulate the human heart, but after all, it is just a sword, just a demon sword. What it can control, that is, your willpower is not strong enough. People who are not strong enough, if you become any real strong, you will not be controlled by this seven-star sword casually." Elisa looked at Gromish's state of being unaffected at all. She was very surprised, and at the same time there was hope in her heart. It seemed that Gromish could really suppress the seven-star sword. Isn't it that the fate and curse of the maiden clan of oneself can also be broken? I saw Gromish grab the hilt of the seven-star sword without hesitation after taunting Elisa, and then took it out directly. At the moment when the seven-star sword left the coffin, Gromish really felt that a strong evil force was continuously pouring into his body from the seven-star sword, and it seemed that there was some consciousness that wanted to squeeze into his own body. The body came to seize control of itself, but before it turned out any waves, I could no longer feel it. At the same time, Gromish also felt a slight lightness in his body, and it seemed that something bad had been thrown out as tattered. The seven-star sword was born, and the sky was already dark at this time, so the villagers living on the island also saw a green light with an evil aura rising from the direction of the altar. Everyone on the island, everyone began to recall the horror legend of the seven-star sword, and everyone felt that the end of the world was about to come. And in the altar, Gromish's body was constantly absorbing the evil aura. The seven-star sword was still infusing him with that powerful evil power at first, but that power soon disappeared. Gromish was able to. I felt that this was not because the seven-star sword didn't want to rain-fuse, but that there were really only so many. It must have been eliminated from the beginning of the seven-star sword by the witch who was feeding the sword with her body, and after that, the witch the family has passed on from generation to generation, and continued this work with hard work, and it really wiped out most of the power of the seven-star sword. Perhaps as long as no one picks it up, even without Gromish and the future Luffy intervening, this seven-star sword will be tossed. It won't be too long. After the installation of power was gone, the evil aura and curse of the seven-star sword seemed to have begun to shift. They began to cling to Gromish's body, wrapping Gromish in the green light, of course. The top of the head is also green. In fact, the infusion of this curse and evil aura makes Gromish feel like it is about to burst, and the whole body is in pain, but fortunately, Gromish has long been accustomed to pain, and it is through the suffering of the god Irma. The curse of blessing has tempered his willpower to an extremely strong point, so even if his expression becomes more hideous, and the 7 orifices are beginning to bleed, he still has not issued a painful roar, gritted his teeth and carried all this. Just think of it as honing your willpower again. In the same way, the maiden Elisa, who was standing in the distance watching Gromish's weird situation, was also very shocked, and then she started praying for Gromish in her heart, praying that Gromish could suppress the power of the curse. Of course, she prayed for Gromish not because she was worried about Gromish, but because if Gromish failed, she would be the closest person to die first, and then I am afraid that the entire island will be killed, even the sea area. There will be no peace anymore. Similarly, if Gromish succeeds, she will benefit from it. With the passage of time, the green light on Gromish that disgusted him was not only for some reason. Maybe Gromish was a unicorn capable of eudemons. In short, the green light began to gradually redden, until the end. Slowly it turned into a scarlet light, although it was not as evil as the green light, but it was more ferocious and domineering, and then the evil aura gushing out of the seven-star sword also began to decay. It didn't take long for it all to slowly calm down. After it came down, the scarlet light entwined around Gromish began to gradually converge towards his body, but it seemed that it was because he couldn't hold it, or what was the reason? In short, the scarlet light did not dissipate, but remained. There are several strands around Gromish, especially his hacky horns, which are also entangled with the scarlet light, and this abruptly gives Gromish a magical feeling, but I have to say, the scarlet light flowing around Gromish really makes Gromish look more mysterious and powerful. Heh, is it over? It's really painful. Gromish's body finally moved, he raised his hand and wiped the bloodline from his face and said softly, and then the seven-star sword in his hand also responded. The broken pieces, turned into powder, fell on the ground, and drifted away with the breeze. Gromish raised his arm and looked at the scarlet light entwining his arm like a little dragon, and he smiled and said, "Why, do you bring your own special effects? It's quite handsome." After speaking, his heart moved, and the scarlet light was completely reduced, and the whole person was no different from before. But after confirming that it could converge, Gromish released the scarlet light again. After all, it looks pretty handsome, doesn't it? Asterisk. Chapter 39 Complete BD. Time is pulled back before Gromish leaves the Fishmen Island and arrives at East Blue. South Blue Badlila Island, one of the 4 major seas, is a peaceful and serene island. At this time, the man called the One Piece, Gold Roger, lived in seclusion on this island. Superior. And his wife Rouge is pregnant. In her belly, what is conceived is the blood of Roger, and the blood of the will of D. After this, the child will also set off huge waves on the sea. To stir the world, he is pour gas d'Ace. At this time, Roger was already dying. He knew that he could not hold on for too long. I am afraid he would not be able to see his child born. This is really a shame. As a man who is about to become a father, there is nothing more painful than this. N.S. In a cozy cabin, Roger was squatting next to Rouge, putting his ears on her belly, which didn't bulge at all, and said something with a smile. At this moment, whoever sees the scene will not think that the man wearing house clothes and showing a gentle smile is the pirate king Roger, who stands on the top of countless pirates across the sea. Because he looked so ordinary at this time, he didn't have the aura of One Piece that people imagined. I have to say that Roger has a very good vision. His wife Pour Gas D. Rouge is very, very beautiful, and Rouge, who also has the name D, is not a weak woman, after all. What an ordinary weak woman, even if she really fights her life, she may not be able to hold Ace in her stomach for 20 months to avoid marine search. Also have to have a strong vitality to support it? I have to say that Rouge is also a great person, and her greatness lies in that it is deep enough to touch everyone's motherhood and love. I seem to hear the baby in your stomach saying hello to me. He is calling my dad. Roger said to Rouge with a gentle smile like an innocent child. Really? That's pretty good, Roger. Rouge didn't say anything. Impossible, the baby hasn't formed yet. She is also a gentle person, and she doesn't want to wake Roger up. The fantasy, because she also knows that Roger's days are running out, and this is the gentleness she can give Roger in the end. Rouge, if this child is a boy, we will call him Ace, if this child is a girl, will we call her An? Roger stood up gently, hugged her from behind Rouge, and putting his head on Rouge's shoulder, he said very softly. Rouge raised his hand and rubbed Roger's face, smiled softly, and said, "Of course, you are the father of the child. I listen to you. Ace and An? I really hope you are pregnant with a dragon and a phoenix twin, if that's the case." Roger said there was a pause, then smiled and continued, Our child will become a great guy in the future. Yes, whether it's Ace or N. Well, it will. Rouge nodded and said. The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and Roger finally said sadly, I wish I could see the birth of the child. Rouge, although men shouldn't say such things, I really regret it. I really should spend more time with you, with your children, instead of taking risks. Roger is also a person. At this time, as a father, he cannot watch the birth of his child. As a husband, he can only leave Rouge to live alone and hard. How can he not feel sad? So he said he regretted it and regretted not being able to spend more time with Rouge. But Rouge knows that Roger is a man who loves freedom, he is born to belong to the sea, and his bones are full of adventure genes. Roger now says that he regrets it is not false, but if he can really start all over again, Roger will definitely go out to sea without hesitation under the call of the pirate flag that symbolizes freedom. But Rouge didn't blame Roger, because she fell in love with this Roger, this bohemian Roger. If Roger really became a family man, would she fall in love with him? Although Rouge didn't blame Roger for anything, she still heard what Roger meant. Her body trembled slightly, and then she whispered, Are you leaving again? Roger tightened his arm holding Rouge tightly, and said with great reluctance, My body can't hold it for too long. But there are some things that only I can do and I must do. It seemed that she was calming her emotions. After a long time, Rouge spoke again, but this time her voice was no longer trembling or crying. She spoke very softly and said, I know, you are Roger, yes. One Piece Gold Roger, you have seen everything in Raftel. You shoulder the mission of this era and also the mission of our D clan, right? My husband is not a heinous person, but a true and great man, Ace, and Anne's body is not the blood of sinners, but the blood of glory. This world will one day understand your painstaking and greatness, right? When Rouge said this, he paused, then plucked up his courage, and continued, So Roger, go and complete your mission. I will take care of myself and our children. Roger trembled slightly after hearing Rouge's words, and then a tear fell from the corner of his eyes, and then he said, Well, I know, originally I wanted to ask Rayleigh to take care of me. Yours, but then I thought of a more suitable candidate. Garp, although that guy is an enemy with me, I know that both of us have already regarded each other as our best friends. He is trustworthy. World government, I won't let anyone have anything to do with me. After I leave this time, the situation of you and your children will become dangerous. As a Marine, if he takes care of you, I will be relieved. This time I surrendered myself. With the character of Garp, he will definitely go to see me for the last time. When that happens, I will ask him. He will not refuse. From some perspectives, it's no problem for Roger to entrust his children to Garp to take care of it. It is indeed much safer than giving it to Rayleigh, who is still being hunted down and has not settled down, but he did not expect it. How miserable his behavior has pitted Garp, the same unruly fellow. Can be said that the biggest pain in Garp's life is the seed planted by Roger. As the saying goes, once Roger misses his life, Rouge is like this, Golden Lion Shiki is like this, even Garp, who has the name of Marine Hero, is the same. Roger is gone. He left the island of Batrira in South Blue, leaving Rouge pregnant. After seeing the ship on which Roger was riding disappeared on the sea level, Rouge, a strong and gentle woman, couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. She looked at the waves on the sea and whispered softly and aggrievedly. Roger, you are such a BD. Yeah, Roger is such a complete BD, but what can you do if you are a BD? After all, I fell in love with the BD. Soon after that, Roger found a certain Marine branch and surrendered. On the day Roger surrendered, the entire Marine, no, the entire world government was shaken. One Piece Roger turned himself in. Although I don't know why, this is indeed a great thing, the highest authority of the world government. In the center, The 5 elders immediately contacted the Marshal Kong of Marine Headquarters and asked him to take Roger into prison quickly, block all news, and wait for the next order. Marshal Kong also knew that it would be a ghost if the world government didn't use Roger to do something about it, and he also understood that it is absolutely impossible for the world government to claim that Roger was surrendered. They would definitely claim that Roger was arrested by Marine. Arrived. However, although Marshal Kong is not ashamed of such fighting things, he also knows that this kind of statement can bring courage and hope to all those who are in peace, and can greatly shock the pirates on the sea, thereby enhancing the majesty of Marine. If the operation is good, the previously aborted Great Marine Era plan may be put on the agenda again. However, Gromish from East Blue has already said that this is the empty joy of the world government and Marshal Kong. What awaits them is not the big Marine Era but the real Great Pirate Era. On the wharf of Marine Naval Port, Garp, who is known as a hero, is sitting on the shore of the wharf, hanging his legs above the sea, watching the waves in the distance, not knowing what he is thinking. He knows, in the event of an accident, Roger will soon be escorted to naval headquarters, and then may be sent to Impeldown. Impeldown, or temporarily held in the prison of the headquarters, but whether it is imprisoned where, after the world government handles the relevant arrangements, Roger will inevitably be pulled out of the Ming-Canon punishment to deter those who try to challenge the authority of the world government, and this time will be very fast, because the government is not willing to wait too long. At this time, Garp was a little puzzled. He knew Roger. It could even be said that he was the person who knew Roger the best in the entire world government camp. So no matter what he thought, he couldn't think of why Roger would choose to surrender and face them. If he surrendered himself, it was because he became one piece, so he was under a lot of pressure, and he felt that he couldn't bear the name. Garp didn't believe that he was killed, and Garp had a bad premonition. He was quite sure that Roger this time surrendering, there is definitely a conspiracy hidden behind this. It's just that this is no longer something he can intervene, let alone him. Even Marshal Marine can't control this matter at this time. The world government will definitely investigate the reason behind this, but they won't. I thought that Roger was sacrificing himself to the coming new era, using his life to buckle and open the door of this new era. And because they were afraid of Roger's unknown conspiracy after he surrendered, they gave up the punishment. The world government would never choose this way. Or maybe they think this is what Roger wants to achieve. In short, all this cannot be changed. East Blue is about to make waves, and this waves will spread to the entire world. Asterisk. Chapter 40 The Wind is Surging. One Piece Gold Roger was arrested and will be executed in East Blue Log Town. After all, the world government still didn't investigate anything about Roger's surrender, so the news was quickly released to deter the sea, and the world news directly adopted this simple and clear topic directly. The headline became the front page headline and quickly spread this super big news to the whole world. At this time, Gromish was still on Aska Island. Originally, he was planning to end the cursed Holy Sword and 7-star sword and then left. As a result, he didn't know what Elisa, the middle-aged maiden, thought, actually invited Gromish. Staying here for a few days to recuperate from the injury, maybe she wants to see if Gromish is being manipulated by the 7-star sword, right? Or maybe she just wanted to thank Gromish for freeing them from this tragic fate. Although Gromish's previous methods were a bit tough, she didn't do anything too much, right? On the contrary, he went down with that axe and built a canal in the village. In fact, Gromish did not suffer any injuries. Although he was bleed from his orifices by the power of the curse, but with his physique, he transformed into a megalodon man, and he could just eat a few meals with his own name. Devour the talent to restore the original. However, considering that I really want to get acquainted with the curse power from the 7-star sword as soon as possible, and there is no important thing or purpose at this time, so after thinking about it, Gromish didn't refuse Elisa's invitation. The island recuperated. At this time, Gromish is studying the new power he has gained in the dense forest on Nasker Island. There is no doubt that Gromish is indeed not controlled by the power of the curse, and even has no influence. He completely controls the curse. The negative state is eliminated. And just as Gromish had hoped, he successfully inherited the evil aura from the 7-star sword that had turned into ashes, and was able to absorb blood and resentment to continuously strengthen this evil power. Hell's Hand Blood Claw. Gromish whispered softly while standing in the woods, then raised his arm and waved it against the distant rock, and then 5 scarlet rays of light were quickly wrapped around his fingers. Following the trajectory of his fingers flicking like a swordsman's slash, he chopped it out in the air, and directly divided the rock into several neat pieces. This is exactly the new move developed by Gromish based on the evil cursing power in his body. At this time, Gromish has discovered that the cursing power in his body seems to be born out of the 7-star sword, and it is born with a wave of sharp special effects. Coupled with the Tempest Kick extension technique developed by Gromish from the 6 forms, form this new move Hell's Hand Blood Claw. In addition, Gromish also found that he was able to wrap these scarlet bloods in his own attack, making the attack stronger and sharper, and this attack seemed to be able to emit a weak influence. The power of the mind makes people feel a bit of fear involuntarily. Although this little bit of fear special effect is not very useful at this time, Gromish believes that with his own killing and conquest, the power of this curse will become stronger. At that time, the inherent fear effect is likely to be very popular. But even if he didn't get any other gains this time, Gromish was already satisfied. After all, the new abilities that floated on him are very handsome, especially the 2 blood chi that constantly floated out of his pupils. His movements are swaying, and it makes Haki even more sensational. There are not many men with special effects on the stage. Anyway, it doesn't take much to do, handsome, and it's over. Although Gromish was recuperating on the island of Isksa, he did not live in the village. Although Alyssa had explained to the people in the village what Gromish had done and the fact that it was not controlled by the 7-star sword, in view of Gromish created the disarming power at the beginning of the game. The rest of the people are still very afraid of him, and he just wants to find a quiet place, so he actually lives in this dense forest. Fortunately, he has become accustomed to living in the sea forest. As long as there is nothing wrong with it, he feels quite at ease. After Gromish finished today's exercise, he piled up the pile of wood he had just chopped with his axe, opened his mouth and spit out a Kylan fire, lit the pile, then did not take any more pipes, and unloaded himself. Shoulder armor and shoes and pants, turned around and jumped into the lake to take a bath. After he cleaned up a little bit, and just went ashore to put on his clothes, White Fang ran back with a wild boar from nowhere. Then he threw the dead wild boar by the bonfire very easily. It was not the first time to do this kind of thing, and then White Fang jumped into the lake happily and went to wash his fur. Gromish didn't care about it, and walked forward. He didn't even take out the dagger on his waist. He lifted his hand and pulled out a few blood lights, and then cut the wild boar to the corpse. Then he picked a few pieces of flavor, and the parts with the best taste are skewered on wooden branches and grilled by the campfire. While waiting for the meat to be cooked, Gromish also unscrewed the hip flask around his waist, and after taking a few sips, he said comfortably, "You are in a human environment, and there is no chaos." Sometimes this feeling is also true. It's pretty good, but it's not what I want after all. Why hasn't this fellow Roger been caught yet? Could it be that I was slapped by my little wings a few times and changed something? After all, there is Shiki's example at the front, and Gromish is not without worry about it, but just when he thinks about these, the middle-aged Aunt Elisa hurried over from a distance. And she still holds a newspaper in her hand. Gromish's eyes lit up when he saw her. Of course, he certainly didn't have any interest in this middle-aged aunt. Gromish is not so pervert and his tone is not so heavy. Compared to her, Gromish prefers cute and cute. Beautiful mermaid ladies. The reason why his eyes shine is because before he lived in the dense forest, he explained to Elisa. If there is an important event on the news, he must tell him as soon as possible. At this time, Elisa he holds a newspaper in his hand, and this period of time is enough to call the news of a major event. Do you still need to think about it? Roger, are you finally going to sacrifice yourself to this new era? What do you people bear on their backs? It's really curious. Gromish chuckled. Talk to himself. After Elisa ran over, she also hurriedly said, Master Gromish, the big event, the real big event, or the big event related to our East Blue. Gromish also spoke unhurriedly, Don't worry, Elisa, give me the newspaper. If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to the news that One Piece Roger was arrested. Elisa said in surprise as she handed out the newspaper in her hand, It is indeed the news that One Piece Roger was arrested. How did you know, your lord? Gee ha 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 ha, I have already guessed it. Wait and see, Elisa, this world is about to change, the door of the new era is about to be opened, and more seas the thieves will flood into this blue sea, and I am one of them. I have been waiting for this time for too long, but East Blue is okay. Marine has a lot of control over this place, so you don't need to worry too much about these issues. Gromish spoke as he took the newspaper in his hand. Then he stopped talking and started to read the newspaper, and Elisa did not dare to talk too much. It's still the same thing. Just like the guy who caught Golden Lion Shiki back then, the first half was bragging about the power of Marine and the world government. Even Roger, who was known as the One Piece, was caught. It's so hypocritical, it's as if they really caught it. Gromish sneered disdainfully after seeing half of it. And Elisa was also a little surprised and said, Isn't that they caught it? Gromish glanced at Elisa, did not hide anything and said directly, Well, Roger surrendered, which is why I know he will be caught in the near future. Elisa thought of the new era that Gromish had said before, and adding that Roger was surrendering himself, she instantly felt that there was an unknown secret in it, and she became vigilant in her heart. I am afraid that the sea will not be so calm and stable again. When I go back, I have to let the guards in the village strengthen their exercises. If there is another guy like Gromish next time, it may not be so easy to talk to, and there is faith in his words. A month later, will East Blue Log Town be executed? Well, at the speed of Marine, it's not much worse. Gromish whispered to himself after seeing the final announcement of Roger's execution date and location. Road. Then he stretched out his hand and took the meat skewers that had been cooked by the bonfire and was crackling, biting out a large piece of meat, chewing, and saying, In that case, I should also set off, thinking that now the rookies scattered around the world have already begun to act. After all, the execution of the One Piece is the only one. After Gromish finished speaking, he threw the finished newspaper in his hand into the bonfire and burned it out. Then he took 2 sips of wine and laughed and said, Gee ha 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 ha, in the era of big pirates, I proud more Gromish is here. As Gromish expected, rookies from all over the world are preparing to head towards East Blue's Log Town. In North Blue, in the territory of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who doesn't look like a pirate but a rock idol at this time, is holding a newspaper in one hand and a wine glass in the other. He laughed and said, Phew, it's really big news. I've heard that the times are approaching. Diamandi, get the boat, I'm going to East Blue to see the funeral of One Piece. By then, I will meet a lot of interesting people. On an island in the first half of the Grand Line, a man with a big back and a cigar in his black coat is sitting in a tavern. He is the famous 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. It's just that this guy has not yet gone to sea, has not formed any pirate groups, and has not engaged in any secret work clubs. At this time, he is alone. He has just obtained Logia sand fruit and has become a Logia capable person. After seeing Roger's news, He also slightly raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself, "One Piece? Huh, it's a good target. Roger, let me first see what kind of guy you, the first One Piece, are." At the same time, many heroes and rookies such as Dracul Mihawk, Gecko Moria, Monkey D. Doreg, who are constantly challenging various swordsmen, have begun to move towards Logue Town. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Here comes an amazing guy. The Holy Land, Marie Joyce, is called the Holy Land because it seems to be the center of the world. From a political point of view, this is the headquarters of the world government. The headquarters of the highest authority of the world government is here, and the 5 elders are also there. The office here, similarly, the celestial dragons who claim to be gods also live in groups here, so here. It is indeed the center of world politics. From a geographical point of view, the Holy Land Marijoy is located above the Red Line, in the first half of the Grand Line and the very center of New World. Like the upside-down mountain Livas Mountain, it also connects the 6 sea areas, although it is not as good. Mount Was has naturally formed rising ocean currents, but the Holy Land Marijoy has been operated by the world government for more than 800 years. There are direct routes to various sea areas. Because of this, the Holy Land Marijoy is called the center of the world. Although Marines don't like to pass from the Holy Land Marijoy, they sometimes prefer to cross the first half of the Grand Line or even go upside down. The mountain arrived in the rest of the sea, but this time they were going to escort Roger, the One Piece, in case something happened on the road, and a big incident happened when something went wrong. Therefore, this time they chose to go directly from the Holy Land, Marijoy, to East Blue. After all, it was very safe, so they dared to say that Roger would be executed in East Blue in a month. Otherwise, even if their warship is fast, it will not be possible for a month. The time passed through the first half of the Grand Line and arrived at East Blue. Since the Marines are going to execute Roger in Logue Town will definitely be heavily guarded by the time, and the masters will gather, so most of the pirates who want to come and see have stopped. Who knows that the Marines will? Wouldn't it be that you want to use Roger as a bait to catch another group of big pirates in East Blue? Of course, there are 28 courageous guys who dare to watch the ceremony in Logue Town. Among them is Gromish, who wants to make his debut in the sea position of Logue Town. Similarly, the rookies also used their own means to pass through various seas and reached the weakest sea of East Blue. Since the Marines have not arrived yet, and the Marine base in Logue Town does not have much strength, Logue Town at this time can be said to be a mixed bag with villains from all walks of life gathered together. It would be strange if there were no problems. But even so, they still maintain a certain limit. After all, if they really fight here and tear down the entire Logue Town, how can the Marines execute One Piece here, Roger? And the Marines' plan once it was disrupted by them. If you don't find them to settle accounts, there will be ghosts. At this stage, Marine has taken the One Piece Roger. The power is even stronger than the previous Golden Lion. Shiki, so even those unruly guys still put the fight outside the town near the coast, not in Logue Town. Direct shot. At this time, the redhead wearing a straw hat sitting on the rock on the coast, Shanks said to his buddy Buggy, who was following him, "Buggy, have you seen the guy wearing noble clothes over there? He still has it recently. Well known, it is said that he is a powerful swordsman who is challenging various swordsman masters. So far, he has not met an opponent in swordsmanship, maybe. He is the #1 swordsman in the world." Buggy nodded and said, "Of course I've heard of it. It's called Dracul Mihawk? Isn't it? What, Shanks, do you want to meet him? Anyway, your swordsmanship is not bad, and you can't win. What about him?" "Ahahahahaha, well, I do have a certain interest in him, but now is not the time. Maybe I will fight with him in the future, but you, Buggy, are you not going to try it? After all, you are a sword hawk star, You won't die no matter how you cut it. Shanks smiled and said to Buggy. Since Buggy ate the paramecia split fruit, he could indeed be called the sword haunter. After all, he became a torn man. No matter how he cuts it, he can't cut it to death, even if he attaches to armament hacking. Many friends think that hacky's power is too exaggerated. Let's re-explain hacking. I won't talk about it. There is nothing controversial. Armament hacky can improve personal defense and attack power, and the effect is as if invisible. Armament can also evolve into attack power, and then compete with demon fruit power, the same, armament hacking. It can also capture the entity of Logia demon fruit power, thereby breaking the bug level talent of elementalization, but it has been clearly stated in the comic settings that armament hacky can only capture, but cannot take away the ability like Seastone. Therefore, in essence, even if it is attached to hacky slash and cut off Buggy's body, Buggy will still be the same as the OK person, because he is in a split state, and the addition of armament hacky slash will only make the attack more sharp. Of course, if you replace it with a sword made by Seastone, it will definitely worth knife killed Buggy. Buggy became angry instantly after hearing what Shanks said. He didn't want to be a capable person himself, but he became a capable person after being pitted by Shanks, so he hated to talk about it, because when trying to reason with Shanks, Shanks suddenly pointed to the shore and said, "Look, the two seem to be in conflict." Buggy was interrupted by Shanks and looked back. Then he looked at it with some confusion and said, "One of them, I know, is the pirate of North Blue Don Quixote. Doflamingo, but that one looks very arrogant. I don't know the guy anymore, he should be a nameless guy." "I don't know either, but I don't look like an idiot either," Shanks nodded and said. At this time on the coast, Doflamingo had a playful smile on his mouth, and the fingers of his right hand were constantly twitching. Obviously, he was using his string fruit ability to manipulate the bodies of some people. I saw 4 brawny men holding weapons such as machetes and maces with horrified expressions on their faces, and they involuntarily surrounded a man with a cigar in his face and a gloomy face. Furfur, I know that I will definitely meet some interesting guys when I come to East Blue's Log Town this time. I admire you very much, Crocodile. Do you want to join our Don Quiet family? The position of the highest cotter can give you one." Doflamingo invited Crocodile. Crocodile didn't show a timid expression in this situation. He spit out a puff of smoke and said, "You have been pestering me for a long time since the road, Doflamingo BD, I didn't say that I shouldn't bother you. Am I? Furfur, that's really a pity. I don't know if you want to cooperate with me." Doflamingo smiled and asked again. Doflamingo is a guy who is very good at drilling camps and managing contacts. It is because he has top-notch methods in this area that he can quickly open up his reputation in the dark world in a short period of time, like a spider hiding in the shadows, and build himself the dark trading network. At this time, he is interested in the potential of Crocodile and wants to try it. Can you get a relationship with this guy? It's best to get it into your own hands and become a member of your own family. Although this style seems a bit ugly and can't be on the stage, but I have to say that Doflamingo is precisely because of this style. Talents can be mixed. Crocodile and Doflamingo are actually very similar. The two are both cruel and insidious. They are also unscrupulous to achieve their goals. They are also arrogant, but Crocodile is more arrogant than Doflamingo. He doesn't look down on Doflamingo at all. Just look down on anyone. He was very impatient and said, "Don't think you can sit on an equal footing with me. I don't need to cooperate with anyone. Doflamingo has been rejected so many times. It is not too much to say about it, but his heart is always a little uncomfortable," so he also sneered, and his finger lightly hooked, and the 4 villains he controlled waved. He hit Crocodile with his weapon, and even he himself ejected an extremely sharp transparent white line. The 4 weapons hit Crocodile's body, directly hitting him into a strange appearance, and Doflamingo's white line also directly cut Crocodile's head and dropped it on the ground. At this time, Shanks and Buggy smacked their lips and said, "No wonder this Doflamingo wants to recruit him. It turns out to be Logia's demon fruit power." There is no doubt that most of Logia's abilities are at the top of Devil Fruit, and this ability is extremely rare. Once these people grow up, they are very powerful, just like the three in the current Marine Admiral alternates. Even if many Logia-capable people swell up after getting the ability, they feel that they are invincible in the world. Then John was domineering, and finally kicked to the iron plate and lost his life, but there are always 940 people who can grow to the point of being extremely powerful, right? Shanks and Buggy have this kind of vision. It doesn't mean that others can recognize Logia's ability, especially here in East Blue. The rest of the people are surprised to see Crocodile, who looks extremely arrogant, as if he is a strong guy even minutes away. I was killed, and it was a shame for a while, but soon, a wind and sand blew by, and then Crocodile's sound. The sound came again. Arcmoon Sand Dunes. With the sound of Crocodile falling, the four people standing around him attacking him were pierced by a sand blade in an instant, and then the water in the four people's bodies was completely sucked up and turned into a corpse-like appearance. Instantly kill. Then Crocodile's elemental body grew ahead. His hands were wrapped in flying sand, and his eyes were very unkind. Doflamingo stared at Doflamingo and said, "Are you trying to die?" Doflamingo. But before the two of them met again, Dracule Mihawk, who was also standing in the distance watching the play, suddenly turned his head and looked at the sea in the distance, and then even Shanks, Buggy, Crocodile, and Doflamingo looked over there. Even the tall Moonlight Moria, who didn't know when he appeared, looked over there. Just when the others were wondering what these guys were looking at, they saw a tall and strong white giant wolf running on the sea, and then the sea behind the giant wolf also exploded with a splash of water. The Sea Kings roared and revealed himself from the bottom of the sea. "There are not many Sea Kings that can be seen in the four seas," Shanks said, touching his chin. But before he finished speaking, everyone saw that Sea King's head seemed to stand a red figure. The next second, they saw the man raising the battle axe in his hand and smashing Sea King's head with an axe. Going on, directly blasted the huge head. A large amount of blood and brains exploded from there like fireworks, and the scene was very bloody at one time. Doflamingo's mouth was slightly tilted, looking at the direction over there, and said, "Oh, it seems that an amazing guy has arrived." Chapter 42 The World's Largest Axe. The Sea King's head was blown up, and of course it was killed in an instant. As a result, its huge body slammed into the sea very weakly, setting off a huge wave. Just when everyone was very surprised at who was so cruel in the end, only a voice came from over there. "White Fang, if you throw Laozi into the sea like this next time and run by yourself, I will peel your skin and put it on the stove and bake it." Gromish's furious voice came from the blood of Sea Kings. Uploaded to the red-stained sea level. On the other hand, White Fang showed a very humane expression, his face looked very disdainful, and he drooped his tongue and spit out a frosty saliva towards the sea, and he almost died of a brain hemorrhage that Gromish was infuriating. "FK, who said this Frost Wolf is the most loyal? Isn't it just a few words that he has gained weight recently? As for that..." Gromish touched the bloodline with his face, very annoyed muttered to himself. Fortunately, White Fang just tossed like this, it still stopped on the sea and waited for Gromish to swim over. And the handsome white fur is contaminated. Gromish was also very speechless. He plunged into the sea with a fierce speed and swam to White Fang's side at a very fast speed. The originally contaminated bloodline has been washed clean in the sea, and then Gromish turned over and rode on the White Fang. The saddle on his back, and then his body power was activated, a scorching breath radiated from his body, and the sea water on his body was evaporated clean. White Fang made a low grunt sound in his throat, which seemed very uncomfortable. The master Gromish radiated heat on him. After all, it is a frost attribute. Gromish hung the legendary battle axe in his handheld destroyer on his back, then slapped Whitefang's huge head, cursing, "You are still embarrassed and dissatisfied, if you didn't throw me away. In the sea, where would such a mess happen?" After being slapped by Gromish, Whitefang seemed to have realized his mistake, so he didn't make any mischief, so he screamed up to the sky, then ran fast, and soon carried Gromish to the coast of Logetown. On the side, and on the sea behind Whitefang, there was a series of small ice cubes. After reaching the shore, Gromish also turned over and jumped off Whitefang, then patted his neck and said, "Find a place to play by yourself." After Whitefang heard Gromish's words, he also shook his tail, turned around and ran to the sea again, and then a fierce man plunged into the sea and disappeared. "I don't know if you are a wolf or a wolf," Gromish murmured as he watched its disappearing figure. Then he turned to look at the people on the coast who were all staring at him, smiled and said boldly, "Jahahahaha, I know that there will be a lot of people who are not willing to be lonely in the execution of One Piece Roger. It's not surprising that the guy appeared." At this time, Gromish was naked, showing his strong muscles. He wore a shoulder armor that looked like a unicorn on his right shoulder. A fierce unicorn with long fiery red hair draped behind him, with double horns on his head, a carved mirror on his wrist, and a whole body wrapped around him. There is a looming scarlet blood, and the pupils of the eyes are floating with this kind of light. It is really hacky, at least the whole person seems to completely crush everyone present from the appearance, plus him just one axe, a huge Sea King's head shot. No one would think that Gromish would be an annoying guy. After all, Sea King's is not very strong, but it is not a rookie that anyone can kill, and everyone can see that when this guy kills Sea King's, it is quite easy, just like killing a chicken. Knowing, even if his strength is not top-notch, he is definitely not weak. Shanks looked at the appearance of Gromish at this time, and seemed to feel a little familiar. After all, their Roger pirates wanted to find Gromish as a partner before, but they didn't stop there, but they also saw the wanted order and photos of Gromish many times. But because Gromish's image at this time has been completely changed, Shanks didn't really recognize him even though he felt familiar. So he opened his mouth to Buggy next to him and said, "Buggy, do you think this guy is very familiar? It seems to be seen everywhere, do you recognize who he is?" Buggy also touched his big red nose with some doubts, then frowned and said, "I also think it's familiar, but it's the kind of feeling that I can't say to my lips." But before Buggy and Shanks can come up with the answer, the guy Dracul Mihawk looked at Gromish with interest and said, "There are not many masters who use tomahawks. My name is Dracul Mihawk, although I don't know who you are. But I want to fight with your excellency and prove kendo." Although Mihawk uses swords, he has been challenging various swordsmen trying to reach the top position of the world's largest swordsman, but he is not only fighting with swordsmen, he is also interested in those who can interest him. "I like to challenge it, especially if these people are still using weapons, it will be even better. After all, with the masters who use various weapons fighting, you can also hone his swordsmanship." Gromish was also stunned after hearing what Mihawk said. He didn't expect that the guy Mihawk would want to have a good time when he met him for the first time. Shouldn't he be a swordsman? Simple and straightforward? However, Gromish also likes this kind of simple and direct person, and he really wants to see how strong the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk will be in this era, and also want to see how strong he is. How strong? So Gromish also looked at Mihawk and laughed and said, "Jahahahaha, Dracul Mihawk, I know you, you really have a sharp look like a falcon. Well, since you have spoken, anyway, there is nothing left and right. It's a matter, Marine's group of hard-working bastards haven't arrived, so let's fight against each other to warm up first." After speaking, Gromish raised his arm to reach his back, took the dark gold-toned legendary battle axe Hell Destroyer that was hanging on the back, and held it in his hand. Then, with a smirk, he said, "Since you have reported yourself, the house is gone, I won't hide it, I am proud more Gromish, my name is Hellscream." After Gromish reported his home, all the heroes present showed an incredible expression, while Shanks and Buggy showed such an expression. I'll just say why he is so familiar. It turned out to be the Gromish from Impel Down Imperton that Captain Roger has been obsessing about. It's true. Although there are many changes in appearance, you can still see the face shape after a closer look. The traces of the past, Shanks said in surprise. And Doflamingo smiled excitedly, muttering to himself, "Furfur, Hellscream, I didn't expect his courage to be so big, he even dared to appear in Loguetown." Doflamingo has not committed any major crimes at this time. At present, the main business scope of the pirate group formed by their Don Quixote family is the dark world and evil forces of North Blue, so he is not considered the top of the marine side. The big pirate of the number, coupled with his identity as the original Celestial Dragons, Marine is not very willing to trouble him, after all, Cheng. The preface is very troublesome, unless Doflamingo makes more big events, and most of the others are like this. People like Crocodile have not even debuted, so it is not unreasonable to say that he is a good citizen. But Gromish is different. He has always been in the forefront of the target that he has been trying to capture at Marine all the year round. He is a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. He comes to Loguetown to join in the fun, but it is more dangerous than Doflamingo. There are so many, after all, Sengoku Admiral has never given up looking for him. Not only Doflamingo looked incredible at Gromish, even the arrogant Crocodile seemed to be very interested in Gromish. The guy Mihawk also showed an excited smile after hearing the name of Gromish. He said, "It turned out to be the man who broke the Impel Down Imperton legend more than 2 years ago. I met here today. If you don't learn from each other, I'm afraid you will regret it for a lifetime." Gromish shook the Hell Destroyer with one hand, put it on his shoulder and smiled and said, "My battle axe is not so easy to carry it down, Mihawk." After speaking, Gromish's fighting spirit was booming, and the aura of the whole person soared, and the scarlet bloodlight that was entwined around his body completely broke out. Under this aura, Gromish's whole person was like a fierce god who broke out of hell. In general, have a bird's eye view of the world. In the same way, Mihawk seems to have been inspired by this fighting spirit, and the aura of the whole person burst out in an instant. Although his aura is not as violent as Gromish, it seems to be a peerless sword exuding an aura. There is no confusion, fear, or cowardice at all, only strong fighting spirit and self-confidence. Gromish didn't know when Mihawk got the black knife, which is the number 1 among the top 12 workers, but now he is carrying it behind his back, indicating that he has already got this top famous knife. I saw Mihawk raised his hand and drew the black knife, Nomas, from behind. Then said, "Even so, I want to challenge it." After speaking, Mihawk stomped hard, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and rushed towards Gromish at a very fast speed, and then he also slashed the black knife without a hand. Gromish also showed an inexplicable smile after seeing Mihawk's intention to fight him first. Mihawk's move cannot be said wrong. But this common sense is placed on Gromish. It is completely and extremely dangerous behavior, you have to ask. Why? Because Gromish not only has strong physical power, but the legendary battle axe in his hand Hell Destroyer is also as heavy as Mount Tai. The black knife flashes. Hellscream gore howl. When Gromish's battle axe slashed down, the roar caused by the wind pressure also made everyone understand why his name was called Hellscream. Then, when Mihawk's most important thing, the black knife, came into contact with the legendary battle axe in the hands of Gromish the Hell Destroyer, Mihawk's expression instantly became shocked, and then he had no time to make any resistance. In other words, the unparalleled power of Gromish is accompanied by the weight of the battle axe. This guy flew out, which is why Gromish kept his hand. Otherwise, this blow could completely cause my hawk to be seriously injured and even lose his life. Nephew. Chapter 43 The power of one axe shocked everyone. After my hawk was smashed by the axe of Gromish, he also fell to the ground and stepped on a series of shattered footprints. Similarly, he just inserted his black knife into the ground at night, and pulled out a long thin crack with it. Came to resist the gravity exerted on him by Gromish, until he retreated nearly 100 meters away. He finally used this powerful force. The Tau was removed. But Dracul. Midenko is worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Although his strength is not that strong at this time, he has not lost the sword in his hand after he hardwired the axe of Gromish, just like the warrior of Gromish. Like reluctance to give up the weapon in his hand, my hawk would rather die than let his sword. I was knocked out of my hands, because this is not only the dignity of a fighter, but also the dignity of a swordsman. It's just that the strength of Gromish is too strong. Although my hawk did not throw away the black sword. Yeah, his palm holding the hilt of the sword could not help bleeding outwards. There is no doubt that he was in order to protect his swordsman. Dignity, I hurt my palm. Hawkeye Dracul, my hawk's name. It can be said to be the first sequence among the recent rookies, which is completely better than Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote. Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria and others are much older. After all, he has challenged all swordsmen. He has never been defeated, and he is invincible and invincible all the way down. He has a faint tendency to be the best in the world in Kendo. After all, his strength has been proven from the fact that he has defeated his opponents time and time again. Therefore, at this time, such a powerful guy was beaten out by only one blow against Gromish, which made everyone couldn't believe it. How strong is Gromish to achieve such a mighty power? In fact, it is not. The strength of my hawk should be similar to Gromish at this time. Not to mention that it is stronger than Gromish. Even if it is weak, it is not weak enough to be defeated by Gromish. The reason why he got this slightly the embarrassing situation is mostly because Gromish has too few shots on the world stage, basically no. Several people understand the 940 reason for his fighting routine, so my hawk also suffered a big loss in this regard. Gromish is quite confident in his power and the weight of the Hell Destroyer. Don't say you my hawk will insist on this face to face. The axe, even if it is changed to Marine's Admiral. It will not be any better than my hawk. And if my hawk hadn't had a head-to-head competition with Gromish just now, he wouldn't have been beaten so quickly. If he were to use his skilled kendo skills to challenge Gromish, Gromish would also be messed up. After all, Gromish's current actual combat experience is indeed not much. Even if there is, most of them are cleaning up some. On the other hand, because my hawk has such a strength, and even entangled, he may be able to win a small victory over Gromish. Among the rest of the people on the scene, the savage-eyed guys could see some doorways, and probably guessed the reason why my hawk suffered, but they still couldn't tell the strength of Gromish. What other trump cards are revealed for everyone to see? Who knows that the power of Gromish is the norm in the end? It still broke out. And everyone can see that Gromish really kept his hands. Hey, Buggy, have you ever seen someone with such great strength? He defeated that my hawk with a brutal axe. Shanks was also quite shocked as he watched Gromish openly and said to Buggy in an incredible way. This is also a point of confusion. Although Gromish's power is great, it is not incredible. In the previous blow, the Hell Destroyer in his hand is the protagonist. It's just that others don't know it, and it's impossible for anyone to look at it. It can be seen that the Hell Destroyer held by Gromish can have the weight of a mountain. Buggy swallowed his saliva, and then said, I haven't seen a man who broke out from Impel Down Imperton. He is really strong enough. I thought he was an unknown man before. It's just luck. Thinking about it now, with his strength, he can find his own foothold even in the new world. Not only Shanks was shocked, but Doflamingo immediately took the danger of Gromish from his own mind. He understood very well that not only Mihawk could not accept the axe just now, so he changed it. It was he who came to pick him up, and he was still embarrassed. While raising his vigilance against Gromish, Doflaming brother is also getting more and more excited. There is no doubt that the hell scream in front of him is far more potential and more powerful than the sand crocodile. If he can get in touch with him, he will start to invade the dark world in the future. When it came to his plan, maybe he could help himself a lot. He, what a strong body, with a great talent. Moonlight Moria also stood in the distance looking at Gromish's sturdy body, a little enviously talking to herself. However, the Moonlight at this time Moria has not encountered the drastic changes in his life, nor has all his partners be hammered to death by the pervert guy of Kaido, and he may not even have the ability of the Shadow Fruit, so although he has a physical talent for Gromish I am very interested, but there is no way to kill Gromish and become the strongest zombie. Thoughts? Mihawk slowed down a bit, and then reinserted his black knife back into his back, and then looked at Gromish's direction and said, "Thank you for your mercy. The strength between you and me is really huge. Gap, it's too early to challenge you now, but in the future, I will hone my kendo to a new level and wait for me to reach the top. When the world's largest swordsman, I will once again look for your excellency to challenge." Mihawk's words are very confident. It seems that no one can compete with him as the world's largest swordsman. Obviously, he was not hit by the defeat of Gromish, as an inspirational challenge. The swordsman with the name of the world's largest swordsman, he may have been psychologically prepared for this a long time ago. After all, no one can. I can say that I will always win and be undefeated. It is nothing if I lose. After my strength comes up, I will do a game and it will be over. And when Gromish saw that Mihawk didn't intend to continue the challenge, he also laughed and hung the Hell Destroyer in his hand back behind him, and then he also restrained his ferocious aura back, and this time, he found himself the momentum seems to have become stronger. If nothing else, it should be because he defeated Chidhawk. That passive talent, the magnificence was aroused once. Then Gromish said with a smile, "Your Excellency Mihawk, this time it was just a trick by my brute force because you didn't notice for a while. If we change to the present, if we fight again, the outcome of the battle will be unpredictable." Mihawk seemed to be very optimistic about Gromish. He smiled, took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his hand, shook his head and said, "If you lose, you lose. No matter what the reason is, the outcome is the result will not lie." Seeing that Mihawk is so refreshing, Gromish didn't say any hypocritical nonsense. He smiled and walked forward, and then relying on his tall body, he grabbed Mihawk's shoulders, and almost didn't squeeze Mihawk to death, and then Gromish he laughed and said, "If you don't know each other, I think your cheerful personality is also in line with my appetite. Make a friend, come into town, I invite you to drink." Mihawk squeezed out of Gromish's thick arms with some difficulty, then moved his body and said, "Well, I happen to be a little thirsty too." Originally, his Mihawk came here to watch the excitement, and now it is estimated that there will be no other excitement, so he has nothing to do. It is better to make friends with Gromish. At this time Mihawk is still very young, and there is no ascent to the top. Naturally there is not the kind of arrogance that will naturally arise with the rise of his identity in the future, not to mention the arrogance that he has towards Gro. Marsh is also very affectionate and interested. After all, if you just change to someone else, if you challenge yourself to challenge, the other party may not be merciful. Similarly, he also wanted to hear what Gromish's legendary experience of breaking from Impel Down Impelton was like. In this way, Mihawk and Gromish left the coastline and walked towards Logue Town. Looking at this scene, although Doflamingo really wants to have a relationship with Gromish, he also knows that this is not a good time. After all, he thinks that he is a bit incompatible with a guy like Gromish and a straightforward guy like Myhawk. Now if you force a foot in, it is inevitable that you will not steal the chicken and lose the rice, and in Doflamingo's view, even if Myhawk and Gromish are in harmony, it will not be so good, and he believes more in interests. In his heart, only interests are the fundamental basis for people to associate with each other. He also believes that if he can brings a certain benefit to Gromish, so if the two want to make friends, they can do it at any time. So he is not in a hurry. And at this time, Doflamingo seems to be less interested in Crocodile. After seeing Gromish and Myhawk leave, Crocodile turned around and left. He didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Doflamingo, and Doflamingo was not entangled. What? There is an inexplicable smile on the corner of the mouth. I don't know what I'm looking at. Well, he smiled softly and said, Fur, this world is really getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo didn't think about going between Gromish and Myhawk, but it doesn't mean that Shanks, who is also careless, will miss this opportunity. As a crew member of the Roger Pirates, he was originally very interested in Gromish. The same is true for Myhawk's swordsmanship. At this time, seeing the two of them going to drink, he also jumped off the reef. He said hurriedly, Buggy, I'm going to have a drink with them too, let's come together. Are you crazy? Who knows the character of that Gromish? Don't look at him at this time, he seems to be very easy to talk. What if you go up and provoke him and get chopped to death with an axe? Buggy holding Shanks's arm, he said with a bit of horror. Impossible. I don't think he is that kind of person. What's more, are you not interested in him? He is a person who came out of Impel Down. This kind of experience is the only one. Let's be a pirate. Yes, it is inevitable that there is a risk of being caught by the Marines. This time to see if I can find out what news, it will be considered capital in the future. Shanks Sun said to Buggy seductively. Buggy was a little easy to be fooled, and Shanks had already figured out Buggy's character. He followed up and said again, furthermore, the axe can't hurt you too, Uncle Buggy. When you come, you will protect me. It's over if you click. Buggy heard it. He was the one who couldn't stand others to praise him the most. When Shanks bluffed him, he immediately floated. Ah ha 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 ha, that's right, I still have to rely on me at the critical moment. Uncle Buggy, okay, let's go. Buggy said with a big smile with his hands on his hips. Chapter 44. Get ready to make a big fuss in Logtown. Before Gromish and Myhawk had gone far, they heard Shanks shouting. As soon as Gromish turned his head, he saw Shanks and Buggy waving their arms at both of them. Gromish is also very interested in Shanks. After all, this one looks very unfocused and does not look like a strong guy. In the future, he can reach the top of New World and become one of the 4 pirate emperors. Originally, Gromish was still wondering whether to have a relationship with Shanks, but after the incident of Mick, Gromish also temporarily gave up that idea. At this time, he saw Shanks take the initiative to say hello, and of course he didn't mean to refuse. As for the other Buggy, that is the god Tyr who is cared for by the goddess of destiny, who dares to look down on him? My name is Shanks, I'm a pirate, and his name is Buggy, and I'm my companion. I just heard you two say that you want to drink. Why don't you count us? Ha 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 ha, we are here in Logtown. It's been a few days, and where the tavern has the best wine, we have already figured it out, so let us lead the way. Shanks character 10. He was so bold, he said like this when he came up, and he didn't go around those bends at all. As a swordsman, Myhawk is very keen on swordsman intuition. He has been very interested in Shanks since before, because he is forced from this sloppy person. Feel the breath of a powerful swordsman. It's just that it was also because a Gromish was randomly entered, which made Myhawk temporarily change the goal, so now Shanks wants to get in. he doesn't have any comments. In fact, without Gromish's chaos, the friendship and enemy relationship between Shanks and Mihawk had actually been established from this time. Before Shanks had a broken arm, the two would often learn from each other and exchange views on kendo. Until Shanks bet his arm in the new era and bet on Luffy, Mihawk was reluctant to talk to Shanks. The guy with one hand continued to fight. Gromish glanced at Mihawk first, and saw that he had no objections. Gromish also laughed and said, "Well, anyway, it's fun to drink because there are too many people." Led by Shanks and Buggy, Gromish and his group of 4 quickly found a place, according to Buggy, which was the best pub in Logetown, and sat down. As long as the men sit and drink together, they will get acquainted with each other very quickly, not to mention that the people sitting at this time are also bold guys, so the atmosphere between the 4 can be considered warm. "Red Nose, you said how you can chop fruit and can't kill you? Why don't you let me try with an axe?" Gromish smiled at Buggy and said, "UBD, who's the Red Nose?" Buggy was able to let go after getting acquainted with Gromish and the others. They were very courageous, but Gromish didn't care about anything. He also knew Buggy's G. The dot is on his red nose, and anyone who dares to mention it will be sprayed by him. He just tried it on purpose. "Jahahahaha, you are such a funny guy," Gromish said with a laugh. "Gromish, since you escaped from Impel Down Imperton more than 2 years ago, you have never showed up again. This time I came to Logetown to see Captain Roger." When Shanks said this, Mihawk said, "I noticed his name" to Roger very keenly, and said with a little surprise, "Captain Roger." Shanks scratched his head and said, "Ahahahaha, I forgot to say it before. In fact, Buggy and I are both members of the Roger Pirates, but we are just trainee crew members." Shanks himself is also an arrogant person. Although he is proud of being a member of the Roger Pirates, he is unwilling to mention his identity at every turn. In his opinion, that seems to be too low in price. There is always a kind of fake tiger feel. And even for Buggy, he never mentioned his identity as a member of the Roger Pirates. On the one hand, he did not want to attract Marine's attention. On the other hand, as a member of the Roger Pirates, he was also proud of himself. Gromish knew the identities of Buggy and Shanks for a long time, so he wasn't surprised. He laughed and said, "It turns out that you two still have such legendary identities. It's amazing. Are the crew members of One Piece? It's really amazing." Even Mihawk nodded in approval. "Well, actually Captain Roger wanted to find you at the beginning, to see if you can make you our partner, but you hide too deeply, even Marine can't find you, let alone us." Shanks also smiled and said, "Really? That's really a shame." Gromish was stunned when he heard the words, and then spoke. "Then, since I talked a little bit about this topic, I jumped over," and then Gromish spoke and followed Shanks's question just now. "Actually, I came to Logetown this time not only to see the appearance of One Piece Roger, but also to look at this. The world announces me the return of Gromish, Roger's execution, and Sengoku Admiral, the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, affirms. It is coming. Nearly 3 years ago, Laozi was defeated by him and was imprisoned in Impel Down. In the past 3 years, I have not forgotten how embarrassed and weak I was in his hands. This time, if you want to make a big fuss in Logetown, give him and those BD Marines a good look." Both Mihawk and Shanks looked at Gromish in surprise, then Buggy said, "Why, Red Eyes, do you think you have the strength to fight against Marine's Admiral? That is Marine's highest combat power, and I think not only Sengoku Admiral will come, the Marine hero Garp is also coming back. Garp guy is us Roger. The old opponent of the pirates, his strength is stronger than Sengoku Admiral. I would advise you not to be too confident." Gromish is called Buggy Red Nose, and Buggy is called Gromish Red Eyes. After all, Gromish's pupils are not only fiery red, but they also emit wisps of scarlet light, which is very noticeable. Gromish didn't care about the nickname Buggy gave him. He smiled and said, "Well, of course I know the strength of the guy Sengoku very well. Garp can be called a marine hero, and his strength must be extremely powerful. Yes, and I am really not strong enough to be able to compete with the highest combat power of naval headquarters now, but there is a big fight here, and the confidence to go away is still there. It just happens that this execution is live broadcast. There are not many opportunities for this kind of debut in front of the world. I will never let it go, you guys. Don't worry, and I'll say yes, no one will help me then, don't you guys rob Laozi's limelight, I am a Murloc, fight. However, you can still escape, as long as you get into the sea, let alone Admiral, there is nothing to do with me even if you come to a marshal." Everyone understands the meaning of Gromish. He just wants to make a big fuss here and give Marine a mess. He still has self-knowledge and doesn't mean to challenge Marine's highest combat power with his own power. As for what Gromish said to keep everyone from taking action so as not to steal his limelight, then the meaning of it is to don't be implicated in him because of him, and you won't be able to run well by the time. This is Gromish's kindness. A few people think about it. With their own strength, if you really make a shot, don't say help Gromish, no, it's not bad to drag your legs back, after all, they don't have any Murloc bloodline in their bodies, and they can't just jump into the sea for everything. I might not be able to help by that time, I have to fold in myself, and maybe even fold in Gromish. Look for flowers 0. Ahahaha, since you have said so, then give you this chance to show off, and let me come next time. Shanks accepted the conversation with a very empathetic mouth. Mihawk and Buggy also nodded, without saying much. Buggy and Shanks are both pirates. Although Mihawk has not yet become a pirate, he is not far away. He does not have too many concepts of good and evil. He only has swords and kendo in his heart, so he has to toss Marine about Gromish. Everyone is thinking about watching the excitement. Red Eyes, since you ran out of Impel Down Impertin's eternal hell, then your legendary story is also unique. Come on, tell this uncle, what is Impel Down like? Hell. If I'm caught in unlucky in the future, I can use your experience as a reference. Buggy picked up the wine glass and took a few swigs. Later, he spoke to Gromish. 0. Jahahaha, this matter is indeed worthy of my bragging. Since you want to listen to the red nose, then I'm bragging about it. Gromish also took 2 sips of wine and said with a big smile. Then he put the wine glass in his hand on the table, and then he paused, as if he was clearing his thoughts, and then he said, the name of the copper wall and iron wall of Impel Down is indeed a well-deserved reputation. In fact, it is a coincidence that I can get out of it. Yes, I was tortured in it for a whole 100 days. Just when Gromish gave Mihawk, Shanks, and Buggy 3 people drinking wine and blowing cowhide, on a clock tower in Logue Town, a windbreaker that almost covered the whole body was covered with a windbreaker on his face. The man with the red tattoo is standing at the highest point, looking at the execution platform that has been erected. Yes, this god is mysterious. The secret man is the inverse monkey Didarag of Garp. D's will One Piece Gordia Roger, what are you going to do with this incident? Dirag whispered softly while looking at the direction of the execution platform. Then he seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, this decadent world needs a revolution, even if this revolution is bound to be accompanied by blood and fire. From this moment on, Dirag has taken the path of the world's most ferocious criminal. He finally made up his mind to form a revolutionary team, and then overthrow this decadent world government, bringing a brand new change and future to the world. At the same time, in the sea not far from East Blue Logue Town, a marine formation fleet is approaching in the direction of Logue Town. And in the admiral car that was escorted in the middle of the entire fleet, One Piece Roger was being held there. I don't know if it was affected by Gromish again. In short, this guy Garp has never seen Roger before, but he made Roger, who was in the cell, upset. It wasn't until this last moment that Garp finally made up his mind and walked in from his dog-headed warship to Sengoku's warship. After that, he didn't say hello to anyone, carrying a flickering oil lamp, and walked in the dark cell on the warship. 3. Chapter 45 Roger Togo. The dark cell is located at the bottom of the warship, so it looks a bit damp. When Garp's footsteps came from the steps, Roger, who was sitting deep in the cell, also took a look at Garp's hand in this dark cell. The only light source in it, and then he saw Garp's figure through the not-so-bright flame of the oil lamp. At this point, Roger completely let go of the worries in his heart. Garp, this guy, really came to see him, and as long as he came, Roger was sure that he would not refuse his rude request. Garp's slightly heavy footsteps gradually reached the front of Roger's cage, and then he stopped his footsteps with the oil lamp. Garp, I knew you would come, Roger said, sitting in the cage, smiling. Compared with Roger's relaxed and freehand attitude, Garp's face is a bit heavy at this time. He is very sure that Roger surrendered. There must be some unknown plan, but he did not ask this question in the end, because he knew that even if he asked himself, Roger would not tell him. After all, the relationship between the two is complicated, but said. After all, it's still the enemy. Roger looked at Garp's heavy face, but he laughed, and said, ha 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 ha, what's the matter? Are you not letting go of the fact that I am about to die? I said you should be like me, a pirate. It's better to be my companion in 940. Being a marine is really boring, isn't it? Shut up, Roger, the old man is marine who upholds justice. Garp interrupted Roger directly and said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, you are really as stubborn as before, Roger said with a smile. And Garp did not continue to speak. The atmosphere between the two calmed down. After a long time, Roger said again, Garp, my child is about to be born in this world. It is a pity that I am a father. But there is no way to see this scene, which is really heartbreaking. Garp's expression changed after hearing Roger's words, but then he said, that's really a pity. Then Garp paused for a while and continued, the world government will not let anyone related to you go. That mother will definitely be found and executed. After Garp finished saying this, Roger finally got up from the cell, and then he wore the shackles and anklets, walked step by step to the railing of the prison, looked up at Garp and said, yes, I know that the world government will definitely not let anyone related to me go. They will definitely clear up my whereabouts investigations over the past year. Choo-choo, then execute anyone related to me. But Garp, the child is innocent, isn't it? Garp's face also changed after hearing Roger's words. He said in a deep voice, what are you telling me, Marine? Ha 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 ha, Garp, we have met dozens of old friendships. In my heart, you are also a trustworthy guy, just like my partner, so this time, my wife and children will ask for it. You took care of it? Roger said with a smile. Don't be kidding, the old man is Marine, the righteous Marine. Garp said furiously. Just because I know that you have real justice in your heart, I can entrust my wife and children to you. Garp, my wife is Portcas de Rouge. She is pregnant and lives in South Blue. Roger didn't care whether Garp wanted to refuse or not, so he told Garp the news about Rouge without any concealment. And Garp's face is as dark as the solace of shoes. He really regrets now, why he has nothing to do to meet Roger for the last time. Isn't this making myself uncomfortable? After Roger finished speaking, Garp didn't respond to anything, and Roger didn't urge anything either. The oil lamp in Garp's hand flickered and dimmed, which seemed to reflect the wavering in his heart. Roger is right. The child is innocent. No matter whose blood is circulating in his body, he is just a blank child. Just as Roger said, Garp has true justice in his heart. Unwilling to let this justice be tainted with the blood of an innocent child, it is because Roger knows Garp very well that he will be left alone. The oil lamp in Garp's hand was blown out after all, and only a little spark was burning on the lamp. After a long time, Garp sighed and said, "You are right, the child is innocent." With Garp's words, the sparks of the oil lamp in his hand reignited again, illuminating the faces of him and Roger. "Ha ha 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 ha, I know, you will definitely agree, so I can rest assured that with your care, Rouge and the child will definitely be fine," Roger said with a laugh. "I will train your child to be a good Marine, Roger." Garp looked at Roger and said, "It doesn't matter whether it is Marine or the pirate. As a father, I just hope that he can grow up peacefully," Roger said with a smile. Garp didn't say anything after looking at Roger's innocent smile like a child. After looking at Roger for the last time, he said, "Spend this last quiet time well, Roger, Logtown doesn't far." Then Garp took the flickering oil lamp, turned and left the dark cell step by step. After Garp's figure and the last firelight disappeared, the whole cell fell into silence and darkness again. After a long time, Roger's nostalgic voice came from the darkness. "Logtown? It's really a hometown I haven't been back to for a long time. Thinking about it now, it's really nostalgic. Does it end where it starts? This should also be a perfect end to my journey." "That's it?" When Garp returned to the deck from the bottom cell, he saw Sengoku Admiral standing not far away looking at the sea, but he was very worried at this time and didn't plan to pay attention to Sengoku, so he turned the oil lamp in his hand. After giving it to Marine who was standing at this door, he turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, Sengoku Admiral's voice also came. "Garp, did you go to see him and have you figured out his purpose?" Sengoku Admiral said here, he paused, and continued, "Or, what happened?" Garp turned his back to Sengoku and didn't look back at all. He continued to walk far away without stopping. At the same time, he said, "Nothing happened." Looking at the figure of Garp going away, Sengoku Admiral stood there and didn't speak. He knew that Garp would definitely go to see Roger once. After all, the relationship between the two was so complicated that he couldn't stop it, but he was afraid of Roger. What bad influence has been exerted on Garp? At this time, watching Garp's leaving figure, Sengoku is a smart man, of course It can be seen that something must have happened in this short meeting. "Garp, don't you go the wrong way," Sengoku whispered softly. For some reason, there is always a bad premonition in his heart, that the future will become a little bad. But before he could think about it, a Marine soldier walked up to him and said, "Report Sengoku Admiral, Logtown has appeared below sea level, and we will arrive in Logtown soon." After hearing these words, Sengoku also converged his mind, and then said, "Let the Marine on the escort fleet go ahead and open the way to stabilize the situation in Logtown. After the main ship enters the port, it will enter the first level of alert, and wait for the situation. After stabilizing, escort Roger into the Marine base in Logtown." Sengoku knew that the news that Roger was going to be executed here was not concealed, so now there must be some guys who like to make trouble in this Logtown to join in the fun. Sengoku does not expect to be able to drive them all away. After all, Logtown a mixture of fish and dragons, I want to find them one by one. It will evolve into a chaos. At this stage, everything is focused on the punishment of Roger. As long as they don't stage a robbery of the prisoners, just watch it if you like to watch the excitement. He can't control that much. At the same time, Gromish and the others are still bragging in the tavern. Then I went down with an axe, and smashed the impel down impertinence hunting import into ruins. As expected, there was indeed a ray of life there, and a lot of seawater began to flow back. Before Gromish's words were finished, a panicked man pushed open the door of the tavern and ran in, announcing loudly, "It's a warship, see. The army's warships are here, there are as many as an entire fleet. And after he finished speaking, the whole pub also became noisy. It's Roger here, One Piece. Roger was escorted here. Finally waited until this day. At the same time, the faces of Shanks and Buggy, who were still enthusiastic listening to Gromish's bragging, turned gloomy in an instant, and there was unconcealable sadness in their eyes. His captain, after all, ushered in the end of the journey. Gromish looked at the appearance of Shanks and Buggy, thought for a while and said, "Shanks and Buggy, do you know the Wool-oved?" After hearing Gromish's words, Shanks and Buggy also reduced their grief a little, looked at Gromish with some doubts, shook their heads and said, "I don't know, but Captain Roger often mentioned this inexplicable thing, do you know? Are you also the heir to the Wool-oved?" Gromish smiled and said, "No. 0.3, I am not the heir of the Wool-oved, but I know that there is indeed such a will in this world, and you know that Roger surrendered, right?" Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk all looked at Gromish with regret. Shanks and Buggy were confused because they couldn't think of why Gromish knew this, and Mihawk was confused because he really didn't know about it. Gromish didn't say much about it. He continued, "Roger's surrender is for a reason, and this reason is the will of the D. He wants to use his life to sacrifice to the new one. Times, so don't be sad, your captain is a great guy." Speaking of this, Gromish paused, revealed a brutal smile, and said, "Although his sacrifice this time will bring countless pains to the world, but change, it is not always necessary to shed blood. Gromish is not a good person at all, so he doesn't care what harm the great pirate arrow will cause to ordinary people in the world, and then again, even if he is an honest and kind guy, he can't stop anything. Isn't it?" Shanks and Buggy fell silent after hearing Gromish's words, only Mihawk whispered softly, "A new era? Hee, interesting." Chapter 46 The Strongest Passerby. King Gromish. The day when Roger was to be executed, it can be said to be sunny and beautiful. It was a very good weather. The square in Logetown was also crowded with people, but besides Gromish, no one dared to get too close. Gromish is tall, and looks wild and domineering. He is not only tattooed with a ferocious unicorn, but also with an overbearing battle axe on his back. I feel that this guy is really dangerous no matter what I think. Others would rather go to squeeze somewhere else than to get close to Gromish, a fierce guy. So only Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk stood beside Gromish. Unexpectedly, standing with you has such benefits, but it saves some trouble. Mihawk smiled and said, "Jahahahaha, most people who judge people by their appearance are mediocre guys, so it's not unreasonable that they are afraid of me and fear me. Am I actually harmless? What's more, they didn't guess wrong that I was a villain party." Gromish said with a big smile. Later, he also looked around in the square. Standing in the front row were reporters from all over the world. There was a place reserved for them by Marine and the world government, and on the roof of the building complex behind the square. There are also several live broadcast signal bugs. It seems that Roger's execution is still going to be broadcast live to the world. After all, this is the most effective way to deter everyone, but this time they are digging holes for themselves. Because it's not only Roger who wants to make trouble here, but Gromish also wants to make trouble here. In the same way, Gromish also saw those rookies who had already come to the island. Moonlight taller than him, Molly 28 didn't stand beside him and dared to stand a few people. After all, he wanted to say that Gromish sells. If the appearance is still wild and domineering, Moria's appearance is completely evil. It doesn't look like a good thing at all. Gro. Marsh estimated that even if Moria went to sign up for Marine, he might have to be brushed down. It was really a damn humiliating image of justice. As for Doflamingo and Crocodile and the others, there is nothing eye-catching. They are also crowded in the crowd, but although they seem to be a little unhappy, They also suppressed their emotions and waited for Roger to appear on the stage. Just when Gromish was looking for Marine's rookie in the future, and at this time, he was still a teenage boy, the White Hunter, smoker, there was a noise at the end of the divided road, but soon, the sound disappeared, and the entire square became quiet. Gromish looked over there. After coming to this world for more than 2 years and nearly 3 years, he finally saw the proud man of this era, One Piece King Dear Roger. At this time, Roger is wearing his burgundy kaftan, arms hanging in front of him, hung with a wooden shackle and solid mirror cuffs. As he walks, the handcuffs collide with each other, making a crisp sound. The voice, and this is exactly this voice, as if there is a magic, which quieted the whole square. Regardless of whether Roger is imprisoned or a prisoner, but his every move when he walks, his confident, powerful, and majestic figure looks like a king patrolling his territory, which is completely invisible. He has a shred of wolf fox. I have to say that Roger is a terrific guy. When he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention, and made people involuntarily immersed in his king's aura. Even Gromish, he was not there for a while. He said something, and he was afraid that he would break Roger's last demeanor. No matter how many people there were hoping that Roger, a heinous guy, would be executed quickly, but at this time everyone was convinced by Roger's demeanor. Marine's hero Garp Vice Admiral and the highest combat power, Sengoku Admiral, stood one by one under the execution platform. By their side, they were all elite Marine soldiers. This time the execution of Roger, there are only masters in the scene. The two of them, and the rest there are a few Vice Admiral. After all, it is impossible for the Marines to really pull all the high-level combat power in the unit to Logtown. Come, now it's live broadcast. If the villains on the sea see that Marines' advanced combat powers are all running to East Blue, how can they take the opportunity to break things? When Roger walked to the execution table and passed by Garp's side, he smiled and said softly, "Farewell, Garp." Garp Vice Admiral closed his eyes slightly, and did not respond, and Roger did not seem to expect Garp to respond to him, and he did not stop on board the execution platform specially prepared and built for him. It wasn't until this time that Gromish seemed to have recovered from Roger's demeanor. He looked at Roger, who was about to sit cross-legged on the execution platform, and whispered, "Is this the demeanor of One Piece? Really? It's calm enough. So-called generosity to die is just talking about this scene, right?" At this moment, Gromish truly broke away his impression of Roger from the works of the previous life. The Roger that is printed in his mind and the Roger that his eyes are watching is a real, living one. Roger, his demeanor are far more convincing than in the works of the previous life. Shanks and Buggy also involuntarily shed tears when they watched Roger's figure. Both of them whispered Captain Roger softly. When Roger sat down, the two execution officers standing behind him asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Roger smiled, lifted the heavy shackles on his hands, and said jokingly, "Can you take this thing off for me? It's too itchy to wear, I want to scratch my arm." The execution officer who had interrogated before also changed his complexion and said nervously, "Don't be kidding, how could it be removed for you?" Roger curled his lips and said uncomfortably, "What? It's really boring, can I still run away now?" After speaking, Roger also looked at the crowded but unusually quiet square, which was obviously full of people. Then he quickly saw the protruding Gromish and the crying Shanks standing beside him. He smiled with Buggy, Roger, and thought with some relief in his heart, "Shanks, Buggy, have you come to see me off?" Although the rest of the buddies like Rayleigh did not come, Roger didn't think it was a big deal, because he knew that at this moment, they should all be on the other side of the live screen, looking at him, and seeing him off. However, Roger looked at the figure of Gromish but felt a little familiar. Because he was very interested in getting Gromish into the group before. After a little thinking about it, Roger recognized Gromish and then smiled triumphantly. "I still saw this guy in the end, It was no regrets. Similarly, when Sengoku Admiral looked at the tall figure of Gromish, his brows were slightly frowned. Although Gromish has transformed, he has been a Sengoku Admiral for more than 2 years. It's a ghost if he doesn't recognize Gromish's face, and in Sengoku Admiral's impression, Gromish has never. He is just a troublesome figure who doesn't make people worry. Seeing him at this place and at this time, Sengoku Admiral also has a bad feeling in his heart. I hope you guys don't make any trouble this time. Sengoku Admiral stared at Gromish and whispered softly. At this time, Roger's sentence is about to be executed. Even if he finds Gromish, he can't do anything for the time being. At the same time, Gromish also looked in the direction of Sengoku Admiral, and then he showed a meaningful smile to Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku Admiral was alarmed after seeing Gromish's smile. But before he had any preparations, Gromish was already laughing. Jahahahahahahaha, Roger, you are going to die, then you, as the One Piece, own everything in this world, wealth, fame, and status. You must also have treasures, right? Where did you hide those treasures? Speak out, let's find out. Gromish asked with a loud laugh at Roger on the execution stage. And after hearing Gromish's words, Roger also brightened his eyes and showed a successful smile. Originally, he was still trying to make trouble, but now that he is dozing off, someone will bring a pillow. Similarly, the faces of Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral who were standing at the execution stage changed suddenly, and they finally realized what was the matter and the problem. Roger wanted to take advantage of this greedy heart and desire. Execution. Hurry, execute him. Sengoku Admiral turned and roared at the execution officers on the stage. But it was too late, and Roger's voice followed. Ha 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 ha, proud more Gromish, even if your appearance has changed drastically now, I can recognize you. As I imagined, you are such a funny guy. If you have a chance, I really want you to be my 940 partner. Do you want my treasure? Of course there is, take it if you want it, go find it, I will take all. Everything is there. Roger said with a laugh. At the same time, the 2 torture knives of the executioners were laid and pierced into Roger's body, one left and one right, but at this time Roger seemed to have seen the future and the new era. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he let the blood flow out of his mouth, and whispered softly, Rouge, have you seen it? Your man is still on after all. In this new era, no one can stop the rampage of this sea. After saying these words, Roger's vitality that was plagued by terminal illnesses has completely disappeared. One Piece. Roger, this ended his journey, and a new legend is being staged. At the same time, Sengoku Admiral, who was standing under the execution stage, also ran away in an instant. He was too aware of the impact of this incident, especially after the news was broadcast to the world. There is no doubt that the sea is going to run away. Marine, the dream of the big marine era that we deliberately wanted to create, was torn apart by the guy Gromish and Roger. Now, after this, the whole world will usher in the era of the big pirate. Therefore, Sengoku Admiral also instantly turned into a huge Buddha with golden light. Then he didn't care if there were civilians around Gromish. He jumped up and hit Gromish with a punch. At this time, just kill Gromish. In Admiral's view, even the sacrifice of the entire Logue town is worth it, because he is in Gromish. Above, I saw the bottomless darkness. Sengoku Admiral is not a soft-hearted guy, he is righteous indeed, but likewise, he is also the kind of person who can endure sacrifices for justice, but compared to Sakazuki, he is much better. You know that in the not-too-distant future, Sengoku Admiral will dominate the O'Hara incident. Doesn't he know what the scholars are doing? No, he knows it, but even if ancient weapon has a shred of being able to be resurrected possibility, Sengoku Admiral can't tolerate it, because it will destroy the world. What does an O'Hara count? So he directly awarded Buster Call O'Hara, and thus turned into nothingness. Chapter 47 Go Down with an Axe, Earth-Shattering. Gromish also laughed after seeing Sengoku Admiral in the form of a giant Buddha and attacking himself. Jahahaha, good time. After speaking, Gromish's whole person also began to change. This time he not only changed into a megalodon man about the size of Sengoku Admiral's Buddha. Similarly, he also activated his Devil Fruit ability. Those with Zoan ability can get the ability to transform from the beginning when they eat the fruit of the evil degree. The claws may not change at all, just breathe out fire like Gromish did before. In addition to the human form, Zoan generally has two powerful forms, one of which is a completely beast-like form. In that form, Gromish can transform into a fierce and huge fire unicorn. In addition to this form, there is also a form that is different from the human form and the complete beastization, that is, the half-orc form. Gromish became this form at this time. At this time, his half-orc form completely covered the appearance of the megalodon, a 17-8-meter high fierce beast rose from the ground, and the horns on top of Gromish's head burned. With the raging flames, the unicorn's shoulder armor on the right arm seems to be roaring, and the naked upper body shows a dense and delicate fire-red color. The scales don't look like a defense that can be broken casually. A thick flaming tail is also swinging behind him, and at the same time, he is also burning with hot unicorn fire. Fortunately, Shanks and Mihawk and Buggy were already very evacuated when Gromish first started getting involved, so they also let Gromish go again. Regardless, as for ordinary civilians, Gromish already pretends to be an evil party. How can he care about this? What's more, this is the first Marine Admiral who upholds justice, doesn't it? They just Marines don't care. Can it be me? Does this evil pirate still care? Gromish took down the legendary Great Axe Hell Destroyer hanging behind him in one hand, and then the fierce and manic aura gushed out from his body. Gromish's huge figure shrouded in it, making Gromish look even more brutal. At this time, Gromish is no longer holding the axe in one hand like before, but holding the handle of the Hell Destroyer with both hands. Armament Haki, who has practiced for more than 2 years, also instantly covered the axe blade, facing it mercilessly. The big Buddha transformed by Sengoku Admiral slashed out fiercely. Feel the roar and anger from hell. Flame of vengeance. Along with Gromish's roar, the Hell Destroyer also burned with extremely hot unicorn fire, and the powerful wind pressure was broken by the battle axe. The hugeness of the Destroyer of Hell, when the wind pressure passes through the perforation on the axe blade, it is countless times stronger than before, as if from hell. The roar of the sound rang across the entire island. No, the people in Logue Town were almost deaf by this roar. Even the elite soldiers of Marine covered their ears in pain. This time, Gromish's angry blow did not leave his hand at all. Even if there is a mountain in front of him, it is estimated that he can split it. With his own power and the weight of the Hell Destroyer, he doesn't know how powerful this blow can be. Sengoku Admiral originally did not use armament Haki when he hit Gromish, but at this time he felt a great threat by intuition, so he also inspired his powerful armament Haki at the very moment of his attack, and took his golden Buddha. It turned into a dark Buddha. At the same time, his powerful fist collided with the Hell Destroyer, burning the unicorn fire in Gromish's hands. With this contact, Sengoku Admiral's expression instantly became unbelievable, and the next burst of light from that Gromish, the unparalleled power from the battle axe in his hand, directly brings him the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, the Battle of Admiral Buddha. The country smashed out in a crushing posture, and there was also a lot of blood scattered in the air. There is no doubt that Gromish's axe went down, and Sengoku Admiral was also overcast and brought into his routine. Among the huge Buddha body of Sengoku Admiral directly smashed the city hall behind the execution platform and turned it into a ruin, and Sengoku Admiral's slightly painful muffled sound came from it. Not surprisingly, he should have been injured not lightly. This blow not only shocked Doflamingo, who was planning to watch a show in the distance, but even my hawk, who had fought against Gromish, was shocked. This special lady is too terrifying, and that is the highest battle of the world government. Power, Admiral in Marine. It is still the brute force of Gromish that was smashed by an axe. What is it so powerful? How far? Is he a monster? Garp, who hadn't planned to take a shot, felt that Sengoku alone would be enough to take a shot. Garp was also stunned by the scene where Sengoku let Gromish hack into the air. For a while, with his identity and strength, he was stunned there. Similarly, he was not the only one who was stunned. You must know that everything that happened in this place at this time was being broadcast live all over the world. In Naval Headquarters Marineford, in Marine's high-level meeting room, Marshal Kong smashed the cup in his hand in shock, and Kuzan also stood up directly from his stool. Even Borusalino, the inconspicuous guy, also grew his mouth involuntarily, and Sakazuki, the guy who has been cold-faced, also. It showed an incredible expression. To be honest, Gromish flew hard with an axe and hit Marine's highest combat power Marine Admiral Sengoku of Buddha. For example, I was walking on the road with you and saw a cat jumping up and kicking. It's almost a feeling to kick a strong man into the air. How can people accept it casually? Except for Marine, the other big pirates who are watching the live broadcast have once again realized the existence of Gromish. The previous thing about his escape was only in the newspaper. No one knows how he came out. Maybe that at that time, there were people who doubted whether his strength was very good, but now, absolutely no one dares to doubt Gromish anymore. The strength food is gone. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard Edward Newgate recovered from the scene and laughed and said, "Kula la 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 la. La 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 la. Are you the old boy, without paying attention to such a big loss in the hands of Gromish? Now his face is lost to the whole world. Newgate used the words "not watching for a while" and "boring loss" to describe it, which also proved that even if he was showing through the screen, he also saw that Gromish's trick was completely successful in stealing the chicken, and he did the same. It can also be seen that Gromish's strength is not as exaggerated as he showed. I am afraid that this guy Sengoku will never let Ge. Ramash was so easy to fly out. Should I say that this keen observation ability is really the strongest man? But even Newgate was thinking just now, if he was in the position of Sengoku just now, he might have to be knocked out by this trick to the effect, if this is really Gromish's brute force. I can only say that the guy's power is really terrifying. And Shirley, who is far away in the Fishman Island, is also on the Gironda Square, watching everything on the big screen. Unlike other islands, on other islands, the ordinary people are watching Gromish after hacking into Marine Admiral. There was a panic and apocalyptic expression. And those beautiful mermaid ladies on the Fishman Island, rough and reckless fish people, after seeing Gromish hitting Kamui and hitting Marine Admiral with an axe, they all cheered and jumped up. The feeling of beaming, I really don't know if they are a member of the world government. I am afraid it is not fake. Boss Gromish is too strong. That's Marine's highest combat power. Master Gromish is so handsome I'm going to faint. Fell in love, I really fell in love with Gromish-sama. In addition to Shirley being the most excited, the 5 mermaids who were rescued by Gromish before and after are the most excited. Especially Aishia, who has had a good time with Gromish, flushed, as if she was about to come. Standing in the crowd, Jinbei involuntarily smacked his lips. In 2 years, is the gap between me and Gromish boss so big? Arlong seemed to be very proud and said, "What do you think?" That's my big brother. At the same time, after Gromish of Logetown hacked out this ruining axe, it seemed that the resentment that had been accumulated on his chest for nearly 3 years was all vented, and he raised it with one hand. The Hell Destroyer, roaring and roaring up to the sky, like a fierce god from hell. And it was his roar that made Garp Vice Admiral, who was still in a stunned state, regained his senses. He didn't care about Sengoku at all. He flew out, but with Sengoku's strength, at most he was injured, at most he was severely injured, and it was absolutely impossible to die. I saw Garp slam on his feet, smashing the ground directly, and then he jumped up and attacked the tall figure of Gromish with a punch. Proudmoore. Gromish. Garp roared. With the lessons learned from the unlucky guy Sengoku, Garp didn't dare to care when he started with Gromish. His speed was extremely fast. When Gromish noticed Garp's figure, he was almost in front of his head. Gromish. I don't dare to take Garp's fist of rage easily. In the world, no one dared to take Garp's fist casually. Therefore, Gromish also raised the Hell Destroyer in his hand with an axe in front of him, quickly blocked Garp's figure, and put on a parrying posture. Then Garp didn't care about that much at all, and his powerful iron fist hit the Noma's, Gromish's Hell Destroyer. Through that Hell Destroyer, Gromish felt a powerful force spread. Come, even a guy like him who is extremely confident in his own power can't help being slammed backwards by Garp's punch. After a few steps back, the house with a live telephone bug was hit. Garp's punch also made Gromish, whose mentality swelled after he was still immersed in the Sengoku Admiral, sobered the hammer a little, and made him realize the reality that there is still a big gap between himself and these top powerhouses. So Gromish doesn't dare to wave again. Don't wait for the guy Sengoku Admiral to slow down and make yourself so intolerable. Yi Zheng's C position debut is again for Lang Beng. Therefore, Gromish also raised the battle axe in his hand, and once again with incomparable strength, an axe smashed into the square where everyone almost ran out, and cut out a huge pit, and his blow also smashed Garp. The monster pushed back a few steps, and then from the huge smoke, Gromish's voice also came. This time I just show you BD Marines a little bit of color. We have more chances to fight in the future, Sengoku Admiral, and you, the hero Garp. After Gromish finished speaking, he quickly lifted his transformation. After being 8 meters high, he returned to a posture of more than 3 meters high. Then, under the cover of smoke and dust, he turned around and ran. Damn it, it's so cool to run away if you pretend to be forced to do so, Gromish said with excitement. And Garp also activated his observation haki, locked onto Gromish, and roared, a whole guy, don't even want to run. Chapter 48 The World of the Evil Party. Gromish turned around and ran, but Garp didn't want to let him leave like this. In the past, even if Gromish was a guy who escaped from Impel Down Imperton, even if it was a character who escaped from eternal hell, Garp, I have never taken Gromish to my heart, only that he is a lucky little person, at most relying on his own Murloc's heaven. The bloodline makes it harder for Marine to catch. But now it's different. He finally understands Sengoku Admiral's fear of Gromish. This guy is a source of trouble. Now it's okay. A careless, good Roger execution. The Marines originally planned the execution of the one pirate king who was used to frighten the sea was tossed by his casual words. Total collapse, even. The wind direction of the entire era has been changed. Garp also saw that the wave of the Great Pirate Age has hit, and no one can stop it. After that, the outburst of Gromish's strength also made Garp very jealous. He even smashed Sengoku Admiral with an axe. Although Garp also saw that it was a trick, it was only 2 short years. Gromish is still very young now. If you continue to let Gromish, this kind of guy, continue to wander in the sea recklessly. Above, if we continue to give Gromish time to grow, maybe one day, he can really grow to the point where he can smash Marine Admiral with his true strength. Gromish's power is extremely powerful, but his speed is not very fast, can only be said to catch up with the average level of the masters. But Garp is different. He is an all-round Superman. He is not only strong, pervert, vitality is so strong that his strength will not decline with age, and even his speed is at the peak level. The guy, he's very fast under the rage, even if Gromish goes one step ahead, even if Logetown is rioting now. Incomparably chaotic, he relied on this footwork and exquisitely locked Gromish's observation hacky, and soon after Gromish just broke into the coast and was about to go to sea, he caught up with him, and then it was full of unmatched power. His iron fist fell from the sky, with the intention of nailing Gromish to the ground. Gromish's sight is also on, so even if he didn't look back, he still felt a great threat, and complained in his heart, "FK, it's a pervert." In my mind, Gromish's speed is also very fast, and the legendary Tomahawk Hell Destroyer once again burned a blazing unicorn fire, and then he sold forward with a twist of his left foot and a kick of his right foot. Down, the whole person instantly changed direction, rotating half a circle on the spot, and the Hell Destroyer in his hand was also snatched by him by this force. The hell-like roar sounded again, and Gromish's Hell Destroyer slammed into Garp's iron fist wrapped in the powerful and unmatched armament hacky, and the roar abruptly suppressed the hell roar. Go down. This time the Jedi counterattacked, although it did not have the vigor of the axe that smashed Sengoku Admiral before. Gromish was still doing its best, so even pervert Garp, whose combat power exceeded the specifications, still felt it from his fist. Powerful brute force, and this brute force almost smashed him out, but this was still not done after all. Garp is very serious this time, and he is also going all out, so he did not eat the big loss suffered by Sengoku Admiral, and more than that, Garp even overwhelmed Gromish's brute force in this burst of power. His iron fist forcibly broke the Hell Destroyer with the weight of the mountain, and Gromish was also because he was spinning. In the posture, the center of gravity is not too stable. After the Hell Destroyer was broken, he was also searched by the power he was carrying, and then Garp's punch was firmly hit on Gromish's chest. Fortunately, Gromish is the Zoan-capable person and the incarnation of the unicorn of the Eudemon species. Just when Garp's iron fist hit his chest was already covered with fire-red scales burning with flames, and the scales were on it is also wrapped in a thick layer of armament hacky, but Gromish has used the hacky power he has cultivated for more than 2 years here. It was all used for defense, and it was not left at all. If it were not for the time, he even wanted to open the iron body, because although he had not eaten Garp's iron fist, he also knew the ones lying under the Garp iron fist. The characters are so powerful: Golden Lion, Rox, Green Pepper, Roger, one of them counts as one, all of them have been eaten on Garp's iron fist. Big loss. With the sound of bang, Gromish's face suddenly flushed red. The next second he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood contaminated with internal organs that had been shattered in his body. His strength penetrated the ground, smashing the entire ground out of a huge pit. Sure enough, even if he has made a considerable defense, Garp Vice Admiral's fist does not mean that it can be carried. Before Gromish has a chance to slow down, I saw Garp once again after landing. Swinging his huge iron fist, he smashed it towards the sunken ground of Gromish. At this moment Gromish wanted to hide, but it was too late, so he could only grit his teeth and resist again, and this time he finally had the opportunity to open his 6-type iron body. But it was useless. The entire coast was punched out of a huge pit with a radius of nearly 100 meters under the furious punch of Garp Vice Admiral. Gushing out from his mouth, the whole person's head was dizzy. If it weren't for his extremely strong willpower, it is estimated that he must have been faint at this time. He died, and once he fainted, he would say goodbye to the world. Even if he was fate, he would be sent into Impel Down again. However, Garp Vice Admiral didn't do anything after he filled Gromish 10% of the time, because he also wanted to catch alive. After all, the living Gromish is more meaningful than the dead Gromish. Once Gromish was also executed in front of the world, anyway, it can more or less shock those. The guys who are ready to move, can also buy the Marines a little time to deal with this error that is about to go violently. The smoke and dust caused by the air wave spread. With the passage of time, Garp Vice Admiral also saw the current situation of Gromish clearly in his sight. In the middle, completely trapped in the ground, the corners of the mouth are still bleeding outwards, and there are a lot of bloodline on the neck and chest, scattered and scattered. You can still see some broken pieces of internal organs. At this time, it is more out of air than in air, and it looks like it is about to die. It's not miserable. Until then, Garp Vice Admiral breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't let Gromish run into the sea and injured him seriously. Things should be stable. He even felt that if there were any live call bugs around here now, then his heroic figure of killing Gromish with 2 punches would be broadcasted to the world, and then he would be able to save the face of Marine even more, and greatly shock the pirates. It's a pity not, after all, it's in the wilderness here, and no one expected such a thing to happen, when. Of course, no one has nothing to do with live phone worms here, and because of this, the miserable situation of Gromish being punched by Garp Vice Admiral has not been circulated. It is not directly like the previous Sengoku Admiral. I lost my face to the whole world. 4 flowers 0. Garp Vice Admiral took a few steps forward, came to Gromish, and said with a sullen face, "Proud more. Gromish, this is the end of your vain attempt to destroy the order of the world, and contempt for justice. Don't think that you can rely on your own talent. Unscrupulous and reckless actions, this world is not the world of you wicked parties." Speaking of this, Garp Vice Admiral paused, squatted down, and while pulling on Gromish's chest to maintain the unicorn shoulder armor and the strap that hangs the Hell Destroyer, while trying to lift Gromish, he said, "Waiting for your end, not much better than Roger." But at this moment, Gromish, who seemed to have almost passed out in Garp's eyes, raised his arm and grabbed it on Garp Vice Admiral's wrist, and then his pupils with blood-red rays stared at him. Garp's eyes and the corners of his mouth showed a grimace, he coughed weakly, and then intermittently said, "Scrupulous and reckless behavior? Isn't it the world of the evil party? Gee ha 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 cough cough cough. 0. Gromish wanted to laugh a lot, but was choked by his own injury, and vomited a little blood again, and then he ignored it and said again, "Garp, you are a Marine hero, you are strong. Ranked among the top in the world, you are really blindfolded by your Marine Justice banner, or you don't dare to look directly at the Justice. The latter thing, are we the ones who wantonly in this world? No, it's the cluttered celestial dragons who live in the so-called Holy Land. They regard everything as dung and treat us my compatriots are demoted to slaves, trampling on all the truth, goodness, and beauty in this world. They are the greatest evil in this world. You say this world is not the world of the wicked party? No, on the contrary, this world has always been the world of the wicked party, but before that, you have the righteous bastards Marines who are covering up for them. I Gromish it's evil, but it's 100 times, 1,000 times better than you hypocrites who are holding the banner of justice. If you want to claim justice. If so, first go to Marie-Joyce to see the bones that have been piled up for thousands of years. Are you willing to admit your justice, hero Garp?" When Gromish said this, he even slapped Garp's cheek very insultingly with his palm stained with a lot of bloodline. It seems that at this moment, he is the winner of Garp's fight. And Garp Vice Admiral seems to have been asked by Gromish's bloody straightforward. His mood was broken by his defeated Gromish at this moment, and he really let Gromish's palm gently insultingly. I patted his face a few times. After that, Gromish's palm slammed into a fist, and then as if returning to the light, he slammed a fist on his heart, and the whole person spit out a puff of blood again, with a strange smile on his face, looking at Garp, his eyes lost color. At this time, Garp also barely stabilized his mind, watching Gromish, and muttering, "Is myself broken? What a man." 3. Chapter 49 One Axe Superman. Garp is very strong, so he can definitely confirm that Gromish is not playing tricks this time, but he really just smashed his already overwhelmed heart with a punch, and ended himself like a tough guy. Life. And the last words that Gromish said really shocked him. It can be said that the power of Gromish's words has brought him a sufficient amount of damage. It should be said that Garp Vice Admiral has not thought about what the celestial dragons are. Good luck, it's completely impossible, but just as Gromish said, he doesn't want to think deeply, or he believes in himself. Own justice. In fact, from another perspective, Garp's justice is not hypocritical, and Marine's justice is not hypocritical, because although they are maintaining the rule of the world government and those celestial dragons, they are indeed protecting it. The lives of the civilians on the sea, the pirates, and celestial dragons are both evil, the difference is the evil caused by the pirates. It is very intuitively presented in front of the world, burning, killing and looting, one by one bloody cases are placed on the table, no matter how to wash it, it can't be washed off, even if it is Gromish. The lives of innocent people are also impossible. What's more, the impact of his harmony with Roger is boundless. The bloody crimes that occurred will have his share of guilt. On the other hand, the evil of celestial dragons, although not all is not shown, but most of them are hidden behind the scenes, hidden behind the rule of the world government, hidden under the banner of justice of the marine. This celestial dragons brought it to the evil of the world is the evil of imprisonment and the evil of trampling. If the evil of the pirates is a temporary evil, then the evil of celestial dragons is a lifetime. It's wicked, this is something that can't be washed away no matter how to wash it. It is precisely because of this that Garp will be broken by Gromish, breaking his mind. Garp has always believed in his justice before, even if 28 has the existence of celestial dragons, he is also very convinced of his justice, but Gromish's sentence. First go to Marie Joyce to see the bones that have been piled up for thousands of years, are you willing to admit yours? Justice, hero. Garp. The injury was not light. Especially the word hero deeply hurt Garp's heart. Garp loosened Gromish's strap weakly, then stood up and looked towards the sea, not knowing what to think about. And at this moment, Sengoku Admiral, who was smashed by Gromish with an axe, also rushed here. His condition at this time was indeed very embarrassed. First, his arm that fought hard with the Hell Destroyer of Gromish had a punch. The unnatural bend is obviously broken bones, and even the corners of the mouth have bloodline that has not been cleaned, presumably. I was shocked to the internal organs and vomited some blood. In short, it seemed that the injury was not light. However, this kind of injury is not the first time for people like Sengoku who are ranked in Marine Admiral, and Marine also has a strong medical system, but this will not bring any sequelae to Sengoku Admiral. After all, there are many devil fruits that have healing power, and Marines also have them. Usually Marines may not enjoy them. Sengoku, as Marine Admiral, can't enjoy this kind of treatment. As long as he doesn't lack arms or legs, it won't matter. Sengoku Admiral also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Garp. He released his observation haki a little bit, felt Gromish's body lying on the ground, and confirmed that he had no sound. Then he said, "Garp, thanks to you this time, otherwise the trouble will be big." Although Gromish is dead, Marine can't be executed again to deter the pirates who are about to frighten them. It's better than letting Gromish run. After more than 2 years, nearly 3 years, Gromish, the troublesome guy, was finally killed. It's just that the price is too big, so big that it makes Sengoku Admiral somewhat unacceptable. Garp looked at the sea and whispered, "No, Sengoku, the trouble will not stop. Look at the sea, are there already countless guys flying the pirate skull flags arrogantly?" Sengoku Admiral heard the words and looked at the sea. There was nothing there, but he said, Yes, the era of the big pirates has started, but this is not the reason why we, the righteous marine, can shrink back. Justice. Garp was a little out of control when he said that. He turned his head and his eyes were filled with confusion and hoarsely said to Sengoku, "Marine is really upright." Garp. Sengoku Admiral didn't wait for Garp to finish asking this great infidelity question, he directly yelled and interrupted Garp's words, and his words also brought Garp back to his senses. Garp's face changed, and he seemed to have recovered his mind. Then he shook his head and covered his head with his hand and waved his hand to Sengoku and said, "Sorry Sengoku, but something just disturbed my mind." After all, he is a veteran top master and a guy who has been engaged in the marine profession for so many years. Garp quickly got rid of the influence that Gromish exerted on him. Garp's belief finally chose the justice of marine. Sengoku also sighed. If Garp is really affected by others and can't even uphold justice, it would be a disaster for marine. He stepped forward and patted Garp on the shoulder and said, "Go back. Relax for a while. Don't you want a vacation?" I agreed as Admiral. Marshal Kong will talk about it. Garp seemed to change his mentality very quickly. He smiled and said, "Ahahaha, thank you very much, Sengoku." Just when Sengoku Admiral just wanted to say something, the familiar roar from hell came out again from the place where the Gromish corpse was behind them. Because of Garp's loss of mind, he almost said that sentence. Sengoku was also attracted by Garp if he was gaffy and rebellious, and both of them confirmed Gromish. He is dead, so I have relaxed my vigilance. When I was watching the conversation on the sea for a while, I didn't even notice the change of Gromish, so that when the two of them looked back, the Hell Destroyer in Gromish's hands was already howling came. Do you think Gromish's heart-attacking words before dying are for nothing? No, he wants this kind of effect, but now it seems that the effect is better than he thought. In this haste, even Garp Vice Admiral is a pity. After all, who would have thought that a dead person could jump up and give him an axe? He can only quickly wrap his body around armament haki, double arms crossed on the chest to parry, and Sengoku Admiral standing behind Garp also quickly released his ability, and the whole person became a huge Jingguangda. Buddha, but it's too late. Feel the verdict from the evil power. UBD Marines who claim to be righteous. Gromish roared and roared, the Hell Destroyer in his hand once again burned a blazing unicorn fire, and the powerful wind pressure brought the beach to the beach. The smoke and dust are blowing, and then the sharp axe of the Hell Destroyer, together with the great power of Gromish and the weight of a mountain. The amount hit Garp Vice Admiral's crossed arm hard. I have to say that the armament haki of Garp Vice Admiral is really powerful. Inside the body, a trace of blood was spilled from the corners of his mouth. Block it? But for Garp Vice Admiral, this is still just a minor injury, which does not hinder any major events, but for Gromish, it is also enough. Not breaking defense does not mean that it is not strong. It is too late to say, at that time, just when the corner of Garp Vice Admiral's mouth was overflowing with blood, his feet were also shaken off the ground by this force, and then the marine hero Monkey D. Garp was also hit by the guy Gromish, and he was knocked out with an axe, and he was standing behind Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku Admiral had just completed his transformation, and before he had time to react, he was hit by Garp. In front of his chest, because Garp ran into him, he did not dare to defend, otherwise Garp would have to be seriously injured in a situation like a cake. No, even for Garp, he didn't dare to resist too hard. He could only use himself as a pad and was knocked out by the figure of Garp Vice Admiral. And at this moment, it's on the coast. Behind Sengoku Admiral is the sea. He is a Zoan human fruit Eudemon's big Buddha form capable person. Do you still have to think about the end of falling into the sea? Gromish didn't hesitate. After this hit, he shaved his feet and stepped on him. The whole person followed the figures of Garp and Sengoku into the sea. At this time, Garp Vice Admiral also slowed down. In the sea, the combat effectiveness of the same was not low, and he hit the position where Gromish was with one punch. At this time, Gromish's advantage brought by the blood of the Murloc was fully displayed by him. I saw him swimming quickly, avoiding Garp Vice Admiral's fist, and then grabbed something from the sea with his hand, and moved towards Garp Vice Admiral, threw it out. Murmur Karate Water Iron Cannon. Gromish can speak casually in the water without worrying about 940. He shot it with one move. The invisible water bomb hit Garp Vice Admiral's fist like a cannonball shot from a warship. A large amount of water splashed out, and then Gromish shook his hands again, and then grabbed a stream of water, and then there was a high temperature in his hands. I boiled all the water and threw it out again at Garp Vice Admiral, scorching water. The sea flows over the shoulder. But this time, he didn't succeed. Garp Vice Admiral used his own fist to directly break the sea water in front of Vice Admiral, breaking the trick of Gromish, and Garp Vice Admiral still wanted to hunt Gromish. At the time, Gromish smiled and said, "Garp Vice Admiral, if you keep entangled, Sengoku Admiral may drown. I'm in the sea." Garp calmed down when he heard this. He looked at Sengoku Admiral, who was constantly sinking behind him, and then at Gromish, who seemed to be calm and relaxed. The anger in his eyes gradually dissipated. In the end, it was just like Sengoku's subconscious choice just now. To protect him, he still chose to save Sengoku. After all, the reason why Sengoku fell into the sea was not because of him. Yes, if Sengoku was ruthless at the time, he would rather injure himself and defend himself. How could he not be beaten into the sea? And in the eyes of Garp, the life of Sengoku Admiral, his comrade in arms for many years, was much more important than Gromish. NS. And Gromish didn't dare to continue to entangle Garp Vice Admiral in the sea with his talent and blood. And through this match, Gromish has also confirmed what the gap between himself and the strongest masters in the sea is like. In other words, he may have the ability to protect himself, but he wants to fight. They are fighting, and they are still far behind, but Gromish is also confident that this kind of gap will soon be overtaken by him. In this way, Gromish turned around and accelerated, and quickly fled toward the deeper and farther seas. After all, Logetown did not trap him. The two top marines not only failed to catch him, but also suffered a big loss in his hands, especially Sengoku Admiral. In this incident, he completely became one of the most unlucky guys. Not only did he fail to do his best, but he felt a little bit of a hindrance, although he can't be blamed. Chapter 50 The Man of 500 Million Baileys. When Garp Vice Admiral fished out Sengoku Admiral, who had drunk a stomach of seawater, both of them lay on the beach. After a while, Garp Vice Admiral sat up and cursed, "The old man is running across the sea. For so long, I haven't suffered such a big loss. Obviously I personally confirmed that his Gromish is dead just now. Why can a dead person jump out? Come and chop me with an axe? And that Gromish is obviously a capable person who has eaten devil fruit. Why can he be a capable person freely playing in the sea? It's unreasonable." And beside Garp Vice Admiral, Sengoku Admiral also spit out water again. After spitting out for a while, Sengoku Admiral lifted his uninjured arm, wiped the water stains on the corner of his mouth, and then thought for a while, and said, "It should be our previous intelligence analysis went wrong. Starting from the Gromish jailbreak event more than 2 years ago, this Gromish should. He should have the ability to be resurrected like this one now. The reason why he was able to carry the 100-day punishment in Impel Down Impelton is probably not because of his strong vitality, but because he can be resurrected. And that Magellan's poison probably didn't kill him, but after killing him, he was resurrected again. The reason for using the power is probably not unrelated to the fact that he can be resurrected. I have to say that Sengoku Admiral's wisdom is still very powerful. In this short moment, he figured out most of the problems, although he also guessed some wrong, such as whether Gromish will not be tortured to death. And the reason why they had intelligence analysis errors before is not incomprehensible. After all, compared with the strange ability of resurrection, immune toxins and so on seem to be more reliable, and in the eyes of Marine's intelligence department, the blood of the Murloc tribe strange and strange. Who knows what Gromish inherited? Maybe it's what he inherited to be immune. Did the blood of the toxin escape from Magellan? After Sengoku Admiral said these words, Garp Vice Admiral also gritted his teeth and nodded and said, "Indeed, it should be like this. It's really weird, but he has the ability to resurrect. Doesn't it mean that you can't kill?" 940. Sengoku Admiral shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that he can't be killed. The number of times his resurrection should be limited or other restrictions. Otherwise, it would be really terrifying, and even if it can't be killed, it can still be locked up, isn't it? Let him run this time. The reason is still the same as last time. We suffered a big loss in intelligence. This matter also blames me. Because I haven't caught him for more than 2 years, I haven't even found him, and this information can't be updated next time. It won't make him so lucky. I have to find all the losses I suffered this time. Return." When Sengoku Admiral said this, his face was also very gloomy and he said, "This Logue Town incident is really a complete failure of justice." "How's the town?" Garp asked. He was more concerned with ordinary people. Sengoku Admiral said, "I have arranged for the Marines to help restore order, but the casualties are also high and have not yet been counted." "Oh, after handling the matter, let's quickly return to the headquarters. Regarding the Gromish matter, it is necessary to discuss again, as well as the upcoming era of big pirates. Garp also sighed and said softly. Said. After Garp and Sengoku finished the finishing work on Logue Town, they quickly returned to naval headquarters, and at the same time, there was something about One Piece. Roger was executed and died and disappeared for more than 2 years. Proud Muir-Gromish once again appeared in Logue Town and hit Marine Admiral severely, from the hands of the heroes Garp and Admiral Sengoku. The news of Wrong's escape also spread to all over the world with newspapers and live broadcasts. Everyone remembered the names of Roger and Gromish on this day. In the same way, because of the harmony between Gromish and Roger, the news about the big secret treasure in the hands of the One Piece also made countless ambitious people eager to move, and the storm of the sea began. Since that day, the treasure of One Piece Roger has been called One Piece by the world. On the island of Bat Lila in South Blue, a woman with beautiful hair is standing on the edge of the coast. She is Roger's wife, Portcas de Rouge. Not every island can receive live broadcasts. The signal of the phone worm does not have the equipment to watch the live broadcast. Otherwise, what are the reporters and newspapers doing? Let's watch it together. Isn't the live broadcast just fine? Bat Lila Island, where Rouge is located, is a quiet and serene island, so Roger can live in seclusion here, but because of this, there is no live broadcast equipment. Rouge got the news of Roger's death from the newspaper. At this time, Rouge was holding the news of the world with Roger's photo in her hand. Tears in her eyes fell involuntarily. She touched her stomach, and she could see from the text that Roger's goal was achieved. He opened the door to a new era. He did what only he could do. Ace, and, have you seen it? Your father is a great fellow. Lu Mei whispered softly. However, she knew that her peaceful life would soon be broken. Marine and the world government would never let anyone related to Roger go, especially where he was and contacted during the year that Roger disappeared. What kind of people are there, and whether they have left their own blood, etc., are all things that the world government focuses on investigating. It's just that at this time, Gromish's chaos, mixing up the whole big event, at this stage, the attention of Marine and world government should still be on his body, and he still has a time to relax a little bit, and Rouge is also waiting for the arrival of Marine's Vice Admiral Garp. She also believes that Roger must have met Garp. Yes, she also believed in Roger's judgment that Garp would come here to help her. Although more than half a month has passed since the big incident in Logue Town, the heat has not dissipated, and no new news about Gromish has appeared. Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral have finally returned to Naval Headquarters Marineford. Marine, the big guys have been waiting for them for a long time, just as Rouge had guessed. At this time, the focus of the Marines is temporarily, CIAD, was attracted by the Ahole Gromish. At this time, Sengoku Admiral's arm was bandaged and hung on his chest, sitting in Marshal Kong's office. In this room, there were Zephyr Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral, Tsuru Chief Staff Officer and others. As for Kuzan, Sakazuki, Polusalino and other Vice Admirals, they have all been sent out to maintain the order of the sea. After half a month of time, the rampage of the sea has become more and more turbulent. The number far exceeds the predictions of Marine and world government. Similarly, their brutality is also outrageous. After all, there are not a few people like Crocodile, and they are all extremely vicious people. At this time, General Kong's hair seemed to be pale. He bit his cigar and said, "Garp, Sengoku, let's not talk about Roger. He is dead, and the era of the great pirates that he started can no longer be stopped. Now, we at Marine can only take one step and look one step at a time. Let's talk about that damn BD Gromish first. In the previous contact, what did you say that he has the ability to resurrect?" The Chief Staff Officer Tsuru also asked curiously. Sengoku Admiral sighed and then said, "Originally, after I was slashed out by the axe, Garp stopped Gromish and killed it on the spot. He committed suicide by himself." Garp interjected and said, "Well, in short, when I arrived, Gromish was indeed dead. There was no breath on his body. I and Garp confirmed that there should be no mistakes, but it is right. Because of the death of Gromish, when he relaxed his vigilance, he was actually resurrected, and it was a complete resurrection. There was no such thing as the slightest injury. Since it was already very close to the coast at that time, we let him run away to the effect," Sengoku Admiral said roughly. After a few people discussed the speculation about Gromish's ability, they skipped this topic. Marshal Kong touched his forehead and said with a headache, "The world government has already given the order, and Gromish must catch it as soon as possible. Brought to justice." In fact, when he said this, Marshal Kong didn't have any confidence. Gromish was not caught more than 2 years ago. Now he has become stronger, and it is even harder to catch, and I don't know how this guy is. I thought, it's been 2 years, and he is still doing things single-handedly. If he can build a more serious pirate group, then it's easier to catch some after the standard is bigger, isn't it? In fact, Gromish is also thinking about these things at this time. He is thinking about where he is going to find some friends who can get along. Of course, in the initial stage, even if he formed the pirate group, he didn't plan to gather those who are. He has to find the elite first, and then expand his team. Leaving aside Gromish, after Marshal Kong finished speaking, Tsuru's chief staff officer said, "Anyway, this time this Gromish has caused such a big disturbance, the threat level will also increase. His new reward, do you think how much is more appropriate? With the strength of Gromish, as well as his weird ability and resurrection methods, he can increase him a bounty of 200 million Baileys. This is not excessive, even I think it is a little bit less," Garp said directly. "Out of my own opinion. Yes, 500 million Baileys is not too much." Sengoku Admiral also nodded and said. Just when Marshal Kong wanted to say something, a Marine intelligence officer suddenly opened the door and said, "Report Marshal, New World has something big. Kaido of Beasts Pirates is challenging the Big Mom of Charlotte Linlin of Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates also seems to have a related move. Originally due to the arrest of Golden Lion Shiki, the whole New World was messy enough. Later, Roger became king, and the big pirates of New World were even more eager. Now, Gromish and Roger have joined forces to create an One Piece. The whole new world began to turbulent, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido also began to move towards the Four Emperors. Developed. It won't be long before the red-haired Shanks will join this wave, and the pattern of Four Emperors will emerge in New World. Marshal Kong's face sank after hearing the report. He said, "You are still responsible for the Gromish matter. Sengoku, regarding his bounty, let's set it at 500 million Baileys. Next, let's discuss. Let's take a look at the New World situation and our Marine's next move. About the members of the protagonist pirate group, brothers can give some comments, 10 more complete.